Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new and interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter faced the darkest twist of the Triwizard tournament. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. During the Triwizard tournament, Harry uncovers a deadly secret hidden within the tasks, one that could change the wizarding world forever. As darkness rises, this year becomes his most dangerous challenge yet. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It had been an honor and shock to meet the Queen and her family, and Harry was surprised to learn that she knew a lot about the magical world and had honored him, his wives and Daphne Greengrass with a special badge to call on in case of emergencies. But the meeting had been brief as the Potters had been excused from the royal box just before the Quidditch World Cup match was scheduled to begin. Harry knew they only had a few minutes to get to the minister's box before he officially opened the game, but Mr. Hardy said he had made a special portkey for them. When all four were touching the Go Ireland banner, Laurel touched it with his wand and Harry and the others appeared about 4 steps away from the entrance to the minister's box. Sirius and Gracie were both stunned at their sudden appearance, but Harry said he would explain later. Minister Fudge gave them a scowl as the Blacks, Potters and Daphne Greengrass walked into his special box. Fudge was still trying to talk to the Bulgarian ambassador, however, and Harry made his way to the front of the box to take a look at the incredible sight of the stadium and the crowd. It was hard to imagine that this many witches and wizards could be in one place at this time. Harry and the others scanned through the crowds trying to find their families and friends. Even though all the Weasleys had that distinctive red hair, there were also thousands of Irish fans that had similar colored locks. It was Ginny who spotted her brothers in a box a dozen rows down and slightly to the side of them. Fred, George, Ron and their 3 girlfriends were all facing back up the stands and waving at them, while Arthur seemed to be talking to Amos and Cedric Diggory, who were in the box next to them. Daphne pointed out the group of professors that had come from Hogwarts to watch the match in the donated box Harry had sent along in the name of Lord Gryffindor. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick were all tried and true Quidditch fans, and Harry was happy to see that Hagrid had managed to fit himself into the box also, although he had ended up sitting on the floor of the box to let the people around him have any chance to see the pitch. Harry had to laugh as he saw that Professor Sinistra, the astronomy professor, had decided that Hagrid's knee made an excellent perch to watch the game from. It was Gracie that tugged on Daphne's shoulder and whispered something and pointed to a box right next to the box that the professors were in. Harry followed her surprised shout and saw that Tori was in that box a couple of rows down from the Weasleys with some of her girlfriends. Harry also saw Tracy's parents, who were chaperoning them. Harry's jaw almost hit the floor when he and the others saw Tracy Key, a familiar blonde, when Mr. and Mrs. Davis' attention was focused on the field. "That's who they've been rushing around so secretly to meet," Ginny exclaimed. "I never would have guessed that those two would get together." Harry knew he and the girls would look forward to getting back to Potter Manor and wringing information out of the pair. Both Tracy and Draco had been very secretive about who they were visiting, but it looked very much that the pair were now going public with the fact that they were together. There was a half-second of concern for Daphne's housemates' safety, but Draco had come a long way from being the insufferable pompous idiot of his first years at Hogwarts. He had made a lot of changes in himself, and Harry was pleasantly surprised that he thought the two might make a very nice pair. Draco certainly had deserved some happiness in his life after all the things that his father had done to him. Hermione Key Ed Harry on the cheek and whispered that it was almost time for the evening to commence. His eyes were twinkling in a very suggestive manner, and he asked her what her plans were for after the lights dimmed down for the game. Hermione slapped his arm in mock outrage, but then pinched his bum when she thought no one else was looking. "If you wanted to make out, we could have stayed in the tent." Harry waggled his eyebrows back at her. "It's still not too late to do that, you know." Hermione sputtered, but Ginny, who had been listening in on the conversation, leaned across and gave Hermione a quick peck on the cheek. "That will just have to hold you until we get back to our tent, Nani." Sirius laughed right behind them, and Hermione colored as she knew what he and Gracie had overheard. Daphne and Gracie were also laughing at the interchange and both hugged Hermione to make her feel less embarrassed. There suddenly came the sound of a loud horn that floated across the stadium for 2 or 3 seconds. The lights around the stadium dimmed considerably but then were replaced as a number of huge spotlights that began moving around the crowd. Everyone hurried forward to the front of the boxes. As everybody crowded for a spot along the front railing, Harry leaned over and whispered into Hermione's ear. "So the book you brought to read, is it charms or runes?" "It's charms, Harry. I don't enjoy the game very much unless I'm flying in it." "It's okay, Nani. Just don't let Fudge catch you at it. He might think we didn't appreciate the fine opportunity we've been given to impress the Bulgarian ambassador." "Oh darn, you noticed." Harry snapped his fingers casually. "Guess you'll have to lean into me and read one of those palm-sized editions you like to carry around sometime. I'll watch and let you know if something exciting happens." "Thanks, Harry. I am glad to be here, you know. I'm glad to be anywhere where I can be with you." "PHTWWWWK" came from Harry's side. Ginny finished her raspberry by winking at Hermione and pulling Daphne closer to Harry's side as she stepped right in front of him. With Ginny leaning back into him and Daphne and Hermione wrapped up close to his shoulders, Harry thought of what an incredible couple of months had happened to him and his family over the summer. He could hardly imagine what the fall and the upcoming school year would bring. The 4 students heard another horn sound loudly in the distance and a bright light lit up the middle of the minister's box. As Fudge stepped forward into a fixed spotlight, Harry felt himself and his ladies all take a sudden deep breath together to help them prepare for what was to come next. All the spotlights then lit up the whole of the minister's box and almost everyone flinched at the glare that hit their eyes. Gracie and Daphne stepped back involuntarily at the sudden light and all the eyes that were cast on them. Stepping forward to the center front of the box, Fudge held his wand to his throat and Harry heard him cast the sonorous charm on himself. The spotlights focused on the Minister of Magic and Fudge took a deep breath and spoke to the stadium of fans. All the lights save the single spotlight that focused on the minister went out and silence descended on the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, witches and wizards, honored guests and fans from around the world, I am Minister Cornelius Fudge and on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic and the International Quidditch Federation, I am most honored and pleased to welcome you to final match of the 422nd match of the World Quidditch Cup." The crowd went berserk after those few words and the lights went back to flashing and the spotlights went back to their wild ramblings. Fudge waved back with both arms extended over his head and then brought his wand back to his throat to speak again. "And now, without further delay, it is time to introduce the Bulgarian team mascots." The black and color flags waved wildly as fans of the Bulgarian team celebrated. Harry looked around for what he expected was a flight of dragons flying over the field, but his arm was clutched suddenly by a sight on the ground. 100 scantily clad blonde females suddenly appeared on the field as if casting off 100 sets of invisibility cloaks. There were gasps and cries from thousands of throats and it was Daphne who recognized the mascots. "Vila. What? Are you sure? They look a lot like Gabrielle and Fleur, but take a look around, Harry." Harry was pulled out of the mental conversation and took a good look around at the people around him. All the men were leaning forward to stare at the white-clad temptresses as they began to respond to the loud music and dance. Without many exceptions, all the men leaned even further forward trying to get closer to the dancers. Harry had to help Gracie stop Sirius from climbing out the front of their box as Ginny and Hermione had to call on the bond magic to place an invisible barrier at the front of the box the Weasleys were in to keep Ron, Fred and George from falling out and plunging to a certain catastrophic injury. Luna, Angelina, and Alicia held on to the 3 boys by their shirt tails and were somewhere between confused and angry by the looks Harry saw on their faces. The music finally stopped and the Vila disappeared as mysteriously as they had arrived. Cries of outrage filled the stadium in reaction to the allure that had been generated by that number of full-blooded Vila. Half the crowd wanted the Vila back and the women wanted to hurt them. After checking to see that Sirius had thrown off all the effects of the exposure, Harry was surprised to find the Bulgarian ambassador looking at him most curiously. Fudge had retreated to a corner of the box and was talking to Ludo Bagman, the Minister of Magical Sports, and Barney Crouch, the head of the Department of International Cooperation. They're probably working out what to say or do about the unexpected appearance of those Vila, Sirius whispered as he watched the same group. Good luck with that and trying not to offend one side or the other, Harry responded. The Bulgarian ambassador sidled up next to Harry and gave him an embarrassed grin. It was a small surprise to motivate our team prayers. And bring a little more excitement to the crowd. I am surprised, Mr. Ambassador. You speak English remarkably well, but I saw Mr. Crouch serving as an interpreter between you and Minister Fudge. Another small raspberry hit the air and Harry grinned as he saw the ambassador roll his eyes at the mention of the English minister's name. Fudge is not a person I chose to speak with directly. It is a matter of treating one's equal. And he is not. I will not disagree with so honorable a person as yourself, Mr. Ambassador, as you have much more experience with international politics. And politicians. There was a small chuckle and the ambassador offered out his hand. Ivor Boyanov. Harry made an appropriate respectful low bow and responded. Harry Potter, your name and face is known to many people here and abroad. May I ask how you could turn a blind nose to our mascots? The answer would be yes, came the joint echo from Harry's sides. Harry smiled and introduced his two wives to the ambassador. Ivor smiled broadly and congratulated Harry as he bowed and kissed at the back of Hermione's and Ginny's hand in turn. Before many more words were spoken, a man came up and pulled on the ambassador's shoulder and whispered something quietly in his ear. The ambassador frowned and apologized. It is unfortunately time for the other side. And Fudge again. The ambassador bowed his head as if in pain and turned away from the threesome. Fudge had stepped back into the spotlight once again. On now, without any further delay, please welcome the mascots for the Irish national team. As the crowd noise erupted again, a bright green light burst into the stadium and circled it, splitting and reforming a number of times as it finally changed into a huge shamrock. A shower of objects began falling with the explosion of color, and Gracie began to excitedly to pick up the golden coins that were falling into their box. Sirius let her have some fun for a while collecting the money, but then dashed her excitement when he told her that it was only leprechaun gold and it would fade away and dissolve after about an hour. Sirius chuckled at her disappointed face but pulled her into a hug that brought a smile back to her face. It was Ludo Bagman that stepped into the spotlight and spoke next. He waited a few moments for the crowd to settle again and then brought out a small piece of paper and read from it. And now the starting lineup for the Bulgarian national team: Dimitrov, Ivanova, Zagraf, Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, Aanndd, Victor Krum. A set of flyers in the color and black colors of Bulgaria burst out of a passageway midway up one side of the stadium and did a number of laps around the stadium at an amazing rate of speed. Harry knew his heart was beating faster as the start of the game was approaching and wondered how the nerves of the players could be possibly holed up under all this excitement. And now the starting lineup for the Irish national team: Connolly, Troy, Ryan, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, Aanndd, Errol Flynn Lynch. The Irish team in their shamrock green uniforms burst out from the opposite direction than the Bulgarians and also circled the stadium to the cheers of their fans. They settled into a familiar hovering position at mid-pitch across from their opponents. Bagman's amplified voice came one more time to make the last introduction. Our very special referee, all the way from Egypt, is the head of the International Association of Quidditch, Hassan Mustafa. A small skinny wizard marched into the stadium with a large wooden crate under one arm and a speedy-looking broom under his other. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought he recognized a firebolt as the ref's choice of brooms. Mustafa blew on a brightly chromed whistle and gestured the two captains, Zagraf and Quigley, down to his position for the traditional briefing and meeting. The two captains listened briefly to the referee's instructions, shook hands with one another and then zoomed back to their starting positions. Mustafa checked the players' positioning one more time, kicked the box to release the balls and blew his whistle to start the game. As the referee mounted his broom and took to the sky, Harry and Ginny could follow the flight of the golden snitch for a few seconds until it sped up and disappeared. Bagman quickly took up the commentary on the game and the crowd erupted as the players began their struggle with the quaffle and bludgers. The match had begun. It didn't take more than 15 minutes before the Potters realized that the final match would be everything that had been talked about and more. Both Crumb and Lynch had already made a couple of unsuccessful rushes at catching the snitch, and Harry spoke out loud that he wasn't sure which team would win. Ginny and Sirius said that it was only a matter of time before Crumb outflew the Irish seeker and ended the game. Harry argued back that the Irish chasers were faster and better coordinated than their Bulgarian counterparts, so they might outscore the other team enough to offset the capture of the snitch. A quick 5-galleon bet between Harry and Sirius was made on their opposing choices. Ginny watched another attack by the Bulgarians broken up by the bludgers hit by the Irish and turned to Harry with a devilish grin on her face. "So what are we wagering on, dear hubby?" Harry's eyebrows waggled and Ginny chuckled. "How about spouse's choice for our next place to have say at? And how am I losing at this wager exactly? Snape's old desk. Ew. Oh, okay. But not without a good disinfectant first. Only Merlin knows what's been on that surface. But when I win, I'm going to ask for the team showers at the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. While a match is going on." Phew. Worried me for a second. Nani's already called dibs of the library. There's a surprise. Hermione absently reached across Harry and flicked the tip of Ginny's nose and then grinned as she turned another page in her book. "So what happens if they end up at a tie score after either team catches the snitch?" asked Gracie. Harry's mouth fell open before he could speak. He didn't know. He had no idea. Neither did Sirius either. A small voice spoke up from next to Harry. "In this case, the game is decided by a seeker's duel, Gracie. Everybody else is called off the field and the referee releases the snitch again. The first seeker to catch it wins the game for that team." "Smart and beautiful," Sirius said with a wink. "You sure know how to pick fiance's cub." Harry leaned over and planted a key real close to the corner of Daphne's mouth. "I'm thinking my ancestors were smarter and smarter every day I get to spend with this gorgeous blonde." Daphne blushed and held up a warning finger to her escort. "Compliments like that may have you ending up in happy hands again." As Sirius quickly covered up Gracie's ears with his hands, Hermione almost fell over laughing at how quickly Harry's face turned the color of Ginny's hair. Ginny reached back and gave Daphne a high five for embarrassing Harry so well. "Dad, what's a happy? Pay attention to the game, sweetie. You've got a lot more growing up to do before you need to find out what that may be." "I don't know myself, and no, I'm not going to ask any of those dirty-minded Potters. I'll have you know we all took showers this morning, Padfoot." Hermione. So not helping here. And that's a brilliant pass from Moran to Connolly, and he fakes out Volchanov for a goal through the center hoop. That makes it Ireland 40 and Bulgaria 10. Everyone's attention went back to game, and everyone around Harry ended up cheering for both sides as the play and the players were playing at an incredible level, even though the Irish team was slowly pulling away from the Bulgarians. The end result of that was that the Bulgarian team started playing with rougher and more violent tactics to slow down the three Irish chasers. The Irish team even had to use one of their timeouts as Crumb lured Lynch into a crash into the ground with a perfectly executed Wronski feint. The few attacks the Bulgarians managed to mount were turned away by the beaters or the brilliant keeping of Ryan. It almost turned into a total penalty shot scoring barrage with the multiple fouls that were called against the Bulgarians. Even the mascots got involved in taunting the other mascots, and the referee almost banished both sets out of the stadium. Harry and his family finally saw why the Vila were considered so dangerous. The young beautiful girls lost their tempers and underwent an amazing and frightening transformation as they turned into bird-like creatures with narrow elongated heads and scaly wings that grew rapidly out of their shoulders. And if their looks alone weren't frightening enough, they seemed to be able to pull balls of flames out of the very air around them and throw them at the Irish team and their leprechaun mascots. There was a near riot on the field itself as Ministry and Games officials were trying to separate the two mascot squads and simultaneously calm the Vila down to their previous state. It was at this most hectic and confusing part of the match that the two seekers made a rush down from the sky, diving and trying to catch up to the elusive snitch. Victor Crumb had to overtake a leading Lynch who had been the first to catch sight of the prize. The two seekers were neck and neck and then turned straight down as the snitch headed for the ground itself. The seekers bumped back and forth trying to dislodge each other as they got closer and closer to the ground and the golden flying ball. At the very last second there was a horrible collision as both Crumb and Lynch made last-second lunges at catching the snitch. Even Harry winced as he saw the speed and violence of the collision near the ground. A half-second later Lynch and his broom had impacted the ground again in a horrible crash, and Crumb had pulled his broom upward in a gentle climb as he held the golden snitch up in triumph. The game was over and the Bulgarians had earned 150 points. But it was the Irish fans that cheered the longest and loudest at the end of the game. Catching the snitch had given the Bulgarians a lot of points. But it was not enough to overcome the huge lead that the Irish national team had worked so hard and brilliantly at getting. Final score: Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170. The final of the World Quidditch Cup had been decided by only a single score, -10 points. Harry felt a lot of sympathy for Victor Crumb. He had flown brilliantly throughout the whole match and had finally done the job he was out there for. But it hadn't been enough. Despite his best efforts, his team had lost. Taking a deep breath to calm down just a little bit, Harry turned around to see that Fudge, Bagman and Crouch were leaving the box. Probably to head off to wherever the winning team was going to be presented the winning trophy. The Bulgarian ambassador was left alone at one corner of the box as he dejectedly watched his team go to ground and try to commiserate each other on the loss. Excusing themselves from their female companions, both Sirius and Harry went over to offer their condolences. The ambassador accepted their sympathies with a good-natured smile and thanked them for their consideration. Our team will be in the finals in other years, and frankly, there would have been drinking involved whatever the outcome would have been. So if you will excuse me, I will head back down to their locker rooms and congratulate my team for a game well played. The ambassador shook their hands and gave a gracious bow to the ladies that were waiting for their wizards and departed the minister's box. Sirius watched the man leave, but then he was tapped on his shoulder. When Sirius turned, Harry was simply standing there with his hand out. Sirius stuck out his tongue at his son, which provoked a round of laughter from the people left in the box. He did, however, reach into his pocket for the 5 galleons and dropped them one by one into Harry's palm. Harry took a long look at the money and called Hermione over to verify that he wasn't being handed leprechaun's gold. Sirius took a feeble swing at Harry's head, but Harry ducked and ran away laughing. Declaring he was going to go try and find Amelia because the Aurors might need help containing the celebrations, Sirius asked Hermione to make sure that Gracie got back to their tent okay. Gracie frowned at the separation but went along with what they asked. Ginny threw an arm around her husband's waist, and looked up at him with a very sad face. So I lost. When do I have to pay up? You're not looking forward to it. It's Snape's desk. Ew. Still. I might be persuaded to change it to Severus' desk in the garden cottage. That would be more acceptable, but still. Ginny grinned finally and put a long key to Harry's cheek. They all took a long look back at the pitch where the Irish team and fans were still celebrating and gathered together to leave the minister's box. They had all made prior arrangements to meet the Weasleys back at the tent that they had had their late lunch at. It was very crowded getting out of the stadium, and Harry and the others had resorted to holding hands as not to get separated by the celebrations and commiserations. They saw a few fights break out along the way as the Bulgarian fans and the Irish fans tried settling their differences in less than a polite manner. Harry had to smile as he saw a group of 3 Irish wizards passing a jug of something around between them and almost coming to blows about which Irish player meant the most to the victory. It took 20 minutes to fight their way back to the tent they were to meet the Weasleys at. It took another 5 minutes of struggling to not be carried away by the crowds that were moving away from the stadium before the Weasleys arrived. Strangely enough, it was Fred and George that were happily shoving their way through the crowds first, and Arthur making sure that Angelina and Alicia didn't get separated from the rest of them. Ron and Luna had tight grips around each other's waist and tried to stay close to the twins. There was a quick meeting of the two groups and a small discussion about the match before everybody joined together to make their way back to their respective tents. The thick mass of the crowd had passed by while they were talking, so it wasn't difficult to go the rest of the way. Harry invited everyone into the Potter tent when they go there to get some refreshments before turning in for the night. Yusal and Dobby had totally loaded down the 2 picnic tables with sandwiches, chips, butterbeer and juices, so everyone sat around and discussed the evening and the game that they had just witnessed. Ron had griped about the way the Bulgarian team had wasted Victor Crumb's talent by having so many fouls and the subsequent penalty shots awarded to the Irish. Harry and Arthur argued that it had been the team's decision to play so rough so they wouldn't fall farther behind the Irish team. George, on his way to get another butterbeer for Angelica, whispered to Harry that he and Fred would be able to pay Harry back for the earlier loan as they had won the bet with Bagman. Harry smiled and said there was no hurry, but George insisted on getting rid of any obligations as soon as possible. Harry wagged a finger in his face and smiled as he said that he and his wives knew where the twins lived so they could collect anytime they wanted. George wasn't sure how to take that, but Harry laughingly pushed him away to go back to the other table. It was Gracie that finally stood up and said she had to excuse herself to get to bed. That kind of brought an end to the party, and the Weasleys and the Potters said their goodnights to each other with hugs and kisses and promised to meet up again for breakfast in the morning. Gracie had already gone into her partition to lay down, and Harry and the others were waved away from starting cleanup on the late snacks. Ginny and Hermione headed for their bedroom with small smiles on their faces. Harry, on the other hand, stayed by the tables a few seconds longer to hug Daphne. "So how was your first experience of the World Cup?" "It was exciting. It was marvelous, but I'm suffering a severe shortage of hugs and kisses because of the crowd watching us. Meeting the Queen and the royal family was totally unexpected, but then I should have expected that things are never normal around you." "Well, I was surprised too by that. I had no idea anything like that would happen, but I'm sure that Princes Harry and William enjoyed the game. Not too sure how they viewed the villa though. Isn't it a great thing we made friends with Fleur and Gabrielle during our vacation? Otherwise I would make sure you were never put in a position to be near any villa ever again. They can be downright viscous." "I totally agree with that." Harry brought Daphne closer and squeezed her and let his hands rest on the small of her back. "Shall we adjourn to our partition and work on this deprivement you've complained about?" Daphne smiled again and at the tip of Harry's nose. "Great idea, Jamie. Let me go fetch some clothes to change into for the morning though. Wouldn't want Sirius catch me in my scanties. I'd never hear the end of it." Harry laughed. "You've got that right. I'm sorry Tori decided to stay with her friends and the Davises in their tent overnight. I kind of suspected the crowd would be too thick to get back here after the match. But maybe she can tell us more about Tracy and Draco when we see her next. Those two are going to get so embarrassed after we all get after them. You go get your outfit and I'll wait and we can go in together. Any wager on whether your gorgeous wives are dressed or not?" Harry smiled. "I have no reason to make any wager on them. They are always ready to surprise me in one way or the other." Harry and Daphne separated, with Daphne heading for her token bedroom and Harry wandering toward the master. It was only a matter of moments when Daphne glanced back and saw a shadow detach itself from a darkened corner of the tent and a slightly wavering wand emerge first. It was pointed right at the unsuspecting back of Harry. Daphne broke out in a full run and made a dive as a dark red spell came off the mystery wand. She just managed to push Harry aside with a diving yell, but the spell exploded on her shoulder instead of Harry. Harry came out quickly with his wand, searching for the source of the spell, and his eyebrows rose quickly as he saw someone disappear quickly from the scene. Daphne's cries had brought Gracie, Hermione and Ginny running to where Daphne was screaming on the floor of the tent. Harry barely noticed that his wives were dressed in their chemises as he looked at the mess of blood and tissue where Daphne's shoulder had been hit. Dobby and Yasal were in the background wringing their hands and trying to decide if they could or should try to help. Harry carefully brought his hands under Daphne's back and raised her head up a little as Ginny threw herself to a kneeling position beside the blonde. She blanched a little bit as she saw the mess and shook her head at Harry's silent question. "I can't fix everything here, Harry. She needs to get to St. Mungo's. And soon." Harry nodded and apologized in a whisper to Daphne as he carefully picked her up from the floor and held her in his arms. Daphne was biting her bottom lip in an effort to control the pain she was experiencing. Harry was ready to leave in a second, but Hermione put a hand on his shoulder. "What should we do? Somebody stay here to protect Gracie and one go next door to rouse the Weasleys up. I need somebody to go find Sirius, or Amanda, or even Tonks to let them know that Daphne saved me from an attack. I'm not sure if there will be others or another, so maybe you all ought to go to the Weasley tent." Both were white-faced as they nodded to Harry's instructions, but Ginny wanted to try and stabilize Daphne before they left. Daphne nodded, although it looked like she might totally pass out at any moment. Hermione and Ginny placed hands on their Slytherin Engage, and there was a small yellow glow that enveloped Daphne briefly before fading away. Harry couldn't tell if the blood loss slowed down because it had been repaired by the bond magic or there wasn't much blood left in the blonde. Harry straightened out one more time and pressed a slow key to Daphne's forehead. "We'll be at St. Mungo's. Come as soon as you can." Harry, 1 second. "Did you see who did this?" Harry's face broke out in a grimace and a snarl that promised a horrible revenge for the injury. It was Dolores Umbridge. He bit out as he and Daphne disappeared. The two girls stared in shock at each other before turning and running back to their bedroom to change and get help. Harry had only been to St. Mungo's a time or two visiting, so there wasn't a lot of places he knew to travel to. It was close to 11 o'clock when Harry appeared in the reception room at the hospital holding a blood-drenched Daphne in his arms. To the receptionist's credit, she only paused a half-second before sending out an emergency message for the nearest healers. Harry had asked which direction he should be going with his burden and threw a grateful look at the young witch as he banged through a set of double doors that she pointed at. He ran down the hallway screaming out for help and for somebody to come help Daphne. 3 people in uniforms appeared at the other end of the hallway, and Harry was a little relieved to see that they were pushing a gurney towards him and his burden. 2 of the healers gently removed Daphne from his arms and retreated back down the hallway, with one pushing the table and the other beginning to cast diagnostic spells on Daphne. The third person placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and guided the panicked wizard to the nearest of the single chairs that dotted the hallway. "Don't worry about the young lady, she's in good hands. Healer Owens is one of the best at trauma. This isn't exactly the best time to ask you questions, but anything you can answer now will help us diagnose and heal her faster." Harry was silently staring at the blood which covered his hands and clothes, but took a deep breath and nodded his understanding. "I'll tell you what I know." "Thanks. Her name? Lady Daphne Greengrass. Okay. Do you know what she was hit with?" "Not exactly. The spell seemed dark red or color in color and kind of exploded when it hit her. Please, you have to save her. She pushed me out of the way of that spell. I'm sure that everything is being done while we speak. Are you a relative or her boyfriend?" "She's my fiancé, a very good friend." "Is there family, parents or siblings we need to notify?" "She has a sister. We were all at the World Quidditch Cup. Someone is going to find and tell her. I tried getting Daphne here as fast as I could. I'm sure that quick response will help. There's a waiting room down near the end of this hallway on the right side. I'll come back and tell you as soon as I find out anything. My name is Jim Phelps, and I promise I'll let you know as soon as I know Mr. Potter. Harry Potter. It was the first time Harry had raised his head up and he saw the recognition come to Phelps' face. "I'll get back to you as soon as I can, okay? Do you want to go clean up a little? There's some uniform tops around here somewhere if you'd rather have that," he said, looking at Harry's bloody shirt. "No, thanks. I'll get to it. Go help if you can." "I don't want." Phelps placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed it a little. "There's some excellent healers working on her, Lord Potter." Harry nodded and watched as Phelps hurried away down the corridor and pushed through the double doors there. Harry was going to collapse on the nearest chair, but the sight of the blood on him stopped him cold. All he could do was stare helplessly at the blood stains. It was all of 2 minutes before Harry thought to call up the bond magic and have a Scourgify remove Daphne's blood from his skin and clothes. He took the few shaky steps to the waiting room but found he couldn't stay seated in any of the chairs for more than a moment or two. He got up and began pacing the little area from end to end and trying not to panic. "Harry, I handed Daphne off to the healers about 3 minutes ago, Ginny. She was unconscious and I don't know if. We'll be there as soon as we can. Hermione is looking for where Tori is and I'm going with Dad to the Aura Control headquarters or whatever they call what they have out here. The rest of my family and Gracie are staying at the Weasley tent until we get back. Please be careful. Umbridge may still be out there someplace and I wouldn't put it past to her to try and attack you or Nani to get to me. I heard that too, Harry. I found Neville, Susan and Hannah. They were trying to get back to their tent, but they've now decided to flow back to Longbottom Manor. They are going to spread the word of the attack to anybody they can find. Tell them to be careful. Harry paced for a while more until a new message came to him. Harry, Dad and I found Sirius and Amel, Madam Bones. Sirius wants to know if you want him there or help spread the word and try to catch Umbridge. All of the Muggle policemen left here when the Queen and her family left. The rest of the Aurors are going out doing crowd control. I'm just waiting here. No sense two of us pacing. I'd rather he try to find that. Rhymes with Twitch. Right. If Hermione is tracking down Tori, could you just make sure your dad, brothers, Luna and Gracie get back to their tent or a flow point? Okay. Dad doesn't want to stay here at the cup site any more than I do. Hang on. Maybe I can get there in another minute of two. I miss you too. And I'm very scared to death right now. My nerves. We'll be quick, Harry. I think I'm almost at the tent the Davies have. Harry heard the connections to his wives fade away as they concentrated on the tasks they had. Harry knew they could take care of themselves, but his main concern was down the hall on the blonde that had come to claim such an important part of his heart. Harry returned to pacing and tried listening for any sort of sound that might mean someone was coming back with some good news for him. Harry had no idea what would happen if it was anything other than good news. Leaning against the door jamb, he closed his eyes and sent out some silent prayers for Daphne's life. It was with some little bit of shock that somebody touched his shoulder. Harry spun around quickly and saw Tori and Hermione. A half-second later he was holding a distraught blonde who was crying so hard that she had a hard time even breathing. Harry looked at a still shocked Hermione and quickly led the pair to the nearest couch where all three could sit comfortably. Harry pulled Astoria down to his lap and hugged the young witch and tried telling her over and over again that Daphne would be fine. Eventually. You can't promise that. No, I can't promise that, but if I don't believe she'll be okay, I won't be able to function. See, Daphne is stronger than either of us know, and she'll probably just laugh at us for worrying like this. When Astoria had calmed down enough, she asked Harry to explain again how her sister had got hurt. Harry had been reluctant to speak about it, but the look on Tori's face was so heartbroken that he couldn't refuse her. It must have happened when Dobby and Yasal were both out of our tent for something. Somebody snuck in and hid in a corner under a pretty strong notice me not charm. Umbridge waited until everyone else had left and then cast a pretty powerful spell at me while my back was turned. The only one to see it cast was Daphne, and she pushed me out of the way but got hit by the spell herself. I won't lie to you, there was a lot of damage to her shoulder and she bled a lot. It was more that Ginny or all of us could fix, so we put a quick stabilizing charm on her and I brought her here. She's still being worked on as far as I know. They're supposed to let us know how she's doing. The trio went back to silence, although Hermione rubbed Tori's back from time to time as they waited. Hermione nodded after a few more minutes as Ginny appeared. She went quickly to hug Astoria and Harry and said that her father had stayed at the cup site to help coordinate the search with Amelia. Ginny said that the 70 Irish Aurors that were on standby for crowd control had been activated and were helping search the grounds, although Madam Bones didn't hold much hope for finding the witch anywhere near the place. After a bit there was a hurried set of footsteps coming down the hall and Harry and the others looked up with both hope and alarm. It was difficult to describe how the four of them felt when they saw that it was only Molly with a breathless Ron and Luna in tow. Astoria had no shyness when Molly came and offered her one of her massive hugs. She launched herself off Harry's lap as Ron and Luna asked if they had heard anything yet. When they were answered with a no, the pair squeezed into one of the easy chairs together and settled in for the wait. Harry asked how they had got to St. Mungo's so quickly, and Molly replied that Amelia had the rest of the Weasleys, their girlfriends, and Gracie used the Aurors flow so they could return to the burrow. Percy had stayed to supervise everyone, although Molly said that Gracie had gone up to Ginny's old bedroom to sleep before she, Ron and Luna had left. It was way past the time the hospital tea shop was open and there was no magical equivalent of Vendo-Madix, so there really wasn't anywhere to go or things to do but just wait. Harry lost track of the time that had passed thinking about Daphne's plight. He and everyone else looked up as a knock came to the doorway to the waiting room. It was a familiar face but not the person that Harry had hoped to see. "I'm sorry for intruding, Lord Potter," Auror Nervish said quietly. "Madam Bones sent me along to take a statement from you and Lady Daphne when or if she's able." Ginny jumped up with a murderous look, but Harry pulled her down and keyed at her temple. It's okay, Gin. Don't take it out on him. He's just doing his job. How about over here, Morthan? Harry said, pointing at the small sofa the furthest from the door. Whatever you'd like. I didn't want to intrude now, but Madam Bones insisted on getting your statement as soon as possible. Pulling out some parchment and a self-inking quill, Morton sat down and asked Harry to describe what had happened after the Quidditch match had finished. Nervish asked twice if Harry was sure of his identification. It looked like Dolores Umbridge to me, but I know about Polyjuice and Glamour Charms. She didn't say anything that I heard, so I couldn't identify a voice. To the best of my knowledge, it was Umbridge. Thanks, Lord Pot. Harry. I'm going back to the Cup site to see if they need me out on patrol anymore before I go back to the Ministry to file this report. Someone will come to get Lady Greengrass' statement when things are better at the Cup site. I'm sorry about that. Your friend got injured. I hope she turns out okay. Thanks, Morthan. I'll send word to the DMLE when Daphne's able to make a statement. I think my boss was going to send a guard for her door when things settle down a bit. He or she may be waiting now. Harry stood up and shook the Auror's hand as he got ready to leave. Morthan Nervish apologized to Ginny and Hermione again and gave them a bow before leaving the waiting room. So why aren't they saying anything to us? Ginny griped as Harry came back to her side. They may not be Finn. Harry stopped in mid-sentence and broke out in a small smile. Daphne is coming too. There were thousands and thousands of spectators wandering the grounds after the conclusion of the Irish team's narrow win over the Bulgarians for the Quidditch Cup. So, of course, it being totally against the odds, Hermione ran into a number of their friends and classmates from Hogwarts on her way to find where Astoria and the Davises' tent was located, spreading the word of the attack that had ended up with Daphne going to St. Mungo's. Those few students also told their friends and neighbors they came in contact with. Ginny had caught sight of Neville, Susan and Hannah as they were trying to get to the tent that Amelia had near the stadium. When they heard the shocking news about Daphne, Susan asked Ginny to pass along to her Aunt Amelia that they had decided to go to Longbottom Manor instead of the Bones tent until the morning. Ginny told them to hurry and get clear of the site as quick as they could, but to be careful in the crowds. The last she saw of the trio was Neville firmly taking hold of his girlfriend's arms as they tried to find their way to the closest flow point. Ginny and Arthur made their way to a small structure that was close to the almost deserted stadium. There they found a few Aurors standing around waiting assignment to patrol the grounds. Arthur had to finally pull out his ministry identification to get the Auror standing guard at the door to let them in. Inside they found Madam Bones, Alastor Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt and a few other Aurors standing around an animated map of the stadium and the camping grounds. Ginny waited as patiently as she could for a couple minutes, but then cast a mini fireball across the table that the Aurors were huddled around. Ginny had no fear in her eyes when everyone swung around with wands ready to blast her, but she held her temper at the delay and just blurted out that Harry had been attacked in their own tent. There were a few seconds of shocked silence from the Aurors, but Arthur stepped forward and quickly related the story of the surprise attack by someone that appeared to be the ex-undersecretary to Minister Fudge. Ginny then added that Harry had taken Daphne to St. Mungo's. Madam Bones appeared alarmed at the news, but it was nothing to the reaction that came from a corner of the tent that Ginny hadn't noticed that was occupied. Sirius almost flew across the room and questioned Ginny as to the type and extent of the injuries and whether Harry had been hit at all. When he was reassured that Harry was okay, Sirius spun around with his wand held up. I'm going out looking for that bitch. Sirius was halfway to through the door when a stinging hex hit the back of his head. You are not going out there. At least not alone. Sirius shook his head at Amelia, but Arthur went over and grabbed him by his shoulder. Don't even think about it, Sirius. Harry wouldn't want you out there all half-cocked. Taking a calming breath, Sirius stepped back to the table. Who am I going with and where do you want me? Pointing at Moody, Madam Bones said that they would be going back to the Potter's tent to investigate the scene and see if there were any leads there. She also nodded to Arthur. You go back and get your family, Arthur, and bring them back here. The DMLE has its own dedicated flow point near here that they can flow back to the burrow from. And I'd like you to stay here when you get back to help me. I'm sending out all the Aurors that are available to go on patrol and search for Umbridge. We can't take the chance that she hasn't given up, and I need somebody to help run messages and gather information. Just in case there are any other attacks. I didn't need this on top of all the other ongoing trouble. Nodding his agreement, Arthur caught up Ginny's hand and they went and followed Sirius and Moody back through the still thick crowds to where their tents were. As they made their way back, Sirius and Moody briefly told the others what had been going on since the end of the game. The crowds had evidently gone berserk with the antagonism in the game itself and the narrow margin of victory by the Irish team. For the most part, the fans following the Irish had gone back to their own camping area and had started celebrating with a variety of different types of parties. Moody had said that there were a bunch of Irish oars who were patrolling that area to make sure that the celebrations didn't become too violent or exuberant or left the Irish camping area. Parties and fights seemed to be the order of the day for the Irish fans, but there hadn't been any difficult situations that weren't handled by the removal of alcohol or mild stunning spells. However, some of the fans wearing green were wandering around everywhere. The Bulgarian fans, on the other hand, were on a mission of revenge and retribution and were taking their loss with no less fervor than the Irish fans had in celebrating. They were in a more destructive mood and blamed everything from the referee's nationality to the type of food that had been sold on the grounds. Any and every sort of irrational blame seemed to come under the attention of the fans that had come so far to be so disappointed. And the main complication there seemed to be that the Bulgarian oarers who had come to help with the crowd and keeping things under control had almost universally departed their posts and joined in the mob behavior. The ones that tried doing their duty had been quickly overcome in trying to get the crowd to disperse to calmer activities. By the time Arthur had come back with the boys, their girlfriends, and Gracie, there were any number of bands of released spectators that were moving haphazardly around the whole of the cup site. The customary practice of sending out two oars together on patrol was quickly abandoned as the reports of the size of the wandering groups started coming back to the headquarters where Madam Bones and Arthur were. Amelia could only double up the size of patrols as she thought of the best way to apply crowd control and protect the oars that were out there. Teams of 4 or 5 oars seemed a much better chance of installing some reassurance and protection for the majority of the fans that had stayed after the final whistle had been blown. There wasn't quite a panic for most of the people who weren't rabid fans, but some of the people who saw the rampaging and celebrating crowds decided to err on the side of safety and leave via the available flow points or to have their house elves transport them back to their individual homes. The students and families who had found out through one means or the other about the attack aimed at Harry Potter were also added to the confusion of people milling around and going in many different directions for many different reasons. It was at this most confusing and nervous time that Bellatrix and the other Voldemort followers apparated to 4 separate places around the grounds. While their primary mission was one to capture or kill some prominent or troublesome students or members of Wizarding Society, they were also feeling a power rush of finally being able to take action against anyone they might come across. It was probably a shock to many of the Death Eaters that everyone hadn't simply dispersed and gone back to their tents after the conclusion of the cup match. It was quite a different circumstances than anything anyone had even imagined based on their few experiences with Hogwarts house matches. It was chaos, it was disorder. It was something that only the very fanatical or very loyal of the Death Eaters would enjoy. Bellatrix was of course delighted in the setting. The confusion was perfect for her objectives of creating more havoc and kidnapping Draco and bringing him back for her lord. A boy should be with his mother, she thought to herself. Whatever other thoughts she had for a reunion or punishing the Potter family quickly disappeared as she and the other 4 people with her came to the first crossroads of the temporary streets. The signpost which told where they were and how to get to the physical addresses that their spies had given them were missing. They hurried to another and then another intersection but found no signpost standing, so they no clue as to what direction they had to go. Bellatrix screamed out her frustrations as yet another band of celebrating Irish went by their position. One of the new underlings with her raised his wand as a precaution. It was unfortunate that the Irish group saw his dark cloak and took him for Bulgarian follower and made short work of the fellow and hit him with both a couple of stingers and stunners as well as with a few solid shillelaghs strikes to his head and sensitive bits. Bellatrix could only watch on in shock as the group disappeared down the nearest lane with the unfortunate fellow slung over the biggest man's shoulder. Bellatrix was stopped from attacking the group as a number of oars were hurrying after the crowd, ordering them to cease and desist and return to their own tents. Bellatrix watched as some other oars came from the other direction to help the first group. Deciding a confrontation against more oars than she had followers was unwise. Bellatrix and her group ducked behind the nearest tent and hurried off in a totally different direction. Walden McNair and his group had the misfortune to appear suddenly into a major fight that was going on between 20 Irish and about 15 Bulgarians who had drunkenly wandered into each other. The three followers were quickly knocked out before they even had the sense to raise their wands to defend themselves. McNair ducked under a couple of swings from people wielding large flags and only escaped the fight by crawling out of the spot on his hands and knees. Normally a ruthless fighter, McNair cursed Bellatrix for coming up with such a hair-brained scheme and tried to apparate away. He found he couldn't. His emergency port key did not work either, so McNair started working his way around the tents, pavilions and other structures trying to get away from the scene of so much confusion. He had no idea of where he was walking to, but he knew there had to be a limit somewhere, a boundary where the anti-apparition and portkey nullification spells could be crossed and he could return to the Death Eater headquarters. The other two groups of potential kidnappers also ran into similar difficulties but even worse luck. Judson and his small group suddenly appeared before a group of British oars, and one of the new people fired off a shot at them before Judson could tell the idiot to be calm and let the patrol pass. A running battle between the two groups was the result, and Judson felt himself lucky that he and two of the others shook off the oars but were totally lost as a result of their frantic flight. When they decided to forget the mission, they were also surprised that they could neither apparate away or use their portkeys. None of the frustrated Voldemort followers found out until days later that it was the attack by Dolores Umbridge that prompted Madame Bones to call on the Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries under her command to lock down the area mere moments after the 16 Death Eaters had apparated in. Minister Fudge had stayed for the appropriate pictures at the awarding of the cup but had quickly left. Most other officials had quickly followed him in the face of the havoc that was developing. Not that all the troubles were confined to Voldemort's followers, however. Neville, Susan and Hannah were caught up in a bit of Irish revelry right after deciding to leave, and the press of that crowd carried the threesome a number of blocks before they fought their way free. Neville only discovered that he had somehow lost his wand or had his pocket picket somewhere in that encounter when he arrived home. Augusta Longbottom had more than a few words against her grandson, but she was equally surprised at how quickly his two girlfriends stood up and defended Neville for getting them away from the area. That loss of a wand would be significant in matters that developed later. The running battle between members of Judson's group and the oars resulted in a deflected stunning spell hitting Barty Crouch's house elf, a very timid one that was called Winky. She fell unconscious to the side of one of the ministry's tents as the skirmish moved on. Winky was not discovered until later in the night. Two Irish families who had come to the World Cup together and were leaving of their own volition after the match got lost in the confusion and unfortunately stumbled into Bellatrix and her not-so-merry band of troublemakers. The two families tried to defend themselves but were no match for the 5 Death Eaters. Barty Crouch Jr. killed 2 adults before the group escaped, and Bellatrix took great delight in killing a father who was huddled over his 2 sons trying to protect them from the onslaught of spells. The oars arriving at the scene split up, most heading in the direction of the fleeing Bellatrix and company. 2 oars remained at the scene, although one had to finally escort the mother and 2 children who had escaped Bellatrix's glee to St. Mungo's for treatment of shock and spell damage. It was truly appalling that Creevy family's good luck at winning a drawing for tickets to the Quidditch final was ruined by the death of the boy's father Patrick. Other wizards and witches also met spells cast by Voldemort's followers, but less than a half-dozen magicals were seriously hurt or killed due to the quick response and pursuit of the oars who were picking up the trail of the attacking parties. 3 oars were also hurt during the encounters, but luckily none of those injuries were fatal. The remaining Death Eaters, numbering 9 in all, finally ran into each other but unfortunately didn't hex or curse each other. Seeing and hearing the various groups of oars that were homing in on their position, Bellatrix acted rationally for once and told everyone to scatter and quietly make their way back to their headquarters. The ones that had been lost or stunned along the way would have to fend for themselves. Bellatrix privately thought that those who had been lost weren't deserving to be Death Eaters anyway, and the fate of those spares was quickly put from her mind. Bellatrix made sure that everyone understood the need to go quietly and not attack anyone else. She watched the remaining Death Eaters and recruits split off singly or into pairs and fade into the shadows. Looking around, Bellatrix saw a loose wand, Neville's, on the ground where it was thrown or had been lost. She also remembered passing an unconscious or dead house elf a few minutes ago in their flight toward where she hoped the Potters were. Casting a disillusionment spell on herself, Bellatrix skulked through the shadows and tensed back to where she had found the elf. Seeing that no one was close to her, Bellatrix raised her wand and cast a spell that hadn't been seen in a great number of years. Mors Mordra. Bellatrix watched the huge glowing green skull form in the sky and cast the anonymous wand down near the hand of the house elf. She laughed evilly as an equally green snake came writhing out its mouth and then raised her hands and disappeared. At her place a large black and red raven took 2 hops and then spread its wings, taking to the sky. Bellatrix's animagus form made its way away from the World Quidditch Cup after raising the most gruesome symbol of Lord Voldemort's. "So why aren't they saying anything to us?" Ginny griped as Harry came back to her side. "They may not be Finn." Harry stopped in mid-sentence and broke out in a small smile. "Daphne is coming too. Harry, right here, and I am quite all right. Thanks to you. Why does my back and shoulder hurt so badly?" "You're at St. Mungo's because you decided to be the heroine this time. Huh. The tent, that spell, was aimed right at your back. Harry, are you okay?" "Like I said, I'm perfectly fine. You're the one in the hospital bed this time. Are you close by?" And Ginny and Hermione, "We're just in the waiting room along with Tori. We're just waiting for somebody to come tell us when we can come see you. A couple of healers are coming in my room. I'm going to yell at them if they don't let you all in here to see me." Harry sent a mental chuckle through their connection and then sat back and listened while the healers talked to Daphne and asked her about how bad the pain was for her. Listening to their diagnosis and what they had done to her, Ginny and Hermione realized how lucky Daphne was that the spell had not hit her spine or her head. The healers stated that to the best of their diagnosis, Daphne had been hit with an explosive cutting curse. Something they hadn't seen since the war against Voldemort a dozen plus years ago. Astoria had seen the faces of Harry and Hermione and quickly went over to them and tugged on Harry's arm demanding some information. Harry grinned up at her and said that Daphne was awake and asking to see them. Astoria jumped into Harry's arms and hugged him around the neck and almost dragged him off his chair. She quickly went and ran to the doorway to wait for the healer or nurse or whoever was going to take her to her sister. Molly and Luna had rose when Astoria had started celebrating. Ron, of course, had gone fast asleep and would probably have to have a hot buttered roll waved under his nose to be brought back to consciousness. And came over to see what was happening. Ginny told that Daphne was apparently awake and was talking to the healers. That brought sighs of relief to both the women, and they said that they would return back to the burrow and come back to visit Daphne in the morning. The two went over and woke Ron up and then left for the hospital's flow point. Astoria was still fidgeting by the door waiting for someone to lead her back to the sister, but quit when she saw that Hermione and Ginny were sitting and talking rapidly to a bent-over Harry. She came back to the sofa where the three were sitting and asked what was going on. Ginny looked up at the girl she considered a little sister and gave her a wry grin. Now that the crisis is mostly over, Harry is starting to blame himself for Daphne being hurt and not protecting her like he promised. Astoria's jaw dropped and she knelt down right in front of Harry and forced his head up from where he had it resting on his clenched fists. She was immediately heartsick to see that Harry's cheeks were tear-stained and he was biting his lip to try and control how defeated he seemed to be. "Oh Harry, no," she ed both his cheeks and wrapped her arms around his neck. "None of what has happened has been your fault," she whispered into his ear. Harry gulped and disengaged Astoria's arms from around his neck and forced her out to arm's length. "But I promised you and Daph that I would take care of her, and she made the decision to push you out of the way of Dumbitch's spell," Ginny said from besides them. "Her choice. And you know Daphne Greengrass always gets her way," Hermione said as she continued to rub Harry's back. Harry chuckled a little at that statement and then looked at the blonde that was still sitting on his knee. "So I shouldn't beg your sister to forgive me right off the back, Tori?" Astoria shook her head. "Definitely not, but you better be prepared to provide Major S.K. up duties until she's back on her feet again." Ooh, I don't believe I just said that you had to S.K. up on her. Tori. Harry straightened out his leg and pushed the laughing Astoria gently to the floor as Hermione and Ginny began giggling. He was still shaking his head at his near sister when they saw three people enter the waiting room. Jim Phelps was escorting two boys and was trying to talk to them quietly. It was Ginny that stood up in shock as she identified Colin Creevy and a younger boy that had to be his brother Dennis. Ginny and Hermione went over to the two boys as Jim Phelps came over to talk to Harry. Miss Greengrass has woken up and insisted on seeing you and her sister. The visit will have to be short though. She needs a lot of rest and sleep, but she's put off the sleeping potion until she gets to see the visitors she wants. She is in room 517. Harry stood and thanked the man. Can you tell us what happened? He asked with a glance over to where Ginny and Hermione were now trying to comfort the two boys. There seems to be something else going on at the World Cup site. Their mother was hurt in a firefight and their father didn't. No. Both Harry and Astoria were shocked at the news and rushed over to where the two boys were sitting and sobbing. Harry didn't have a clue what to say to either of them but just dragged Colin up into a hug and held his fellow Gryffindor for a while. Astoria had come to help Hermione with Dennis and just held his hand for a while as he tried to get over his shock. Did somebody attack your dad or sister, Harry? Colin finally choked out as he sat back down next to his brother. It was Daphne actually. She's going to be okay, Colin. We're sorry about your parents. Who and why would somebody just up and attack us? Dennis asked as he wiped back a bunch of tears. I don't know. I'm sure Madam Bones will be trying to find out what happened. Ginny draped her arms around Colin's shoulder and gave him a little hug. You three ought to go up and see Daphne before she browbeats somebody to wheel her down here. I stay here with them until somebody else comes along for them. You don't have to do that, Ginny, Colin protested. I don't have to do anything. I'm doing it because I want to. You and Dennis needn't be alone now. Colin looked at his brother for a second and then silently nodded his agreement. Ginny stood up for the few seconds necessary to hug Harry, Hermione and Astoria, but then plopped herself back down between the two boys and grabbed onto their hands. This is great of you, Gin. If they need to go someplace, I'll take them back to Potter Manor so they can get some sleep, if they can. Give Daphne a key. From me, she's probably off hugging for a while with her injury. That's for sure. I'm wrapped up and my shoulder looks like a huge beehive. I heard that, Gin. Thanks for staying with the Creevies. I kind of know what kind of mental state they are in right now. I'll see you in the morning then, Princess. Don't put off taking those pain medications. Love you too, Ginny. Harry paused only to give Colin a reassuring pat on the shoulder and told him he hoped he would hear news of his mom soon. With Hermione and Astoria looking back at the two distraught boys, Harry led the way out of the waiting room and toward where he knew the elevators were. While Harry and Hermione were anxious to get upstairs and see Daphne, they couldn't help wondering what else had been happening since they left the Quidditch World Cup site. Harry felt an anxious worm of worry surface for Sirius as Astoria pushed the button on the elevator for the 5th floor. The Creevy brothers were very impatient to get any word from the healers, but it turned into a long wait and Ginny hoped it didn't mean that Mrs. Creevy was seriously damaged. Of course, it also could have meant that the healers were spread thinner and thinner as time passed on. More than a few other people had arrived in the waiting room over the course of the morning. From the Cup site, all the people in the waiting room were waiting for updates and news from the healers. Ginny had seen other wizards, witches and a few Aurors that had walked or been carried in for treatment of injuries that they had gotten. Ginny had heard a whispered conversation on the way to the elevators and had reacted in horror when she heard that the dark mark had been cast over the Quidditch Cup site. She had closed up her connection with her spouses when she had stayed with Colin and Dennis. She couldn't even guess what Harry and Hermione's reaction would be when she told them. Ginny checked her watch right after she applied the silencing charm to the door to room 517. It was 4:20 in the morning. An aunt and uncle had shown up to claim Colin and Dennis at about the same time as their mother was released. Ginny watched the sad reunion but slipped away from the waiting room to make her way to the elevator. There was an Auror named Robard standing guard outside of Daphne's room, but she had recognized Ginny from the papers and let her enter the room. Harry was asleep in a chair right next to Daphne's bed and he had his head resting on the mattress. Ginny smiled when she saw that Daphne's hand had come to rest on the back of Harry's head as they both slept. Daphne's other arm was suspended in midair and Ginny saw that the description of a beehive was pretty good in describing the wrappings that went around her shoulder and down her arm and around her upper body. Ginny guessed it might be a few days of immobilization before the healing and regenerating potions did their work and Daphne might be released. She hoped Daphne would take her healer's advice and stay at St. Mungo's instead of trying to get home before she was totally healed up. Hermione had awoken from her half-slumber in an easy chair and stretched before she saw Ginny had come into the room. The two met in a long hug and Hermione conjured up another chair for Ginny to sit in as they mentally talked and caught up with each other's news. It was about 6 when a nurse and a healer came into the room to check on Daphne's progress. A half-awake Harry was asked to leave the room although Ginny and Hermione were permitted to stay and watch the dressing being changed. Harry rolled his eyes at that but promised a smirking Daphne that he wouldn't be long. "You can check me out later, Jamie." Harry closed the door behind him and turned to find that Remus was leaning against the wall and having a conversation with Aurora Robards whom he evidently knew. Moony stopped the conversation and grabbed Harry up in a hug. "Doing okay there, cub. Just a little tired but okay. Did you find? How's Daphne? Rough but she'll be out in a couple of days I guess." Ginny and Hermione are in there listening to the healer now. "What about Umbridge? And where's Sirius? No trace of her anywhere but I think Amelia's going to issue an arrest on-site warrant for the backstabber. Your dad is down the hall a bit." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "What happened? Is he okay?" "He took a nasty shot to his knee but he's okay. He didn't want me to bother you while you were in with Daphne." Remus grabbed Harry's arm and led him away from the Auror. He walked down the hallway until he finally came to room 503. Harry opened the door and immediately went to Sirius' bedside. "What did you do?" "Zagged when I should have zigged," Sirius said. "There were uninvited guests after Umbridge on the grounds last night, Harry. Madam Bones is a little busy right now but I promise she'll start sending out search parties as soon as things clear up." Harry looked around and finally noticed that Remus was tired and grubby and there were a few scorch marks on his clothes. There was also a burn mark on his shoulder. He poked a finger through the cloth and stared at the man he considered his uncle's face. "What the heck happened to you two? I thought you were just searching for Umbridge." Remus rubbed his forehead and then looked at the grime that he had rubbed off that was on his hand. Sighing, he went and sat down in one of the two chairs that were in the room. "A little bit after you evacuated Daphne, a dozen or so people we think were Death Eaters." "Bollocks." Harry couldn't tell if that was Hermione or Ginny that had commented as they were listening in. "Death Eaters. What in Merlin's name were they doing there? Did you catch any? Was anybody else hurt?" Sirius grimaced. Whether it was in pain or frustration Harry couldn't say. The best that Amelia, Moody and others can figure out there were 4 or 5 little groups that came just to disrupt everything and leave a reminder that Voldemort is still out there. About 10 people were killed, the last I heard, and another 20 or so injured including the Aurors who were trying to catch the various parties. "I'm sorry but one of the muggles who was killed was the father of your housemates." Harry's face reflected his shock and he quickly sat down. Who was it?" "Colin Creevey. The dad was bent over protecting him and his brother Dennis from all the spells that were flying around. He unfortunately got hit with the killing curse before the Aurors chased the Death Eaters away." Harry closed his eyes and wondered if Colin was going to be returning to Hogwarts. This was too much after Daphne been seriously hurt. He looked up and saw that Sirius was also hunched over. Whether it was just tiredness or something else Harry couldn't say. "So how's your knee?" Shrugging, Sirius just waved his hand over his bandaged knee. "I'll be okay. I wouldn't have come in at all but Amelia threatened to stun me and have Moody carry me in." "Sounds like her. I'm glad you weren't hurt worse. Maybe you ought to start joining in on some of our training session, old man. You do remember that I'm going to be one of your instructors next week, don't you? Like you've ever missed an opportunity to remind me of that. What else went on last night? Just tell me now and get it over with before I go off and find Amelia or Tonks." "Harry, don't argue. I can be just as stubborn as you." Hermione came hurrying into the room and gave Remus and Sirius each a quick hug. I'm glad you're both okay. Tonks. Okay, but still out at work at the cup site. We were out on patrols almost all night. All night? Asked Harry. Between the drunk fans and the normal fights after the world match, it was pretty busy. It got a little complicated and then hectic with Bella and her friends. Bellatrix. Came the surprised question from Harry and Hermione. One of the descriptions we got matched her up perfectly. Craw. Harry barely stopped his swearing as Hermione had grabbed his hand in a crushing grip. Sorry. It gets even worse. Before they all disappeared into the shadows, the dark mark was cast over the stadium. Dark mark. That's right. Neither of you have probably heard of it. It was one of the Dark Lord's calling cards. A giant, glowing green skull with a large snake issuing from its mouth. That would be scary. They tracked down the wand that cast the mark. Amelia was going to send for Ollivander this morning to identify the owner. Funny thing though, it was found in the grip of a house elf that used to belong to Barty Crouch. Used to Sirius. When Barty was called back to the World Cup site, he gave her clothes on the spot and dismissed her from being his house elf. He didn't want any possible association with the Dark Mark to catch up with him. Why would a house elf cast a symbol like that? Did anybody question her? She claimed she was stunned in one of the firefights between the Aurors and whoever they were chasing. I think Dumbledore asked her to go to Hogwarts in case Amelia wanted her to ask her some more questions. Harry, can we send Dobby too? Later, and yes, Hermione. Probably should ask Dumbledore though. So how many of those Death Eaters were caught? Moody looked down at the ground while Sirius scratched his head and didn't answer. Harry somehow knew it wasn't good. Sirius. Between the drunks and the way the Aurors were chasing people and the fights between the Irish and the Bulgarians that knocked out a lot of other people, they couldn't sort out who had done what. At least nobody that turned up had the dark mark on their arms. Everybody got let go, didn't they? Hermione said glumly. No proof at all. They couldn't check everyone's wands without creating an international incident. Harry growled in frustration. Hermione responded by throwing her arms around her husband and hugging him tightly. She felt him relax finally and looked back at her father-in-law with her own question. So this might just have been a reminder or a show of force from Voldemort to get everyone's attention. That's one assumption, I suppose. The Death Eaters might have had some specific agenda, but the crowds wandering around probably canned those plans. How's Amelia? Upset. Frazzled. Worried about her job too, I imagine. Last I saw of her before I left, she was reading a different bunch of emergency messages and yelling that she didn't have the time to reply to any of them. You going back there, Moony? I don't think she needs my extra hands around as the crisis has ended. She needs to concentrate on getting everyone out of the site safely. I'm sure Fudge is going to have a fit once he sees the bill for the overtime all those Aurors put in this morning. I can contribute something to that. So not your job, Pronglet. Fudge made up the stupid budget. He should have put in extra funds in to take care of the World Cup staffing. You guys coming back here before Daphne takes another sleeping potion. She already had another Skella Grow potion to choke down. UUCK. We'll be right there, Jin. Harry stood up and pulled Hermione up with him. Well, let's go see my injured fiancé and let you get home to clean up Remus. Don't tell Daphne about what happened. We'll break the news. Remus grinned. Absolutely not. I will just tell her that she's owed a good dinner for saving your life. Hermione grinned. And I know just the place to go. You'll have to bring Amelia with us, Sirius. We owe her that much. Sirius nodded. Sounds like a good idea for after Daphne gets home and before you all go back to school. Figure out the night and I'll drag her along kicking and screaming. We so don't want to hear about any of your bedroom activities during a good meal, Sirius. Harry's dad stopped suddenly and then threw back his head and let go with a hearty laugh. I won't tell if you don't. Sirius. Hermione. Remus opened the door and made a formal bow. After you, Mrs. Potter. Hermione shook her head as she passed him but did stop and lean up to kiss his cheek. I'm glad you weren't hurt. I'm a little quicker on my feet than Padfoot. Hey, I heard that. Harry waved at Sirius as he left but then poked his head back in. Ginny will probably be down in a few minutes and tell you what kind of rehab and exercise program you'll have to follow. I'm sure she'll take great delight in supervising your walking and getting fit again. Sirius scowled but nodded. At least ask her to bring me some breakfast. It was a long night walking around and running after idiots of one form or another. Harry smiled. We'll all be back to visit before we go home. I'll also find the biggest male nurse on the floor and tell him you requested a bed bath. Lord Sirius Black blew a raspberry at his son but then winked. Go Key. Your girls and tell Daphne. Thanks. From me Harry. I'll be right here. Harry laughed and followed Remus and Hermione back down the hall. John McClintock didn't really want to deliver this message as he had some idea of how long the night had been for Madame Bones. She was at least angry to say nothing less than tired, upset and ready to snap at anybody that got between her and a long hot shower and bed. But at least the Minister of Magic, that paragon of intelligence and integrity, Cornelius Fudge hadn't bothered to return to the World Cup site to supervise the DMLE or to blame the head Auror for the problems. Yet, John thought Fudge was already in his office making up the official ministry explanation for the dark mark that floated over the grounds last night. It was his typical ignore everything and make nice response that had led to the invasion by the Death Eaters the night before. John had no doubt that it was the followers of Voldemort and suspected that the groups had specific missions in mind rather than the general chaos they had created. He hoped that he and Amelia would have a chance to sit down and talk somewhere about the attacks during the day. But he first had to deliver the message he carried. McClintock approached the temporary Auror headquarters and felt a little bit of relief as he recognized Kingsley Shacklebolt standing guard at the entrance. He was glad he wouldn't have to explain his presence or pull his badge and force his way in to see Madame Bones. Hi Kingsley. Everybody on your side make it through the night. We could have used you and your other friends here, but I know you couldn't take the chance that what happened here could have only been a diversion of sorts. A few bumps and bruises here and there and 5 Aurors sent to St. Mungo's. Good then. Too bad you couldn't catch somebody to file charges on. The Unspeakables were thorough in their reports then, said Kingsley. John smiled. I can neither confirm or deny that any sort of reporting like that goes on, the Auror said with a smile. So who's inside with Amelia? Rufus Scrimgeour. We sent Arthur Weasley home an hour ago. He did a great job coordinating things until all the Aurors reported back that our visitors had left. John nodded. He would make a mention of that after Amelia's report. He entered the tent and found Amelia and Rufus standing over the map of the Quidditch stadium and grounds. He wondered if Madame Bones had moved more than 4 feet from that spot all night. Good morning, Madame Bones. John tried to keep his tone light in the face of the troubles that had occurred. Amelia Bones turned with a sad smile. Good morning, Agent McClintock. I hope you brought some coffee. There'll be some waiting for you. There was a space of a second or two until Amelia's monocle dropped from her eye. I'm going somewhere. John held out the dark blue envelope. I'm not going to like this, am I? The head Auror said as she sat down to open the envelope. She read the note inside and then rested her head wearily on one hand. And immediately means. Right now. But, McClintock reached over and hauled Amelia to her feet. He made a pass with one hand that swept the woman from head to feet and then nodded. There. One super refreshing charm. If you need a pepper-up potion, I have a few of them waiting for you. I need to make a stop at the ministry. No you don't, McClintock said. I made the stop for you and got the budget figures that were requested. Amelia sighed and then looked suspiciously at the agent. Thanks for that small favor, but you really shouldn't read other people's mail. I'm the one that actually wrote down the message, so, technically, I only read it as it was dictated to me. It's answers like that got you out of scoring 100 on the final Auror test, Amelia said with a smile. It's answer like that got me out of 2 engagements as well. Amelia threw back her head and laughed. Of that I'm sure. I must have you meet Sirius sometime. The 2 of you will get along famously, John. Madame Bones looked over at Rufus Scrimgeour, who had a very confused look on his face. You're in charge here until further notice, Rufus. Everything's winding down and there shouldn't be any further problems if the fans can keep from jumping line and fighting at the flow points. I think the lack of hangover potions will ensure everyone behaves, Madame Bones. What should I tell Minister Fudge if he wants to talk to you? Tell him I have been notified of a prior engagement. Or better yet, tell him I've gone to visit my fiancé, Sirius Black, at St. Mungo's after working for the last 18 hours. If he wants to see me, that's where I'll be. Off the clock. Madam Bones held out her elbow again and John McClintock linked his arm up with hers and the two walked out of the tent talking about the Quidditch match that had happened the day before. 30 seconds later Kingsley Shacklebolt and Alastor Moody walked into the tent. Where did the boss go? Kingsley asked. I have absolutely no idea, Scrimgeour replied. All I know is that Madam Bones said that she was off duty for the foreseeable future. Mad Eye barked out a laugh. Let me be the one to tell the high and mighty Cornelius Fudge that if he comes around. Both Kingsley and Rufus laughed at that. You enjoy winding that man up way too much. Mad Eye shrugged. Everyone should have a hobby. The three men chuckled at that and turned back to the table to read the latest reports from the Aurors that were still out on patrol. The Death Eaters and other follower that had attacked the World Cup site had reported back but were not granted audience with Lord Voldemort. Bellatrix hoped it was a matter of her master having an off day instead of an outright refusal or extreme anger at the results, or lack thereof, of their missions. A few followers kept drifting in until the original 15 were back together. Bellatrix looked at the ones that had fallen to the Aurors, or Quidditch fans, and could hardly wait to punish them for their stupidity. It was Gindrick von Rosbescu that finally entered the waiting room after a long time of nervous waiting. He met his son Sinica and Maleska Estos with hugs and questions about their health and wellness. When reassured that neither of them had any injuries, Gindrick called out the names of the non-leaders to follow him. The 7 men and 2 women followed the man out of the room, leaving Bellatrix, Walden McNair, Gorman Judson, Sinica, Maleska, and Barty Crouch Jr. waiting. 20 minutes later Thierry stalked into the room and gave each of the remaining Voldemort supporters a glare that should have had them shaking in their boots. Only McNair and Bellatrix didn't avert their eyes from the vampire and he grudgingly nodded at the pair. He then turned to the gray-haired man leaning on the window frame. Crouch, you're dismissed as you have another important mission to work on this weekend. Lord Voldemort will talk to you tonight at 8. The rest of you follow me. Barty Crouch let go a sigh of relief and hurried out a side door. Bellatrix knew of his upcoming mission and wondered if he had the strength and speed to finish it. She doubted he would survive if he failed again. The rest of the group leaders followed Emile Thierry through the mansion and descended 2 levels to the sub-dungeon. There they found their missing followers, stripped to the waist and fastened by manacles to face the dungeon walls. Standing nearby was Sinica's brother, Titus, casually holding a long whip coiled up in one fist. Such is my first response for failure, came a voice out of a dark corner of the space. The lieutenants all turned and watched as Emile Thierry carried a small chair containing the small form of Lord Voldemort into the light. It seems we must remind everyone of what will happen as a result of displeasing me. 20 lashes each, Mr. von Rosbescu. Titus grinned and nodded toward his father and Lord Voldemort and dropped the coils and adjusted his grip on the handle of the whip. He began loosening up his arm and shoulder to get the maximum effect and then the movement of the whip stopped. Just as Titus was on a full backswing to administer the first of the punishments, a loud voice came from the freestanding group. Halt! It was with some shock that Thierry, Titus and Lord Voldemort stared as Bellatrix jumped into the space between the whip and the prisoners on the wall. My lord, a moment. Please. Voldemort held up his tiny, malformed hand to halt the whippings as Bellatrix approached the chair her master was on. Bellatrix took 3 steps toward the chair and then fell to her knees and prostrated herself. This failure was my fault as much as them, my lord. I should also endure the punishments and shame for failing to carry out our missions. I beg you to let me atone for failing you in not kidnapping or killing those enemies as you desired. There was a deathly quiet in the sub-dungeons as Bellatrix's request was considered by Voldemort. He finally ordered her to stand and looked into her eyes and mind for a minute. He nodded silently and Bella turned and walked toward the wall. 5 paces from it she removed her dress and then dropped her clothes beside it. She walked to the dungeon wall disregarding the stares of the men remaining behind her and braced her hands against the wall. Now you may begin, Titus. What say the rest of you to Bellatrix Malfoy's action? The question from Lord Voldemort brought the rest of the leaders out of their shock. It was McNair that spoke first. It is right that she pays the price for her sins. The whole attempt was a huge failure. Crucio. 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 Rounds of curses struck McNair, Judson, Seneca, and Maleska and quickly reduced them to quivering masses of flesh that were either unconscious or jerking rapidly as a result of extreme pain. You all failed me, but only Bellatrix had the loyalty and courage to tell me that she had wronged me. Titus. Yes, my lord. 5 strokes for Bellatrix and then she can get dressed and leave. Bellatrix did not move her head from looking to the wall as she thanked Voldemort for his recognition. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. You may begin now, Titus. The sound of the whip flashing through the air and then striking bodies began in earnest then. Voldemort stayed until the screams of his followers brought a smile to his face. He left the sub-dungeon as Bellatrix was stumbling to reach the clothes she had discarded. Hi, sweetums. How are you? Harry saw a rare pout disappear from the blonde's face as he entered her room again. He looked around and noticed that Astoria had finally succumbed to the long night and was sleeping on the empty bed in the room. Ginny rose from Daphne's free side so Harry could sit down at bedside. Harry clasped her free hand and then leaned in to apply a quick key to her lips. How's my heroine this morning? I'm not. Shish. I talked to a person named Phelps this morning after he let us know we could come up from the waiting room. He said it was an explosive cutting curse you got hit with, and if it had hit me where it had been aimed, then you probably would have had to dig out your black. No. We're not going to talk like that. You're not going to talk like that. Harry winked at his fiancée. Then don't go all Harry Potter on the rest of us and deny how important your actions were. Daphne sniggered. So you're finally admitting your people-saving thing to the rest of us. Harry's cheeks grew a little pink. Maybe. Maybe not. Hermione came over and leaned over Harry's back. He's owing you a life debt now. I'm still 2 behind, Daphne replied. Harry doesn't keep track of the numbers, was Ginny's contribution from her place at the foot of Daphne's bed. So I can ask anything from you when I get out of here and you have to do it. Why am I very nervous all of a sudden? Because you have a pure-blooded Slytherin that can command you to sing the Chudley Cannon's fight song in your underwear in the middle of the Great Hall during the welcoming feast. Harry visibly shuddered and dropped his head to the mattress. No, no, no. There was a giggle from the patient and Harry looked up to see a familiar evil grin on his ice princess. I wouldn't embarrass you like that, Jamie. Thank Merlin. Of course. Harry winced, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It might be something that we Jamie's gems could witness in the privacy of the hearth. Ginny, Hermione and Daphne broke up laughing and Harry was aware enough to cast a privacy spell around Astoria's form on the other bed so they wouldn't wake her up. Okay. You got me. I'll just prepare myself mentally for an approaching humiliation. So what did the healers say? When are you getting out of here? 2 more days until they think my shoulder will be totally back to normal. They don't know if there will be a bad scar or not. I'm sorry, Daph. I know how much you like wearing off the shoulder gowns. She's worried you won't find her attractive anymore, Harry. I did hear that, Ginevra. Both girls blushed at that and Harry leaned in to hug the suddenly nervous girl. We'll just compare them, sweetums. If you can accept the ones I still have, I'm not going to say anything about one you received in saving my life. Daphne smiled at Harry's sincerity and squeezed his hand. I hoped you would say that, but I wasn't absolutely sure. I'm sorry for my doubts. Tell him the other thing, Daphne. Harry looked up at Ginny's words and then back to Daphne. You don't have to say anything else if you don't want to. No, Ginny's right. I should tell you and make you aware of it instead of it being a surprise. That spell did damage mostly to my back but some to my front. Especially this muscle here. Daphne waved sort of over her left chest and Harry nodded. They may not look quite the same after all the bandages come off. Daphne had lowered her head at this point and Harry could almost feel that she was about to cry. Leaning in to carefully hug Daphne, Harry whispered in her ear. Even if it does, it won't mean that I or Ginny or Hermione will love you any less. Daphne tilted her head so she could nuzzle Harry's cheek. But I want to be perfect for you, Harry, for all of you. You are sweetums. That will never change as long as you love us as we love you. Daphne did break down at that point and Harry arranged himself as best he could to hold her and not disturb her wrapped up shoulder. The size of the dressings had been reduced a lot, but it was still pretty considerable. Ginny and Hermione came over to console their future wife as best they could. It took a few minutes for Daphne to regain her composure, and then all of them laughed as Ginny's stomach let go a little rumble. That sound brought a smile finally to Daphne's face. Harry smiled at all his girls and then let go a sigh. Why don't the two of you head back to the mansion and get some food and a nap in? I'll stay here with Daphne and get some breakfast arranged for Tori when the breakfast cart comes round or somebody else comes to visit. Ginny tried to stifle a yawn but failed at it, and Hermione came over to give Daphne a quick peck on the lips. We'll be back in 4 or 5 hours. Take your time. I've got another sleeping potion to take anyway. I'd ask Harry to leave too, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to leave me alone. You got that right. Ginny and Hermione came over to give Harry a hug and key before they left, and Harry asked Ginny to go down the hall and harass Sirius before they went home. Ginny got a small smile and said she would scare him enough to make sure he took all his medicines. Harry laughed and then waved to his wives again as they slipped out of the room. Harry and Daphne talked for another 15 minutes before Harry prodded her enough to take the sleeping potion that had been sitting on her bedside table. Daphne agreed only on the condition that Harry would stay with her until she woke up. Harry ed her on the lips and held Daphne until she relaxed into slumber. Harry summoned one of the pillows from the bed Astoria was sleeping on and tried to make himself comfortable in the chair. He fell asleep holding on to Daphne's hand about 5 minutes after she dropped off. A very cautious hand shook the shoulder of the messy-haired young wizard sleeping in the chair. Harry sprang to his feet with his wand pointing toward the person who woke him. A feminine hand made an effort to cover his mouth to prevent Harry from shouting out. Stupid seeker reflexes, Tracy Davis said as Harry swayed just a bit, rubbing the sleep out of the corner of one eye. There was a muffled snicker from the other side of the room, and Harry looked over to see that Draco was perched on the corner of Astoria's bed. Who? What? How did you get in here? Harry finally managed to get out. My name is Tracy Davis, and that is Draco Black. I know who you are. I was just surprised to see you here. How did you get by the guard outside? We had to surrender our wands, Draco said as he rose up and came over to Tracy's side. So how is she? She is hungry and would like to get a lot more sleep. But is glad to have visitors anyway. Tracy had rushed by Harry as the first words had come out of Daphne's mouth. The two girls had hugged each other as best they could, with one of Daphne's arms immobilized and floating in midair. Hey, why didn't you wake me up sooner? A sleepy voice came from Astoria as she sat up in the other bed and yawned. Now we're in trouble, Draco whispered to Harry quite loudly. Oh, be quiet. How are you doing, sis? Astoria had left her bed and ducked under Daphne's raised arm to give her sister a small hug. There was a small whisper between the two girls, and then Astoria looked at Harry and Draco. Would one of you prime examples of malehood go fetch a nurse or a healer for my sister? An alarmed Harry immediately rushed to the bedside and anxiously looked at Daphne. What's happened? Are you hurting? What do you need? Daphne shook her head with a small grin on her face. I'm okay, really. Just go and fetch somebody to release this arm for a few minutes. Please. I've an idea of what's going on, Harry. Let's go find the nurse's station so the young lady can get out of bed and use the facilities. Harry blushed, but Tracy had come back over to slap Draco's arm. A little couth, if you can manage it. Daphne needn't be embarrassed any further. It's bad enough she can't get up and move around like she would like. Harry nudged Draco. Let's get out of here and do what she wants before you stick your foot in your mouth again. I think the ladies would like to talk for a while without our hovering. We can go check and see if the tea shop is open too. Scones, please. Blueberry if they have it. And tea. Harry rolled his eyes at Astoria's request but walked out with Draco behind him. A new Auror named Thornton was standing guard and fighting off his tiredness. Harry said he would see about getting the man some coffee or tea, and the Auror seemed to perk up a bit. The two friends then walked down the hallway and directed the first nurse they found to Daphne's room. They also found their way around the floor and found the waitress opening the doors to the tea room. The two friends sat down for a small breakfast and Harry began a good-natured interrogation of Draco's intentions toward Tracy Davis. Meanwhile, back in Daphne's room, Astoria and Tracy were finally getting the better-than-eyewitness account of her injury and how it had happened. Astoria immediately broke down crying again while Daphne's neighbor and friend Tracy had to pick her jaw up from the floor. Umbridge. It was Umbridge. That little toad-faced piece of garbage. How dare she? You don't know the whole history of Harry and that. Astoria looked ready to curse. Ooh, I wish I could say it, that witch. She doesn't like Harry for some reason as he's just an upstart half-blood in her pudgy little eyes. Harry's embarrassed her at every turn, had her fired and caught her brother. Her brother was thrown through the veil for trying to kill Ginny and him. I didn't know that, Tracy responded. No wonder she's out for him. As if she had a chance. Daphne smiled at her friend's outrage. There's going to be a serious discussion when I get out of here as to whether Harry or his wives are going to let me have dibs on hexing that evil toad. Astoria sniffled from the foot of the bed. You best not forget I'm in that line also, sis. I won't forget, Tori. But you'll probably have to settle for kicking a corpse. If there's that much left. Both Tracy and Astoria let loose a little giggle as they imagined what Harry or Daphne's vengeance would be. And then Daphne reached out and grabbed Tracy's hand and pulled her down to sit on the bed. But that's enough about me for now. Give it up, Tracy. Give what up? How long have you and Draco been an item? Tracy blushed just a little bit but looked back at her friend with a knowing smirk. This is all your fault, you know. Huh. Both Daphne and Astoria looked at each other with more than a little confusion. If you hadn't been so smitten and had those wills, and Harry, thrown at you, I wouldn't have felt so lonely for a bit. Don't protest. We're still very good friends, but I saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. Add into that a certain bloke's change of attitude and you have the beginning of two slightly lonely people wandering around contemplating their losses. Draco got cast aside by Pansy and her family along with all the previous friends he had in Slytherin. I initially felt sorry for him and offered a non-judgmental ear for him to vent on. We started having a few conversations and I was pleasantly surprised that he wasn't the total imbecile he had been during his first few years at school. He eventually told me about his home life and his sorry excuse for a father. I felt more than a little flattered he could trust me like that. So are two? Astoria asked. We haven't decided if we are going to be serious yet or not. That's not what that key I saw at the cup match between you two said to me, Daphne said as she looked at her sister. They key Ed. Astoria chortled. I don't know how you missed it as you were in the same box as them. It was good and long enough to get their own picture in the Prophet. Who's getting their picture in the Prophet? As he walked back into the room, Harry saw that Tracy's face had turned red enough to rival Ginny's hair. Harry put the tray down on the nearest chair as he got a brief explanation from Daphne through their link. Winking at Astoria, Harry attempted to get close to Tracy and tried and key her cheek. Tracy fled from her chair with a mild shriek and sought shelter with the person that had followed Harry into the room. They're picking on me, Draco, Tracy whined. Did I just do something wrong? Harry asked with just a little bit of cheek. Daphne was shaking with laughter but then grimaced and reached a hand across her body to rub her shoulder. You know you weren't supposed to do that, Sweetums, Harry admonished. It was Daphne's turn to have flushed cheeks as both Draco and Tracy echoed back the Sweetums nickname. Tracy was especially amused. You'll have to turn in your green robes now, Lady Greengrass. I am not sure that anybody in Slytherin House has ever been called Sweetums. I only allow a few people permission to say that to my face. If I hear one whisper of that nickname from anybody else once we get back to school, I know who to hunt down and punish. Sweetums. That must mean that the pain potions have really done their job on you, Greengrass. On maybe just the mere presence of your fiancé has you all flittered. A flittered. Are we still in the 17th century, ferret face? Harry tried to say with a straight face. Might as well be for all the sense that some females in the room display scar head. A very icy voice broke into the conversation between the two boys. Did I happen to mention that they've put my wand right near my hand just in case somebody gets by the or on guard? Draco turned away from mock-insulting Harry to see that both Daphne and Astoria had their wands loosely aimed at his midsection. Draco held up his hands in surrender and retreated to the other bed to wait quietly. Harry picked up the tray and brought it over to set in at Daphne's good side. He took off the cover to reveal 4 scones and 2 cups of tea. I brought you back some tea too, Daphne, but I'm not sure that Tori will share those scones she wanted. Astoria huffed at Harry's words, but any further wordplay or discussions were interrupted by a knock on the door. Orr Thornton opened the door and a tall, thin male healer came into the room. He was followed by a nurse that was carrying another tray. Good morning, Lady Greengrass. I'm the healer that's been assigned to your case. My name is Pierce. You can call me BF. What's the BF stand for? A curious Astoria asked. Anything you want. I hope it makes my patients relax a little as they try to figure that out instead of worrying about their injuries. It won't stand for boyfriend, so I'll ask whichever one of these 2 fine young wizards is yours to escort the other one out of the room so I can examine your shoulder. Harry looked at Draco and Draco looked back at Harry, neither one willing to make any sort of revealing movement that might give the healer any indication of a relationship. Tracy, seeing the standoff, went and pulled both boys out of their places and pushed them out the door. Stay. Make nice with each other. Tracy giggled at the expressions on their faces and closed the door with a wink. Harry shook his head sadly and then looked over to Draco. You had to go date her. It seemed a good idea at the time, Draco responded. Harry thought for a couple of seconds and then thrust out his hand. Congratulations, and may Merlin have pity on your future. The 2 boys looked at each other for a second and then broke out laughing. At least I have enough sense to only have one girlfriend. Whereas you. Harry hung his head but did look up, grinning. He pointed down the hall to where 2 chairs sat together and the 2 friends went to sit down and talk quietly until they were allowed back in the room. It was raining in Ottery Street. Catchpole is a certain father and husband apparated home. Arthur rolled his eyes as the cool morning rain quickly drenched his head and ran down the back of his collar. Just what I needed after the night I had. I wonder if all the girls are still here. Arthur thought. Good morning, Weasleys and others. The cheery shout out as Arthur stepped through the front door of the burrow momentarily froze everyone in their places. Molly was just putting the last of the breakfast dishes into the sink while the twins were helping Angelina and Alicia into their cloaks as they were obviously about ready to flow home. Percy was still nursing his cup of tea at the table while Ron and Luna were sitting close together, whispering so that Fred and George didn't catch on as to what they were saying. Everybody unfroze and came to cluster around him as they bombarded him with questions about his night helping out the Orrs. No, we didn't catch the person that tried to get to Harry, but the Orrs were busy all night with the drunken fans from both sides and some other troublemakers. I'm sure there will be something in the Daily Prophet about the unpleasantness after the match. Seeing the tired look on her husband's face, Molly made her way to his side and gave him a nice long hug after he hung up his topcoat. Do you want some supper now or just breakfast? I've got some roast beef and mash that won't take any time to reheat. Are you going to have to go back into work immediately? Before answering his wife, his son's girlfriends approached, saying their goodbyes to Arthur and thanking him for the invitation to the game and the interrupted overnight camping. He smiled and said that he was sorry that things didn't work out as planned, but he hoped to see Alicia and Angelica again before everyone returned to Hogwarts. The 2 girls nodded and, under the watchful eye of Molly, gave Fred and George's cheeks a quick key, before entering the hearth and flowing away. Luna had went and fetched her hooded jacket while the 2 older girls were saying their goodbyes and was just about to head out for the path to her home. Ron offered to walk her back, but she stopped him with a raised hand. Thank you for the offer, Ronald, but no. This is the perfect weather to catch the pink-tinched Dualbrambers out doing their dances, and I know I've mentioned that they don't like having redheads watch them. I'm sure your father also wants to have a family meeting about what happened after we all left last night. Bye everybody. Flo, call me later, Ron. About 4 would be convenient for my schedule. All that was said and Luna disappeared out the door before Ron could try arguing back that he didn't mind walking her back home. Fred and George came over and turned their dumbstruck brother around and walked him to the table. Arthur let go a little chuckle and sat himself down to answer the questions he knew everyone wanted to ask. First off, I'll just have breakfast Mollykins and then I'm going to go take a kip upstairs. Madam Bones ordered me to stay home today and take it easy after assisting her all night. She said she would square it with the ministry and even Minister Fudge if need be. Everyone seemed impressed the head Auror would go to bat for Arthur like that. Molly headed back to the kitchen to start fixing up another plate for her husband. Arthur called out just loud enough for her to hear that Luna was right about a family meeting, as she relit the stove. While everyone was waiting for the last serving of breakfast, Ron told his father of their visit to St. Mungo's and that Daphne had regained consciousness and had asked to see Harry, Ginny, Hermione and Astoria as soon as she could have visitors. Arthur gave a relieved sigh at that news as he had also been worrying about Daphne all during the night. It only took a few minutes for Molly to have a plate of eggs, a rasher of bacon and toast sitting in front of her husband. The Weasleys sat at the table and watched as Arthur crammed down the breakfast with the speed and enthusiasm that most had only seen coming from Ron. Arthur pushed the plate away finally and thanked Molly for her usual good fare. Finishing his tea with a small smile, Arthur placed it down and picked up his wand and cast a silencing spell over the room. Everybody sit down. There's more disturbing news than the attack on Harry and Daphne's injury. What I'm telling you is not to leave this house except for informing Ginny and her spouses. Although I'm pretty sure that Sirius or Remus will have told them already. Arthur. Molly sat down with a very worried look on her face. The attack on Harry, Daphne was serious enough, but she wondered what else that had happened that ended up with her husband helping Madam Bones all night. There's no way the DMLE was able to handle the crowds after the match last night. A lot of the Irish and Bulgarian fans ended up drunk and wandering around fighting with each other and tearing things about. The Irish Aurors were quickly activated to help with crowd control, but most of the Bulgarian state security forces didn't respond for one reason or another. Amanda, Madam Bones, had to turn every available Auror she could call on out to patrol the grounds. That's why she asked me to help coordinate the patrols and reports. That's quite an honor to be called up for official duty like that, Percy said. It was more about me being there than anything else, I think. Sirius and Alastor Moody. He's the one they call Mad Eye. One of the twins asked. Fred, a little respect for the man. He's a highly respected and decorated war hero. Why's he called Mad Eye? Ron asked. Arthur cleared his throat before the topic wandered too far afield. Like I said, Sirius and Alastor were dispatched to see if there were any clues left in the tent about Harry's attacker, but they were called back and pressed into service also. Molly looked about ready to ask a series of questions but sensed that her husband had more disturbing news to tell them. She grabbed her chair and moved down the table to sit next to Arthur. Arthur smiled and clasped her hand and gave her a tender look. Sometime in the 15 minutes after Harry took Daphne to St. Mungo's and all of you returned here, a very major problem occurred. What sort of major complication? The twins asked together. With their mum glaring them into silence, Greg and Forge settled back down in their seats and watched their father. Somewhere between a dozen and 20 Death Eaters, or people dressed as Death Eaters, invaded the World Cup site with unknown motives or goals. Death Eaters, squeaked out Ron. Only the presence of her children kept Molly from swearing out at the existence of the people who had killed her brothers. Arthur gave a small tug on her hand and pulled her into a sideways hug until everyone had settled back with shocked faces. There were battles between the Aurors and the supposed Death Eaters. There were also attacks on the fans from both sides as they rampaged around the camps. Many people were injured, including Sirius, although Remus told us it wasn't too bad. Madam Bones ordered him to report to St. Mungo's for treatment. I'm not sure if he went because she was the head Auror or she's his girlfriend. Double whammy there, George said. He couldn't not ignore that order, Fred said, laughing. A fist pounded on the table and everyone was shocked at the look on Arthur's face. This is not the time for joking around. People were killed last night. Both muggles and magicals. Arthur, Molly said a little tearily. Who were they? Arthur turned his attention back to his wife. Nobody we know personally, but I can't tell you the names I heard. It's classified until the ministry releases that information. There was silence around the table for a few minutes as everyone digested the information. Almost everyone was surprised when Arthur bitterly gave out the last of the information he held. One of the invaders that was positively identified was Bellatrix Lestrange. She personally killed at least 2 people that we know of. Harry, Ginny and Neville are going to be very upset, Ron commented. And lastly, the dark mark was cast over the stadium before the Death Eaters vanished into the shadows. This time Molly couldn't hold back and swore out loud. Arthur stood up from the table and went toward the stairs. I wished I hadn't had to tell you all this, but you should know the facts. I'm not sure I can go to sleep now, but I'm really tired. Molly followed her husband up the stairs, but not before telling everyone to stay where they were. She went up the stairs and there was about 5 minutes of silence before she reappeared and sat down at the table. She looked at her sons for a few seconds and then rested her head on her hands for a breath or two. I sincerely hope things aren't starting up again and this was merely a random attack led by Bellatrix Lestrange to cause havoc and raise everybody's fears. That being said, there are actions we should probably be taking. Percy, you ought to go check with Penelope before you go to the ministry and check things out with your new boss. Mr. Crouch, I'm sure there's a lot of confusion in the ministry right now because of what's happened. Mr. Crouch might appreciate an extra set of hands to help him out now. You aren't asking me to spy on the ministry, are you, Mum? Percy asked. Of course not, but you might get an idea of what's actually going on before the rest of us do. That's all I'm asking, and you might make a good impression on Mr. Crouch for your willingness to help out. That's something to think about. I think I'll call Penelope before I go change to go to the ministry. Percy stood up from the table and headed for the hearth. Molly let go a sigh and then turned her sights on the twins. You too. Yes, Mum. If you're working on something for Harry, Ginny or Hermione out in that trailer, I suggest you finish it up and maybe think of some other things for them. I've got a very bad feeling in my heart that Harry may become a target again if it really is who's followers becoming active again. You're actually encouraging us to go do our experiments and inventions. Molly smiled. Only as it applies to keeping your sister, Harry and Hermione safer. Go on with you. Get to work. The twins headed for the door in the work trailer that Harry had delivered during the summer. They paused at the door when Molly called out to them. Boys. Yes, Mum. Do try not to blow yourselves up too badly. Ronald might get sick if he eats your portions on top of his. The twins' mouths dropped open at that comment but quickly recovered. They snapped their heels together smartly, saluted their mother and then headed out the door. Mum. Really? Isn't it better that they actually have a course of direction than just left to their own ideas? I suppose so, Ron said. I guess I'll go up to my room and double check my potions homework. Maybe I can get an A from Madam Black or whoever's replacing Snape. Excuse me, ex-Professor Snape. Hold on, your father and I have something for you to do now too. Me? Asked the surprised boy. Good, what is it? Molly leaned in and lowered her voice to her youngest son. You are going to write to Charlie. What? I thought you would like to tell your brother about what happened at the World Cup match. All the exciting details about the play and what was going on around the grounds. You needn't mention those Vila at all. Ginny told me how you and your brothers reacted to seeing them. That was shameful, Ronald. But I suppose I can understand it. It doesn't mean I want you anywhere near those creatures ever again. Is that understood, young man? Yes, Mum. But why am I writing to Charlie? Because you probably haven't written to him in 5 or 6 months for starters. And you need to find out something from him. A new ward or spell. I don't understand at all. You're, in the course of the letter, are to ask your brother if he's learned any new spells or wards in his work that would help us out around here with the chickens. Tell him that the badgers got in the henhouse 4 nights ago, and we don't know what to do next. Is that supposed to be some sort of code phrase? Molly leaned forward and patted her son's hand. Your father and I have told you that we fought against he who must not be named and the Death Eaters in the war all those years ago. Yes, but it was a shock to everyone when Harry defeated the Dark Lord. There was a huge celebration that lasted for days even though a lot of people privately mourned the deaths of Harry's parents. He still doesn't like Halloweens much. That's very understandable given the circumstances. But back to the story. A lot of people weren't quite sure if who was really gone for good or if he was going to come back someday. He was a very powerful wizard after all. Your father and I weren't especially happy that William and Charlie found jobs that required them to go far away. Before they packed up and left, we sat down with each of them and decided that we wanted to try and warn them if things started going bad here at home. That phrase about the badgers in the henhouse seemed harmless enough as to not arouse any suspicions if somebody intercepted the correspondence between our family members. Okay. Does everybody else in the family know about this? We've told Percy, but the twins and Ginny don't know yet. Your father and I will probably sit down with the twins before school starts and let you all know what happened in the war before, but I'm sure Ginny is highly aware of what any Death Eaters may be capable of. Can I go back to the hospital to see who's visiting with Daphne later? I want to make sure Ginny and the others are really okay. Of course. I'm sure Harry and the others would like some moral support after the injury to Daphne and learning about the problems and Death Eaters. If you decide to tell Luna about what your father said, I hope you would ask her to keep the news to herself. It's quite important for her safety, I would think. I think I'll go up to my room to start writing Charlie. I'll be writing a similar letter to William while you're doing that. So let me see what you come up with before we send them out by International Owl. Please remember to be quiet while you are going up and down the stairs. It's not often your father has to sleep during the daytime. Ron nodded and had a lot on his mind as he headed up the stairs. He was very conscious of the seriousness of what had happened after his family had left the cup grounds last night. He wondered if this feeling was anywhere close to what Harry, Hermione, and his sister had to be constantly aware of. He wondered if he should ask them and whether they might tell him the true answer to that question. Lady Augusta Longbottom had lost most of her joviality when her son Frank and his wife Alice had been committed to the long-term care of St. Mungo's. Her demeanor this morning as she regarded the two people in front of her was especially harsh. She believed the tall, bald-headed black or Shacklebolt had the training not to wilt under her fierce glare, but her Neville was doing any and everything to meet her gaze after the news that had just been delivered. So what you're telling me is that the wand that cast the dark mark last night at the World Quidditch Cup was identified as belonging to my grandson? Yes, ma'am. Ollivander himself was the one to identify the wand first thing this morning. I was sent to interview him. Surely you don't suspect that Neville, the scion of House Longbottom, would go so far as to be knowledgeable or powerful enough to create such a loathsome symbol of Lord Voldemort? The fact that Neville squeaked just a bit at the mention of the reviled name gave Kingsley enough information about the young man to relax a bit. The DMLE has no such suspicions, but I was ordered to get an accounting of how his wand ended up at the cup site. Even though Neville exhaled in relief that he wasn't actually a suspect, but there was still the awful looks he was getting from his grandmother and Shacklebolt to contend with. The Auror, however, relaxed his rigid stance and gave a small encouraging nod to him, and Neville swallowed noisily and began talking. After the match finished last night, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and I were headed for the Bones tent. In the course of getting there, we were met by Lady Ginny Potter and her father Arthur Weasley. Ginny told us that Harry had been attacked and Daphne Greengrass had been injured. Deciding that the girl's safety was more important than anything else, we all decided to flow to our homes instead of staying at the cup site. It was hard to make our way to the flow points with all the people returning to their tents and the Irish and Bulgarian fans fighting or celebrating through all the streets. We got caught up in a mob of Irish fans that kind of carried 3 or 4 blocks before we could struggle free from them. We finally got to the flow point and I didn't know I had lost my wand or had my pocket picked until I got home. That was about 11:45, I believe. I never meant to lose my wand. You have to believe that. Shacklebolt had been writing down Neville's account in a small notebook and closed it up with a snap and placed it in an inner pocket of his robes. He thanked Neville for the account and carefully handed his wand back to him. He also told Neville that he probably wouldn't be asked any more questions about the affair as they had blamed the casting of the dark mark on somebody else. Neville seemed even more relieved at that statement and gave the Auror a small bow as he gave his thanks. Shacklebolt then turned to Lady Longbottom and apologized again for the intrusion into her home life. Augusta nodded back and thanked the Auror for his discretion in questioning her grandson. Shacklebolt came forward and keyed the back of Madame Longbottom's hand and retreated from the room to report back to the ministry. Neville breathed another sigh of relief as the Auror left the room, but then braced himself to face whatever his grandmother had to say to him. He didn't have long to wait. It is absolutely unconscionable that you lost your wand, Neville, and I'm highly disappointed with you. It is an embarrassment to the Longbottom reputation that there is any association with the casting of that dark mark. Unless you have something specific for school that you need from Diagon Alley, you are restricted to the hall and its greenhouses until you leave for Hogwarts. You cannot go visiting Hannah or Susan. Neville winced a little at that last part of the punishment but hung his head as he knew the punishment was appropriate and fair. I'll go owl them both and tell them what has happened this morning. Neville bowed to his grandmother and turned sadly to head out and write letters to his girlfriends. He was almost out of the room when his name was called out. Yes, Grams. You were restricted from going to see your girlfriends. I never said that they couldn't come here and see you. Augusta almost broke out in a grin as she saw the change in her grandson's face. Go write them and tell them how and why you were interrogated by an Auror this morning. Yes, Grams. Thank you very much. I love you too, Neville. As the boys sat in the hallway waiting for Healer Pierce to finish examining Daphne, Harry tried to find out if Draco's mum was going to be taking over the potions class for all 7 years at Hogwarts. With Severus officially dead, it was either find a last-minute replacement or Narcissa handling all of the potions classes. I wish I knew the answer, Draco said. She said that Dumbledore was searching for another potions master, but neither he nor my mom have heard anything definite on the subject. So how weird is it going to be having Sissy for your head of house? Draco shook his head. I'm not sure if I'm happy about that or not. It's like you with Sirius running Dada. You don't want any favors, but you don't want to be singled out or ignored because of the family connection. Yes, I know what you mean. It will be kind of hard to pull any pranks with a marauder father that knows all the angles and tricks. Whatever Draco was going to answer that with was interrupted as they heard their names called out from the direction of the elevator. Harry and Draco looked up at the sound of new footsteps in the hallway and saw that Dumbledore, McGonagall and Narcissa were rushing to meet them. The two boys stood up as the trio approached and Harry put a small smile on his face. Narcissa gave Draco and then Harry a quick hug and Harry responded to the main question he saw on the three faces. Daphne will be okay, although it might be a day or two before she gets to go home. There's a healer examining her now. That's why we're out here. Daphne took an explosive cutting spell to her shoulder as she pushed me out of the way of the attack. Who would try such a horrid thing? Narcissa asked. I only got a glimpse of her as she disappeared, but it sure looked like Dolores Umbridge. Harry heard Minerva K in a deep breath in reaction to the mention of the former senior undersecretary to Minister Fudge. Umbridge's escalating antagonism against the Potters had been developing since their second year, and having her around was bad news for all the parties that were present. Dumbledore was shaking his head sadly. I regret leaving the cup site right after the match last night. By the time we were notified of your attack and the presence of the apparent Death Eaters, it was after they had disappeared. I expect Minister Fudge will take the opportunity to blame Madam Bones for the problems. Harry frowned. That's what I thought. There's always hope that he'll do one thing right and at least announce that one of the apparent Death Eaters was positively identified as Bellatrix. In case you haven't heard officially, one of the Muggles who was killed was Patrick Creevey, Colin's father. Harry saw the shocked look that came to all three adults and the start that Draco gave beside him. Harry winced as he hadn't remembered to mention that particular casualty to Draco or Tracy before. He apologized for being the bearer of such horrible news, but the four seemed not to take it as his fault. He wondered if Astoria had broken the news to her sister yet. Oh, and Sirius got tangled up in some of the firefights and got his knee damaged with a minor spell. He's down in room 503 if you want to go down and relieve his boredom. Oh, schnitz. Harry. I totally forgot about Gracie in all the excitement. Dobby. The usually excited house elf popped into the corridor but looked like he had been awake all night and possible crying. His ears were drooping and he refused to look up from the floor. I'm very sorry. Did Harry Potter need poor excuse for a house elf Dobby for anything? Yes, Dobby. Could you please do me a favor? Darn. Make that too. Go to Trader's Rest and tell Kefi that Daphne is here in the hospital and would like to see her. Dobby, Trite and Yasal are extremely upset and sorry that Lady Daphne was hurt while we were absent from the Potter tent last night. We are awaiting your and Lady Daphne's punishment for not being present and guarding everyone like we were supposed to do. Harry went down to one knee to deal with his upset friend. I have no punishment to assign you or the others. It was not your fault. So tell the other house elves I will probably be home in a few hours. I also need you to go and fetch Gracie from the burrow. Sirius is down in room 503 with a minor injury and would probably like to see his daughter if she's up and dressed. I will go ask Lord Harry. And thank you. Dobby hugged Harry around the knees and then threw his yellow cape over one shoulder. He snapped his fingers, disappearing with a small pop. That was very kind of you, Harry. Not blaming your house elves, McGonagall said. I've already been yelled at by a number of very attractive females about blaming myself for Daphne's injury, so the only one I'm going to blame is Umbridge. Narcissa nodded her agreement. That's right. There's only one person you should be blaming and she's not anywhere near here. I would encourage you to go to Gringotts and talk to Rotkill or Ragnarok about what punishments a certain witch might be due after attacking a friend of the Goblin Nation. Harry's mouth dropped open in surprise. I never thought of a reaction from that direction. Draco chuckled. And after all this time you've been hanging out with us devious Slytherins. Harry, you have got to pay better attention. Dumbledore, McGonagall and Narcissa all laughed at the mild admonishment. Seeing that there was no sign of the healer appearing from inside Daphne's room, Narcissa excused herself and headed back down the hallway. I might as well go see how my dear cousin is while we're waiting to see Lady Greengrass. Lady Greengrass? Harry asked. Isn't that a bit formal? I need to start slipping back into teacher mode. That means addressing you, students, by titles instead of your common names. At least in public. So no more Drocky poo in the mornings. Harry smirked. Draco reacted and started to yell, but he was hit by a quick silencing spell by his mother. Narcissa let loose with one of her deadlier glares and Harry quickly apologized to Draco. Draco nodded, but Harry could tell he wasn't quite satisfied by the words. When Narcissa headed back down the hall, he took Draco by the elbow and dragged him away the other way for a few feet. Narcissa gave them both a long look before she knocked at Sirius' door and slipped inside. Harry bowed his head and started apologizing again. I didn't mean to sound so insulting, Draco. I've been up most of the night and have been very worried about. It's okay, Harry. You've got a lot on your mind. I've been thinking about Daphne and my Aunt Bellatrix too. I guess we're both lucky we didn't run into her last night. Harry's eyes widened. I never thought that those people might have been after specific targets. It might have been a fortuitous coincidence that Madame Umbridge's attack on you almost failed, Harry, came a gentle deep voice from next to Harry's shoulder. Harry turned around to see that Dumbledore and McGonagall had followed along behind them and had overheard the few words the two exchanged. Harry must have looked puzzled at the headmaster's comment because Minerva explained. It got you and Daphne away from the cup site before the Death Eaters arrived. Since you're such a trouble magnet, Harry offered with a rueful grin. Well, yes. It also alerted Madame Bones that there was more going on than just a bunch of rowdy and drunken fans. Her turning out all the ores that were available probably did a lot from keeping those followers from causing more deaths and injuries. And it got his wives and the Weasley family out of potential attack, Draco murmured. Harry felt a little faint and sat down on the nearest chair. Not only had Daphne been seriously injured, but there was a definite possibility that the Death Eaters might have been coming after him and his family. And maybe Draco and who knows who else. On top of that, to be so blatant about the Dark Mark could mean that the Death Eaters were getting reorganized and starting to attack again. Did it also mean that Voldemort was back again? Harry felt his heart seem to pause for a long second before it started beating again. Dumbledore and McGonagall had seen the looks of panic that had come over both Draco and Harry. Before either could offer any words of consolation to the boys, they all heard a door open down the corridor and Healer Pierce and the nurse exited Daphne's room. Seeing Harry, Draco and the others, the healer walked toward them to report his findings. Lady Greengrass, Daphne, is healing up as well as can be expected from the seriousness of her injuries. She will have one additional small portion of Skelligro to take this evening just to make sure that the bones in her shoulder are strong enough to resume normal activities. Now it's more or less a matter of getting the muscles and nerves to regain normal strength and coordination back. There was a lot of muscle and nerve damage, and she may have to go home with some pain medications for a day or two. That's good news then, Harry ventured. For the most part. There will be some scarring, but I'm sure the young lady knows enough about concealing charms and dress selection not to be very self-conscious about the end results. So how much longer will Miss Greengrass be staying? McGonagall asked. I'm pretty sure it might be tomorrow afternoon, but she'll have to take it easy for a few days, Pierce said. Draco bent sideways to whisper into Harry's ear. She'll be at the mercy of some more of your interesting bedside manner, I imagine. Harry poked him in the ribs as he stood to shake Healer Pierce's hand. Thank you for everything you've done then. Pierce shook his hand but demurred gracefully. It wasn't all me. There were a number of healers that worked on your friend when she first came in, and she has enough of what we shall call stubbornness to not give in to the pain or the seriousness of the injury. In this case, she was focused on healing. Well, I've got other patients to go check on, so if you will excuse me. Oh, and you may all go in and visit her now. Harry watched the healer walk away for about a second, and then he was the first one to head toward room 514 and see how Daphne really was. Draco, McGonagall and Dumbledore hurried to catch up with him. Bellatrix was lying face down on her bed when there came a solid knock on her door. How dare you disturb me? What could you possibly want now? The door was cracked open and it was Gindrick's voice that addressed her. I was instructed to let you know that the 2 new potion masters just arrived. They are meeting with Lord Voldemort right now. Bellatrix fought off the pain in her back that moving generated and started to rise. I'll be right there. You should have informed me the minute that they arrived. Stay and rest. Your orders from our Lord are to wait in your room until one of those healers can check on you and treat you. Both for your back and the baby. Bellatrix roared out her anger. How dare you say that out loud? This is a matter between me and Lord Voldemort. Who else knows about this? Just me and the vampire. I was forbidden to even mention this to my own sons. Then I shall hear no other comments from the other followers then. If I do then. You would do well to remember that this is a matter that won't remain a secret as your condition progresses. Unless, of course, you are planning on staying in your quarters for the duration. Damn you, Von Raubiscus. Be gone. You've delivered your message. Let our master know I hear and obey his orders and will follow the potion master's directives. But I will be up and attending him by tomorrow morning. Of course. There was the slightest bit of scorn in Gindrick's last comment, and the door had closed before Bellatrix could curse at him again. Shaking her head, Bellatrix slowly rose to her feet and made her way slowly to her private loo. She would have to clean up and make herself at least presentable with unbloodied clothes before the Oriental Potion Master came to look at her. Bellatrix wondered what new impositions would keep her from her master's side. Harry knocked softly but then pushed open the door. I've brought some odd people who'd like to see you. Daphne looked up with a small smile. I guess I have no choice as I'm sort of a captive here in my room for at least another day. But I've at least made a little progress. Harry saw that Healer Pierce had released the blonde's arm from its position of floating in midair. She now had the shoulder bound and had a sling holding her arm next to her body. She looked a lot more relaxed with her arm in a more normal position as she talked to the person standing at her bedside. Getting out of the way of Dumbledore and McGonagall, Harry gestured for the female to join him in a small conference away from bedside. Casting a wandless silencing spell, as well as a notice me not charm over their conference, Harry bowed his head and fell to his knees once she had followed him over. I beg your forgiveness, Kafi. I failed your mistress and I have failed you. I have not kept my promise to always protect and serve her and beg for your punishment and forgiveness. I will try to do better in the future. There was a period of several long seconds where Harry knew the house elf was thinking about his heartfelt words. Then he was surprised to feel Daphne's head elf kneel beside him so that she could look up in his face. Lord Harry, it is not proper that you should kneel and beg forgiveness of one such as me. I understand your distress, but neither one of us would or could spend every second of either of our lives watching Lady Daphne's back. She would not allow it for one, and, despite our devotion to her, we have our own lives to contend with. Kafi shyly reached for Harry's hand after she stood up and pulled on it with a surprising strength. When he had reluctantly stood up, Kafi shocked him by hugging him as best she could. She quietly released him and took a step back to address him again. Lord Harry, my Lady Daphne explained to me that she was injured in preventing you from being struck from behind and killed. While I hated she made that choice, I do understand that she would be just as grief-stricken by your death as she was at the loss of her parents. Please don't blame yourself for the cowardice and hatred of another. Thank you, Kafi, for understanding my sorrow. Daphne is supposed to return home tomorrow, and I'm sure that she will be glad to get back to her own home and your fine care. Will you be remaining here today? It is as my mistress asks. I can do no more than follow her bidding. Harry nodded as he cancelled the spells surrounding Kafi and him. They turned back to see that Tracy and Draco were saying goodbye to the two Greengrasses, Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry hurried back to thank them for visiting, and the pair said that they would probably be back either in the afternoon or the evening to check in on Daphne again and to keep her from going stir crazy. Receiving a hug from Tracy, Harry quipped that he didn't want her boyfriend to get upset with him with the show of friendship. Draco pulled Tracy away from Harry and said that he had been away from his wives too long if he thought he could get away with stealing somebody else's girl. Tracy's cheeks flushed and she slapped Draco on the arm as they exited the room. The morning prophet came with breakfast, Harry, but it's just a special edition about the World Cup match with nothing about what happened after. There's at least 3 speeches from Fudge about the magical cooperation and other such things. Harry took the abbreviated paper and glanced through it as the others visited with Daphne and Astoria. It was a good report of the match, but Harry got no satisfaction out of reading the accounts. He wanted to see the reports about what happened after the match had been finished. He had a sinking feeling he would be awfully disappointed when the paper finally arrived, though. Dumbledore and McGonagall stayed for another 10 minutes visiting with Harry, Daphne and Astoria before they took their leave. Harry reminded them of Sirius room number, and Dumbledore said that they would go visit for a while and see that he wasn't too bored with his enforced confinement. Daphne thanked the pair again for their visit but turned an eye toward Harry once the headmaster and his wife had left the room. I need to have a private talk with you, Harry. Tori, Kafi told me that Gracie is down visiting Sirius in his room. Would you and her mind going and visiting for 10 or 15 minutes so Harry and I can have some privacy? Astoria had been sorting through the mail that Kafi had brought but dropped the pile on the other bed in the room. I suppose it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience as long as Harry promises me that he won't do anything more than snogging you while we're gone. Astoria Metrice Greengrass. I'll get you for that, Tori. Astoria giggled. The both of you are way too easy. Kafi, I need to go home to take a quick shower and change clothes before coming back. Would you mind taking me and bringing me back? Kafi looked at Daphne for permission and then held out her hand for Astoria. Astoria quickly keyed her sister and told Harry he must keep those boots on the floor. She giggled again at the looks of annoyance on Harry's and Daphne's faces. Astoria waved as she and Kafi disappeared with a little shrug of the house elf's shoulders. Harry growled just a little at Astoria's antics, but then he felt a locking charm being applied to the door and turned to see that Daphne had her wand aimed at entranceway. I thought they would never leave. Do you want me to take a hike also? I'm sure you're exhausted from everyone visiting and the doctor changing your dressing all over again. Don't be a ninny. Daphne crooked her index finger at Harry and patted the bed beside her. When Harry had settled down beside her, Daphne reached out and dragged Harry's head toward her by wrapping her good hand around the back of his neck and tugging. After a good long key that had both of them humming and breathless after a minute or two, Harry relaxed and let his forehead rest against Daphne's. I've been wanting to do that since I handed you off to the healers last night. And I wasn't quite sure that I would ever get the chance to ever do that again, Jamie. There was a deep silence for a couple of seconds and then Harry collapsed on Daphne's good shoulder. She didn't exactly know what to do when she heard him sobbing and then felt hot tears soaking through her hospital-issued pajama top. Daphne held Harry close for a number of minutes and ran her hand through his hair and over his back to try and comfort him. Harry eventually shook his head and straightened up, wiping his cheeks and hastily casting a drying charm to Daphne's top. I'm so sorry for doing that. I was just so scared when I saw how bad you got hit last night. I wasn't sure if you. I know what you mean, Harry. I should have reacted faster with my wand instead of just pushing you away, but now you know how your wives and I react when you do something so heroically stupid. Since you're going to be getting to normal soon and you did save my life, I'm going to dispute that stupid action and say that it was truly brilliant. Okay. But I don't want you to ever do that again. Daphne frowned. I'll make that promise when you promise me that you won't step in between trouble and me, or Nani, or Jin. The two stared at each other for a period of 5 seconds and then both laughed. How about we agree that we try not to get into any more life-threatening circumstances? I swear, princess, that I never try to get into any critical situations. They just seem to find you. I'm becoming very aware of that. It's still not too late to back out and watch from the sidelines, Harry offered. Daphne looked around at the hospital room and the shoulder and arm that were still wrapped up. And give up all this. Before Harry could respond, Daphne held up a hand. Don't try to talk me out taking my place at your side. Or watching your back. You can't argue that you don't need the three of us to watch out for you. That's kind of obvious, and thank you again very much, Lady Greengrass. Harry, I know you don't like discussing the so-called life debts between all of us, but I would like to make some maybe not unreasonable requests of you at this time. Harry waited and Daphne winked and waggled her eyebrows at him. You're learning incorrigible from Ginny. Probably. Not like having a serious shock of reality to scramble ideas and priorities about. If you wanted to get around Tori's request, you could slip your boots off and join me in bed. Harry looked a little uncomfortable, but Daphne reached out and clasped his hand. Maybe not now then. I'm not insisting you throw me into bed and have your way with me when we get home. Good. At least until I'm fully recovered. I have told you that it was always your decision as to how far or fast you wanted this relationship to proceed. I don't want to have this attack suddenly forcing you into changing your mind about what you wanted before. That is something to talk about. Both with you and your wives. I can agree with that. I've also had a chance between pain potions to make some other decisions. Any of them I'm going to object to? I hope not. That's why I'm bringing them up now. So what do you want, or what have you decided? Am I going to have to go get some paper and pens to make out a long list? Daphne swatted his hand gently. No. The list isn't very long, nor is it very complicated. The first thing we do together after I get out is going to Diagon Alley and Gringotts. If you are not too tired. I don't want to go against your healer's directions. Then we'll have to bring our resident healer in training along as well as Hermione. Then I have no objection if you agree to that. What is so important? In case you've forgotten, my dear lover, you promised me a respectable engagement ring before the summer started. Would you mind terribly if we looked through the Greengrass vault for it first before we go looking in any of your other vaults? I think I owe it to my parents to consider keeping something of their in my legacy as a part of our commitment. Would you accept a token of an engagement ring you could wear? Harry nodded. A ring from you. I'll have to think about that. Not that I wouldn't be pleased and honored. I was considering asking you about the engagement ring first, but I wasn't sure if it was my place as the fiancé to get you a ring of my choice without consulting you. Having two wives hasn't taught you anything. I've learned not to make assumptions or to inadvertently insult or demean the very important ladies in my life. Harry leaned in and captured Daphne's lips with his own. I'm sure that the rest of Jamie's gems might want to catch up with your daily quota of key. Also. That's another point I'll get to. But I want something that only a Slytherin could really appreciate. A basilisk skin suit like you and the missus have. Not a problem. If there isn't any left over from the whole Chamber of Secrets debacle, I've heard of an armorer in Nocturne Alley that we can commission to create you one. It may be expensive, Harry. As opposed to the value of your life. I think not. I'll go check this afternoon after Ginny or Hermione come back. Doesn't somebody need to take my measurements for that? Harry smiled at that question. You'll have at least 3 volunteering for that choice assignment, but I suppose if they need accurate dimensions we should let Kefi do it. So where's the fun in that? I might enjoy having 2 or 3 pair of hands wandering around my body again. We never got to try out that big cushion in the main bedroom in our tent, Harry. I'm sure something could be arranged along those lines. Anything else on your short list there? I have one thing I've thought of. Despite all the other places you own hither and yon, is there any place you own that you or the others haven't gone to yet? Some place that the 4 of us can investigate and stay at for just one night before we go back to school. Someplace where our soon-to-be whole family can call our special place. At least the first of many. Yes, and I think I know just the place. A place where my parents spent at least part of their honeymoon at. I won't say any more that. I won't mention it to Hermione or Ginny so you can surprise the three of us. Daphne hesitated and then looked down at her slung arm. There's one more thing. A problem. I'm not sure, but I thought you should know that I'm going to have a scar or two whenever my arm gets out of this sling. Front and back. Harry frowned. You've seen all of mine. Did you think I would be judgmental if you ended up with some? Not really, but I want to make a good impression on people when we're seen together. I so want to look perfect for you, somebody you'd be proud to take to a fancy ball or a ministry function without people commenting on something ugly. Harry wasted no time in leaning into Daphne and hugging her as best he could. You're perfect. Anybody that couldn't see how I or your sister wives look at you will need to have their values re-examined. Besides, if you're really worried about scarring, there are a few things we can do. Daphne perked up and looked up curiously. Like what? Well, when I first got examined by Madame Pomfrey before heading to the Weasleys, she prescribed a special cream that worked well on most scars. That's right, Ginny told me about it. It had phoenix tears in it to help break up and heal the scar tissue. That's right, and I'm sure that you could find somebody that wouldn't mind having a BPD shoulder, chest or back to apply some of that medicine to. Daphne put on a thoughtful look. I might be interested if I could find the right people who had some experience with that type of thing. Harry raised his hand and waved it wildly about, and Daphne started giggling. Okay, there's at least one volunteer. You shouldn't make me laugh so much, Harry. The shaking is putting little pulses through my shoulder. Harry tried pulling his face out of the grin it was in. Like I never enjoy watching you jiggle. As Daphne went to swat Harry's arm, a knock came at the door and Harry flinched as he remembered that Daphne had put a locking charm on it. He stood up and cast a finite on the door as he walked over and opened it. The four females there looked at him very, very suspiciously. Narcissa, Gracie, Astoria and Kafi stared at Harry like he had been up to no good whatsoever. They pushed past him and entered the room as Daphne explained that she was the one to cast the charm as she had some private things to discuss with her fiancé. Harry shuffled over to the empty bed as Astoria especially gave him a suspicious glare. At no time did my feet leave the floor, Tori. Astoria looked back to her sister with a questioning look and seemed to relax after Daphne said that Harry had only keyed her a few times. Gracie picked that moment to ask a question. Shouldn't you also ask Daphne what she did to Harry? Astoria's face got very red, as did Daphne's, but for different reasons. Daphne broke out in full laughter while Astoria tried to find words to defend her sister's virtue. Harry walked past Astoria and hugged his sister. Hi, Gracie. Did you get a good night's sleep at the Burrow? Yes. Ginny's old bed was very comfortable, but Percy had to keep the twins from sneaking out of their rooms to go visit their girlfriends who were in Charlie's old room. Poor Percy. And after he got caught, Starkers in the prefect's bathroom too. I bet George and Fred picked on him all night about that. Every time somebody mentioned Penelope's name, Percy made a determined effort to start another topic of conversation. Well, Narcissa said, you can't fault him for defending his fiancée. I guess not, but look where it got Daphne, Astoria said a little sullenly. Before Harry had a chance to hang his head or start apologizing, Daphne shook her head at her sister's comment. I know you don't understand it yet, Tori, but I tried defending Harry as he would have defended me. My choice, my responsibility. Don't you dare go blaming Harry. Astoria hung her head and slowly walked over to the only male in the world. I didn't mean to say or sound like it was your fault, Harry. It's been a long night. And watching your loved ones get hurt is certainly an emotional and mental stress that nobody ever gets used to. The important thing is that Daphne is going to be okay and will be heading home. Maybe tomorrow, if what Healer Pierce said means anything. Good. Are we still okay then, Harry? What do you think, Daphne? Should I forgive her? She really didn't say anything bad at you. I guess so, but she still has that bet to pay off on the Hogwarts Express next week. Astoria groaned. You had to remind me of that. Narcissa smiled at how quickly Astoria had gotten embarrassed. What's this about a bet? And what are you making the young lady do? While on vacation, Tori bet Harry he couldn't sing 3 songs using the names of Ginny, Hermione, and me. I take it she lost. Rather badly. Harry even dragged up a song with Astoria's name in it. So what were the terms then? Loser has to wear an outfit of the winner's choice from King's Cross to the Hogsmeade station. I may just request to ride the train this year, Narcissa said with a smile. No, please. I'm sure it will be humiliating enough having my classmates laughing at me without any professors being present. Daphne smiled as she already had an idea what Harry was going to ask her sister to wear. Before they could pick on Astoria any further, there was a tapping on the window. Everybody looked over in surprise, but it was Harry that went and opened the window. Instead of an owl, a gray raven came flying into the room and perched atop the headboard of Daphne's bed. Daphne turned to look up at it but couldn't reach up to take the letter attached to its leg. Gracie made to go over and get the message, but the raven seemed to get upset as it called out and flapped her wings in warning. Gracie moved backward because Narcissa stated that it was a message from Gringotts and or the goblins. Harry moved closer to the raven as he was kind of the guardian for both the Greengrass girls. He hoped he wouldn't have to excuse everyone from the room and change in Lord Gryffindor for the time it took to take the message from the bird. Luckily, the raven settled back down and let Harry take the message from it. It let Harry back up a step and then launched itself into the air and flew out the window. Harry settled down beside Daphne on the bed. This is addressed to both of us. That's strange. Well, go ahead and open it, Daphne said. Harry broke the official seal and took out the message from the envelope. He opened it up so that he and Daphne could read it at the same time. Astoria and Narcissa saw Daphne's face go white with shock and Harry's eyes turned a very deep shade of green as he all but growled at the contents. Harry turned and looked at the injured girl. May I go and see what this is now, or do you want to wait until you get out? Go now, but don't go without Hermione and Ginny. I don't want to wake up later and find that you are being held by the ministry. Harry smiled. Small chance of that since I'll be bringing my 2 best minders with me. Looking over at the others in the room, Harry directed his question at Narcissa. I hate to beg favors, but could you stay here with Daph until either Ginny, Hermione or I get back? I'm not sure how long this may take. What is going on? Astoria wondered. Harry blew out a breath. Ask your sister. Right now, it's her decision to inform you about what's happened. Astoria, Gracie and Narcissa had puzzled looks on their faces as Harry bent over and carefully keyed Daphne's forehead and then cheek. I'll go make this right. Harry disappeared without a sound and the 3 visitors began to make their way to the bedside of the young lady that was obviously upset. Instead of an owl, a gray raven came flying into the room and perched atop the headboard of Daphne's bed. Daphne turned to look up at it but couldn't reach up to take the letter from the pouch attached to its leg. Gracie made to go over and get the message, but the raven seemed to get upset as it called out and flapped her wings in warning. Gracie moved backward because Narcissa stated that it was a message from Gringotts and or the goblins. Harry moved closer to the raven as he was the guardian for both the Greengrass girls. He hoped he wouldn't have to excuse everyone from the room and change in Lord Gryffindor for the time it took to take the message from the bird. Luckily, the raven settled back down and let Harry take the message from its leg. It let Harry back up a step and then launched itself into the air and flew out the window it had entered. Harry settled down beside Daphne on the bed. This letter is addressed to both of us. That's strange. Well, go ahead and open it, Daphne said. Harry broke the official seal and took out the message from the envelope. He sat on the bed so that he and Daphne could read it at the same time. Astoria and Narcissa saw Daphne's face go white with shock and Harry's eyes turned a very deep shade of green as he all but growled at the contents. Harry turned and looked at the injured girl. May I go and see what this is now, or do you want to wait until you get out? Go now, but don't go without Hermione and Ginny. I don't want to wake up later and find that you are being held by the ministry. Harry smiled. Small chance of that since I'll be bringing my 2 best minders with me. Looking over at the others in the room, Harry directed his question at Narcissa. I hate to beg favors, but could you stay here with Daph until either Ginny, Hermione or I get back? I'm not sure how long this may take. What is going on? Astoria wondered. Harry blew out a breath. Ask your sister. Right now. It's her decision to inform you about what's happened. Astoria, Gracie and Narcissa had puzzled looks on their faces as Harry bent over and carefully keyed Daphne's forehead and then cheek. I'll go make this right. Harry disappeared without a sound and the three visitors began to make their way to the bedside of the injured girl that was visibly upset. Astoria looked at the bedside space Harry had just vacated and took a step toward her sister. I'm confused that the letter was addressed to you and Harry. Is this a family matter I need to know about? Did something happen to our vaults or is it something that will show up in the Daily Prophet's headlines tomorrow morning? Daphne was still staring at the letter in her hand and suddenly glanced up with an astonished look. Right. Which right? Professor Trelawney would definitely give points what you just said, Tori. You'll understand when you read this. I'm sorry, Narcissa and Gracie. I think I'll have to ask Harry or his wives for permission for you to see this. It's a family matter so far, but it's complicated. I'm glad Harry is taking care of this. I'm not sure I could control myself in these circumstances. Narcissa sighed. I suppose there will be good story at the end of this. Is this something Sirius should see as Harry's dad and token guardian? Daphne closed her eyes wearily and thought for a moment. Probably. Let me ring the nurse and see if Sirius can get in a wheelchair to come see this. He'd probably want to discuss the circumstances and the fallout. Assuming Harry hasn't gone and done something terminal. Throwing a quizzical look at the odd choice of words, Gracie said she would go find the nurse and ask her about getting Sirius down for a visit. She left the room as Astoria settled on the other bed in the room and unfolded the message again. She didn't get but 3 sentences into reading before she looked up suddenly with alarm and caught her sister's eye. Harry won't lose his temper with Hermione and Ginny there, will he? I certainly hope not, but I wouldn't blame him if he did. Going back to the message, Astoria settled down to read the whole thing and tried to promise herself she would read the whole thing before reacting. It wasn't every day that one got a personal letter from the leader of the Goblin Nation in England. To Harry, Lord Potter, Lady Daphne Greengrass. I apologize for disturbing you both at this time of recovery, but a situation has arisen at Gringotts which demands your immediate attention. Your most recent JAG enemy has been caught. A person walked into Gringotts this morning demanding that some elf take her to the Greengrass vault without any delay. She had the necessary key with her and did indeed look and sound exactly like Lady Greengrass. However, her demeanor and aura did not bear the truth of what we know of Lady Greengrass. A simple compulsion spell disguised as a quarterly holdings report led to her falsely signing a spelled bit of parchment. The spell revealed an imposter posing as you, Lady Greengrass. The criminal attempted to flee at that point but was captured and disarmed by our guards. A blood test was forcibly taken at that time which led us to positively identify that the potential thief is Dolores Umbridge. She screamed out when bound and restrained that she had a valid reason to have access to the Greengrass vault. The HSWI criminal stated that she owned the Greengrass vault by successfully defeating Lady Greengrass as the end result of a blood feud duel. She stated that she had killed the eldest Greengrass in combat and claimed the title and vaults as the conqueror. As no such blood feud has been recorded at Gringotts or the Ministry of Magic, she was immediately charged for thievery and attempted line theft. A truth spell cast by Rotkill on her revealed that she attempted to murder you and actually hit Lady Greengrass. She was convinced that she had actually caused the death of Lady Greengrass. We sent a message to the head of the DMLE and Minister Fudge informing him of our capture and arrest of this enemy of the Goblin Nation. A search of her person revealed an unknown and ancient power booster that she used in an attempt to kill Lord Potter and disguise herself as Lady Greengrass. Rotkill's initial assessment of the artifact gauged it capable of increasing a person's power tenfold and causing an increase in the person's hostility or madness. The markings and descriptions of this artifact that she had in her possession matches closely to one of the unearthed pieces of treasure that our investigative researchers discovered in the ruins of an ancient temple in what you humans call Outer Mongolia. A small chest of untested magical items, including the one she had, as well as precious gems and gold, came up missing in the last shipment that was sent from that site. It is of no small coincidence that Dolores Umbridge was the Ministry of Magic representative for all the Goblin teams investigating ancient temples, burial and population centers in that area. Despite some intensive searches on the Goblin Nation's part to find and question Umbridge before now, she evaded discovery until she walked into our offices in Diagon Alley this morning. We are required and bound by treaty to inform the Ministry of Magic of any crimes or line theft aimed at our depositors. We are also responsible for punishing those guilty of stealing from us directly and attempting to harm anyone judged a friend of the Goblin Nation and their immediate family. Since Lord Potter and Lady Greengrass are bound by the marriage contract established by both your forefathers, Lady Greengrass and her sister are considered part of your family. There is the possibility of a renewal of hostilities between the Goblin Nation and the Ministry of Magic because of the severity of the crimes this individual has committed. There are valued arguments for each side to claim the right to punish the triply guilty party, Umbridge, and we cannot in good conscience release this evildoer to the human Ministry of Magic for punishment. However, that being said, the Ministry of Magic had always asserted its right to punish human wizards and witches for their crimes. There are any number of probabilities which arise from the actions of this loathsome human female. Neither the Goblin Nation nor the Ministry of Magic really wish a return to the violent conflicts which have troubled our histories, but we see no gain in surrendering our rights. As this has the potential for sparking another war between goblins and humans, we wish to seek your, our Lord Gryffindor's counsel to help us resolve the quandary that we find ourselves in now. Ragnarok Fobiter, Supreme Leader of the Goblin Nation in the British Isles, Head of Gringotts, London. Astoria lowered the letter to her lap and stared at her sister for any sign of her thoughts. She understood the political and social problem with Umbridge committing serious, probably capital, crimes against both the goblins and the noble and ancient houses that Harry and Daphne represented. Daphne shrugged her shoulders and then winced in pain as she had momentarily forgotten the state of her injured shoulder. She rolled her eyes and told her sister and Narcissa that she had been thinking of the problem rather than her medical condition. I've changed my mind. You can let Narcissa read the note now, Tori. I have no idea of what Harry and I should do now, but I'm willing to listen to her opinion on the matter and any advice she could give us. Astoria handed over the letter and retreated back to sit beside her sister. Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, opened the letter and quickly gasped out in shock. Harry suddenly appeared in the alley between quality Quidditch supplies and scribbleless everlasting inks and parchments. Harry looked at the display of new quills in the stationery store and wondered if he would be calmed down enough by the time he finished with Ragnarok and Gringotts to calmly go in and get some supplies for Ginny, Hermione and Daphne. Shaking his head in annoyance, Harry sent out a mental call for his wives. Ginny, Hermione, I hate to interrupt your sleep, but something has come up. I'd like you to get up, get dressed and meet me in Diagon Alley. Harry, what? Why? What time is it? Do we have time for some tea first, Jamie? Sorry, Hermione, I'll buy you breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron afterwards. Things have been bollocksed up again. Nothing wrong with Daphne, is there? No, but she is going through a slow burn because she isn't well enough to come see Rotkil and Ragnarok. Quote? We're getting dressed. As the Mrs. Potters rose to make a quick trip to the loo and find some appropriate clothes to wear to meet the head of the Goblin Nation as well as the powerful sorcerer, Harry told them of the letter he and Daphne had received. Ginny swore at the cheek of the witch, but Hermione just commented that it was just like Umbridge to come along and complicate their lives in the most stupid way possible. Harry caused Ginny to giggle as he wondered if he would have to disinfect Godric's sword if he decided to remove Madame Umbridge's pointy little head from the rest of her body. Simple solutions are often the best, Hermione offered. Where do you want us to appear? Ginny asked. It's rather deserted here in Diagon Alley, just come through the public flows. It was no longer than 10 minutes before a set of flows flared green and Hermione and Ginny walked out to greet their husband. They could see that he was tired, but they could see that the overriding emotion that he was trying to control was an elevated sense of anger. Throwing their usual public aversion of displays aside, the two came over and just folded up Harry in a long hug and whispered calming and reassuring words into his ears. Ginny and Hermione finally felt Harry relax physically and magically, and he cancelled the small privacy spell he had thrown around them. Taking up each lady's hand, Harry turned them and walked them back toward Gringotts. I know you'd rather be back at St. Mungo's watching over Sweetums. Are you sure you want to do this now, Harry? No, but I gather there's no choice now, as the Ministry of Magic is going to respond to the report the Umbridge is a prisoner of the goblins. Hermione shook her head. Why did she come right here? She wanted to walk in and try to grab more power and gold. I don't understand her. How'd Daphne take the news? Ginny asked, changing the topic just slightly. Mostly furious and that kind of burnt off the pain potion she had taken. As much as she wanted to come here, she realized that leaving her bed would aggravate her healing. She let me come handle it, but I gather she might talk to Narcissa and or serious about what the best plan might be. We still haven't come up with anything between the three of us back here at the hospital. Gracie went and fetched Sirius to come look at the letter. Hi sweetums. Are you okay? I'm officially resting my eyes while I'm going back to sleep. I'll try to stay awake and listen as long as I can, but the nurse came and made me take another pain potion. Sirius is reading the letter now and is going to send a message to Dumbledore so he may show up for your talk with Ragnarok. That would be a big help. Sorry we're almost to the bank. Good luck. Make sure you lose your temper in a constructive way, Jamaiecans. I love you too, princess. Hermione and Ginny squeezed Harry's hands as they mounted the steps to Gringotts. Instead of the pair of goblin guards flanking the entranceway, a full half squad of 6 goblins in full battle gear stood watch at the steps of Gringotts. None of the 6 gave a glance to any of the 3 Potters as they entered the bank. They were however greeted by Griphook and Hardfang, the Greengrass account manager, immediately upon entering the lobby. Harry greeted them both by name and apologized that Lady Greengrass was unable to respond due to the seriousness of her injuries. Hardfang seemed to accept this and led the procession through the lobby and down the flights of stairs to Ragnarok's office. It was Griphook that knocked on the director's door, and he and Hardfang stood aside once the door had been opened. Harry paused and told Hardfang that Lady Greengrass would be in a few days to take a look around her vault. Hardfang bowed and said he would be awaiting her recovery and visit. There were 4 chairs set up in the office in front of Ragnarok's desk, and the 3 Potters seemed to take the presence of Rotkill in stride as they came forward in step and bowed, or curtsied, before the head of the Goblin Nation. Let's forget the formalities today, friend Harry. Ragnarok spoke before Harry could try his usual greeting in gobbledygook. Harry nodded but held the chair steady for Ginny and Hermione before he sat down between them. How is Lady Greengrass? The rough voice of Rotkill asked. She is doing well for having a hole blasted through her shoulder and losing a lot of blood, Harry responded. She may claim the assets of House Umbridge for the affront to her person and safety. Especially since the foul witch was heard claiming to have killed your friend. Fiancé. Hermione corrected. Then congratulations are doubly in order for the news and her survival, Rotkill rumbled. Thank you. So where is that loathsome, evil-hearted blight? Ginny finished for Harry. Ragnarok grimaced in what Harry knew was the goblin equivalent of a smile. Actually, Umbridge is. A knock came on the door to the office and everyone turned to see Griphook apologetically open the door and let Dumbledore come into the room. The headmaster nodded to both Ragnarok and Rotkill and came to stand behind the spare chair in the room. Sirius Patronus caught up to me just as we were setting down for reviewing Moody's planned lessons for the 7th and 4th year classes. Harry's mouth must have dropped open, for Dumbledore chuckled at his expression. I did state that Alastor was teaching at least the Newt year classes. He expressed an interest in seeing how the incoming 4th year witches and wizards are doing. Oh swell, Harry finally said. Ginny sent him a mental giggle. Well, if he wanted a chance to see what the husband who makes us soak our knickers can do in the classroom, then he'll have the perfect opportunity. Another hyphenated name that must never be heard aloud. Harry thought back at her. We could just request Mad-Eye to call you M in class, I suppose. Hermione Jane Granger Cresswell Potter. You are so getting it when we leave here. Promises, promises. I'm looking forward to it. Which it Nani? M or a thorough paddling? Harry hung his head in his hands and hoped the goblins and Dumbledore took it as a sign of fatigue rather than outright embarrassment. The 2 girls had kept their faces composed during the mental exchange, and Harry was sort of glad that Ginny had grown up covering up the pranks around the burrow so well from her parents and brothers. Ragnarok cleared his throat in a very gravelly manner, and Harry felt a moment of concern, as if the head of Gringotts had known that there was some mental conversing going on between the humans in his office. Friend Harry and his ladies were just asking where Madame Umbridge was being detained. While I was contemplating first using her as a midday snack for one of our dragon down in the deepest vaults, I decided that Minister Fudge might find exception to that treatment of his personal senior undersecretary. Ex-senior undersecretary, Harry automatically corrected. So what have you done with her? A curious Ginny finally asked. She has found a suitable resting spot until the decision is resolved as to whether the Goblin Council or the Ministry of Magic has final jurisdiction over her crimes. Harry tried to figure out what Rothkill had just said and saw that Dumbledore had a small grin on his face as well as the near-famous twinkle in his eye again. Harry closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and extended his senses outward. It was about 12 seconds later when Ginny and Hermione were surprised as Harry sprang to his feet and began pacing around the office. You've hidden or transformed her. I think she is in this office. Seeing as his wives were confused by his comments, Harry stopped suddenly and then looked around at the many artifacts and mementos that were present in Ragnarok's office. He finally focused on the shelves of the small bookcase next to the back exit to the office. Harry took a step forward, did a double take and began chuckling. He retreated back to his chair, relaxed and clasped his hands over the top of his head. A very satisfied sounding Harry spoke to Ragnarok and Dumbledore. My vote is that she stays right there until Comet Hyakutake comes around again. That's about 70,000 years, Harry, Hermione said as she stood up. She was joined by Ginny as they walked over to take a look at the short credenza. Ginny giggled when she found the object Harry had identified on the second shelf from the bottom. She pointed it out to Hermione, who shook for a second or two in silent laughter and then turned back to give Ragnarok and Rothkill a very deep curtsy. Peenia Rothkill. Kothlo. Ma J. Ibel. Master Rothkill. Thank you. We are pleased. Harry. Where is she? Still listening, Daphne. Ginny is still looking at it. She'll describe Madame Umbridge's current occupation. I hope you have a good hold of the edge of the bed because you may fall off. I'm looking at Madame Umbridge now. At least Harry and the others say it is her. She is about 9 inches square and 5 inches high. She looks to be composed of lead or some other dull, heavy metal. What aren't you telling me? This is one of the times I wish you could see through our eyes. Dolores Umbridge is a statuette of a gray toad. Warts and all. She has her mouth open and her tongue sticking out like she's trying to catch a fly. Harry's right. Let's leave her there for the next 50,000 years or so. Ginny turned and made her own bow toward Ragnarok and Rothkill. I assume you are the only ones that can turn her back to a living, breathing pain in the A. Ginny. Dumbledore nodded. Congratulations, Lord Harry. You are getting much better at reading magical auras and signatures. I'm sure either of my brilliant wives would have worked it out in a few more moments of close examination. Hermione scratched her head. That's certainly one solution to not hearing or seeing that woman, but I don't think the ministry will be content to just leave her sitting here forever. Sadly, you are right, Lady Hermione. I was hoping the four of you might think of an adequate compromise where both sides of this problem of Madame Umbridge's crimes can be satisfied with the punishments she deserves. What is the normal goblin punishment for the crimes of theft and attempted murder of a friend of the goblins? Ginny asked. In this case it would be termination of her life, Ragnarok replied. In as quick and bloody a method as possible, Harry uttered coldly. Something I would normally not object to considering what she tried and accomplished. But, Hermione said, Minister Fudge and the Wizengamot will insist that the treaties only give them the power and responsibility to punish crimes by magical humans. Too bad we can't kill her more than once, came the thought from St. Mungo's and Daphne. Harry smiled mentally, at least at the comment from the injured blonde, but kept his face closed off. Would you and the Goblin Council consent to a lesser punishment if the Ministry of Magic would agree to have Umbridge cast through the veil or sentenced to a Dementor's key, after your turn at her? Rothkill and Ragnarok bent their heads together and began having a very quick conversation in gobbledygook. Harry stood and went over to talk to Dumbledore. I understand you are all for giving a person a second or third chance to repent and change their ways, but I think Umbridge has made it clear she would not be capable or willing to do that. I'm beginning to believe that it is necessary that evildoers serve as an example of what wrong choices may lead a person to. Dumbledore frowned. It is not a place that I am personally proud or happy to be in, but there is a limit to what forgiveness can cover. I think that it's more the assaults on your loved ones than on you personally that leads you to a place of such hatred. It is not hatred, headmaster, but a sense of rightness and justice. If it was hatred, I would be no different than Tom Riddle. Dumbledore clapped Harry on the shoulder. As long as you and your ladies can make that distinction, I will not worry about you following down the wrong path. Rotkil and Ragnarok were still talking, but another bit of knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. The door to the office and Griphook opened it, shaking his head rather sadly. There are 3 gentlemen from the ministry waiting to see you, sir. The 3 Potters saw that rolling one's eyes were not strictly a human characteristic as they saw Ragnarok react to the announcement from Griphook. He retreated to his desk and indicated that Dumbledore, Harry, Ginny and Hermione should retake the 4 chairs in the room. When they had all settled back down, Ragnarok nodded to Griphook, who left to escort the officials in. Harry considered it a lucky break that Minister Fudge was not one of the 3 wizards who entered Ragnarok's office less than a minute later. 2 of the wizards were familiar to all 3 Potters, and one could only hazard a guess as to who was more surprised of the 2 groups. The first wizard almost halted when he saw Dumbledore, but covered up his shock and continued into the room. He was an older and stouter wizard, and had his mustache been black instead of dead mouse gray, Harry might have mistaken the wizard as his Uncle Vernon from a distance. Of course, the robes and the bald head did make the difference totally understandable, but Harry straightened up a little stiffly when the man's gaze paused on him for a number of seconds. Ginny saw Harry's start of surprise and squeezed his hand gently to remind him that he wasn't back at 4 Privet Drive any longer. Hermione spoke to him mentally and told Harry that she believed that the wizard was named Baldwin Reexham, the head of the Office of Goblin Relations. Talk about your predictive naming, Ginny whispered quietly to Harry. He must have hated being called Baldy in school. He probably can't stand hearing his first name now. Harry pinched the inside of Ginny's wrist to get her to pay attention to what was going on. She straightened up and watched the doorway. Barty Crouch Sr., the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, was the second person through the door. Harry guessed he was present just in case the goblins resorted to conferring in gobbledygook. Since the senior goblin was very aware that Crouch was the ministry expert on languages, Harry suspected this was not going to encourage any level of trust from Ragnarok. The last person through the door stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Dumbledore and the 3 Potters. Ginny turned around in her seat and then waved sweetly to her brother. Percy's face screwed up in confusion as he tried to think of any reason that his sister and her spouses were present in the office. He carried on by stepping to Crouch's side, but his gaze never really left that of his sisters for a number of minutes. Dumbledore stood and then Harry followed him. The headmaster introduced Harry and his wives to Reexham, and the wizard seemed a little overwhelmed to meet the famous boy who lived. He seemed delighted to meet Hermione and Ginny and did a graceful bow over the hands they offered up for him. I do apologize for interrupting your meeting, Lord Potter, but I am on an emergency errand for the ministry and must speak to Ragnarok most urgently. It is quite all right, Mr. Reexham. To tell the truth, we were asked to meet with Leader Ragnarok and Master Rotkil for the same reason you are here. The capture of Dolores Umbridge. What? Mr. Crouch almost shouted out in surprise. Why were you contacted? I was the one she tried to assassinate. She seriously injured my friend and Lord Gryffindor's ward, Lady Greengrass. The goblins thought I should know that she tried to get into the Greengrass vault this morning and stole something from them. It was a crime not only against Daphne but against the Goblin Nation. Reexham harumphed in a very dismissing tone. Well, it was kind of them to inform you and tell you how Madame Umbridge came here. But you need not worry any more about that witch harming you or your family and friends any longer. The ministry will take charge of the matter and see that Madame Umbridge is suitably brought to trial and punished. As if, came the joint voices of Hermione and Ginny to Harry. Has Minister Fudge fired her? Harry asked as calmly as he could. It was Percy that spoke a reply. What the minister has or has not done is not really something you need to bother with, Harry. Harry turned slowly to the man hovering around Barty Crouch's elbow. Since you are now speaking officially for the ministry, Mr. Weasley, the name is Lord Potter. Do not make a mistake which would cause me to correct you again. It was Mr. Reexham who tried to calm Harry's ruffled feathers. I apologize, Lord Potter, for Mr. Crouch's assistant. He's had a rough morning catching up to speed on the many duties and responsibilities of his office and the current difficulties. 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 My husband was barely saved from being murdered, and one of my very best friends was put into St. Mungo's by a deranged ministry employee, and you call that difficulties? I ought to. Harry turned and grabbed the irate Ginny up in a quick hug. He whispered so that only she and Hermione heard him. Calm down and play nice with the gentleman. I'm sure he's here at Fudge's orders. We can take care of him later after Ragnarok gets through informing him of the facts. Ginny frowned but sat back down in her seat. But not without giving a great rendering of Molly Weasley's fiercest glare toward her brother. Percy turned away to escape her gaze. If you will excuse Lord and Ladies Potter, we will have to continue our meeting in private with Ruler Ragnarok. Harry looked at Wrexham with all the disdain that only Daphne could muster. I think not. Barty Crouch stepped up beside Harry and bent forward in a conciliar tone. Please, Lord Harry, there is no reason for you to concern yourself in this matter. It was Hermione who reached up and carefully flattened out the collar of Crouch's robes and patted his arm. That, being tried to kill him, so the crimes of assignation and injury to our good friend Lady Greengrass are a matter of his concern. Additionally, Harry is a friend of the Goblin Nation, so he understands more than most the crimes that were also committed against both the goblins and the Ministry of Magic. He will not be leaving, and unless you happen to have a squad of Aurors hidden somewhere close by, we will be staying. Percy drew in a deep breath at the tone of Hermione's voice and reached for Crouch to pull him back a step or two from where the Potters were seated. Crouch looked to Wrexham and he reluctantly nodded. We appreciate your and your lady's distress and need to be informed about the future of Umbridge. We will let Minister Fudge know that we gave permission for you to stay in attendance. Harry counted to 10. In English, in gobbledygook, and then in what he knew of Dwarfish. It provided enough time for him to stop the action of banishing Crouch and Wrexham into the ogre skull that hung behind Ragnarok's desk. He figured Ginny would like to take care of her annoying brother in some embarrassing way. A quick glance her way and Harry saw that both Hermione and Ginny were smiling as they had caught Harry's idle plan. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Wrexham. I'm sure that Cornelius would like to know that. Wrexham seemed a little confused by Harry's tone and words, but he turned back to address Ragnarok. We'll take custody of our prisoner now. I'm sure this distraction is keeping you from business. Harry shaded his eyes and shook his head. Did they not hear, or was it they didn't understand what had already been said in this office already? He thought. Ragnarok walked around his desk and then returned to his chair. Your prisoner. Did this Umbridge person escape from the Ministry of Magic before she came into our offices this morning? Of course not. Then why do you say that she is your prisoner? That calm statement seemed to infuriate Wrexham. You are as aware as I, Ruler Ragnarok, that the treaties that exist between the Ministry of Magic and the Goblins say that the Ministry will punish humans that commit crimes. To hold on to Umbridge is a violation of said treaties. Rotkilde moved up to stand beside Ragnarok's desk. Those same treaties also state that goblins have the right to punish anyone who commits crimes against the Goblin Nation. That does not mean humans. The wordage does not distinguish between or among races, and your ministry agreed to those terms. Harry stood up quickly and stepped in between Rotkilde and Wrexham and Crouch, as it appeared they might actually draw wands, staffs and pikes on each other. Percy took a step to halt Harry, but a word from Dumbledore stopped him. Looking from one side to the other, Harry tried to play the role of conciliator. Both sides have valued arguments, but there has to be some sort of compromise that will satisfy everyone. May I make a suggestion that we put matters on hold for 48 hours and find an alternative to increased bickering and raised hostilities? Crouch pulled Wrexham back for a quiet whispered conference. I see no middle ground here, and we will leave to report back to Minister Fudge. You will turn Umbridge over to us. How many parts do you want her in? Ragnarok ground out in response. You would not dare harm a human witch. Came back from Crouch. Not having a staff to bang on the floor, Harry settled for a stunning spell sent right to the front of Ragnarok's desk. The loud sound and bright flash of red light shook both the goblins and humans and made them back up a step. I am not here to witness the start of another war. Both sides will stand down, or I may become a wanted person from both sides. Do not make me call in the Founder's heirs or risk my status of a friend of the Goblin Nation by harming both sides. I do not think you would like to get to know each other in the recovery room of whatever dungeon I send all of you to. Ragnarok barked out a laugh and sat back down. I suggest that we heed Lord Potter's warning. I will call a meeting of the Goblin Council to discuss the disposition of our prisoner. And we shall report back to Minister Fudge with your claims, Reexum finally responded. Harry nodded to both of them and went and returned to his seat and his impressed wives. A quick huddle of the three humans resulted in Reexum making a semi-formal goodbye to Ragnarok and Rotkill. He said, "Goodbye," to the three Potters, but everyone could tell his private wishes were otherwise. Percy opened the office door for Crouch and Reexum and closed it behind him after the three left. Harry slumped down in his chair as Rotkill came around to look at the damage Harry had caused to the desk. He raised his wand, but Ragnarok commanded his to leave the damage alone. Let it be a reminder to others that come into this office that the current friend of the goblins has fangs of his own. I apologize for the damage, Ragnarok, but I would not see either side injured due to a small dispute over the disposition of a common enemy. Very wise words, came the compliment from Dumbledore. I should probably follow those three back to the ministry to advise Minister Fudge to seek a peaceful resolution. Harry cocked his head. I suppose an Imperius would be out of order then. Both Ginny and Hermione giggled at that notion, but even Rotkill nodded at the suggestion. There will probably be a full meeting of the Wizengamot called to deal with this, Harry. I would expect you will get an official owl this afternoon or evening. Thank you, Headmaster. Maybe some cooler heads will prevail then. Dumbledore gave a respectful bow to Rotkill, Ragnarok and the current Mrs. Potters and left the office with Hardfang escorting him. Harry turned to the leader of the Goblin Nation. So what now? He asked. A meeting of the Goblin Council will be meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We would request your attendance to introduce you to the other elders of the council and help us find some resolution to this mess. I am honored by the request and will be there. Ginny and Hermione stood. Thank you, Ragnarok. Our husband will take the intervening time to consult with some friends and family as to possible courses of action. And get in a much-needed nap, Ginny finished. Harry stared at his wives for a few seconds but nodded his agreement. Like that doofus said a few minutes ago, we have delayed your day and your business enough for one morning. Thank you both for your time and your patience with me and my family. Ragnarok grinned a very toothed grin. I supposed we goblins would be insulting the visiting members of the ministry if we referred to them all as doofus. Ginny broke out in a hearty laugh. Perhaps it would be better to address them as such in private, Your Eminence. You may introduce the term to the council, friend Harry. Most would be amused. Harry snickered at the thought of what all the future generations of goblins would privately call the stuffed shirt representatives of the Ministry of Magic and bowed low to the two goblins again. He led his wives away from Ragnarok's office with Griphook escorting them up to the lobby of Gringotts. Harry thanked his account manager for his company and told the goblin he would be back to attend the Goblin Council. Griphook said he would be waiting for Lord Harry's return. As they walked down the steps of the bank, Harry felt a little bit of the emotional overflow from the beautiful women beside him. They felt proud of him and Harry was glad for their company. They had walked about 30 paces from Gringotts when Hermione stopped and pulled on Harry's arm. He turned to look at the very serious look on her face. What? Harry, you were marvelous in there. Both with the goblins and those three idiots from the ministry. Ginny and I wish we had time to take you back to Potter Manor and reward you accordingly. But you really need to get some sleep. And talk to Sirius and Narcissa. And maybe Augusta Longbottom. Harry nodded and stifled a yawn. You're both right, and I'd like to get the nap in first before I talk to anyone. Are you going back to St. Mungo's? Ginny had run off to Flourish and Blots while Harry was asking the question. Hermione said that Ginny had volunteered to go back there while she made sure nobody disturbed him while he slept. Snuggles? Harry asked hopefully. Of course, but there will be removal of knickers on my part. Harry's eyebrows waggled. Does that mean that I can A shout from up the street had Harry and Hermione looking to see Ginny running back at them with a paper flapping in her hands. She came to a halt just before them and thrust the paper into Harry's hands. They just got the regular edition of the Prophet in. Harry, the headlines. Harry scowled and opened up the paper so his wives could read the latest news. What they saw made Hermione swear. Partying fans cause a few injuries in the aftermath of the Quidditch World Cup. Butterbeer and Firewhiskey sales break record. Minister Fudge decries hooligans for the tasteless casting of evil symbology. The paper silently and quickly burned to ashes in Harry's hands, and Hermione knocked the flames aside before they could injure her husband. Ginny moved to hug Harry. That does it. I'm not asking your permission. For what? Harry asked warily. For calling Fudge the head doofus from now on. Harry stared at her for about 10 seconds before he reacted. He threw back his head and had a great laugh before he picked up his wives and spun them around right in the middle of Diagon Alley. The Goblin Council was different than what Harry had expected. Although Director Ragnarok was the leader of the group, it was composed of a dozen other goblins, and one very old gobliness, that were used to being in charge of their various departments and branches of Gringotts across Europe. It took almost an hour for Ragnarok to call the council to some semblance of order and introduce him as a friend of the goblins, because they were already arguing amongst themselves. The fact that a human was going to participate in the meeting immediately set off another debate in the council as to the worthiness, aptitude, and responsibility that a mere human, albeit one with some degree of prestige and magic, had been given such an honor. Although most, if not all, of the goblins were familiar with the story of the boy who lived, but the main objection was Harry's limited age, experience, power and attitude. After 25 minutes of being attacked verbally, Harry caught Ragnarok's eye and was given a silent nod. Harry was the one to cast a sonorous spell on himself to yell for silence, but it was Lord Gryffindor that stood up to the surprised faces of everyone but Ragnarok and Rotkil, who was standing guard at the doors. Harry stared around the huge table and addressed each goblin in turn. He reached with his magic and brought his half-completed staff from Potter Manor and invited everyone to examine it for rightness and human taint. As the staff was handed slowly from hand to hand, Harry told of his story of his upbringing, his magical fights with Voldemort, and his interactions with goblins from the time he had turned 11. All in gobbledygook. Rob thought that it was too bad that he had promised his wives and Daphne that he would shut down his connection to them as a sign of good faith for the council. He would have to let them view the speech mentally, as he believed it was very heartfelt and convincing, and just a wee bit intimidating. At least it appeared that way after he finished, and Rotkil spoke for a few minutes about Harry's desire to learn goblin ways and the respect he had earned from the various goblins he had come to know in the London branch. After silence finally came to the room, Ragnarok asked if there were any other objections to Harry being declared a goblin friend and present at the council meeting. Rob gave his fiercest glare as each individual around the table growled out their assent. Rob relaxed, gave each individual a bow, and Harry sat back down in his seat with his magical staff lying across the table before him. The reason for calling the council into session was finally introduced, and half the goblins present immediately clamored for the death of the human witch Umbridge. A quarter railed against Ragnarok for already wasting time in not executing the human, while the remaining seemed to recognize the problem of asserting goblin rights over the insistence of the Ministry of Magic in punishing the human magical. Ragnarok banged a club, with spikes, on the table to call for order. He then called each individual member of the council to speak for no more than 5 minutes of their opinion of the matter and how to settle it. The first 3 goblins ceded their time to a goblin named Hargtooth Stangfighter, who was the director of Gringotts branch in Barcelona. He rose to his feet, thanked the 3 members of the council who gave him time, and proceeded to cite year, chapter and verse of every treaty that had been signed between the Ministry of Magical England and the goblins that gave the goblins the right to punish those who committed crimes against them. Harry couldn't tell if he was some sort of historian or a nitpicker that could recall only those significant passages that would support his opinion. Either way, he seemed to draw a lot of sympathy and support for disregarding the wishes of the Ministry of Magic entirely and leaving Umbridge's body, whole or in parts, in the reception chamber of the Ministry as a warning to those who would defy goblin law. There was a pounding of goblin fists on the table to show support for Stangfighter's position. The next 2 goblins thought that Dolores Umbridge should escape and mysteriously disappear, to be never seen again. Ragnarok calmly stated that even the ministry officials were not that gullible as to believe someone could escape from the goblins. Harry privately thought that the goblins didn't know certain members of the ministry like he did. The crash of a dark and crooked walking stick on the polished granite table brought everyone's attention back to the next goblin to take a turn at expressing their opinion. Stacky NX Hardclaw, the gobliness, pushed herself out of her chair and looked around the table at the members who had so eagerly proposed just drawing and quartering Umbridge. Fools. You only think with your honor and your false bluster. Let us get another stupid human out of the way. This nutch coward, that choose to attack the back of her enemy is less than worthy of our attention. Yes, she does need to be punished, but she is not a being that we should fight the humans over. Have you forgotten the long series of wars and conflicts that had almost cost us our existence on this earth? Have you forgotten the sons, daughters, parents and friends that foolishly died in true, worthy causes to protect our lives and right to even continue to live? This is not a worthy cause, it was an act of cowardice and madness. We need to work with the humans to prevent an escalation of anger and resentment that will cost us more lives. We count more than the humans, came the cry from Mastung Orkgrim, a goblin that hadn't spoken yet. Yes, and we will broke no trust or change in their opinion of us by blindly executing this BMO ugly even for a human female without giving some concession to the humans. Any sort of order broke down as the goblins began arguing again. Harry shook his head and wondered if this was their usual custom or the topic was so highly inflammatory that it meant that there was no compromise position. Finally, at a nod from Ragnarok, Rotkil lowered his magical staff and swept the table with a spell that forced everyone back into their seats and into silence. The head goblin stared viciously at the members of his council and then directed Rotkil to release the members from their silence. Before the clamor could erupt again, Ragnarok slammed his club on the table again. Enough. This is getting us nowhere. I would hear from a person who has not spoken as of yet. Lord Harry, what says the friend of the Goblin Nation about this matter? All eyes, both angry and accusing, fell on him, and Harry wondered which of the goblins might attack him if he opened his mouth. Harry stood and casually placed his hand of his staff that still rested on the table before him. What happened next stilled the voices that yelled for him to sit down and be quiet. It was hard for even Rotkil to determine if the glow that came from him was just an illusion or friend Harry allowing his magic and aura to flare out and be visible. Harry made a small bow toward Ragnarok as if in thanks for the opportunity to speak. He gazed as calmly as he could at each member of the council before he spoke. Minister Fudge has the Nogs, stones, of an easel. The Ministry of Magic is composed of proud, vindictive but stupid people. From what I have seen so far today, so is the High Council of Goblins. Harry waited for the first goblin to erupt out of his seat and pointed his staff at the goblin. Challenge me if you must, but I will have my say since your ruler asked for it. If you look for nothing but a fight, I will provide it, though I would probably lose to your ferocity and skill, Baldrun Valjekill. I mean no insult to your opinion or your honorable history or the legacy of the goblin race throughout the world. I assume since you and every person, I did not say creature nor servant nor inferior, every person at this council has risen to their position by acts of bravery or intelligence or some other standard of worthiness. This is honorable and worthy of my respect. Would you lose that honor by fighting? No. Would you be remembered and deemed a respected ancestor by dying in battle against the human idiots? Certainly. Harry paused. Would they raise memorials in your name and deeds for going to war? Slamming his staff on the table, Harry carried on. Not if there was no one left of your families and friend and comrades. You were proposing a possible war. Over what? A witch of less than honorable thoughts and deeds, a being barely qualifying as a human for her looks, prejudices and cowardice. So what is your solution then? Came from the gobliness. Harry met her eyes and saw no animosity in the face of Stacky NX Hardclaw. Harry lowered his head a fraction to acknowledge her unstated permission to continue. He turned again to face Ragnarok. I have studied what I can of the ways and customs of the goblins. If I am mistaken about this one thing, you will have to forgive my ignorance. As I understand it, some disputes amongst the goblin clans may occasionally be settled by the right of first retribution as long as the clan leaders agree on the ultimate ruin of the transgressor, whether it be financial, physical, or other ways. Although the terms are rough and inexact, you have the heart of it, Harry, replied Ragnarok. You propose to give us the chance to punish this umbrage first and then turn her over to the human ministry. Her crimes against you alone are deserving of a death sentence. This question came from the hardliner Orkgrim. For an agreement to cooperate on the death of Umbridge, I would lay aside my personal claims of injury and those of Lady Greengrass to let the Goblin Nation punish her first for the crimes of attempted theft and impersonation. You said death, came the statement from Rotkil. Make no mistake. I will seek the final vengeance for those acts against me and mine. If the High Council will accept first retribution, I will not leave any argument unsaid in having the Wizengamot sentence Umbridge to death with members of the Goblin Council present as witnesses if you so wish. This would show the cooperation of the two races to end the threats and crimes to both of us. What would you judge as a suitable first retribution, friend Harry? The fact that he was addressed with his title and a tone of respect from one of the council members gave Harry a reason to relax and forget his worry about not leaving the chamber intact. With an encouraging nod, Harry sat down. There are many human, mundane, and magical punishments for theft, and I would expect some different levels of punishment from the proud and fierce race of goblins. I expect that the discussion from here on out is hammering out some sort of agreement in finding what we can agree on to do the witch after she is sentenced to death by the ministry. Ragnarok looked around and saw the nods of agreement from the council members. Let us talk of possibilities then. Harry laughed and removed his staff from the table. Perhaps it should be discussed over some cutelic. IW. 5 goblins pounded the table to signify their agreement, and Rotkill quickly conjured up 3 pitchers of knife's blood for the council members to drink. Harry filled up the small glass that appeared in front of him when the first pitcher was passed around and hoped he would be able to stand when the agreement was finally made. Ragnarok stood when he was sure everyone had filled their glass. Hete Jagpu. Death to our enemies. Harry raised his glass and took a cautious sip of the bubbling brown liquid. It was just as vile and horrid as before, but Harry figured small sips wouldn't hurt him too much. Rotkill stopped at his place and placed a hand on his shoulder to whisper something in his ear. Congratulations, Lord Harry. There is a solution ahead of us. Your tumbler will now remove most of the knife's blood before you have to drink it. TLHO, thanks, Pinna. Master, Rotkill. Your wives would not look on me with any bit of trust if I let you poison yourself in order to end this situation. Harry bared his teeth and snarled in his closest approximation to a goblin laugh. He raised his glass in salute to the goblin sorcerer, who patted him on the shoulder again before he moved back to stand beside Ragnarok. Gathering his thoughts, Harry started describing the punishments he knew and had heard about. Somehow he knew that imprisonment for Umbridge was not an option. It was almost 7 when Harry stood as the last of the Goblin Council left the meeting room, and Harry was left alone with Rotkill and Ragnarok. Ragnarok slapped Harry on the back and almost knocked him over. The director apologized and Rotkill held out another small flask for Harry to take. Harry banished his staff back to Potter Mansion and took the offered drink. The antidote, I presume? Harry asked as he took it. Rotkill nodded and Harry gratefully uncorked the container and drained half the mixture in one long pull. He shook himself as the goblin potion worked on removing the cutelic IW from his system. Woo. Thank you. It's the least we could do for the council, and solution you worked out. I still have to present it to the Wizengamot. Perhaps the idea of another treaty to take care of awkward situations like this might be an inducement to those proud, vindictive, and stupid humans. Harry chuckled as Ragnarok threw his opening words back at him. Perhaps. Thank you, friend Harry. May your gold double and your enemies, at least one, suffer mightily. We shall see it together. You're welcome, Director. Lady Ginny and Lady Greengrass are waiting for you in out lobby. Harry wondered how Daphne had been released from St. Mungo's early, but he knew he would soon be exchanging stories with 2 of his gems at the earliest chance he could erect privacy wards. He made his partings with the 2 goblins and followed Griphook out to the lobby. Harry was met at the top of the stairway leading downward by a hug from Ginny and a hand that Daphne offered him up to key. Seeing that they were still in view of the lobby, Harry bent over her hand, turned it over and licked Daphne's palm. Daphne stuffed her free hand into her mouth to keep from shouting, but Ginny felt no reason not to swing and hit Harry's shoulder with her fist. Harry straightened up with a small smile on his face. Thank you for coming and meeting me. We have some business to attend to, Lord Potter, Daphne said rather coolly. She nodded and Harry saw that Hardfang, her account manager, was heading toward the passageway that led to the carts down to the vaults. Harry nodded and fell into step between Ginny and Daphne as they followed along. How did you get sprung? Ginny held up her free hand and waggled her fingers to let Harry know that she and Hermione has called the bond magic to heal up the last of Daphne's injury. No scars to rub the healing cream into. You'll have to check me out later, Harry. Ooh, There's a reward I'm looking forward to. Both Ginny and Daphne shook their heads at Harry as they got into one of the carts to travel down to the Greengrass vault. Ginny climbed into the front with Hardfang, leaving Daphne and Harry to sit together in the back seat. It was hard to resist the impulse to key his fiancée once the cart started moving, but Harry was all smiles as Daphne turned his head sideways for a long key. Once they had entered the darkness of the first tunnel, Ginny sent a mental reminder to disengage from each other when the cart began slowing down. Harry and Daphne were just holding hands when the cart finally stopped in front of Vault 149. Harry helped both girls out and Hardfang stated that he would wait in the cart until Lady Greengrass and her guests were finished with their business. The three had only moved a dozen feet inside the vault door, and out of sight of Hardfang, when Daphne stopped suddenly and grabbed Harry by the elbow. He swung around to face the blonde and Daphne was quick to put her arms around his waist. I was advised by Healer Pierce to not raise my arm above my head for 3 days. For once I will follow the advice as I dearly want to be able to run my hands through that messy hair for the next 70 or 80 years. Only 80 years, Harry said smiling. Make it 180 years then. The only problem I can foresee for the next 3 days is that I may have some difficulty dressing and undressing myself. I would be the first to volunteer to assist in any way I can, Harry said as he waggled his eyebrows. A semi-annoyed voice came from the third person in the vault. Oh, quit dancing around each other and commence the snogging already. Both Harry and Daphne turned and made a very gracious bow toward the redhead. Whatever Lady Gryffindor commands. Ginny laughed as her husband and her fiancé turned back to each other. Harry scooped Daphne up in his arms and began peppering her face with numerous little kisses. Daphne finally caught up with his moving lips and pressed hers to his for a deep long kiss. That Ginny saw made Daphne roll her closed eyes. She came up to help Harry hold Daphne up and gently pried their faces apart. There'll be plenty of time for that once we get home, you two. Put the lady down so we can get to the reason we came down here. Harry and Daphne stared at Ginny together for a second as they calmed their racing hearts down and then said in unison, "Spoilsport." Ginny rolled her eyes but looked around. Any furniture around in here we could utilize to get us all comfortable. Ginny Potter. As if you haven't thought about that since we left St. Mungo Sweetums. Daphne sighed in resignation and Harry let her down to wheel around on Ginny. You really think that I would go so far as to find a divan, in my own vault mind you, that your husband could ravish us both on? Well, yes. Ginny would probably question whom would be ravishing whom, Harry smirked. Honestly, Harry, you have no couth sometimes. I used the right preposition, didn't me? Harry was subjected to 2 slaps on his arm and he caught Daphne's hand before she could swing at him again. Healer's orders, dear. No raising your hand to your future husband. Daphne scowled, but Ginny pointed out that she could, in good conscience, apply punishments below Harry's belt. Harry took an immediate step backwards as the 2 girls laughed at him. So where's Hermione and what is she up to? She's back at the manor trying to arrange a meeting with the usual crew. You just don't go waltzing into a Goblin High Council meeting and not expect to have everyone want to know what went on. Or what you are planning on doing, Daphne finished for Ginny. Why do you two think I'm going to do something? Harry asked. The 2 girls stared at him until Harry began getting uncomfortable. Can I just tell the story once? I'll just say that Rob Loxley will be showing up for the upcoming Wizengamot meeting. Ginny, you'll be taking the Potter seat and I think Hermione will be able to sit next to Augusta. Why is Hermione sitting with Neville's Grams? Ginny asked. Daphne nodded and replied to her friend. If what's about to happen shocks the Wizengamot enough, Harry would like Lady Cressington to be announced and approved for taking her own seat in the prestigious chamber. You are getting very diabolical in slipping in a big change like that in the midst of a crisis. I've had a very pretty Slytherin helping me develop that side of my character. No, Ginny, you needn't say that I'm a character enough already. Daphne smiled at the grin on her future wife's face and pulled Harry along behind her to a big cabinet along the far wall of the vault. With Harry and Ginny watching her, Daphne pressed her hand to the palm print there and whispered the password in a low voice. The cabinet swung open with a small click and Harry saw a number of trays arranged much like the inside of his heirloom trunk back at the mansion. Second and third one down contain the rings, Harry. Do you have a favorite ring or stone you would like, Daphne? I've already pushed you for having an engagement ring from the Greengrass side of our future expanded family. I'll trust you to find the right ring to give me. Ginny. Not my place to help you make this choice, Jamie. You may want to consider the protective spells that may be present though. Good idea. Thank you for reminding me. While Harry turned to inspect the contents of the two trays Daphne indited, Ginny had clasped hands with a suddenly nervous young lady. It will be okay, Daph. Remember, Harry has all that goblin training about gems and he's made some beautiful jewelry for all of us. Daphne nodded, but her nervousness grew the longer it took Harry to examine the different colors and styles of rings that were present. It seemed to take forever in Daphne's mind, but it was only 3 or 4 minutes before Harry closed up the two trays and walked back to them holding something in the hand behind his back. Ginny took a couple of deliberate steps away from Daphne as Harry approached. She wanted to give them at least a measure of privacy for this important moment. And she wasn't disappointed as she saw her husband go to one knee before her friend. I thought I would take my own turn to humbly bend before your awesome beauty, graciousness, and nobility. I ask this important question to a wonderful, desirous woman who will be my wife sometime, hopefully soon. Will you accept this ring as a token of my love for you and my promise to always love, honor, and respect you for the dazzling, intelligent woman that you are? Ginny was almost in tears herself as she watched Daphne nod very enthusiastically and her husband slip the engagement ring on Daphne's finger. She waited as long as she could before her curiosity drove her forward to interrupt their long hug. When she tapped Daphne on the shoulder, the girl swirled around and held out her left hand to show off the ring. The ring was magnificent and Ginny was proud that Harry had matched it up so well with Daphne. Triple bands of silver and platinum held a squared-off crystal clear diamond surrounded by a ring of small emeralds and flanking bloodstones. This was my great-great-grandmother's ring. Her name was Lysig Daphnia Greengrass née Credoc. The emeralds supposedly came from her family's lands in Ireland. Credoc is supposedly an Irish descendant line of King Arthur, Ginny supplied. That explains a lot, Harry said as he pressed his lips to Daphne's temple. The nobility, the fierceness, the presence. Daphne colored at the compliments but then held her head up high. Lysig is best remembered for grabbing up a pair of swords and helping her family defend Greengrass Mansion, as it was known then, from being overrun by goblins during one of the goblin revolts. I will warn Hermione about that when we return to dueling, Ginny said as she congratulated Harry and Daphne again. Daphne laughed and gave Ginny a key to her cheek before walking back and taking something else out of the jewelry cabinet before locking it back up. She turned around with a smile and held out both hands for her mates to take. Hardfang rode in the front seat of the travel cart by himself on the way back up to Gringotts. Whether he paid any attention to the sounds coming from his client and the two others in the back seat was not something he was at liberty to discuss. The crowd in the gazebo atop Potter Mansion was silent as they listened to what Harry heard and said to Ragnarok and the Goblin Council. His retelling of the meeting and the hopefully yet to be agreed on compromise took an hour or so. It was interrupted by Harry having a small snack and answering questions from Augusta Longbottom, Dumbledore, Madam Bones, Sirius and Arthur, who had taken the afternoon off once he received the flow call from Hermione. Madam Bones had something important to tell everyone, but before she got the chance a small contingent of owls descended on the roof bearing official-looking envelopes. Dumbledore made the guess that it was announcements of a special emergency meeting of the Wizengamot being called for. With the confirmation of the announcements when the envelopes were opened, the group of adults broke up to return to their homes or offices to prepare for the next day. Harry and the members of his family walked the guests down to the flow point. Sirius accompanied Amelia back to her office at the DMLE. After everyone left, Narcissa asked permission to inform Draco and Severus of the latest developments. Harry said it was okay as long as they didn't spread the planned actions to anyone else before the meeting started. Narcissa smiled and said nobody would believe it anyway and patted Harry on the shoulder saying he had done a wonderful job. She left for their quarters, leaving just the Potters, Gracie and Astoria in the mansion. It wasn't until everyone had sat down to a very late supper that Daphne cast aside the obscuring spell on the engagement ring she was wearing. Astoria had squealed in surprise and she and Gracie came running around the table to take a closer look at the showy ring. After hugging her sister, Astoria turned around and leapt into Harry's lap, almost bowling him over backwards and knocking his plates and goblet to the floor of the dining room. Harry was laughing as he pried the girl off him. Well, I guess that has got your approval, Tori, but you shouldn't go out and get your bridesmaid dress quite yet. We haven't set a date, and your sister and I haven't discussed if she wants to display the ring and let everyone know we're engaged. Astoria made a disgusted face and moved to Harry's knee. It's all about those idiots that set off the dark mark after the Quidditch Cup, isn't it? Harry wants to protect all of us as best he can. He doesn't want your sister to become a bigger target for the Death Eaters. I know Hermione, but we'll back in school in a few days and she should be safe there. Especially since she is getting her own private room away from the Slytherin dorms. You may want to consider joining me, Tori. Whether we decide to make the announcement or not, you may be singled out for the wrong type of attention if you stay in the Slytherin dorms. I'd have to request Sissy, Madam Black, for permission to move out, I suppose. Harry nodded. Yes, but I don't see her turning you down. I have 2 questions then for my sister then. What are they, Tori? Do I get a room of my own instead of bunking out on the couch? Probably, but we should let the headmaster or Vika know as soon as possible. What's the second question? I'm not going to be suffering from hearing, or worse, seeing, my sister snogging or other things with Harry all the time, am I? A number of crescent rolls were sent flying toward the younger Greengrass sister as she laughed uncontrollably and ran away from the dining room. Harry turned to Daphne. You had to suggest her to room with you. Daphne shrugged her shoulders. Maybe we can find her a boyfriend or something. Harry smiled, as did Ginny and Hermione. 4 glasses were then raised in a silent toast to upcoming plans. The gavel hit once, twice, 3 times upon the desk. The chief warlock raised his voice to cover the sound of the many officials settling into their seats. Honored lords and ladies, respected wizards and witches, this emergency session of the 294th Wizengamot is called to order this 28th day of August 1994. The doors are barred until such time as a solution that required this meeting is agreed upon. Rob Locksley, Lord Gryffindor, looked around the crowded chamber and was relieved to see that the press was excluded for this meeting. Emergency sessions were traditionally held under a press blackout, with a ministry representative or the Minister of Magic announcing the reason and outcome to the members of the foreign and home press later. Thanking Sirius for informing him of one less reason to be nervous, Rob looked around the chamber and found Lord Black about halfway up the center aisle. Ginny sat to his immediate left while Hermione was sandwiched between his dad and Augusta Longbottom. Both his wives cast a worrying look in his direction, but he patted his dress robes over a hidden inside pocket and nodded back to them. Daphne was sitting in a higher section that was reserved for future members of the Wizengamot that would hold seats eventually, but whose votes were held in proxy by guardians or other legal representatives. Neville was seated next to Susan Bones, and Harry saw another half-dozen of his schoolmates sitting in the area as they were allowed to witness the dealings of the governing body. Daphne tossed her head and made a discreet pointing motion of her hand. Rob made a show of yawning as he winked at her and forced his attention back to Dumbledore. The Minister of Magic has requested that this special session be called due to events that occurred after the World Cup match that was played just a few days ago. I will let him present the problem that has arisen. Minister Fudge. There was a smattering of applause that mixed into the buzz after the introduction, and Rob watched Fudge carefully to see if he tried playing to the crowd as he approached the podium. For once the man appeared to be all business, but Rob wasn't sure if Fudge had no idea of how to get out of this mess or was reluctant to admit publicly that one of his most trusted staff members has committed some crimes that led to this crisis. I am ashamed and upset that I have to inform this body that the heirs of 2 members of ancient and noble families were cowardly attacked after the conclusion of the World Cup match. Where is Lord Potter? Ginny stood and replied to the minister. My husband felt he was too emotionally upset by the event to control his temper before the Wizengamot today. I vote in his stead. I understand completely, Lady Potter. Please convey my personal and the Ministry of Magic's apologies for the cowardly attack. As that vile person still employed by the ministry. Every head turned to see that it was Lady Daphne Greengrass that had leapt to her feet and shouted out that question. When they saw the amount of contempt in that gaze, every face swung back to follow Daphne's look at Minister Fudge. I gave orders that she was to be fired and captured the second after I heard of the attack on you and Lord Potter. There were gasps of shock as Fudge identified the victims of the attack. But at least one person was not struck speechless. Lord Sirius Black rose to his feet and his voice called out to the rafters. Tell us who the name of this criminal, why don't you, Cornelius? Rob saw that Sirius had led the charge in naming the witches. Others quickly took up the call. Fudge bowed his head momentarily and revealed the name he had hoped to keep secret. Dolores Umbridge. It was Dolores Umbridge that planned and tried to assassinate Lord Potter and instead almost mortally damaged Lady Greengrass, requiring her to have emergency surgery at St. Mungo's. Almost of the Wizengamot was standing and calling for Umbridge's immediate appearance and sentencing. It took a number of minutes of Dumbledore pounding on his gavel for order to be restored. When everyone had been seated again, the chief wizard nodded for Minister Fudge to continue. Listen to me. As a further sign of Umbridge's lunacy and evilness, she went to Gringotts to try claiming Lady Greengrass' title and vaults. The goblins saw through her subterfuge and captured her. Good. Where is she? Many cries came forwards calling for Umbridge's appearance and or blood, but Fudge just continued to shake his head. When everyone fell silent again, Fudge opened his mouth. The goblins refused to turn her over to us. They say. The chamber erupted all over again and Dumbledore waited a minute until the voices calmed down a bit. He issued a sound blast from his wand instead of pounding futilely with the gavel, and some sense of order was restored. Minister Fudge. I will turn this over to the head of the Goblin Liaison Office to let him tell you what happened when he went to claim Umbridge. Baldwin Reexham walked up to the podium, but he didn't seem to want to be in the spotlight. At the direction of Minister Fudge, myself, Barty Crouch Sr. and his new assistant, Pervin Wesley, went to Gringotts to take custody of Dolores Umbridge and bring her back to the Ministry for interrogation and trial. After a long delay, we were shown into the office of Ragnarok, the head of the bank. And the leader of the Goblin Nation, Rob Locksley, interjected. Quite loudly, in fact. Fudge and Reexham glared at Locksley for a few moments and then Reexham continued his report. There were others in Ragnarok's office. Beside his goblin sorcerer. Rotkill. Master Rotkill. Came from Rob again. You can acknowledge at least his name, can't you, Mr. Reexham? Besides his goblin sorcerer Rotkill, Lord and both Lady Potters seemed to be in private conference with the goblin leader. Before shouts, stares and questions could be directed at Ginny and Hermione, Lord Gryffindor stood. As I was unable to come directly to see about the attack on my wards, I asked Lord Potter and his wives to represent me. Only the ministry is authorized to deal with the goblins, called someone from a few rows in front of Sirius. It is my ward that was injured, Yaxley. My responsibility to deal with the crime. Do you wish to duel me about my rights? There was no answer from the person who objected to the Potters being in the office. Rob waved his hand toward Reexham to continue. When we asked, demanded, came from Ginny, to relieve the goblins of the criminal, we were refused. Ragnarok insisted that they had captured the witch and because of the crimes she had committed against the goblins, they were the ones to punish her. Holding up his hand to quiet the clamor, Reexham tried to continue. It took a minute or two before the members of the Wizengamot quieted down enough for him to be heard. I reminded them of the number of treaties that the goblins had signed that give the Ministry of Magic the right to punish humans for the crimes they had committed. They threw the words of the treaties back at Mr. Crouch and me and stated that crimes against the goblins were to be punished by the goblins. Reexham sat down amidst the ongoing clamor for action. Minister Fudge reluctantly stepped up to podium again. That is the reason for calling this emergency session into being. I wish to invite and discuss possible reactions to the goblins' outrageous claims. What sanctions or actions do we take to get them to release Umbridge? Calls went up across the chamber for everything from closing all magical accounts to storming the bank with all the resources that the ministry could muster. Fudge finally gave up trying to make sense of all the suggestions and sat down in a nearby chair, fanning himself with his always present bowler hat. Dumbledore pounded on the gavel asking for quiet and finally recognized one person that was still standing. Madam Bones, you wanted to say something. Nodding her head, the head of the DMLE just turned in her place to call out to the crowd. As much as we want to get the person that committed the crimes against Lord Potter and Lady Greengrass, the ministry does not have the resources to go to war against the goblins. There were immediate shouts for her to sit down and other shouts that stated that the goblins were no match for the power or rights of the ministry. Fudge rushed back to the podium to make himself heard. Quiet, quiet. The head orar had stated her opinion, but she does not make policy for the ministry. It's all her fault that we're in this position anyway, came a sudden shout from one side of the chamber. Dumbledore pounded on his gavel as voices rose to agree with him. Lord Knott, you wished to say something. Knott rose and looked around the Wizengamot, noting his usual supporters and the undecided members who might be swayed by his words. Madame Bones was in charge of the security at the World Cup site. She or her troops should have prevented the assault itself or caught Umbridge before she could escape the grounds. There were lots of nods and shouts of approval, and Ginny saw that Fudge was smiling as the source of all the current problems was shifted away from him and onto another target. She so badly wanted to throw hexes at Knott and Fudge, but knew that Harry would be unhappy if she did that. So she held her breath and waited for what her husband said was going to happen. As the clamor rose, Hermione saw her husband. Whoops, she thought. Rob Locksley stand up and wait. And wait. And wait. His presence seemed to spread across the chamber, and the lords, ladies, witches and wizards eventually grew silent and waited for the tall lord to speak. We seemed to have drifted off topic. The problem was what to do about the goblins claiming the right to punish Umbridge over the right of the ministry to do the same. They have a valid claim. Shouts rose across the chamber decrying the statement and saying that Lord Gryffindor was a traitor. Rob waited them out. I never said the ministry was wrong either. That stunned everyone into silence. You go get them, Harry. I met with the Goblin High Council late yesterday afternoon, Rob started. You are not authorized to do that, Locksley, came the shout from Minister Fudge. Rob counted to 20 this time before he replied. I was invited to meet with the Goblin High Council to come up with suggestions. They do not want to go to war any more than the ministry does. Lord Gryffindor raised his voice. Is anyone here ready to lose their lives in an attempt to get ex-Senior Undersecretary Umbridge back from the goblins? I thought not. Despite that, after many hours of argument, I worked out a deal with the goblins. Fudge visibly whitened at that statement, as he thought it probably involved his swapping places with Umbridge. He began casting looks towards the different exits and wondered if he could slip out without anybody noticing him. Lord Gryffindor looked at the curious and approving faces around the chamber and said the next thing that would shock them. I had the goblins release her to me. That brought everyone to their feet, roaring their approval as well as calls for Umbridge to be brought forward to face trial. Rob waited for the voices and wizards and witches to settle before he walked over to the Chief Warlock's desk. With his back to the members, Rob Locksley reached into his robes and pulled out something that he placed on top of the bench. Dumbledore nodded and Rob touched the object and restored it to its original size. He walked 5 steps away from the Chief Warlock and then turned. I even brought her with me. He pointed back toward the Chief Warlock's desk and everybody turned to look at the object. What is that? Asked Barty Crouch. That, Mr. Crouch, is Dolores Umbridge. There was disbelief on everyone's face, but Rob heard a number of cheers and giggles coming from his family and friends. Everyone was staring at the statue of a toad that was sitting atop Dumbledore's stand. It was very dull looking but very realistic. Turn her back. How dare they do that to one of us? Dumbledore. Fix her. Were the most popular reactions that came out of the crowd once they realized that Lord Gryffindor was serious. Apologies to Lord Black. Dumbledore pounded on his gavel again. He made a pass with his wand over the statue and then frowned. I cannot reverse the spell, he announced to the Wizengamot. Once again Rob spoke up. And neither can I or anyone else in this room. This is part of the punishment ruler Ragnarok imposed. She has been judged by the High Council and found guilty of all accusations. I brought her with me to be judged her in the Wizengamot for her crimes. And then I will return her to the goblins to remove the spell. You ask for a trial now, shouted Fudge. Now, replied Lord Gryffindor. I do have the right to summarily execute her for her crimes against my ward and Lord Potter, but I would give the Wizengamot the chance to sentence her to show good faith with the goblins. What about turning her back? Came from one voice. What about her defense? Came from Madame Bones. Rob Locksley held up a hand. Only the goblins can turn her back into a human, such as she is, and once Lady Greengrass has been called as a witness, there can be no possible defense. This is not the proper way to treat a pureblood, came from Leonard Pusey. You are condoning Umbridge's assassination attempt then, Lord Pusey? Came the question from Augusta Longbottom. Pusey sat down and Augusta nodded down to the chief wizard. Dolores Umbridge has been accused of the attempted murder of the head of 2 ancient and noble houses and attempted line theft. Does anyone wanted to hear the testimony of Lord Potter or Lady Greengrass? Lord Potter is not present. Sirius stood up at that point and held up a small vial. Despite the objection of Mr. Goyle, I have a certified memory taken from my son, Lord Potter, that can be viewed in the Wizengamot Pensieve. Dumbledore nodded. A show of wands that wish to see the memory or have Lady Greengrass testify. Hermione looked around and was relieved that only a few wands were raised. She suspected that Daphne really didn't want to relive the moment of the attack and her injury. She was glad that she wouldn't have to do that now. Dumbledore spoke again. The punishment for attempted murder of the head of an ancient and noble house is life imprisonment at Azkaban or death by being sent through the veil. Rob Locksley walked to the front of the chief wizard's desk. As the person responsible for at least one of the wronged parties, I choose the sentence of death by veil to be applied to Dolores Umbridge. Are there any objections to Lord Gryffindor's sentence? We just can't send a statue through the veil, somebody called out. The goblins will return Umbridge to the ministry for execution after the sentence of death, and they have applied the rest of their punishment to her. There was another explosion of outrage and Dumbledore had to pound on his desk with his gavel again. What are they going to do to her? Was the last shout that was clearly heard. Rob raised his hands and shot off a fountain of sparks from his wand. Considering they originally wanted her publicly drawn and quartered on the steps of Gringotts, she will suffer less than what pain than that would take. What will they do? Came the question from Reexham. They will inflict a non-lethal punishment. The next to last offer the Goblin Council made was then taking of her eyes and her arms. Then she would be returned alive to be cast through the veil. There were gasps of horror from many of the ladies and witches in the chamber. Angry muttering rose again, and Rob summoned his staff again to let off a percussion spell to save Dumbledore the trouble. What the goblins agreed to is significantly less considering Umbridge's crime against them. The loss of a hand, an ear and her tongue was judged adequate for their right of first retribution. She would be returned alive and still be conscious and aware of what happens before she is executed. Who is to guarantee that they only do that? The Minister of Magic and other representatives is deemed necessary. Lord Potter has also insisted in carrying out part of the punishment on Dolores Umbridge personally. Harry knew his wives and Daphne weren't happy about this part of the deal, but they understood the need for him to be personally involved with the punishment after all the things that Umbridge had done to him and his gems. Silence fell across the chamber. One figure rose and then spoke out. This seems to be horrible, but less than what could have happened to Umbridge. I move we vote on Lord Gryffindor's proposal for the compromise on sentencing Umbridge. Lord Black rose to his feet. I second the motion made by Mr. Ogden. The Crown endorses the proposal by Lord Gryffindor. All eyes turned toward the top of the room at the unexpected voice that came from there. A stunned silence enveloped the hall upon identifying the intruders until Dumbledore made a gracious bow. Welcome to the Wizengamot, your highnesses. I don't believe it. Holy shite. Harry, did you know about this? I think I would have remembered to tell you something important like this. Flanked by 4 guards who were carrying wands and guns, Prince Charles and Princess Diana watched over the members of the Wizengamot. No one knew how they got in or how long they had been watching the proceedings. Fudge tripped over himself trying to get to the nearest stairway to greet the couple, but Prince Charles held up his hand. Please continue on. Her Majesty heard of the special session and the reason it was called and thought she should be represented. Neither my wife nor I have been here for any of the prior meetings of the Wizengamot and apologize for our absence. I believe you have a motion to vote upon. Sirius had the widest smile on his face that Harry had seen in many months. He knew what that endorsement meant. Who in their right minds would vote against something the Queen herself, or in this case the royal heir, approved? Dumbledore pounded on the gavel again. By a show of lit wands, how many members approve of the compromise Lord Gryffindor has reached with the goblins? A sea of blue-tipped wands were raised. And those opposed? 2 red wands went up and were quickly lowered. Abstentions. Another half-dozen white wands were held up briefly. Rob sighed in relief as he realized that the deal was done. The motion is passed and Lord Gryffindor may take possession of Umbridge and return her temporarily to the goblins. I think this concludes this session. Point of business, Chief Warlock. Everyone turned again, surprised that the prince had spoken again. Dumbledore nodded his head. You wish to address the members with another matter? Yes, if I may. Dumbledore nodded and Prince Charles held out his hand for his wife and they walked down the aisle with their guards. They stopped once on the way down and it was a toss-up as to who was the most surprised, Ginny, Harry or Minister Fudge. Ginny and Sirius curtsied and bowed respectfully as the royals stopped besides them. Prince Charles shook hands with Sirius and Diana spoke some words into Ginny's ear before reaching across and shaking hands with Hermione. The royals continued on down and came up to the podium together. We have an issue to address. I heard Lord Not was it. Not blamed Madam Bones for the troubles after the World Quidditch Cup. Those that didn't attend missed a very fine game, by the way. We wish to address that accusation. Madam Bones was summoned to Buckingham Palace to explain the events that happened after the match. I asked to see the DMLE budget for the last 5 years and found out some very disturbing evidence. Fudge sat down quickly and began fanning himself again as Prince Charles continued. The budgets for the last 5 years have decreased steadily for recruitment and enforcement by the DMLE branch. No provision was made by the ministry or Minister Fudge for an allotment to hire extra people to cover the security of the event. Which he bragged all over the Wizarding Wireless in case you didn't hear him. I think Fudge had better start packing up his office, came the amused thought from Daphne. Not only were there insufficient funds and personnel to provide adequate coverage for the event, but Minister Fudge has gone out of his way to cover up the fact that Death Eaters were undoubtedly present and killed a number of people after the match. Both Muggle and magical men and women were killed before the death mark was cast into the sky. If a hole had opened in the floor before him and led to a herd of wild hippogriffs, Fudge would have taken that route in a second. Madam Bones pointed and 2 oars came up to either guard or stop Fudge from fleeing. It unfortunately gets worse, was spoken by Lady Diana. She turned to look at Fudge and shook her head sadly. It has been discovered that the budget cuts to the DMLE and the other necessary economic steps that Minister Fudge ordered were diverted to accounts that Fudge had set up in Muggle banks in his own name. He has swindled the Ministry of Magic. Another uproar was silenced by Dumbledore. Diana finished what she wanted to say. Those accounts have been frozen and the money in them has been seized to be returned to the ministry account at Gringotts. Fudge's face got paler and paler with each word and Rob Locksley wondered what Fudge would do next. The next words by Prince Charles answered that question. By order of Her Majesty the Queen, Cornelius Fudge is removed from the office of Minister of Magic effective on today's date. Since his actions have endangered magical England and violated his parole, his is to be arrested and placed into custody awaiting trial by the Wizengamot for his many crimes. 4 oars quickly put ex-Minister Fudge into handcuffs and hauled him out of the room. When the shock had worn off, it was Lady Diana that spoke to the Wizengamot one more time. Please forgive us for disrupting your meeting and the way you conduct business. Her Majesty, my husband and I are all concerned with the well-being of magical England and all its citizens. Chief Warlock asked Charles. Yes, Your Highness. I'm a little rusty with the normal protocols here. I believe in situations such as this the head of the DMLE becomes the temporary Minister of Magic until proper elections can be held. Those are our laws. We apologize, Madam Bones, for the sudden responsibility and shock. Please contact us through the usual channels if there is any assistance the Crown can provide. Our Prime Minister would appreciate a conversation with an intelligent counterpart in the immediate future. I will request an audience at 10 Downing Street first thing tomorrow morning. We will take our leave now as we have royally bollocksed everything up enough for one day. Lady Diana smiled. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, you will have to excuse my husband as our sons William and Harry pressed him to say that to somebody today. Lord Gryffindor, would you escort us out? I would be very honored. Lord Gryffindor, Rob Locksley, led the royals and their guards up the aisle and opened up the sealed doors. He found an empty corridor waiting them and was thankful that the press wasn't present. Harry, Rob stopped in mid-step and winced. He paused and took a deep breath. He turned around as himself and bowed to the royal couple. You have excellent intelligence, your highnesses. We need it in times like these. The queen will be proud you worked out a compromise with the goblins so that only one person gets hurt. Please don't have her send me or Lord Gryffindor any awards or decorations. Please. Prince Charles chuckled. We know you don't like the attention, but you best get Rob Locksley back in there, said Lady Diana. You don't want to miss all the fun and chaos. Harry bowed again, but by the time he straightened up, the couple and their guards had disappeared. Transforming himself back into Lord Gryffindor, Harry whistled a little tune as he opened the door to a very large crowd of surprised and overwhelmed wizards and witches. I couldn't have been prouder or more satisfied by what happened at the Wizengamot this afternoon. Rob faced down all those fanatics who are always getting their own way and more or less threatened them with war. And then offered them a way out. And the chance to really punish that Umbridge bitch. It was no small thing that just before the compromise came to a vote, help appeared from high above. Not an angel or a disapproving argument from now ex-Minister Fudge, but bloody Prince Charles and his wife Princess Diana. I was in as much shock as everyone else, but I saw a small smirk appear on Amelia Bones' face, so I suspect she wasn't as surprised as everyone else. That smirk was soon gone and was replaced by a look of shock as our wise and very sneaky queen ordered Fudge to be removed from office. He had been stealing ministry money and hiding it in Muggle banks. Sirius was the first to start applauding the royal decree. I wasn't sure if anyone would try to argue that it needed a vote from the Wizengamot. I think everyone was too shocked by the presence of the royal couple to think clearly. As quickly as they appeared, Charles and Diana left. Rob escorted them out and told us later that they just vanished between two blinks of his eyes. It's not normally possible to apparate from secured areas of the ministry. Harry, Ginny and Hermione can do it because of their bond magic, but I'm not sure I want to know how the royals and their bodyguards were able to do it. That feat might have something to do with the bodyguards being unspeakables, but that's just a guess. An educated guess certainly, as it came from both Harry and Hermione, but a guess just the same. There was a lot of confusion as the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, stepped up to the podium for the first time as the leader of Magical England. She made a small speech about the unexpected honor and her trying to correct the mistakes that led to the underfunding of the DMLE and the other problems that certain ex-officials had made. She announced an election to choose the next minister would be held in 3 weeks, but she would not be one of the ones that wanted to be nominated for the office. She was quite satisfied with her old office and thought she would be more effective in that position. She appointed Rufus Scrimgeour to head up the DMLE as a temporary measure, with Kingsley Shacklebolt being posted as lead orar. Minister Bones also created a new position that would report directly to the Minister of Magic. A departmental coordinator that would resolve conflicts and overlaps between the various offices of the ministry to save money and make the ministry resources, both personnel and money, less wasteful. There were gasps from many of the older wizards and witches when she appointed Arthur Weasley to that position, but I was applauding as much as Ginny, Hermione, Neville, Susan, Sirius and Rob were. After that small bombshell, the emergency meeting of the Wizengamot was declared closed. We all headed for the exits, but I could see the maneuvering had already begun as the various factions began gathering together and looking at the possible candidates that were members of the Wizengamot. I jokingly mentally told our Jamie that Rob was certain to be called upon to lead the world, or at least England's part of it. He replied that he would have to get permission from Professor McGonagall to skive out on classes for that. Hermione said she wouldn't approve of her husband missing out even for that, but Ginny said that it might be interesting to snog in the Minister of Magic's office or to find other uses for the minister's desk. Hermione lightly pinched Ginny's bum for that, and then the three of us were laughing as we followed the others to the atrium and the many fireplaces there. We gave Susan, Neville and Augusta Longbottom hugs before they disappeared into the flow, and then we found a quiet corner to return the three of us and Sirius of us to Potter Manor. Remus, Tonks, Gracie, Astoria, Draco and Narcissa were waiting in Harry's den and were very eager to hear what happened. We had barely taken our own seats when Rob appeared and placed that oh so wonderful statue of Umbridge on his desk. He changed back to Harry and we three gems went up and surrounded him in hugs. Sirius made a very rude noise and Harry flipped him off in response. Everyone laughed and Draco threw a butterbeer to Harry as he settled behind the desk. There could be no brief summary of what had happened at the ministry, but Sirius took over most of the talking as he described what actually happened. Astoria asked if any of us had thought to ask for an autograph from one of the most famous married couples in the whole world, but I reminded her it wasn't exactly a social occasion. Sirius knew that Amelia had gone to Buckingham Palace, but he insisted that it was her tale to tell, and he was very sure that the appearance of Charles and Diana was as much of a surprise for her as it was for everyone else. Although nobody was quite as surprised as Fudge, Harry commented. Sirius left soon after all the story was done, as he hoped to catch up with his girlfriend when she got home. Harry offered up the suggestion that the Bones might consider beefing up their security wards now that Amelia and Susan were more in the public and Death Eater eye. Harry invited us for supper, but I excused myself and Astoria as we had some important business at home. To inform our parents of what had gone on with the attack and the aftermath of the events in the Wizengamot. Harry and Ginny volunteered to come with us, and I guess the relieved look on my face gave them a reason to smile. Harry and Ginny Ed Hermione goodbye and said they would be back in a while. Harry then snapped his fingers as if remembering something and called out for Nop. When the head elf appeared, Harry bent down and whispered some instructions in his ear, and Nop nodded and then disappeared. Harry came over and gave Astoria a hug and apologized. She looked at him for the longest time before Harry explained. While in the hospital, Daphne asked me for a favor of getting away for this last weekend to someplace none of the Potters had ever been to before. I hope you don't mind visiting your girlfriends or staying with Gracie and Sirius over the weekend, because I'm intending to keep that promise. Astoria thought about it for a few seconds and then nodded. You will owe me an outing then, Harry. Okay. Hermione came up and threw an arm across Astoria's shoulders. Are you asking my husband out for a date on a Hogsmeade weekend? Astoria screamed in outrage and anger and chased the older girl for a few seconds. Her face was slowly returning from being very red when she stopped and declared herself. I would never. How dare. I was just thinking of going out for pizza or some Christmas shopping for you folks. I'm not sure you deserve any presents at all from me for that, Mrs. H. Hermione tried to look very regretful about what she had said, but there was still a smile on her face when she did apologize. Harry brought the two of them together and told them to either hug and make up, or he would lock them in a room with Fred and George. Since both wanted no part of that, they exchanged a good hug together and a promise to spend some of their time in the library together doing research on whatever Astoria wanted. The four of us took the Flo back to Trader's Roost, and Astoria started making Flo calls to her friends to impose on them for one last time for the summer. We arranged for everyone to come back to the Roost for supper Sunday night to prepare for catching the Hogwarts Express the next day. That left Harry, Ginny and I to go to my office. Daddy was sleeping on the bench in the picture and I hesitated waking him up. He looked so peaceful and calm. But he would be very upset if we didn't tell him about what had happened. I didn't know if Kefi had told him about the attack and my trip to the hospital or not, so I was prepared for a major lecture if she hadn't. I suddenly realized Harry had probably volunteered to come over in order to take the brunt of the blame from my parents. I was very sure that he wouldn't get away with that if he tried. I finally had Ginny reach up and jiggle the picture frame just a little bit to wake Daddy up. He stretched and turned just a little bit and lost contact with the bench and fell off. There was some giggling from the side and Mum walked into the picture and helped Dad up. They both brushed off his seat and the back of his jacket, and then Mum pointed out that they had company. Oh, good evening, Daphne. How are you? Kefi said you were in the hospital but wouldn't tell us what you had caught. Harry stepped up beside me and clasped hands with me. Hello, Elliot. You're looking as lovely as ever, Portentia. Hello, Ginny. Harry. It's always nice to see you. I'll assume from the way that my daughter's clutching your hand that there's something she doesn't want to tell us. I hung my head for a second. I did something you might consider foolish, Daddy. Mum sat down on the bench and made my father sit down with her. He looked upset at my being foolish. Harry squeezed my hand just a tad and spoke up. I actually don't think it was foolish at all. We went to the Quidditch World Cup and afterwards, someone tried to kill Harry. A jealous, angry ministry employee. Ginny came up and leaned into my side. I'm actually quite proud and happy Daphne was close by. It was only an attempt to kill Harry because she pushed him out of the way of a very strong curse. Mum had placed a hand over her mouth in shock and had to physically restrain Daddy from asking a lot of questions. Like what happened? And how badly I had been injured. Did this person get caught? Eventually, Elliot. When Daphne pushed me to safety, she ended up getting hit by the curse herself. I was the only one close to her, but I was busy trying to stop the bleeding to return the curse. I barely had time to identify the witch before she dissipated away. Ginny jumped in then. Harry took her immediately to St. Mungo's for emergency treatment. The healers went into surgery with her and we had to wait for a number of anxious hours until they came back out and told us that she was going to be okay. Both Mum and Daddy looked relieved at that news and I let go the breath I didn't know I was holding. That was 2 days ago and I've been in the hospital until earlier this afternoon. Why didn't you come see us after you were released then? There were complications, Elliot. The goblins caught the attacker but didn't want to turn her over to the ministry because she had committed crime against the goblin nation. That's not good, Mum said. My brilliant husband negotiated a compromise between the goblins and the ministry. A compromise between Fudge and the goblins. That had to be monumental. Let me tell you what happened then. Ginny and I went and brought back some chairs to sit in while Harry mostly told the tale. I was surprised when Ginny pushed me down to sit in Harry's lap, but he grabbed me by the waist when I tried to escape. Both my parents chuckled, but Mum asked me to settle in and begin explaining. Despite my embarrassment, Harry went through everything from the time we got the message from Gringotts until Prince Charles passed along the Queen's decree removing Fudge from office. Dad was laughing uproariously by the time Harry related how Fudge was led away in chains. Mum was barely maintaining her composure with some difficulty. I gently pried Harry's hands across my stomach apart and stood so I could get right in front of the picture. I held up my hand and removed the glamours that covered the ring. That immediately got my mother's attention, so she came up right to the front of the picture and knelt down to get a better look. Isn't that great-grandmother Lysig's ring? Harry picked it out for me and did a proper job of asking me to wear it. Before Dad could object to Harry not choosing a new or more impressive ring for me, he explained to both my parents. It was your daughter's desire to keep and remember something of the Greengrass legacy for an engagement ring. I would not deprive her of that family association since she wanted it so much. And after hearing the story of Lady Lysig Daphnia Greengrass, I could not think of a ring that would be more appropriate for her. Both my parents were nodding in the portrait at Harry's gracious words, and the look they gave me made me feel very proud and happy. It was then that Astoria knocked on the door and came into the den. I made arrangements with the Cardiffs to sleep over with Becky until Sunday. We've got a lot of things to talk about and she wants to know everything about that vacation we all took. I can tell her about the wedding with you and Hermione, right, Harry? Of course, Tori, but if I hear anything about an eel in any conversation around me, I may ask Sirius hand out some detentions. Oh, you may just want to mention that Sirius brought a girlfriend along with us, but not the current Minister of Magic. She doesn't need any wild rumors going on around about her. I know. Ginny smiled. If Amelia says something about her and Sirius' relationship in the press, you could mention that you caught her and Sirius skinny dipping in the surf more than once. Astoria made a face at that. You want me to be placed in detention then? Harry and Ginny responded together. Not us. I shook my head at the false innocent faces those two made. I'll go walk Harry and Ginny out then. Tori, why don't you stay here and visit for a while? I'm going right to bed after they leave, as I've still got orders to take it easy for a few more days. Harry and Ginny said goodbye to the portraits of my parents, and Ginny went over and hugged Astoria before we left the den. Ginny gave me a hug and small key to the lips right before she winked at Harry and disappeared. My friend, fiancé, guardian and partner held my hand as we walked down the front steps and around the corner of the house. We found one of the concrete benches that were on the path around the house to pause and rest at. Harry sat down first but stopped me from sitting down beside him. I hope you didn't get too embarrassed by having to sit on my lap in front of your parents. Elliot didn't look too happy at first. I think he was more upset that I had got injured and nobody told either of them for a full day. In case you didn't see it, my mum was all smiles for seeing us so close. You've got one more day of not raising your arm over your head. How's it feeling? Other than a little stiff and weak, it's much better. I think some swimming and some other exercises will have it back to normal in a week or two. Harry got this very mischievous grin on his face, and I couldn't resist asking him what he was thinking of. Well, I was considering volunteering to go up to your bedroom and help you out of those clothes and into your nightshirt. You were worried I'd turn you down. Maybe a little, as I don't know if you really want me to see the scars yet. But then I remembered that we will all be alone together for the next 2 nights and I can help remove your clothes then. As well as Jin's and Nani, I commented. Harry smiled that devilish grin again. It wouldn't be just a little turn on to have all 3 Potter Starkers in front of you. I pushed Harry a little back on the bench so I could sit down on his lap and place my arms around him. Well, I can feel how enthused Em is about that idea. Harry rolled his eyes but tightened his grip on me. I'm looking forward to the 4 of us having 48 hours together without the Ministry, or goblins or deranged enemies intent of killing 1 or more of us, I finished in what I hoped was a humorous tone. That too. But you know what? Harry asked me. What? I answered. I think we've talked enough for a while. He brought his face closer to mine and I only had a chance to nod and grin before we were dotting. I wasn't sure how much later it was when we came up for air and started grinning at each other. Harry said he had enough good memories to last until he could see me again, and we walked back to the front of the roost. He walked me back up the steps to the front door and just gave me a long hug before he opened the door to let me go through. I told him I would miss him tonight and he nodded back to me before he disappeared to go back to Potter Mansion. I realized I was only a little disappointed and sad, but then thought of the 48 hours that he and his 3 gems would be spending together. I was smiling as I headed up the stairs to my bedroom. End of Daphne's POV. Hermione went to the library and read for about 15 minutes after Harry, Ginny and the Greengrasses left for their home. She was a little restless and tired, however, and placed a bookmark in her current tome before leaving the library. She had intended to retire and take a nice long hot soak in the bath, but she paused before she got to the main staircase to greet a few of the house elves that were starting the nighttime cleaning shift. Hermione said goodbye to them and took a couple of steps up the stairway before the reason of her uneasiness came back to her. Rushing up to her bedroom, Hermione called out for Nop. When the head elf appeared, he bowed and asked what he could do for so late in the day. I have something I need to know, Nop, and I thought you were the one to find out for me. I need the address of where a certain person lives. I have an urgent trip I need to make and I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Nop nodded when Hermione whispered the name in his ear. He said it might take 15 minutes to check his sources and return. She said that would be fine and it could even wait for the morning if he chose. He bowed and disappeared. Going to her dresser, Hermione found some fresh clothes to change into in case Nop came back sooner than she expected. She changed and hesitated for a second before calling out for Yasal. The elf who served as maid for both Mrs. Potters only took a couple of seconds to appear. What may I do for you, Lady Hermione? Hermione was about to respond when there was another pop in the room and both turned to see an unexpected surprise. Hermione. There was a disapproving look on Yasal's face, but Hermione smiled and knelt down to receive a hug from the little elf. Hermione got a very serious look on her face and took a few steps backwards from the hug. Straightening out her clothes as best she could, the little elf did a credible curtsy. What may Hermione do for Lady Hermione tonight? Thank you for coming, but I called for your mother. The little elfling appeared to think for a few seconds before replying. I want and can help also. Yasal appeared about ready to step in and tell her daughter that she wasn't needed, but Hermione shook her head no. How do your lessons go with Grand Elf Nop and the others? They go very well. Hermione just watched the youngster and Hermione squirmed just a little. Sometimes they go well, but not always. Thank you for telling me the truth, Hermione. House elves must never lie to their masters and mistresses. Turning to look at Yasal, Hermione shook her head. Friends must never lie to friends, Hermione, she corrected. That too. Before the strange conversation could continue any longer, Nop popped back into the bedroom and frowned as he saw the little elf. Were you called for, little one? No, but Lady Hermione called for Mama and I came along after to help. Nop scratched his head as if he was deciding what to say next. Yasal went over and whispered something in his ear and he whispered something back. Nop held out his hand. It is time to see about going to the stables and getting the horses settled for the night, Hermione. Hermione tried not to smile as she saw a choice unexpectedly given to her. I must serve Lady Hermione. Hermione smiled. I'm sorry, but I can't go tonight to watch the horses being returned to the barn and settled. Would you mind going and doing that for me, Hermione? Looking totally confused, the young elf looked to her mother for guidance. Yasal tried not to smile as she asked her elfling. What did Lady Hermione just ask you? To go to the barns and help watch for the horses. Don't you think you should go then? But I want to help you serve Lady Hermione. Nop made a rough sound in his throat. You were given a specific task by Lady Hermione. You should not disappoint her. I will accompany you to make sure you supervise that job properly. The young elf turned suddenly and seemed almost scared. I won't cause you to be mad at me, Lady Hermione. No, of course not. I shall see you tomorrow or the next day and you can tell me all about it. Hermione suddenly made a decision and came over to give Hermione a quick hug. Thank you, she said before running over to hold out her hand to Nop. The two faced Hermione, bowed and then disappeared with a small pop. Yasal came forward and made an extreme bow in front of Hermione. I apologize for my young one. She so wants to help out, especially if it concerns you or Harry and Lady Ginny. Hermione shook her head and smiled. I have no problem with her enthusiasm, but perhaps she could start helping out in the stables or the kitchens for a little while every day under the supervision of others. Perhaps that would be a good diversion for her in finding out all the jobs the house elves do around the estate. Nodding again, Hermione asked if Nop had told her the information he had went out to get. When Yasal nodded, Hermione asked if she would take her there. Yasal nodded and held out her hand. 3 seconds later, the master bedroom at Potter Mansion had been replaced by a quiet city street. Hermione and Yasal were standing just inside the wooden gate that formed the approach to a quaint old brick cottage that was a little smaller than the thatched roof house they had come to love in Kirkcaldy. So where are we? Hermione asked. 666 Delightful Lane, Coventry, West Midlands County as you humans call it. Hermione frowned as he considered the information. It was no great surprise to her that Dolores Umbridge lived at a place that held both sickeningly sweet and devilishly horrible connotations. Hermione resolutely walked up to the front door and knocked on it with Yasal hanging back just behind Hermione in case she needed to hide. After a few minutes of knocking, the door opened and Hermione had to bite back a sob as she regarded the individual that answered. It was a female house elf, but she had shackles and chains on both her wrists and ankles that barely allowed her to move at all. Hermione saw the elf was very malnourished and had bruises about her head and shoulders where she must have been struck. The garment, if one could call it that, was threadbare, worn and patched a lot. The elf must have misinterpreted the look on her face because she all but cringed when she began to talk. I am very, very sorry that Mistress Umbridge is not present now. I am a bad elf for not knowing where she might be or when she may return. If you will leave your name and business, I will tell her when she returns. But I am not even sure when that will be. I have lost my connection with my mistress. Hermione had a hard time composing her face. She was furious and now wanted to help the goblins inflict their first retribution. Hermione knew that wouldn't help the poor elf in front of her though. She put a smile on her face and knelt down so she was looking directly into the elf's face. I didn't come here to find Madame Umbridge. I have some bad news for you. What did you say your name was? The little elf ducked her chin down before she spoke. My name is Chalice, but Mistress Umbridge said I am not supposed to speak to other wizards and witches. Chalice, I come bearing some bad news for you. Your mistress has been found guilty of a number of crimes against the goblins and the head of an ancient and noble human house. She is sentenced to death and will not be returning to this house anymore. She will not be your mistress any longer. The little elf shook and Hermione couldn't tell if it was in despair or in pain. Chalice finally swayed and fell over unconscious. Hermione went to pick her up, but Yasal stopped her. Please, Hermione, do not touch her now. She is still wearing the punishment bonds. What? Some owners demand instant response and obedience and put manacles like that on elves they think are too lazy or bad. It administers something like a charge of lightning when the master or mistress wants it to. That's just abusive and very horrible. Hermione stood up and looked at the chains and cuffs that were still stuck to Chalice. She took a deep breath and reached for some bond magic. She hoped that banishing the evil things wouldn't hurt Chalice any further. She cast the spell and watched the punishment's bonds disappear. Chalice didn't wake up, but she seemed to relax as she laid on the stoop. Hermione bent over and carefully picked the house elf. "Let's go home, Yasal." When the trio reappeared in the main reception hall, a number of the Potter House elves suddenly appeared and relieved Hermione of her burden. Nop stepped forward, luckily without Hermione this time, and bowed. "We shall take this one to the healer and make sure that she is fed and healed up. Make sure that Chalice understands that she is not in any trouble and she is a guest here as long as she wants. I sincerely hope that there is no remaining member of the Umbridge family that would try to claim her. She is to remain here as long as she wants, and if she likes the circumstances and our family, she will be bonded into our house." "That is very kind and generous of you, Lady Hermione. She will be told of your compassion. And your offer. I'm sorry I didn't think of it sooner. Chalice might have been spared some days of pain and worry. I will let you know when Chalice would like to see you." "Thank you, Yasal, and thank you, Nop. I am retiring for the evening." Hermione nodded to the house elves and took the stairs upstairs. Now she really needed a good long soak and hoped her spouses wouldn't mind her crying on their shoulders for a bit. Kefi magicked the clothes off Daphne and placed a nice comfortable shift on her before she climbed into bed. She thought about the nice goodbye hug that Harry had given her and wondered where the four of them would be going to after breakfast tomorrow. She would like to spend the day with all three of the Potters and hoped that Ginny or Hermione wouldn't begrudge her some one-on-one time with Harry. There never seemed to be enough time to say all the things she needed to say to Harry. Daphne reached over with her good arm and grabbed the portrait that was sitting on her bedside table. There was a similar one next to Astoria's bed, but Daphne hoped her sister wasn't busy talking right at the moment. "Mum." There was a little shimmer in the glass covering of the portrait, and then Portentia Greengrass was smiling on her eldest daughter from the picture frame. "You had something you wanted to talk to me about, my sweet." Daphne settled back into the bed and placed the portrait of her mother on her chest. "It's about what happened to me." Portentia nodded. "Are you really okay? You didn't lie to your father or me before, did you?" "No. My shoulder and arm will be back to normal in a day or two, but there will be some small scars left over." "You aren't so vain as to think that it would matter to anyone that really cares about you, are you?" "No. But Mum, I almost died. One of the healers that worked on me said that if Harry had been 5 or 10 minutes later in getting me to St. Mungo's, they may not have saved me. Then it was a good thing Harry was there for you. I don't think I will ever stop thanking him for that." Portentia nodded. She could see the truth of that in her eldest daughter's face. "And I'm worried he'll never know how much I love him. Or how much I'm worried about him. Please explain that statement to me. You seemed confused about something. This isn't the first time Harry was close to death. I know I was the one to take the curse this time, but from what Hermione and Ginny have told me, his being close to dying happens a lot. Between his unusual luck and the fact that Voldemort and those Death Eaters are after him on a constant basis, I don't know how much time we'll have together. So what do you want to do? I know I made a promise to you and Daddy about certain things, but my personal feelings seem to be in direct conflict with those promises. Then it's a good thing we have this opportunity to talk as mother and daughter, or maybe as friend to friend." Portentia saw her daughter wipe a tear away from her left eye and began talking. "I can't imagine loving any other man as much as I love Harry. Portentia nodded and wondered where this conversation would lead. Or if her daughter had already made up her mind but still needed to talk to it. Harry couldn't quite understand what was going on. Ever since Yasal had returned from Trader's Roost with Daphne and Astoria, all of the girls had been in an especially affectionate and playful mood. It had started with Daphne coming up for her customary morning key and hug, but Harry had been surprised when Daphne winked at him and pinched his bum. After Harry's shout of surprise, Daphne spun away from him and pulled both Hermione and Ginny from their seats to give them a longer than normal hug. Whatever they had seen in the blonde's eyes must have affected them in a similar manner, and they wasted no time getting into a playful mood. It had eventually taken the form asking Astoria to describe half the boys that were in her year, whether she knew a lot about them or not. When Astoria had finally gotten suspicious about the interrogation, it was Ginny that said that they were very concerned about her social life. Hermione said that the twins had offered more than once to provide a screening process for Harry in a search for potential dates, girlfriends or spouses before everything had worked out with the bond between them. I don't need any help from the likes of them, Astoria finally said. Are you, if that's what you're scheming about? Harry, caught up in the teasing, said they hadn't settled on what Astoria would wear on the Hogwarts Express for losing her bet while they were on vacation. I wonder how many young pureblood wizards have seen a two-piece bikini. You wouldn't. Please, Harry. I couldn't stand it if I had to parade around in that swimming suit in front of my friends and classmates. Perhaps you're right, Hermione said. Harry, did Professor McGonagall ever say how many new ambassadors' sons and wizard transfers were coming from other schools? About 20 or so, I think. There's got to be at least a few of those going into Tori's year. Let's not forget about the boys showing up from the other schools for the tournament. Do you think we could trim one of your ball gowns down to fit her, Daphne? I'll be sick. I'll come the next day. Please don't help me out. Harry finished the piece of toast he had been eating and stood up from his seat. He came around to the back of Astoria's chair and placed his hands on her shoulders. We shouldn't pick on Tori about this. She obviously doesn't need or want our help in finding a boy to hang out with. However, Astoria turned around as much as she could with Harry holding her in her seat. However, what? If you want to try finding a special witch to go out on a date with, we won't stand in your way. There's nothing wrong with finding that special someone even if she is the same, say, as you. Astoria's mouth dropped open and she hid her face in her hands as her sister and her two almost sisters laughed. Harry stepped back and then leaned over to Key, the top of Astoria's head. We all love you, Astoria, and it's really none of our business who you are or may be interested in. As long as he treats you nice. She, said Ginny. Just kidding, honestly. We just want you to be happy, Tori. Astoria raised her head up and looked around the table. I wish Gracie was here to hear all this. You don't pick on her about this and she's older. We've all talked to Gracie about how confusing relationships are. She wouldn't know when we were kidding around with her. Okay, I can accept that. Before anyone could say anything else, Astoria had made a pass with her wand at her place setting and the contents of her juice and water glasses went flying in different directions. The apple juice hit Harry directly in the face and the ice water formed a perfect arc to come down on Ginny's head when she started ducking away. Even Daphne had to start chuckling when she saw the looks of surprise on their two faces. Astoria returned to calmly finishing her breakfast but then looked up with a smile. Hermione. Yes, Tori. I'm happy now. Harry snickered and applied some drying charms to himself and Ginny. When Astoria stood up after finishing her breakfast, Harry went back and hugged her before she went and picked up her travel bag. Thanks for coming over this morning, Tori, even if you didn't have to. I'm not going to have many chances to eat with the four of alone once we start school, so I thought it would be nice today. Since it's a surprise as to where you're going, I can't ask for anything specific for you to bring back for me. Redis and Hermione walked into the dining room then and he took the travel bag from Astoria's hand. We shall walk you out to the flow point, Miss Astoria. Astoria nodded and then held out her hand for the small elf to take. As Redis led the way, Astoria and Hermione started having a very serious conversation about the strange behaviors of the master of the house. Harry turned around with a smile and regarded the three girls who were just finishing their meal. Nop brought all of our bags down from the bedroom after you all left. Mine's just outside in the corridor, Harry, Daphne said. I wasn't sure if we were going to take the flow or go by Portkey. Harry fished in his pocket and brought out a small object. Portkey. I sent Dobby ahead to open up the place and make sure the refrigerator was stocked. A refrigerator. Not a cooling box. That means it's a muggle place. That's right, Ginny. And it's not Privet Drive, so you can relax on that matter. The four were walking to Harry's den to leave from there while Harry fended off questions and helpful suggestions as to where they were going. Harry refused to say anything other than, not there. They finally arrived in the den and Harry held the portkey out for everyone to touch. Instead of activating it immediately, Harry tugged on Daphne's arm and brought her around so that she stood in front of him. Daphne looked over her shoulder at her fiancé and wisecracked. You just want the person with the most padding to break your fall. When Ginny snickered, Harry looked over the top of his glasses at the three girls. That is not why, but I promise not to land directly on you sweetums if I stumble. This was your idea and I thought you should have first look at the Great Evans Retreat. Harry squeezed the portkey, activating it, and the four people disappeared in a flash of white light. They finally arrived in the den and Harry held the portkey out for everyone to touch. Instead of activating it immediately, Harry tugged on Daphne's arm and brought her around so that she stood in front of him. Daphne looked over her shoulder at her fiancé and wisecracked. You just want the person with the most padding to break your fall. When Ginny snickered, Harry looked over the top of his glasses at the three girls. That is not why, but I promise not to land directly on you sweetums if I stumble. This was your idea and I thought you should have first look at the Great Evans Retreat. Harry squeezed the portkey, activating it, and the four people disappeared in a flash of white light. They arrived standing, and once they could open their eyes again, Harry, Hermione, Daphne and Ginny were looking at a wooden fence and a herd of cows, who seemed totally unconcerned that four people had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Harry released his hold across Daphne's stomach and tried to figure out what had gone wrong. He was still thinking when Hermione tapped him on the shoulder. Yes. Hermione was trying very hard to keep a straight face when she barked out an order. Bout face. Turning totally around, Harry and the others saw that they had almost landed on a small dirt road. It went left and right for quite a distance, but the road ran past an orchard of apple trees toward the right. Across the road was a nice sloping green lawn. At the top of the lawn stood a two-story brick house. Harry smiled in relief and pointed. This is a family heirloom of a sort, from my mother's side rather than the Potters. Daphne reached out and found Harry's hand as the four started walking up the road to where the driveway took off toward the house. That would be the Evans then, right? Hermione had remembered something important and placed an arm around Ginny's shoulders. She squeezed them and whispered into the redhead's ear. You're going to love this place, even if you never enter the front doors. That confused Ginny and she ran up to catch up to the pair in front of her. Harry, where are we? This is the Evans traditional summer house as it used to belong to my mother's grandparents and it was passed down to her after they died. We're just on the outskirts of Holyhead. The Harpies. We're close to Whirlwind Stadium. Which way is it? Are the Harpies at home this weekend? Are they even playing this weekend? Harry released Daphne's hand and picked up his hyperactive wife and swung her around. To answer your questions, yes. I don't know. I don't know again. We can go find out after we look at the house and maybe have some lunch. Ginny slapped her forehead in annoyance. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry, everyone. I knew Harry had a place near my favorite team and just never expected to visit here. I'm okay now. You can let me down and I'll behave. Daphne waited until Harry put Ginny back on her feet and then turned her around for a hug. Your enthusiasm is understood. As for behaving, where's the fun of that? Hermione came up to join into a three-way hug. Let's not keep Harry waiting. James and Lily spent some of, if not all of, their honeymoon here according to Remus. The four followed the driveway up to the back entrance to the house. The south side was all covered in ivy except for those places where windows and the back door were visible underneath a small porch. There were two buildings behind the house. One seemed to be a small barn of sorts as it had a few fenced-in areas next to it. The other seemed to a large storage shed that had doors that were barred and locked. Harry walked across the small porch to open the door. There was a small flash of light as he touched the doorknob, but it didn't slow him down as he opened and held the door for the girls to go into the house before him. The first room seemed to be a mudroom of sorts with a large number of hooks on one wall to hold cloaks or jackets and a pair of large white metal boxes on the floor on the opposite side of the room. When Daphne asked what they were, it was Ginny that said that they were a washer and dryer and explained what the Muggle appliances did. The four placed their bags on top of the washer to explore the rest of the ground floor. Daphne was still thinking about Muggle appliances when they walked into the next room. It was a nice kitchen and had a small dining room table with 6 chairs that served as probably the only place in the house that the occupants ate at. Harry and Ginny were soon examining the contents of the fridge and the cupboards while Hermione and Daphne went on exploring the rest of the ground floor. There was an excited shout about 10 seconds later, and the two followed the sound of Hermione's voice into the next room. Harry and Ginny looked around at a nice-sized front room. Hermione was standing beside a couple of bookcases, but she was looking at where Daphne was pointing. Harry and Ginny finally turned around, and while Ginny shouted, Harry was shocked into silence. Over the fireplace mantel there were two large portraits. Not as large as the one that contained Daphne's parents back at the roost, but as large as could be on the smaller mantel and regular ceiling. The first was a picture of an older couple sitting on a wooden bench and holding a young girl on their laps. As everyone crowded up to the mantel, it was Daphne that pointed out that the young girl and the older man both had green eyes in the exact same shade as her fiancé. The red hair of the little girl was up in a loose braid that hung over her left shoulder. This must be Lily's grandparents. So that must be my mum when she was little, Harry said. Maybe about 9 or 10, before she got her letter to Hogwarts. It was the second portrait, however, that everyone was really intrigued by. It was another trio, but this time the young girl had grown up. Her husband was standing behind her on the same bench. The pair were smiling and looking at the small boy whom the woman held on her lap. He had the same green eyes as his mother and the same messy hair as the man standing behind them. There was no question in the foursome's minds that they were looking at James, Lily, and a very young Harry Potter. Mum. Dad. Harry called up softly to the picture, but finally his shoulders slumped after a bit when he realized that it wasn't a magical portrait. He wouldn't be talking to either of his parents like Daphne did. He was happy to see the three of them together like the real family they used to be, but he was sad that it wasn't more. Ginny felt his disappointment and was the one to pick up Harry's hand and led him back to the nearest couch and set him down. Daphne came and sat at his side, and Hermione sat on the other. Ginny folded up to sit on the floor between Harry's knees and pat the hand that came to rest on her shoulder. All three girls were staring as the same place Harry's eyes were looking, the second portrait. The four of them stayed that way for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts about the picture, the older Potters and Harry himself. It was Hermione that finally leaned a little more into her husband and whispered, "We can bring this back to Potter Manor when we leave and have it hung in your den or the dining room or wherever you want." Harry turned and kissed Hermione lightly on the lips. "Thanks. I'd like to bring it back, but I haven't thought about where we should place it." "Not our bedroom," Ginny said, and then corrected herself. "Unless you really want, I mean. I know how important this picture is to you, Harry, and I'm sorry that it's not magical." She kissed his hand, and then he mussed up her hair before replacing his hand on her shoulder. "Let's take a look at the rest of the house before we try to find a way into Holyhead and directions to the stadium." Ginny sprang up but hopped on Harry's knee before he could move. "The trip into town can wait until later. Maybe after supper." Harry nodded, and Ginny let him stand to finish exploring the downstairs. They hadn't found a clue as to what Lily's grandparents' names were, but Harry hoped further explorations of the house would cause them to tumble onto those facts. The other rooms downstairs were a bathroom and a small room that Hermione identified as a sewing room. Harry saw the old foot-crank model of a sewing machine and wondered if his great-grandmother had spent many a winter's day creating clothes or other treasures in the room. There was a door concealing a stairway to a basement which none of the girls were curious to go investigate. So, facing the end of the explorations downstairs, Ginny and Hermione led the way up. There were pictures along both sides of the stairway, and Hermione paused in front of one and called Harry up beside her. The picture she was looking at showed a younger version of the man and woman in the portrait downstairs, dressed up and getting in or out of a fancy horse-pulled carriage. Harry saw a framed bit of lace and cross-stitching next to the picture. It read, "Russell and Meredith Evans. Married. Street. Stephen's Anglican Church, Somerset, May 10, 1929. So now we know a little bit more about your mother's side of the family, Harry. That and the portrait alone has made this trip worthwhile." At the top of the stairs there was a little room with a sink, a commode and a shower, along with a few shelves to place towels on. Ginny shook her head at the facilities. "You'll have to do an enlargement on the shower. There's barely room in there for one person in there, let alone Harry and his gems." Harry rolled his eyes at Ginny's comment but did nod in agreement when Hermione pulled out her wand and began casting the spell. Harry and Daphne ventured right, which led into the main bedroom upstairs. There was a queen-sized bed placed between two of the three windows in the room with a little bed table on each side. The third window on the side wall was partially blocked by a small love seat that Harry thought Hermione would probably love to curl up in and read a book. A small closet held some older clothes and Harry saw a trunk in it that was probably a hope chest or held additional blankets or comforters for chilly winter nights. Ginny's voice came floating through the open doorway. I can see the town, I think, and the bay or ocean from out on this balcony. You have to climb through the window over here to get to it though. A few seconds later Harry was climbing through the smaller bedroom window to stand up next to Hermione and Ginny on the 4-foot square platform. I can see a steeple and a few other buildings from out here, Daphne. The trees have grown up to block most of the view though. Harry turned to look back through the window to see if Daphne wanted to squeeze out there with him and the others, but she wasn't there. Harry stuck his head back in the window and called out again. Daphne. Back in the main bedroom. Could you three come back here a second? Harry was just a little curious and wondered if the blonde had found out another clue about his ancestors. With Hermione and Ginny a few steps behind him, Harry came back to the biggest bedroom and found Daphne sitting on top of the bed with a nervous grin on her face. Did you find something else out about Russell and Meredith? Harry asked. No, but I did find out something about myself though. Harry came over to pick up Daphne's hand and key. It. And what would that be, Sweetums? That I was very short-sighted and wrong about something important. I'm not understanding, Daphne. You'll have to explain it to me. You know how much of a clueless git I am most days. Daphne smiled and keyed Harry's hand in return. You are definitely not clueless and you're definitely not a git. Harry, would you make love to me on this bed that belonged to your great-grandparents? I just cannot go without you any longer. A.N. Warning of M rating content ahead. Harry's mouth opened in an O of surprise, but then he heard some clapping behind him. He cast a nervous glance at his wives and they rushed by him to envelop the blonde in hugs before retreating to stand back in the doorway. I feel this important to you, but could you tell me why you changed your mind? Harry, we were almost killed. Well, to tell the story rightly, I was almost killed. When I was losing consciousness in the tent, I was thinking that yours would be the last face I might ever see. It's okay. I'm not going to cry about the close call. When I woke up later, I was panicked that you weren't there and thought maybe something bad had also happened to you. And that would mean I would never have shown or told you how much I really love you and the life we have and are going to have. I want to make up for that now in a way that we haven't done before. To give myself to you physically and have another way we can start expressing our love for one another. And that would be our cue to go back downstairs and find something to do, Ginny, said Hermione. Hold on there, you two, please. Ginny and Hermione froze in place and looked back to the girl who had just about begged their husband to shag her. Daphne smiled at the pair. As a measure of my acceptance, trust and love of all of you, I would ask the both of you to stay and witness what Harry and I are about to do. You're my sisters now in everything but name, and I would like you to be here. Harry. Ginny questioned. I wasn't the one that asked you. It's okay with me if it's okay with her. Ginny and Hermione looked at each other for a second and then walked over and sat down together in the love seat. We'll try to stay quiet. Daphne smiled at the pair. I'm pretty sure that once Harry and I get going, we won't be distracted by much. Daphne pulled Harry down to sit beside her on the bed. He looked nervous. Are you sure you want to do this, Daph? Absolutely. Daphne bent over and keyed Harry very lovingly and reached to unbutton his shirt. When she finished with that, she removed his shirt and his trainers and socks and then her own footwear. She stood up between Harry's knees and pointed at the buttons that ran down the front of her sundress. She stood very still as Harry began unbuttoning the white little buttons that ran the length of the dark blue sundress. Hermione and Ginny watched Harry's smile grow broader the farther down the dress he went. He eventually finished his task just above her knees and slowly pulled the sides of the dress apart. Ginny saw his face turn a little flushed and Daphne pulled the sides together again. She said something quietly to Harry and he looked over at the love seat. 2 galleons to the witch that can tell me what color underwear this shy young lady wore to seduce me with today. I'll take black, guessed Hermione. Then I'll guess that hot pink set she bought 2 weeks ago, Ginny said. Harry shook his head no but then looked up into the blonde's face. Shall we show them Sweetums? Daphne nodded and spun around so that she was still standing in front of Harry clutching her dress closed. Harry stood up behind her and placed his hands under Daphne's. Daphne smiled at the 2 other girls and closed her eyes as she dropped her hands to her sides. Harry ripped the sides of the sundress apart and then dropped the dress to the floor. Hermione smiled but Ginny whistled at the sight. It was a sudden surprise that Daphne's choice of knickers and bras was none. She had been totally starkers under the sundress and both girls were very enamored of how beautiful and erotic the sight of a BPD Daphne was. Harry pulled the BPD Daphne back and down to sit between his spread legs on the edge of the bed and began dotting her neck and shoulders. Daphne's eyes were sparkling when she looked back at Harry's wives. I don't think Harry would mind if you 2 got really comfortable and had some fun yourself over there. I'd like you both to participate with us, or not. As you like it, I mean. Hermione was 3/4 undressed before Daphne's next mow, and was heard in the bedroom. When Ginny joined her in getting BPD, Daphne was already slightly writhing in response to how Harry was touching and ing her. There was enough room of the loveseat for Hermione to put her feet up and Ginny hesitated only a second in laying on her chest and began ing her. Both were splitting their time between watching the pair on the bed and beginning to heat each other up. It wasn't clear if it was Daphne's or Harry's decision to keep her facing the loveseat and he ran his hands up and down her arms and sides while he at her neck and shoulders and back. Daphne started humming and reached back with one hand to caress Harry's face. Harry took advantage of the movement of Daphne's arms to snake his hands around to her front and begin stroking her stomach with one hand and walking the fingers of his other hand lightly up and across her ribs and the bottom swell of her S. The hum from the girl intensified and she seemed unable to make a decision to lean further back to get more contact with Harry's chest or to bend forward and bring a few more areas closer to Harry's hands. Guineas Mo.Ned in sympathy as Harry's hands suddenly reached up and squeezed Daphne's S and began massaging them. Hermione did her best to tweak one of Guinea's nipples as they continued to watch Harry and Daphne. Ginny had slid down a little on Nani's chest and had started licking one of the brunette's nipples. Both were totally unable to quit sneaking peeks at the pair on the bed though. Daphne wasn't sure if she could continue to face forward. What Harry's hands, lips and tongue were doing was driving her crazy and the attention he was now placing on her S was causing her to start to breath funny and to really cause her juices to flow. She was straining her neck to keep her lips in contact with his and then he suddenly started pinching and pulling on her nipples. Daphne reacted by opening her mouth in a quick gasp of pleasure. Harry took that opportunity to invade her mouth with his tongue to start yet another level of arousal. It was almost too much for her to stand and Daphne felt herself sagging backwards to give Harry more access to her chest and those highly aroused points that were being manhandled by her lover's hands and fingers. The 2 Mrs. Potters gave up any pretext of trying to stay on the loveseat and they made their way to the floor as they continued snogging. They ended up with their feet pointed toward the bed as they both caressed each other's bodies and took frequent glimpses of what Harry was doing to Daphne. Nani raised one of her legs up so that Ginny could slip her fingers into her. The brunette responded by quickly rubbing Ginny's mound with her palm bringing a moan of contentment from the redhead. Harry gently pulled Daphne up so that she was resting her bum on his right leg. That allowed her to turn a little sideways and Harry caressed her S with one hand. Daphne smiled as she could finally reach other places on Harry's face and neck to pepper with S. She moved enough to bring her mouth to his ear. I love you, Harry. I love you too, my princess. Harry must have reached a particularly sensitive spot with his left hand, or maybe it was the fact that the right hand on Daphne's back had slipped down and was rubbing softly over the curves of her sensitive bottom. Whatever the reason, Harry heard Daphne hiss suddenly and begin grinding her bum into his leg. Jom I need you to. Oh, please touch me. Down there where I. Responding instantly to the plea, Harry's hand slipped down Daphne's body and circled her navel once or twice to taunt her just a little. His fingers crept through the silky golden curls above her folds, and then his index finger slipped through her wet lips to brush across the hard nubbin he found there. Daphne jerked as if shot, and she cried out in a little release of joy and shuddered in his arms. Harry continued to explore her womanhood with his fingers. Daphne came again and again on his hand in a series of small and big releases. She finally went rigid in a tremendous overload and slumped into Harry's side, gently prying Harry's hand away from her drenched thighs and core. She was still jerking slightly in aftershocks when she turned her head and gently kissed Harry on the lips. "That was just wonderful, Jamie. I can't imagine any other or better way to drive me wild and get me ready for you entering me. That was a totally MBO. MBO. Mind-blowing orgasm," said the suddenly appearing Ginny as she slipped to her knees in front of Harry and Daphne. Hermione had come over to stand by Harry's right side. "We were quite busy on the floor, but we had to watch Daphne as she got off. It almost made me come myself," Ginny admitted. "That was hot." Daphne blushed and Harry shifted her around to lay her down flat on her back. He scooted up beside her hip and picked up her hand. "Need a couple of minutes." Closing her eyes to get a few moments of composure and catch her breath, Daphne was surprised to feel 3 movements on the bed. The first one was Harry sliding his body over the top of hers, and she grinned and wrapped her arms around him. The second and third movements were at her sides, and the blonde's eyes jerked open in surprise to see Nani's and Jin's faces grinning down at her along with Harry's. "I love you 3. And we all love you back," Harry said. "About ready to continue?" Daphne nodded and was kissed on the mouth quickly by Nani. "Left side attendant present and ready for action, milady." Her brows lowered in confusion. Daphne's head was turned lightly to receive a lingering kiss from Ginny. "As my lady pleases. Right side attendant ready to begin assigned duties." Daphne was pleased but couldn't figure out if this was something prearranged by the 3 Potters or a spontaneous desire to participate by Nani and Vixen. She decided it didn't really matter either way. Harry chuckled and Daphne could just barely reach and slap his bum lightly. "And what are you supposed to be doing while my attendants are occupied with one thing or another, Jamie?" The twinkling green eyes held a threat and a promise as Harry's face was suddenly close up to hers. Licking his lips and then the tip of her nose, Harry replied to Sweetum's question. "I am about to use the diversionary tactics to mount a loving assault of Milady's long-held trove of delights." Harry waggled his eyebrows and then kissed Daphne's lips very tenderly. "This is an oral incursion of the most tasty kind. Unless you object, of course." Daphne managed not to giggle. "Just make sure that I'm not too overjoyed later for M's intrusion, my gallant knight. I'm always at your beck and call, princess." Harry kissed her forehead, her lips, her chin, and a few places on her neck and shoulders as he slowly worked his way down her body. As Harry moved slowly down her body, Nani and Jin began their own assault on her various senses. Dotting her lips, face and neck in all the places they remembered she was sensitive and murmuring words of love and praise. There was an unexpected diversion on Harry's way down her body, and Daphne gasped as Harry suddenly began cling one of her inflamed nipples. He did that for a number of unbelievable seconds and then switched sides. His absence on the first side was quickly replaced by the arrival of Ginny's mouth. Nani was quickly there on the other side when Harry delved further south across her ribs and stomach. Daphne was anticipating the best when Harry slipped all the way down on the bed and his hands went under and grasped her hips and bum. She tried not to jerk her legs wide open after he blew on her lower lips, but he had already gotten a good hold to position himself where he wanted to be. The first long stroke of his tongue to her center made her moan and an arch off the bed, but gentle hands and whispers told her to relax and enjoy the sensations. Daphne lost track of how many times Harry's talented tongue and lips drove her near or over the edge. It could have been 15 minutes or an hour later when Harry raised his head up and smiled up at Daphne. She saw that his lower face was coated with her juices, but as he moved back up, Ginny and Nani thought nothing of exchanging a long kiss with their husband and then smiling at her. Both wives withdrew just a little to let Harry come up and rest on top of her again. "And now you can tell anyone that you've been properly bushwhacked by the master," said a grinning Ginny as she kissed Daphne's cheek. "You want me to say that with a straight face?" "I don't think so." "That's horrible, Ginny, but I will remember your words." We're heading back for the love seat and some snuggling of our own, Nani said. I want more key. First ladies. I love you both and thank you for helping. What's a sister for? Ginny asked as she and Nani worked their way off the bed. Daphne watched them as they went back to a shared hug on the love seat and then she turned her head to see Harry kneeling right above her. Time for the main act. As long as you still think you still want to. I think Lord Potter you are slightly overdressed for the activity. Then can be remedied. Ooh. My turn to expose M. Daphne rolled over so that Harry was underneath her and then jiggled her chest right in his face. Harry stuck out his tongue in an effort to lick a nipple but Daphne got up to her hands and knees and reached for Harry's belt. She was careful to unbutton and unzip his trousers and lower them in his boxers so he could kick them off. Ladies, I think I should reward Harry for his efforts. I think you both would benefit from a little expression of essence of Harry, Nani said from the love seat. Do you have a preference, dear Jamie? You're totally in charge for the rest of this encounter, sweetums. It was then Harry's turn to clutch the sheets and to mow. And in pleasure as Daphne quickly reduced him from a mighty steed to little Harry. She came back up to snuggle into Harry's side and rubbed her hand across Harry's chest. Any wagers over there on M's recovery time? Not me, Nani volunteered. It depends on what you do next, Ginny said from her spot on Nani's chest. Some more of that talented tongue will certainly have Harry ready to go in a heartbeat or two. Hey, I'm still in the room, you know, Harry protested. I have just the idea. Daphne rolled over Harry and stood up from the side of her bed. She reached down and retrieved her wand from the pocket of the dress that had been discarded. She was humming as she did this and Harry glanced toward her and saw that Daphne's assets were being fully displayed only about 1.5 feet from his eyes. Daphne slowly rocked her hips from side to side and looked back over her shoulder. I hope you don't mind the view, Jamie. You're killing me here, sweetums. Harry groaned and tried to control the urge to reach out with his hands and fondle what he could see. M's ba-ak, Ginny happily sang out. Harry rolled his eyes at his red-haired wife but then he had another lovely vision to partake as Daphne climbed back onto the bed and set herself up sitting on Harry's knees. Harry watched as she turned her wand around and cast a spell on herself. The warm golden glow around her middle confirmed that Daphne had cast the anti-pregnancy spell. Daphne carefully laid her wand aside and went into full ice princess mode for a couple of seconds. I have you trapped exactly where and how I want you, Potter. Do you have any last words to say before I continue? Ride 'em, cowgirl. Ginny broke up laughing and Nani wasn't too far behind when Daphne looked over her shoulder at the pair and winked at them. She carefully knee-walked forward until she could sit on Harry's stomach. Nani was kind enough to tell and show me how it went the first time with you two. I don't think you have to be at all anxious about proving your marriage to anybody this time and I think you've realized whatever pain I might briefly have is my choice to endure to get to the wonderful stuff. Harry nodded and Daphne rewarded him by leaning forward so that she was fully reclined on top of him and gave him a very long key. Daphne held up her hand for Harry to take. You need to push me upright, Jamie. As Harry pushed Daphne back up to a seated position he saw that her free hand was reaching underneath her and trying to bring M and her fanny together so that they would line up. Harry watched the concentration of his lover's face and felt the warmth of the meeting at the same second as Daphne did. Her eyes parted in surprise and she moved her bottom in a little circle to work his member deeper. When she felt secure she released her hold on M and placed her hands on Harry's chest. Harry felt himself slipping deeper and deeper in Daphne with every movement she made. She stopped once and Harry saw her wince in pain and raise up on him. Harry tried to nod encouragingly at her and Daphne closed her eyes as she raised up and then plunged down as fast and as hard as she could. Harry knew what was happening to her internally and just held Daphne's hips as steady as he could when she bottomed out. After about a minute she slowly released the breath she had taken in and began moving again. Slowly at first and then speeding up as the pleasure began overriding the pain she had experienced. Daphne wasn't aware of the passage of time but only the tremendous feelings that were being generated by her and Harry's union. She went through a number of climaxes but the last happened just as Harry announced he had reached his limit and M erupted in and with her. Daphne slumped forward and down onto Harry's chest and relaxed as he drew his arms around her. She wasn't sure if she fell asleep in that position or not but when she could raise her head up again, Hermione and Ginny were dressed and standing bedside with some cool drinks and warm washcloths to help Harry and her clean up. A more thorough cleaning in the recently enlarged shower resulted in a large number of kisses and hugs being exchanged between Sweetums and the Potters. End of content, for now, CC. Of all the things that a human being could be experiencing at this exact moment, what she was doing now was the absolute horriblest. Your HRRUMP Bleyork AHRRGYX Leyorkic IKIC Barger Rizd. Bellatrix could barely hold herself to the toilet. She had slipped down from standing as the retching and racking of her throat, chest and stomach brought a terrifying weakness to her limbs and capacity to think. That thrice cursed apothecary, she thought as she fought down the vile taste in her mouth and the churning contents of her stomach. The acceleration potions that helped her baby develop faster also accelerated all the other symptoms that came with being pregnant. It had been 2 days since one of the potions master, Kaloic, had begun feeding a most disgusting tasting pair of potions to her morning and night and then leaving. She complained about the state of her stomach after the first day, but Master Loic said that it would be a temporary passing condition that should only last 2 weeks. 3 at worst. Stabilizing potions and water along with meals when she could keep them down were all that Bellatrix could look forward to. She had been summoned to Lord Voldemort's chamber after the first day of potions and was praised for the honor and duty she was undertaking for the upcoming reign. She had been biting her lip in an attempt to keep from falling down in weakness or retching and had barely made it through the encounter. Privately, she was wondering if she would be able to surprise the vampire if she vomited all over his impeccably polished boots. The retching seemed finished for now, and Bellatrix shakily stood and made her way back to her bed. At one of the tables near her bed, her supper of a now cooled soup and some bread awaited her. She wasn't sure if she should attempt to eat or not. Sometimes just the smell alone of food was able to drive her back to the loo or the emergency bucket, which she could at least banish the contents of after using it. Bellatrix had not had many visitors since she had been ordered to bed rest. She almost wished she could communicate with her hated sister Andromeda or even Narcissa about being pregnant. She had never suspected how difficult a task pregnancy was becoming, even if it did bring her closer to her master. Master Loic was dealing with her and the other problems of the followers of Lord Voldemort. The other potion master, named Thop Bocto, was working on and only with Lord Voldemort. Already, Master Bocto was decrying the scarcity of ingredients he needed for the concoctions he was using to stabilize and strengthen Lord Voldemort. Various followers had already been sent out for such rare items as hippogriff tongues and merman blood. Bellatrix wondered what would happen to those lucky wizards or witches that would be sent out for even more exotic items such as dragon teeth, basilisk skin extract, or broiled troll liver. Why did I have to think of that? Bellatrix asked herself. Holding her hands over her mouth and stomach, the cruelest witch known to magical England made a staggering run back to the loo. After a fairly relaxed lunch that had Daphne sitting on Harry's lap, Hermione pulled her Sweetums into the living room to have some womanly talk, as she called it. Harry was positively sure that the discussion had something to do with scheduling or sharing or something equally as uncomfortable for him to know about, so he asked Ginny to come out and explore the 2 outbuildings with him. The barn had long been abandoned, but the stalls and hayloft still seemed functional. Ginny had checked the hayloft from halfway up the ladder and deemed it suitable for snogging and other activities. Harry laughed and asked her if she was declaring it free of spiders, mice, rats and unmerciful crows, doves and guano-producing bats. She had slid down the ladder rapidly after that and slapped her husband for being totally unromantic. Harry had picked her up and held her up against a post key, dotting her until her eyes had become unfocused. Ginny retracted the slap but thought if they did make it back to the hayloft that Jamie was in charge of pest control. The smaller shed didn't have a door and the duo was reduced to peering in through the cracks to try and see what was inside. Harry stood up with a grin and told Ginny that he remembered what was probably inside. Calling out for Dobby, Harry whispered some instructions into the house elf's ear and he disappeared for about 30 seconds and then reappeared. He handed Harry something small and then disappeared again. Care to share with everyone else? Ginny asked. It's a big surprise. Once we get into this shed. And how are we supposed to do that with that cumbrication lock on the bar? Harry wiggled his finger at the small girl and she cautiously came closer. Harry bent over to whisper in her ear. It's called a combination lock and you are a witch. Remember. You deal with it. Ginny slapped Harry on the stomach but did reach into her pocket and brought out her wand. A pass with her wand and the old rusty lock disappeared. Harry lifted up the bar that was holding the doors closed and threw it to the side. He made Ginny grab one side of the set of doors to swing back and he did the same on the other side. Sunlight flooded the interior of the shed and the contents came out of the shadows. Ginny started jumping up and down in excitement. 30 seconds later, Hermione and Daphne came running out the back door of the house in response to the horrid noises that were coming out of the shed. Both stopped at the entrance of the shed and waited. Both Harry and Ginny stood up and removed the hands from the horns of the two gorgeous cars that were parked side by side. Harry held up his hand and the three girls looked at a couple sets of keys that he was holding. The black one Ginny is standing beside is labeled a Morgan Roadster. I imagine my grandparents or James and Lily used for Sunday cruises around the countryside. I have no idea of what year it is. Everyone clustered around the open two-seater that had cream-colored bucket seats, a mahogany steering wheel and a shift lever mounted to the floor. Oh nuts, it's a standard, Ginny complained. I don't want to wreck the transmission of this cutie learning how to drive it. Fancy a ride anyway, Ginny. Harry threw one set of keys at Hermione who looked about to have kittens in anticipation of getting behind the wheel. Now, for real. Hermione's voice was trembling but Ginny had already jumped over the side and into the passenger seat. Hermione opened the driver's door to get into the seat and put the keys in the ignition. Do you suppose it will start after all these years, Harry? I noticed there were preservation spells on it, so it should be okay if it has enough gas. Harry held out his hand and he and Daphne walked away from the shed. It took 4 tries to get the engine to turn over and then the motor exploded in a small cloud of black exhaust and the car inched out of the shed. Ginny and Hermione were both shouting and smiling in celebration. Hermione guided the car out of the shed and then turned up the road to head past the apple orchard. Harry was smiling as he heard the horn toot one more time and the little car disappeared over a rise. So what is this other car? It must be foreign as the driver's wheel is on the other side. That Daphne is an American-made Pontiac Firebird. Supposedly very fast and just so say. Why? Just so. After spending such a stretch of intimate minutes with my favorite blonde, I can definitely say that this silver car is only the second whyest thing in this yard. Daphne smiled at the compliment but corrected her fiancé. Make it the third whyest thing in the yard, Jamie dear. You just curled my toes more than I ever thought possible. Hey, this road dead ends at a small rock quarry. It's flooded now and could be a good swimming hole for us. I didn't bring my swimming trunks, Hermione. That's never stopped us before. We'll be back in a few minutes then, Ginny sent. Daphne leaned into key. Harry again. That was so good what we all did together, Harry. I'm almost sorry I chose to delay things now. If I had known how great you were going to be, I might have thrown you down and ravaged you a lot sooner. Harry blushed just a little bit. Don't underrate your participation in making the whole thing wonderful. Speaking of ravaging, are you very sore? Yes, but it's a wonderful sore and I'm looking forward to when I'm not so sore to do it all over again. Ginny and Hermione have had some experience and could help you get over the uncomfortableness quicker. I'm sorry. That M is humongous. Don't be. I loved it. And you. The soreness was only of the things Hermione wanted to talk to me about. Is there anything special you need to talk to me about that Hermione or Ginny can't? Daphne looped her arms around Harry's waist and gave him a good long key. Thanks for what we just did, but I don't know if I'll be as enthusiastic as Gin or Nani wanting that level of intimacy until we're properly married. It's not that I didn't think that was extremely wonderful, but I'll be satisfied with cuddling and some mild fondling. Let's leave those types of celebrations for special occasions. Christmas, Valentine's Day, formal balls, and any days of the week that end in Y. As I said before, hey, wait a minute. Daphne giggled into Harry's chest. Sorry, I just couldn't resist that. Your 2 other gems are rubbing off on me. Harry looked at the smiling girl and waggled his eyebrows. I'd love to watch that. Daphne rolled her eyes at her fiancé and slapped his arm where he held her. Before she could make any further comments, they both heard the toot of the horn of the Morgan and the car drove into the yard and back into the shed. Hermione was smiling as she ran up to give Harry a hug. That's even more fun to drive than the Beetle, Harry. Good. I'm glad you had a good time. If anyone wants to go for a longer ride, I thought I would get behind the wheel of the other car and we could go looking for Holyhead. I need a break for the loo, Ginny yelled as she headed for the house. Don't you dare leave without me. There's not much room in the back seat, Hermione said as she looked through the front window. Daphne came over and rubbed Hermione's back for a second. I'm sure that two people could make themselves comfortable in there with just a little bit of effort. Harry smiled as Daphne opened the door and helped Hermione tilt the front passenger seat and climb into the back. She climbed in herself just as Ginny came hurrying out the back door of the house. Ginny got in the front passenger seat and looked into the back seat and whistled. Don't steam up that back window. Harry needs to look out of it. We'll lie down then. Wouldn't want to distract the driver at all. Harry rolled his eyes but leaned over and Ed Ginny's cheek as he turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared into life and Harry took a calming breath as he tried to remember all the lessons Tony and Hermione had given him. He put his foot on the brake and then shifted the lever from park to drive. Easing up on the brake, Harry let the car start moving out of the yard and into another part of the foursome's weekend together. Breakfast was finished on time and Harry went through the preparations again while Ginny double-checked their bedroom and Hermione triple-checked her list of things to accomplish before they left Potter Manor. Dobby had already taken their trunks to Hogwarts, so all that the three of them were going to be carrying this morning were small backpacks that just contained the bare essentials for traveling on the Hogwarts Express. Shrunken robes, even the detested green kind for Ginny, a book to read, 3 for Hermione, and some snacks, courtesy of Fred and George in Harry's case. Daphne and Astoria were meeting up at the Davises' house to travel with them and Draco to King's Cross. Narcissa and her son had an early breakfast and both had left just as the three Potters were coming into the dining room. None of them had seen Severus for over a week, and although Hermione asked Sissy where he was, she just replied that he would be around, somewhere or other, and they might see him later. That alone sparked some conversation during the meal, and it was Ginny guessing that Professor Snape had found employment as the engineer for the Express that drew the biggest laugh of all their conjectures. Harry had an eye on the clock and finally announced it was time to go. Sirius was bringing Gracie to platform 9 3/4 himself to help her get over her nerves, and the Weasleys had a ministry car picking them up at the Borough to bring them into London. Ginny had objected at first to the friendly wager between her spouses as to how close to departure her family would be, but then laughingly took the 5-minute slot that was still open. The arrival at the Leaky Cauldron was different for Harry this time, as Ginny and Hermione were lined up to catch Harry's usual untidy arrival. 2 wands were brandished and Harry's ever-tumbling exit was caught without much damage to Harry or breakage of nearby furniture. Harry was standing there slightly amazed as his wives made a show of stowing their wands away. Harry watched them nod at each other and head for the front door before he could raise his voice thanking them. He caught to them outside on the curb as a number of other magical families had come through the Leaky Cauldron to get to King's Cross. Since this was the first time the Potters had tried this, so they weren't sure if this was usual or not. Harry and his girls greeted some of their Hogwarts classmates by name and took up their place in the queue waiting for the next taxi. Harry eventually arrived at the front of the line and waved forward the next taxi in line. When he opened the door to the back seat, Sirius walked by him and entered the back seat of the taxi. Harry looked over his shoulder to see that Gracie was still hugging Hermione. Ginny stepped into the can and dragged Harry in after her, and the 2 other girls quickly climbed in after them. Despite the crowding in the back seat, the 5 passengers arranged themselves as best they could for the short drive over to King's Cross. Harry piled out of the cab once they had arrived there and told Sirius that since he was the one that was employed, he could pay the driver. Sirius blustered a while about it and then told Hermione and Ginny he would just take the difference out of Harry's allowance. Harry laughed at that and took up Hermione's hand as they made their way towards the train platforms. Sirius unshrunk Gracie's trunk and then gave her a hug and a key, before he said he had to leave for Hogwarts. Hermione and Ginny gave Sirius a hug before he apparated away from a secluded corner. Harry helped Gracie find a cart for her things and helped her push it toward the train platforms. The 4 saw a number of classmates also loaded up with carts and or being accompanied by their parents. The closer they all got to the train platform, the more oars Harry recognized, either mixing in the crowds or keeping a watchful eye on all the people for sudden trouble. Evidently, Minister Bones was taking the possibility of Death Eaters very seriously and had strengthened the patrols and presence of the Aurors at this annual event. Ginny took over for Harry and helped push Gracie's cart through the portal with her. The 16-year-old almost stopped in surprise and delight as she saw the crowded platform and her first glimpse of the Hogwarts Express. Ginny pulled on her arm and the two girls stepped aside to let Harry and Hermione come through. They had only gone a few steps when Harry and the others heard a distinctly Irish voice call out, "Lord Potter, sir." Harry looked to his right and saw two people he recognized and one he didn't. Colin and Dennis Creevey were standing by their own carts, and a tall brunette with a smattering of freckles on her face was striding toward him with her hand outstretched. "Rebecca Creevey, Mr. Potter. I'm Colin's and Dennis' mother." Hermione and Ginny had heard the name and left Gracie to look at her surroundings while they came up beside their husband. Harry went forward a step to shake hands with Mrs. Creevey and talk to her. "It's just Harry, Mrs. Creevey. I would say it's a pleasure to meet you, but my wives and I are sorry for the injury you sustained and your family's loss." Mrs. Creevey bowed her head for a second in reflection, and Harry mentally kicked himself for inadvertently reminding her of her dead husband. But Mrs. Creevey was smiling as she looked back up at the three Potters. "I usually let the boys come with some of our magical friends to catch the express, but I felt I should come today especially to see them off. Mrs. Potter, I wanted to thank you for staying with my boys at the hospital until my friends could arrive. You were all gone by the time I was released to go home." "It wasn't a problem," Ginny said. "I think everyone knew someone that was affected by the Death Eaters that night. None of us wanted to leave the boys alone in that waiting room without someone to talk to or keep them company. Hermione and I have spent more than a few hours worrying about our loved ones in similar circumstances and know how lonely it can be. We didn't have much life insurance at all in spite of the ministry's official explanation for Charles' death, so I wasn't very sure if I could afford to even send Colin back to school, let alone Dennis. It was quite a surprise when we got the owl from the Lily Potter Foundation stating that they would be funding the tuition for both my sons this year and the next until my finances stabilize a bit." Harry tried being very careful as he told Mrs. Creevey a little white lie. "It's something I didn't find out until last year when my mother's will was read. She had a special place in her heart for sons and daughters of families that might be going through hard times for one reason or another," Hermione finished for Harry. "The foundation can also provide some temporary funds for widows if the need is there. Thank you for the kind offer, but I have found at least some temporary employment as a beginning tutor for some magical families in our town. Between that and our relatives and friends, I think we shall make a good go of it." "That's nice to hear, Mrs. Creevey. Boys." Mrs. Creevey stepped back and Colin and Dennis came forward. Both did a little bow toward the girls, but Harry said they shouldn't do it and shook both the boys' hands. Colin swore he would never take another picture of Harry unless he or his wives authorized it. Dennis spoke up and hoped he would get in Gryffindor so he could hear all the stories about Harry from his housemates. Harry rolled his eyes at that, but Colin jabbed his brother in the back and said that wasn't the way to make friends. Hermione and Ginny rescued Harry then as they said he had to make sure his sister got on the train properly. Colin was explaining to his mother and brother about Gracie and the two families separated. Harry walked away shaking his head at the encounter but was kissed on the cheek by Hermione, who said she was proud that Harry's ideas were already helping out others in the magical world. Harry blushed just a bit but started responding to all the calls and waves they were receiving from their friends and classmates. Ron and Luna were the next familiar faces they came on to. They had spent most of the summer together, but Harry didn't dare ask how the Lovegoods annual search and hunting excursion for incredible creatures had gone this year. Both Luna and Ron looked very tanned and relaxed as they came up and greeted the three Potters and Gracie. Luna was very excited and wanted to start introducing Gracie to her housemates from Ravenclaw. They took off toward one of the cars, hauling Gracie's trunk between them. Ginny gave her brother a hug. "You shot up over the summer. All those near misses of catching, what was it this year?" "Ploisterned Vache Pretz, northern Spain. The mountains were nice, but the food took a while to get used to. I'm going to go make sure Luna and Gracie are set up okay, and I'll be by later for a proper visit." Surprising Ron, Hermione grabbed his hand before he took off and looked him in the eye. You and Luna good together. Ron blushed and sort of pushed on Hermione's shoulder before he took off. He was on the last step on the stairs when he looked back at the trio and his face lifted in a smile. To Harry's astonishment, he ran back but rushed past Harry, Ginny and Hermione. Harry looked over and saw that his friend had hurried to meet his parents. Arthur, Molly, the twins and, surprisingly, Percy had finally arrived and there was still 10 minutes left before the express left the station. The twins rushed up to the three Potters but immediately picked up Ginny and Hermione and carried them onto the train. Arthur had come up to talk to Harry but they were both chuckling at George and Fred's antics. They forgot something important, methinks, Harry said to his mother and father-in-law. And what would that be? Molly asked. There was a flash of orange light from the direction Harry's wives had been carried off to and then a loud squawk of protest. Ginny and Hermione walked calmly back to rejoin Harry and the Weasleys. They were followed a few seconds later by the twins who were begging the pair to unhex them. George and Fred were currently wearing high heels and dark blue skirts that they were tugging the hems down to cover their extremely white legs. Harry smirked at the scene and explained. They forgot that we've spent an extensive amount of time with Sirius this summer. You wouldn't know it to look at her, but Minister Bones has fairly well developed sense of pranking and, well, we got a lot of experience and ideas about taking care of unruly relatives, Ginny finished. Unruly. Us. The epitome of gentlemen. And scholars. The twins were doing some serious groveling in fact and made all kind of promises to be restored to their normal appearances before their girlfriends caught them in drag. With a laugh, Ginny finally removed the hexes and the twins got farewell hugs from their parents before departing with their trunks. Percy was shaking his head as he joined the group. Did you really have to do that to them, Ginevra? No, I didn't have to, but there is a certain tradition to uphold. Harry hadn't gotten around to asking his father-in-law about his new job before the whistle blew for the final boarding of the Hogwarts Express. There was another round of hugs and handshakes and Ginny slipped a note into Percy's hand when she hugged him goodbye. The three Potters hurried to the car steps and turned and waved to everyone as the express started to move. Searching for a place to settle for the trip, Harry saw that Neville was waving at them from a compartment near the end of the car they were on. When they got there, Harry and the others saw that Neville had been saving a bench for them. Hannah and Susan rose to greet Ginny and Hermione when they entered and Harry sat down next to Neville. You're much later than normal this year, Neville said. In-laws? Harry said, shrugging. Unavoidable but necessary. Just then Hannah and Susan started shrieking and jumping up and down as they held Hermione's hand up to the light. They must have got to the wedding, Harry thought. Neville looked a little askance at the celebrating girls and then turned to Harry. What did you do now and why am I going to be hearing about it until Christmas? Hermione and I got married over summer vacation, Harry said with a smile. Again. Harry. Why? Other than having another honeymoon. Harry said with an evil grin. It was so Hermione's parents could be there and could give away the bride like they all wanted. Then you're excused from setting a bad example, Neville said with a laugh. Who's a bad example? Ginny said as the huddle of the four girls broke up. Hannah came over to sit on Neville's lap and Harry moved to the other bench to let Susan snuggle into her boyfriend's other side. Ginny and Hermione settled next to Harry and Hermione draped her legs over Harry's lap to get comfortable. Harry is just being Harry and spoiling you too. It makes the rest of us blokes look bad, Neville grumbled good-naturally. Don't get upset, Neville. You and Grams brought us along to Paris for a few days. That was a nice spoiling even if the lodging wasn't the best. Ginny raised a questioning eyebrow at the girls and Neville blushed. We ended up getting 2 rooms, one for me and the girls got to room with my grandmother for 3 nights. You wouldn't believe the alarms and wards that were put on the doors and windows. No snuggling at all. To say nothing of the other activities, Susan muttered. At least we got permission from Augusta to help Nev in their greenhouses over the summer, Hannah smiled. That went really well, Susan and Neville said together. Everyone laughed at that comment and the 6 began catching up with all their travels and activities, well not all their activities, as the express rolled through the British countryside. It was about a half hour after the express left King's Cross that there came a knock on the door and a familiar blonde stuck her head in the door. Okay, What are going to make me wear? I want to get this over with as quickly as possible. Daphne pushed her sister into the compartment as Harry explained the wager that the two of them had made on vacation. Susan shook her head sadly. You bet against Harry. You deserve what you get for doubting him. That's what I told her, Daphne said, chuckling. Can we get on with this? Please. Maybe everyone will forget by the time we get to school. Okay. I guess now's just as good as later. Ginny. Ginny reached into her backpack and pulled out a pair of swim goggles and a snorkel. She handed them to Astoria, who looked at them suspiciously. Is that it? This doesn't seem too bad. Nobody said we were finished, Tori. Hermione's got the next piece. Astoria looked on anxiously as Hermione reached into her traveling bag. Her hand emerged holding a large green stuffed eel, a prank gift Harry received from rescuing Fleur Delacour from a supposedly vicious monster. Hermione wrapped the toy around Astoria's neck. That's enough. No, came from a bunch of voices. Neville, Susan and Hannah were grinning witnesses to the younger Greengrass embarrassment. Harry held up his hand. There's one more thing, although you should know that Daphne and the lovely Mrs. Potters all had lovely suggestion about what to inflict on you. Astoria turned and slapped her chuckling sister. Traitors. All of you. At least this isn't too bad. Daphne tapped her sister on the shoulder and pointed to Harry. He was holding up a pair of neon yellow colored swim fins. I'm dead meat. I'll never hear the end of this. It could be much worse, Tori, Harry said. Besides, there will probably enough announcements at the welcoming feast to make everyone forget about your outfit. What's going to be going on then? Astoria was slipping off her shoes and trying to put the oversized footwear on. All good things come to those who wait. You only have to walk to the front of the train and back. Harry's not going to make you wear those the whole trip. Although he could, Ginny said, giggling. Astoria's face widened and she stood up a little unsteadily. I could chuck all this out a window, you know. You wouldn't want Harry to call on Lord Gryffindor to impose a punishment, would you? Neville Longbottom, do not help me any further. I'm going. Harry tugged on Astoria's elbow and turned her to face him. There's a reward for finishing quickly. A reward? What sort of reward? Harry held up a thick envelope. Our vacation pictures. You can show them around after you finish. Of course, there's some of you, your sister and my wives in their swimsuits, so I'd appreciate if no boys saw those particular shots. And we better not hear any comments about how good Harry looks in his swimsuit either, Hermione said. Astoria's eyes got real wide and she got ready to run, shuffle, waddle out of the compartment. Harry bent over and whispered something quietly in her ear and made a small motion with his hand. Astoria smiled and then kissed Harry on the cheek before she left the compartment. Harry turned around and found 5 sets of eyes looking at him. What was that last bit? She looked awful happy when she left. I told her a marauder's prank spell in case she got hassled. Which one, Harry? Hermione asked. Singultatus. That's not too bad then, Ginny said. We should count the people at the feast who were cursed. What was that spell, Harry? Susan couldn't hold in her curiosity. Her aunt was the head Auror for a number of years and she had never heard the spell before. It's a spell for uncontrollable hiccups, Hermione said with a grin. I expect a number of members of Slytherin House will learn about picking on Daphne's sister. That's awesome, Harry, Neville said. Are you going to teach us those marauders spells this year in the DA? Some of them. We have to keep some of them for ourselves after all. Of course. The twins don't know about them, do they? Hannah looked a little scared as she contemplated that knowledge in the hands of the school's best or worst pranksters. They'll learn when everyone else does, Ginny stated. Good. Hannah got off Neville's lap and held out her hand for him. Let's go check the rest of the train and visit the new transfers and those kids who are here for the first time from the embassies. Neville pretended to be reluctant, but with 2 girls using their bodies to push him along, he left the compartment smiling. Daphne made sure the door was locked behind them and then drew the curtain down to block anyone from looking in. In a rare show of emotion from the Ice Princess, Daphne leapt into Harry's arms and carried him over backward on the bench. Think they'll be back soon? She asked as she kissed Harry very thoroughly. If Susan caught my hint when we talked earlier, they'll keep Neville entertained for about 20 minutes, Hermione said. That's barely enough time to get warmed up, Ginny said as she slipped down to Key. Daphne as she caught her breath from Key. Dotting Harry for so long. Unfortunately, or not, the snogging in compartment 16G only lasted for about 5 minutes before they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Harry groaned and tried straightening his shirt out as he climbed back to his seat. He made sure the 3 girls all looked presentable before he tore open the door with a snarl ready and stopped. Standing grinning in the doorway were the Weasley twins, Katie Bell, Angelica Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet. All the remaining members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were smiling a little evilly, and the twins were pointedly ignoring the glare that Ginny was sending their way. "Come on in," Harry said with a smile that was just a little forced. The 3 chasers enters and then the twins who plopped down on the bench seat next to their sister. "Sorry for interrupting. Anything you'd care to share with the rest of us?" George finished with a nudge to his sister's side. "Ignore them, Harry." "We do." Angelina stopped and looked at Harry. "We were talking. Snogging more likely." Ginny got out before the twins started shoving her side to side. "Ahem. We were talking and wondered if you had got the captain's badge in with your owl scores, Harry." "No, definitely not. I expected you or Katie to receive that. Not us," the twins said. Ignoring the pair, Harry explained. "I thought McGonagall would have chosen any of the 3 of you girls. Well, none have got that badge. So we're wondering what is going on." Harry knew the reason, of course, for the missing honor, but couldn't just blurt out the truth. "Maybe Professor McGonagall wanted to talk to us before she chose, or maybe she wants us to elect the next captain ourselves." "I guess that's possible," Katie said. "I guess we'll find out when we see her." "Sorry for interrupting you four. We were just sitting here talking," Harry said. "Then that would explain why Hermione's jumper is buttoned up wrong," Alicia said with a little smirk. Hermione blushed and turned around to fix the mistake as the compartment rang with laughter. There was another knock on the door and everyone inside turned to see a person of the group knew. "Hello, Kirk," said Katie. "Harry Potter?" the tall boy asked in a quiet, drawn-out voice. Fred stood up trying to be funny. "I'm Harry." The boy raised his hand and produced a wand, Avada Kedavra. A green bolt began issuing from the wand and then a number of things happened all at once. 2 people dived and knocked Fred to the ground as a trunk came off the overhead bin to intercept the spell. The trunk was blown apart and 4 voices yelled, "Stupefy." The 4 spells impacted the attacker and threw him through the door of the compartment across the aisle. The second-year Hufflepuffs who were quietly playing gobstones shrieked and yelled as a body rocketed through the door and hit the window frame before falling to the floor. Harry stepped over the debris as the terrified second-years were ushered out of the compartment by Hermione. Daphne yelled for somebody to go get the head boy or girl, and George took off at a run toward the front of the train after seeing his brother get up unharmed. Harry and Ginny looked at each other and were careful as they entered the disrupted compartment. Harry picked up the wand that was lying next to the boy and nodded, and Ginny checked the boy over before pulling him gently down to the floor to finish her exam. 1 broken and 2 cracked ribs and an awful knot on the back of his head. He's going to have one doozy of a headache when he wakes up in the Hogwarts infirmary. Harry slumped down on the bench near the door and let go a deep breath. Good then we didn't. What in Merlin's name happened here? A head leaned into the compartment and looked around at the splintered wood, clothes, and fragments of trunk that were strewn around the area. An unconscious body lying on the floor was the last thing he noticed. "This bloke tried to kill Harry," Ginny said. "He actually tried to kill Fred," Hermione corrected. "What?" Barry Allen, the head boy, had to put up his hands to stop all the various recitals that were coming from all the witnesses. When he finally got the silence he asked for, he pointed. "Report, Lord, Mr. Potter." Harry handed the wand over he had picked up off the floor to the head boy and explained the turn of events from the time the unknown boy knocked on the door until he was hit with a number of stupefy spells. Barry stepped around Ginny and knelt beside the fallen attacker. "I know this fellow. Kirk Tollings. He's one of ours. A Ravenclaw, I mean. He's well liked, although a little on the quiet side. I don't know how to explain it. I think you might have one of the professors check him once we get to Hogwarts and see if he had been put under the Imperious Curse," Hermione said. When everyone turned to look at her, she explained. "He had all the classic signs, I mean. Glassy eyes, slow or slurred speech, bad reaction times. At the long stare from the head boy, Hermione huffed. Am I the only one in the world that's read the 7th year defense books? There was a chorus of, yes, from most of the spectators, and Harry held back a laugh. Barry Allen was not amused though. What am I supposed to do now? Another voice spoke up from outside the crowd around. Let's take him up to our compartment and watch him, Barry. If he comes to, we can start questioning him right away. He can be moved, right, Lady Ginny? A brunette shouldered her way through the crowd, and half the people recognized Dorothy Gale, the head girl this year. It's just Ginny, Miss Gale. Let me fix his ribs first and then he can be moved. I'm not quite up to working on his head yet. That's more in the line of Madame Pomfrey's department. Harry and George blocked off the doorway from prying eyes, and Ginny knelt down and gently laid her hands to the right side of the unconscious Ravenclaw. There was a yellow glow that lasted for about 20 seconds, and then Ginny straightened up. He's okay to be moved now. Be careful about his head though. George and Fred yelled to clear the aisle, and everybody got out of the way one way or the other as the Mobilicorpus spell was cast on Kirk Tollings. With the head girl clearing the way, Mr. Allen floated the unconscious lad toward the front of the train. The crowd muttered a bit and also headed back for their compartments. Harry looked at the 5 Hufflepuffs who were staring at them and their ruined door. Harry shook his head and pulled his wand. Reparo. He cast quickly. 2 of the young girls giggled as the door reassembled itself into something almost as good as new. I'm not sure that one will lock properly again, but I hope you won't be bothered any further until we get to Hogwarts. We apologize for disrupting your trip. The 5 Hufflepuffs quickly entered and closed the door behind them. The sound of giggles and whispered conversation started rising from the compartment as soon as it closed. They are going to be so popular for about a week for their part in this adventure, Ginny said. Adventure. Adventure. I almost get killed and you're calling it an adventure. Fred was torn between laughing and going into shock. Harry didn't quite know what to say to the brother that only stood up and had a killing curse thrown at him. That particular problem was solved when Angelina pulled Fred up into a hug. I'm sorry that you were so scared about the experience that you only got 2 or 3 good gropes in when we were rolling around on the ground. Fred looked around suspiciously and then pulled the girl into a hug. I'm traumatized, simply traumatized. We should go back to our compartment and let me lie down with my head in your lap. The other 2 chasers gave Fred a raspberry apiece and began pushing the twins out of the door. Harry reached out and grabbed Fred's shoulder. Thanks, Fred. I should learn to control my mouth, was the answer that came back to Harry. Hermione, Ginny and Daphne all went to give Fred a group hug. But that wouldn't be you if you did that, Ginny whispered as she leaned up to key Fred on the cheek. Yuck. Ew. Sister boogies. Ginny was laughing as she pushed her brothers out the door. Harry turned and looked at the disaster that was still present in their compartment. Clothes, broken ink wells, parchment and fragments of the trunk that had intercepted the curse were scattered all over the walls, benches and floor of compartment 16G. There was a long whistle of disbelief from the door, and Harry didn't have to turn to know that Neville, Susan and Hannah had returned just at that moment and were looking at the disastrous leftovers that were spread across the area. What the blue blazes happened in here? Neville asked. Before Harry could reply, Hannah spoke up. Aren't those your sweaters over there, Neville? Neville stared and then strode over angrily to remove some clothes from the hands of Hermione, who had started to pick up the scattered items. I'll have you keep your hands off my skivvies, Hermione. Thank you very much. Neville took another look around the compartment and he turned to Harry with a half-worried frown. What exactly did you do to my trunk, Mr. Potter? Ginny was trying hard to contain her giggles as Hannah and Susan started scooping up the rest of Neville's clothes. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I will buy you a new trunk, Neville. Would you believe? The 6 wizards and witches cleared off the 2 benches and Harry described what had almost just happened. Neville swore he would go attack Tollings again when he woke up, and Harry laughingly said he was suffering enough already. Hermione also stated that she didn't believe it was the Ravenclaw that had wanted to get to Harry. After Ginny sent her Doe Patronus on ahead to notify Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick of the problem with the Ravenclaw's 6th year, the group settled down to discuss who on the express might have cast the spell. Various other friends and housemates drifted in and out of the room once word of the attack spread over the train. Harry wondered if he would ever have a normal calm easy ride to Hogwarts. The platform at Hogsmeade was more crowded than normal this year. In addition to all the returning and new students that were arriving on the express, Harry saw a number of other professors beside Hagrid who were waiting for other students to get off the train. Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey were anxiously standing by with a floating stretcher if Mr. Tollings wasn't conscious or able to walk yet. Professor Vector, the arithmancy instructor, had a sign floating over her head calling out for the new transfers that were yet to be sorted. That small crowd of various witches and wizards were going to be traveling up to the castle with a small group of assigned carriages. Adding to that, the sign also called out for the 24 or so witches and wizards that were sons and daughters of the magical ambassadors to England that were attending Hogwarts for the first time. Harry and his wives were looking around and through the crowd hoping to see Gracie, Astoria or Daphne when they heard their names being called. Harry looked up to Professor McGonagall and Sirius rushing up to them with looks of concern on their faces. Sirius was the first to reach the small family and he looked over Harry carefully before he grabbed him by the shoulders. Phileas was standing by us when Ginny's Patronus delivered the message. Are you all right? Harry nodded and then replied for Minerva's benefit. Everyone is okay but Tollings got hit by 4 stunners so he has a pretty big lump on his head. Other than that I have to go send for another trunk for Neville. Why do you need to get Mr. Longbottom another trunk, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked. Harry used Neville's trunk to intercept the killing curse Tollings cast, Ginny supplied. Both professors' mouths dropped open in shock at the mention of that unforgivable spell. It was Hermione that grabbed an enraged Sirius' arm to prevent him going to the train and trying to attack the Ravenclaw. We are pretty sure it wasn't his fault, Harry declared. My more than brilliant wife thought she recognized the signs of an imperious curse on Tollings after the dust settled. I sent a message of the attack on to the ministry. I'm not sure if Minister Bones will show up but I expect there will be some orders here within an hour. Sirius nodded and turned and watched Madame Pomfrey float the injured boy off the train compartment and to the first of the carriages in line. There wasn't much of a delay until the Thestral hooked up to it to begin moving with the Medowitch starting to cast healing spells on Tollings. Ginny shivered next to Harry and for once he was glad she hadn't been tasked by the healer to help her newest patient out. Hagrid's voice came booming over the crowd calling out for the first years to come along with him and the rest of the students on the train station began dispersing to walk up to the school or ride the carriages. Promising to catch up with them later Sirius started heading for the lead carriage with Minerva but a few steps behind him. Harry called out for a moment of her time and then cast a privacy spell around them when the deputy headmistress returned. Although Tollings cast that curse, it wasn't aimed at me. Fred was the actual target because he stood up and jokingly said he was Harry Potter. He was pretty shook up about the close call the last we saw of him and we haven't decided if we should notify Arthur and Molly about the whole mess since it wasn't a direct attack on him. McGonagall nodded. We will definitely notify his parents but I shall speak to young Mr. Weasley sometime this evening and find out his wishes on the matter. I'm pretty sure Arthur will be told by someone from the ministry so maybe we should make a joint flow call to the Burrow later. I really don't want us to get a howler from Mum first thing in the morning about this, Ginny said very seriously. McGonagall nodded her agreement with that and hurried along to catch up with Sirius as the 3 Potters starting walking up the pathway. They were joined up by a number of their housemates who had heard the rumors and whispers of the attack. At the first question from Seamus, Ginny whirled around and looked over the group. We'd rather not talk about it at all. Besides that, I'm pretty sure we and all the other witnesses to the attack are going to be questioned by the Aurors that are on their way. That seemed to satisfy almost everyone's curiosity and the majority of the Gryffindors took off and left the 3 Potters walking slowly behind them. Ron and Luna were the last lingerers and Luna gave hugs to Harry, Ginny and Hermione before Ron hurried her along to get to the feast. Well, some things are constant in our life, Harry quipped. Ron wanting to get to the food before anyone else will probably never change. Where does he put all those provisions anyway? Harry started at the familiar voice and saw that Draco, Tracy Davis, and Daphne had been waiting along the path for the threesome to catch up with them. That's one of the mysteries of Hogwarts Harry hasn't gotten around to solving yet, Ginny said as the 2 Slytherin girls came up to exchange hugs with her and Hermione. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night, Harry said. Why? Asked Tracy. There's a double sorting with the first years and the transfers. On top of that, there's got to be a slew of announcements, and then we have the wonderful interviews with the Aurors to give our reports on the attack to look forward to. Yeah, Daphne told us all about it when she came back to our car. You didn't happen to see anyone from Slytherin gloating or reacting badly to the news of my survival, did you? Draco shook his head. No, not that I looked, since I'm trying to keep a lower profile. But I will keep my ears open when we get back to the dungeon tonight. Another power shuffle about to take place then? Hermione asked. Hard to tell, but with the problems at the World Cup and reports of Death Eaters walking around again, anything is possible. I'm sure there will be some boasting in the individual dorms though. Keep your nose clean, Draco. You don't want to have your girlfriend bail you out of a bad situation. Take it from me that you'll never hear the end of that. Draco and Tracy laughed as Harry was mock attacked by his wives. He settled the protests by dragging them both into a close embrace and dotting them soundly. The two Mrs. Potters relented in their attack, since they were in serious danger of tumbling over in laughter with their husband. Tracy grabbed her boyfriend's arm and started dragging him up toward the still open doors of the castle. Don't be too long, you four. I'll save you a seat, Daphne nodded as the pair walked on ahead of the rest of them and disappeared around the next curve. Daphne turned and rushed up to Harry to grab him up in a hug. I'm sorry that this will have to do until probably tomorrow, she said as she at his cheek. Hermione and Ginny also embraced the pair, and Harry felt surrounded again by love and affection after the close call he had undergone. Daphne stepped back carefully and looked at her secret fiancé. And another year starts out on a bad step for you. I hope that Tollings remembers who set him after you. I'm not going to hold my breath waiting for that to happen, Harry said. Daphne looked at the worried look on Harry's face and then turned to his wives. Should I set him a task to distract him for a bit? With both girls nodding vigorously, Harry cast a suspicious look at the blonde. What sort of a task? I'm not fetching anything from the Forbidden Forest for you this evening. I'm not that stupid or foolish as to ever ask you to attempt something dangerous, especially after the day you've had. This is more of a mental challenge. And we all know. Do not finish that sentence, Ginny. Both Hermione and Daphne chuckled at what they thought Ginny was probably going to have said. Daphne came back to hug Harry loosely. I'm challenging you to tell me, in words or song, what you like the best about me physically. One thing. You've let it be known privately how much you like Ginny's bum, and we've all noticed how long you can stare at or touch Nani's legs. I want the same compliment for me. Not that I'm going to expose myself to the rest of Hogwarts, mind you, but if there's something I can highlight or drive you wild with, I want to know about it. You have, what girls? 2 days, Hermione supplied. 48 hours to let me and your other 2 gems know. Just so we can all make the appropriate comments about each other to you. Harry had a slightly dazed look on his face as he thought about all the attributes that his future wife had and which one he was supposed to pick out over all the others. Daphne winked at Hermione and Ginny and slipped over and gave Harry a sweet little right on his lips. I'll let the 3 of you know where the Greengrass's new quarters are after I find out. We better get moving before they send out a search party for us. Bye, sweetums. We'll try to talk to you for a few minutes after the feast. Ginny and Hermione gave Daphne a quick hug before she took up toward the school in a rapid walk. The 3 Potters gave her a minute or two led before they walked up through the front doors of the school and into the Great Hall. Dumbledore was standing at the teacher's table and seemed to be waiting for Harry and his wives to settle into the Gryffindor table. The headmaster clapped his hands twice and the lights in the Great Hall dimmed and returned to brightness to get everyone's attention. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope everyone here had an enjoyable summer holiday and are quite prepared to start a memorable year here at Hogwarts. There are a lot of changes and new events on the horizon. The first of these will occur before the regular sorting of the newly arriving first years. We are honored and pleased to welcome the sons and daughters of foreign ambassadors, much like we welcomed the 3 Fairyforts last year. All of the 24 new students were sorted during their orientation over the summer, but it is time to let them introduce themselves and the houses they are going to. There was some polite clapping as the returning students were looking at the group that was gathered at one side of the teacher's table. With a bit of looking around, the first of the group stepped forward a step. Gillette Mertens. Belgium, 5th year Hufflepuff. Oh no. Right into owls. I'm sure his new housemates will help him out studying. The sorting hat wouldn't have put him into a specific year unless it thought he could handle it. Shish. The next one's up. Martha Simpson. Canada, 3rd year Gryffindor. There was hearty applause from the Gryffindor table, and Hermione pulled Martha aside to greet her as she was one of the ones Harry and she had guided during the ambassador's tour. The ambassador's children seemed to be split rather evenly in terms of houses and different years. Harry noticed that the 3 Kobayashi children he and Hermione escorted around had been slightly split up. Asami and Ryoto had been sent to 2nd and 3rd year Ravenclaw, while their older sister Katsu went into 4th year Hufflepuff, so she would be attending some classes with the Potters. A Georgina de Musk from South Africa announced herself shyly as a 2nd year Slytherin to end the contingent of students from Ambassador's Row. There were a dozen older witches and wizards still standing as Georgina took her seat. Professor McGonagall stood and introduced the new faces. These are transfer students from other schools that have chosen to come here to further their education. They will be sorted now before the new students. It was Minerva that brought the familiar stool and sorting hat forward and then sat the hat on the stool. The sorting hat broke out in song describing a short history of the 4 founders and the legacy and traits of the 4 houses that were named after them. There was some polite applause, and then McGonagall produced 2 lists and addressed the transfer students first. Please come forward to place the sorting hat on your head when I call your name. Jessica Adams from the Salem Academy of Witches. The older girl stepped up and sat on the stool and placed the hat on her head. It was a matter of a few seconds until the hat called out, 7th year Gryffindor. There was a smattering of applause, with most of the other houses joining in with the Ravenclaws' showing of support. The next person, Ricardo Bellizza from the Sao Paulo Institute of Magic, was assigned to 6th year Ravenclaw and was greeted warmly by his new housemates. Even Luna and Gracie, Harry saw, came down to introduce themselves to their new housemate. The majority of the transfers seemed to be sorted into 6th and 7th year levels, and Hermione wondered if word or rumor had spread about the magical competition that was soon going to be announced. There were other younger transfers, and most were related to already existing Hogwarts students. Barnaby Pusey from the Durmstrang Institute. A blocky, square-jawed young wizard walked confidently up to the stool as he smiled at the Slytherin table. He didn't see the watchful eyes of the 3 Potters who remembered his older brother, Adrian, that had been expelled from Hogwarts for assaulting and obliviating young witches 2 years ago. The sorting hat settled on Pusey's head, and Harry felt and heard a magical voice whisper in his ear. He's been marked. Vika. Yes, the headmaster asked me to monitor all the new arrivals this evening. This one has a dark mark on his left arm. How? He can't be more than 14. This from Hermione. He must have been marked from birth or soon after, before Tom was vanquished the first time. Daphne was puzzled as she conveyed this to the others. Vika, can you do something to remove him from the tables? Too many witnesses now, Harry. There are a couple of oars waiting just in case something like this happened. A sudden sickness, Ginny suggested. I'll see what I can do. Vika's voice faded out from Harry's and his wife's minds, but Harry saw Fred and George sit up straighter suddenly, and all 3 saw George reach into the pocket of his robes and hold something out in his hand that vanished. 3rd year Slytherin. There were shouts that came from the table under the green and silver banner, and Barnaby Pusey received a lot of congratulations from the children of the old Death Eater families. Ginny noticed that Draco made a show of greeting the younger wizard, but his face held a certain degree of disapproval when he turned to go back to his own seat. Pusey sat down, and Theodore Knott joined him, talking and pointing out people and things in the Great Hall to the new Slytherin. Harry tried not to notice as their glance encompassed the 3 Potters for a few seconds. The rest of the sorting of the transfers went smoothly, and there were no more marked surprises that Vika had to share. The first years were led in eventually by Professor McGonagall, and the regular sorting began. Dennis Creevey was the 3rd boy to be sorted, and Harry applauded as much as everyone else as Dennis was sorted into the same house as his brother Colin. Harry paid attention to most of the sorting until the sound or retching happened just as a really shy-looking young lad named Harold Keeley was about to place the hat on his head. Harry was distracted from wondering why there weren't more Harrys at Hogwarts to seeing that Barnaby Pusey had turned green and was presently losing whatever he had eaten on the Hogwarts Express all over the flagstones next to the Slytherin table. Professor Narcissa Black and Madame Pomfrey came down off the teacher's table to help deal with the sick boy. Madame Pomfrey told the rest of the Slytherins that she was taking the sick wizard out of the hall to go to the infirmary. Professor Black cleaned up the mess and quietly asked if anybody had seen or done anything to make their new housemate sick. She glared at the rest of the table and apologized for the interruption. Narcissa walked back to the teacher's table and sat down next to an empty chair. Mission accomplished, Harrykins. Quit calling me that, Vika. What did you do? There was a chuckle in Harry's ear and he, his wives and fiancé got an answer to his mental questions. I borrowed a special candy from Guinea's brothers and banished it into Pusey's stomach. Almost instant bleach HHK. Harry covered his mouth to keep from laughing and he had to pinch Ginny to keep her from bursting out during the ongoing sorting. Hermione leaned over the table and caught the twins' eyes and gave Greg and Forge a big thumbs up for their contribution. They broke off the grinning to start clapping for the latest Gryffindor housemate, Tanya Munson. The sorting was over after 14 more first-year witches and wizards and Dumbledore stood. I apologize for the long delay and I deduct no house points for the loud sounds that have come out of the stomach of one Mr. Weasley. Welcome all. Tuck in. Harry and the other turned to see Ron pretending he wasn't embarrassed as he helped himself to a small, for him, helping of smashed potatoes before passing the bowl along to his chuckling brothers. Ginny cast a privacy spell and asked Harry and Hermione if they thought Pusey had been the one to cast the Imperious Curse to have Tollings attack Harry. Harry shrugged his shoulders as he cast a slightly worried eye around the hall. He had no idea of who had arranged the attack and anybody that cast even a casual glance towards the three of them could have been the culprit. The welcoming feast lived up to its reputation in terms of quantity and quality of foods and it was almost 40 minutes later when everyone had pushed their plates aside. Even Ron, once he had learned of the attack and the spell that had been cast toward his brother, had curbed his appetite for the evening. The platters and remaining bowls, platters and servings of food disappeared from the tables as Dumbledore rose to address the hall. Congratulations to all the new students, both foreign and domestic, for their being sorted into houses and well wishes to everyone for the upcoming year. Before I get to the many announcements, I would like to ask for a moment or two or respectful silence for a man, and a colleague and a professor that spent many years teaching at this school and was the head of Slytherin House. Professor Severus Snape was killed by dark forces and we shall miss his guidance and knowledge. Professor Snape. Because it was Dumbledore, there were no derisive shouts or protests coming from the students for remembering the potion's master. Harry kept his head bowed in silence, in spite of his knowledge of Snape's survival in the ruse that killed a few Death Eaters in the explosion at Spinner's End. Harry tried imagining what the various thoughts of individual students had around the hall and wondered if Sissy was going to report back to her boyfriend the various reactions the different houses had. In the normal case of affairs, this would be the point in my speech where I would inform everyone that Mr. Filch has a long list of proscribed items and that magic is prohibited between classes. However, Mr. Filch has retired. There was a sudden uproar of approval and shouts of glee from the crowd, and the celebration was much like the awarding of the House Cup to Gryffindor at the end of Harry's first year. Even McGonagall was smiling as she saw the looks of happiness that accompanied those 5 words. Dumbledore waited for the uproar to settle down and raised his hands. We shall pass on your well wishes to Argus the next time we see him. The role of caretaker will be assumed by the many house elves here at school and specific problems or situations should be referred to Cantique. But back to the announcements. As usual, the Forbidden Forest remains out of bounds for all Hogwarts students and Hogsmeade weekends are restricted to those of 3rd year and above. Over the summer the chapel on the 6th floor has been cleaned and restored to usefulness. I am happy to report that Vicar Cobbs from Hogsmeade has agreed to hold services at 8 on Sundays while Friar Tuck, the Hufflepuff ghost, will hold services at noon until a living priest may be contracted to hold services for those Catholics amongst us. Harry saw Hermione nod at this bit of news and wondered if she would like him to escort her to services. Harry knew she had missed attending church on a regular basis and he had no objection to going with her and offering thanks for the many bits of luck and blessings he had received since he had been informed that he was a wizard. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand and nodded to her mental question. The various wizards and witches that are heads of houses that chose separate quarters are being housed in a reconverted area on the third floor. Professor Babbling will be escorting those people up to their new quarters at the end of the feast. We have a number of staff changes to announce. Professor Binns has resigned with his intent to publish his extensive treatise on the Goblin Wars. Professor Lupin has graciously volunteered to accept the position of the History of Magic instructor, and Sirius Black will assume the full-time instructor's hip of most of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. Cheers, mostly from Gryffindor, greeted those changes, as Professor Lupin had been one of the popular teachers during the previous year. Even Neville, who had argued a bit against the change, was standing and applauding with everyone else. Sirius, of course, rose from his chair and took a small bow before settling back down and raising his goblet in a toast to the students. With the unexpected loss of Professor Snape, Madame Narcissa Black will become the head of house for Slytherin and continue teaching the lower 4 years in potions. We have been very fortunate to procure the services of a potions master who is currently on sabbatical from the New Orleans Conservatory of Magic and Sorcery and who will teach the 5th through 7th year classes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Professor Chance Runnels. The door at the rear of the hall and a tall man wearing a Slytherin green robe with the Hogwarts badge on it came up to teacher's table and stood to the right of Narcissa's place where there was an empty chair. He seemed to be in his mid-30s and had a squared-off face with brown eyes. His light gray hair was cut short on the sides and grew a little longer on the top to fall over in a natural part. Ginny rolled her eyes as she heard Lavender and Parvati discussing whether the new instructor was wearing a wedding ring or not. Professor Runnels smiled at the 4 tables and then turned to make a small bow to Dumbledore. Thank you for the fine introduction, Headmaster. I am grateful for the opportunity to teach at one of the world's most renowned institutions. I hope the students and I can create a friendly working relationship that will be advantageous to both of us. With that, Professor Runnels sat down at the table and began a discussion with Narcissa Black. I wish Madame Narcissa was teaching everyone. Just their luck that the twins may end up with another Snape hanging around. OWWW. Why did you kick me? Hermione pointed her finger at her brother-in-law. Really, Ron, have a little respect for the dead. Even though Professor Runnels isn't going to be instructing us directly, he may be a substitute once in a while. And he will be taking a regular turn at patrolling the halls along with the other professors, Harry added. Ron nodded worriedly and looked back to take a longer look at the new teacher. Runnels looked up at that exact second and caught Ron staring at him. Runnels waved back at him and Ron gulped and pretended to tie his shoes. Harry couldn't help chuckling, but a tap on his thigh stopped his train of thought. Harry. Yes, Hermione. I'm not as good at this as you are, but could you take a good look at the Professor Runnels? Harry still wore the Eye of Horus on his arm for public outings and exploring unfamiliar places. He concentrated on extending his senses toward the head table and took a quick look at the auras of the people at the end where Narcissa and Runnels were seated. They both looked up at Harry suddenly and Harry faked a cough to cover up his surprise. I think, but it couldn't be. What? Came from Ginny and Hermione. It could be Severus, but there are no glamour or concealing charms on Runnels' appearance. Single quote question mark single quote. Let me think about that. Dumbledore had paused after Professor Runnels' remarks, looked around the great hall. He pulled off his glasses to polish them on the sleeve of his robe. I am also sorry to announce at this time that the inter-house Quidditch competition will not be held this year. There came a shocked silence in the hall from the many players and fans before the uproar of protests were heard. Harry and Ginny tried to look as shocked, dismayed and surprised as the other members of the Gryffindor team in reacting to the news. This suspension is due to a special event that is taking place at Hogwarts this year. Starting in October and continuing on for the rest of the school year, we will be hosting a contingent of students from 2 other schools on the continent. A prestigious tournament which will be a competition between the finest witches and wizards from 3 schools. It has been arranged by ex-Minister Fudge and sponsored by the Department of Games and Sports and the Department of International. Wham! The great doors were thrust open and a dark figure was revealed standing in the threshold as the lights dimmed in the hall and thunder and lightning rolled across the enchanted ceiling. The person was holding a thick staff and was covered by a long dark traveling cloak as he started walking down the central aisle. The man was accompanied by the sound of loud thumps as the staff hit the floor in time with his wooden leg. He had taken 3 steps into the hall before the lights returned to normal and everyone was held in silent fascination as the person walked and limped forward to come to a halt before the teacher's table. The man slowly reached up and lowered his cowl to reveal a face quite unlike any other that the students had ever seen. There was gasps and a few small screams as the disfigured visage was revealed. Harry was among many of the students who jumped when the man spun around and swung his lowered staff and his wand across the 4 tables. Dumbledore's voice broke the silence. And here we the last of our new instructors for this year. Professor Alastor Moody, retired High Auror, awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class for actions against the Dark Lord and Death Eaters during the last war. Professor Moody will be teaching the 7th year Newt class as well as the 4th year Dada class. The whispers and groans from various sections of the Great Hall let Professor Moody know where those specific students were seated. Bloody hell! Came the frantic whisper from Ron. I know who that is. That's a living legend of Death Eater fighters. He's Mad-Eye Moody. Moody lowered his wand and staff. He limped slowly to take a seat at the teacher's table next to Hagrid. He stared at the remaining few dishes of food that were still on the table and speared a couple of sausages with a huge sharp knife that he pulled out of his coat pocket. He ate slowly, but the great round eye rotated around, seeming to watch every person and surface in the great hall all at the same time. Harry. I saw him. Vika. What Harry? Saw who? Hermione. Ginny, that's not the real Moody. His aura isn't right. He's got the Mark II Harry under that concealment. What should I do? Nothing for now, Vika. It's too public out here and we don't know what the false Moody may do. Let Dumbledore know after the feast is over. I told him first. Then let the headmaster make the decision about what to do. There was a silence for a couple of seconds as the whispers and rumbles from Moody's sudden appearance petered out and everyone turned back to the headmaster. As I was saying before, Hogwarts has the honor to host a prestigious competition between the 3 largest magical schools in Europe: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. The Triwizard tournament started over 700 years ago as a casual competition to encourage friendship and peaceful relations among the 3 schools. Delegations from the 2 other schools will arrive in October to enter into the drawing to pick the most capable competitor from each of the 3 schools. These 3 people will then engage in a series of 3 magical tasks that will be judged impartially by a select panel of judges. The winner who compiles the most points will be awarded the Triwizard Cup as the champion, bringing high honors and fame to the individual and the school. There is also a monetary reward of 1,000 galleons. Where do I sign up? Came the shout from Fred Weasley. The hall erupted in laughter and Dumbledore acknowledged the Gryffindor 6th year. I am afraid, Mr. Weasley, that you and many others in this hall will not be eligible to participate even if you wanted to. The Triwizard tournament was discontinued many years ago because of the mounting death toll of the competitors. However, the people in charge of the tournament this year have reassured me that the tasks are being designed and supervised with the highest regard to safety. Because of the remaining possibility of dangerousness and uncertainty of the tasks that will be assigned to the 3 champions, it has been decided that only witches and wizards over the legal age of 17 will be allowed to enter and participate. Phew. Harry chuckled when he, Ginny and Hermione all let go the breath they had been holding onto. Harry felt his hands squeezed by the 2 gorgeous females next to him and he reassured them mentally that he wasn't interested in the least in putting his life on the line voluntarily. Not to mention that cute little bum. Or either. We want that whole package to remain in one piece. Ladies. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang and their possible competitors will be arriving in a few weeks and will be staying here for the entire school year. I hope I will not have to remind you to treat everyone as honored guests as they will be attending classes with you. There will be a number of social activities involving all 3 schools so you have something to look forward to besides the 3 tasks. I do believe that is all the trivial and momentous announcements that have to be said have been said. Curfew is extended an extra 30 minutes tonight because of the length of this welcoming. However, classes and assignments will still be on schedule at normal hours tomorrow morning. So welcome back and good night. Dumbledore sat down and immediately turned to start talking to Professor McGonagall. The 3 Potters rose as everyone else did while the prefects gathered up the new first years to lead them to the 4 houses. Harry, Ginny and Hermione made their way over to where the Greengrass girls were waiting near Professor Babbling to leave the hall. Harry recognized the other heads of houses as seventh-year students. There was John Stebbins from Hufflepuff, Gloria Chambers and Dennis O'Keefe from Ravenclaw, and Philip Bowles from Slytherin. There were no heads of houses from Gryffindor with the exception of one Harry Potter who already had his own unique set of quarters in the castle. Since the crowd of students were still emptying the Great Hall, Professor Babbling was chatting with Miss Chambers and Mr. Stebbins about the size and configuration of their new quarters. Daphne and Astoria came over to meet the three Potters. That was some sorting, Astoria started out with. I'm really glad I was nowhere near that Pusey jerk when he lost his cookies. Tori. Well, would you like him throwing up on your good shoes? I thought not. Hermione and Ginny carried on the conversation with the younger Greengrass while Daphne pulled Harry a few steps away for a more private conversation. Two Death Eaters and one of them is supposed to be our teacher. Harry, I'm worried for you. Mr. Pusey is probably already in Auror custody. Dumbledore and Minister Bones had Aurors standing by in case anyone with a dark mark appeared with all the transfer students. I'm just surprised he's so young. I don't understand it either, but maybe some Veritaserum will solve that mystery. You aren't going to enter that tournament, are you? It sounds real dangerous. Definitely not. You three gems would kill me before the competition would even get close to starting. You got that right, Lord Hogwarts. Don't you start on me too. Vika is still calling me that other silly name. So which title would you prefer, Harrykins? Vika. I wasn't really eavesdropping. There's a staff meeting in 20 minutes and Dumbledore would like you to be there with your cloak on. Harry looked over and saw that his two wives had received the same message as he and Daphne. I'll be there, Vika. And I'll be listening in with the others, Daphne said. I wish I could give you a hug and a long key. Now, Harry. We need to sit down and decide if you and I are going public with the engagement. Let's get through this evening first. I'll try to stop by and see you after the staff meeting. I'll invite Ginny and Hermione over once I get shown our quarters. The group with Professor Babbling was finally getting ready to leave the Great Hall. Daphne gave Harry's arm a long squeeze in a show of support and hurried to catch up with her sister. Ginny and Hermione walked back to meet Harry. I guess a quick trip up to the hearth is in order if you want to make the staff meeting. Harry nodded to Hermione and held out his elbows for his wives to take. As they walked up the grand staircase to the second floor, Ginny let out a giggle. Harry. Yes. Are you going to rename the threefold hearth? I know I'm going to regret this, but to what? Potter's playpen. Ginny had already started running when she replied to Harry's question, and the three Potters passed quite a number of other Gryffindors in getting to the 7th floor. Harry was back down to the door leading into the teacher's lounge with a few minutes to spare from the 20-minute notice he had been given. Hermione and Ginny were with him in case he wanted backup to whatever the false Moody was trying to do. He assured them both that between Dumbledore, Minerva, Sirius and Remus that they could handle one Death Eater. They were reluctant to leave him, but Harry kept checking his watch until his wives finally took the hint and said that they were going up to look at Daphne's and Astoria's new rooms. Harry was in the middle of dotting Hermione goodbye when there was a sudden tap on his shoulder. Harry jumped about 2 feet up in sudden fright, and Ginny had to leap in and save Hermione from being rudely dumped on the floor. Harry swung around with his wand out and pointed at Vika. Don't do that. You scared me half to death. Vika had at least the grace to look a little embarrassed at interrupting them. You probably shouldn't get so lost in dotting your wife that you lose track of your surroundings. There's a lot of prefects that would love to dock points from you three. We kind of thought we were safe on the first night back, Ginny said. I'll get my key later then, Harry. Was there something you wanted, Vika, other than I'm probably late for the start of the meeting? Actually, yes. The headmaster realized if that false Moody was actually using that special eye of his, he might be able to see through the cloak you have. Harry hung his head. Okay. I get the message. You can tell me later what happens. Vika laughed. Oh no, you don't get off that easy. It was suggested that Lord Gryffindor ought to come to the meeting and meet the new professors. Harry looked at his wives. Yes. No. Go ahead, Harry. You can just stun the imposter if you shake hands with him. Harry leaned in but looked at Vika carefully before he finished. Dotting Hermione. I'll catch up with you later. He then turned Hermione around so that she was between him and Vika before he moved on to Ginny. I'll come up to the green grass, new rooms later and meet you. Ginny key. Ed Harry's cheek and then looked around the hallway. The coast is clear, Rob. How can you see that from here? Is anybody looking at me now? There was a swirl of magic and then Rob Locksley looked down at Ginny and winked. The redhead rolled her eyes and then grabbed Lord Gryffindor's arm and spun him around. You don't want to be late for the start of the meeting. Rob started walking back but received a small pinch to his bum for his progress. Hermione started giggling but just ran a hand across Rob's chest as she passed him and started heading up to the third floor with Ginny. Rob watched them go and started plotting how he was going to get revenge on his younger wife. A throat clearing behind him made Rob Locksley turn to see Vika waiting for him with a small smile on her face. Don't you start either. Vika shook her head but did hold out her arm for Rob to take. Sighing, Rob linked up his arm with hers and took the few steps back to the teacher's lounge. Opening the door, Rob let Lady Hogwarts enter first and followed after her. The first thing he noticed that it wasn't a full staff meeting. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Sirius, Remus, Narcissa and the new potions instructor Chance Runnels were there while the false Moody was leaning against the back wall trying to watch everyone at once with the magical eye that was fixed to one side of his battered face. He pulled a small flask out from an inside pocket of his cloak and took a quick sip from it before he returned to examining everyone. Ah, good Vika. You found him. Now we can start, Dumbledore said. Perhaps I ought to finish the introductions since we have some new instructors this year that you haven't met yet. Lord Gryffindor, may I present Chance Runnels, who's taking over from Professor Snape in preparing the higher level classes for their owls and NEWTs. Professor Runnels rose from his chair and made a small bow before he shook the hand that Rob offered him. It's nice to meet you, Lord Gryffindor. Professor Narcissa Black has told me of the things you've accomplished at this school since receiving your title. I've only helped a few things along that the students and the staff suggested. Unless we're somewhere formal, I prefer you call me Rob, as in Rob Locksley. My wife Tura occasionally visits Narcissa during her free time and I'm sure she'd be glad to meet the new potions master. Hermione, Ginny, it is Snape, who used to be Snape. I think I figured it out, Rob. Severus was missing the last few weeks. He could have gone to the Muggle side and visited a plastic surgeon. It would be undetectable if somebody was looking for a glamour charm or something similar. But his voice has changed. There's plenty of potions that could do that on a temporary or permanent basis. Thanks, Daphne. And the person watching everyone carefully is an old friend of mine, Alistair Moody. He's one of the most highly successful and decorated Aurors. Professor Moody will be teaching the 4th and 7th years Dada classes. Rob walked over and started holding out his hand to the person, but Moody straightened up and a wand appeared in his hand. I don't shake hands. Not even with friends, and you, sir, certainly aren't someone I know. Rob stopped and slowly held up his hands. No offense intended, Professor Moody. Are you also helping out with the security with the upcoming Triwizard tournament? Vika's voice mentally came to Harry. He's really paranoid, Harry. Guess I'll just have to do this. Whether I am or not is really none of your. A small flash of white light engulfed the false Moody and he froze in the midst of speaking. Vika shouted out before anybody else moved. Stop. Don't move. This is only a temporary solution. I don't think I can hold him for more than 2 minutes this way without him becoming aware of the spell. Dumbledore looked around at the other people in the room. Everybody stay exactly as you are except for Professor Runnels. Rob settled back on his heels as Professor Runnels came up and stood in front of Moody, or whatever his name was. Runnels reached into his robes and produced a wand and pried open Moody's good eye a little wider. Legilimens. Runnels stood staring with his wand pointing at Moody for about a minute before he stood back, shook his head and returned to his seat. Vika took a look around and at a nod from Dumbledore released whoever was impersonating Moody. Business. The false Moody finished. Rob moved back a step. Okay. You don't have to convince me that you're serious about your new job and whatever is planned for the tournament. Don't mention anything about plans for the special event. You never know who or what may be listening in. Constant viligence. Moody almost screamed out the last two words and then clunked across the room and out the door. I'll go make sure Alistair gets to his quarters okay. With that said, Remus slipped out the door pursuing the rough-looking and talking ex-Auror. Or whoever he or she really was, Harry thought. Professor Chance? Dumbledore asked. This would be better discussed in the security of your office, headmaster, came from the new professor in a small worried voice. Everyone that was left fell in line behind Dumbledore as the meeting shifted to his office. Rob was bringing up the rear of the procession when Professor Runnels stopped talking to Narcissa and waited for Harry to catch up. Runnels fell into step with him and suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. It would be prudent if you severed the connection with your wives for this, Lord Potter, at least until you hear what I've found out. Rob missed a step as he realized the significance of the term of address he had just heard. He came to a halt and looked at the stranger. Professor Snape. I am Professor Runnels, but Professor Snape left some very extensive notes about certain people. There was a distinct change of voice in what Runnels said next. Quit gaping at me like you have nothing better to do than catch flies, Mr. Potter. And don't tell you Dogfather for a bit. Runnels winked at Rob and then walked away from the stunned fourth year. That was definitely Snape, Harry. But he's Runnels now, Hermione, so I think I will shut this connection down until I figure out what's going on. We'll be waiting for the news then. Thanks, Ginny. I hope this doesn't take too long. Rob lengthened his stride as he hurried up the next stairway. He didn't want to miss what would probably be a description about another attempt on his life. The summons came just before dusk. Bellatrix had finally had her stomach settled down after the evening round of potions. She was lying down in bed and wondering why she was still under a form of house arrest. She was thinking she had finally gotten used to the regimen of acceleration and stabilizing potions, and Master Loic said she was progressing nicely. It was then that the vampire that kicked in her door and threw a nearby robe at her. Lord Voldemort wants you in his audience chamber. Now. Bellatrix fastened the robe around her body and was very aware that there was a tiny bulge to her waist that hadn't been there a week earlier. She hoped that her master would be giving her the news that she could return to his side and help guide the recruitment and revenge efforts. Choosing not to bother with socks, Bellatrix slipped on her favorite boots and frowned at the unexpected tightness. There was no time to change or spell them as Thierry was lightly slapping his hand against his leg as if he were counting down the allowable time until he could resort to a more aggressive manner in getting Bellatrix to follow him. It was only a matter of minutes before Thierry and Bellatrix were walking through a number of followers who were hanging around the audience room in the hopes of seeing or attending the Dark Lord. Thierry opened the door and walked through without a backwards glance or the small courtesy of holding the door for her. Bellatrix disregarded the insult, however minor, and concentrated on making the proper entrance and obeisance to her lord and master. Aside from Emile Thierry, there were 3 other people in the room besides the construct that was Lord Voldemort's temporary body. Gindrick von Rosbescu was standing to the right of the chair that held Lord Voldemort. The 2 potions masters, Loic and Bocto, stood along the side of the wall and were regarding Bellatrix with somewhat curious regard. Bellatrix looked to the chair itself and drew in a breath. Whatever faults that Loic had in dealing with her, she could find no faults in what Master Bocto has accomplished with the horrible body Lord Voldemort was housed in. While it was still blood red, the arms and legs seemed to be in more proportion to its slightly larger body. The face indeed looked a little more human even in the absence of eyebrows. The eyes were still red and there was a tiny bump of a nose instead of the reptilian slits that were there previously. Bellatrix prostrated herself immediately as Voldemort glanced at her and crawled her way to the front of the chair. My lord, I have been awaiting your summons for some days. I miss being at your side and am anxious to return to serving you. You may rise, Bellatrix, and gaze upon me. Have not the new potions masters accomplished much more than whatever feeble efforts Snape might have done? I am impressed by your gain in strength and function, Lord, and count myself fortunate that you granted permission for Master Loic to serve you by assisting your plan for my and Lucius' offspring. That is precisely what I needed to tell you, Bellatrix. Master Loic has determined what you are having. My lord, you are bearing a female. I do not blame you for this. Even in death, Lucius Malfoy finds ways to disappoint me and wreck my plans. You may return to my side and resume your previous duties. Do you wish my condition terminated? I live to serve you and a female was not a part of your plans. Plans may be adjusted, Bella. I am considering whether or not your child shall have a place in my plans or either of our futures. I await your wishes, Lord Voldemort. Go feed and clothe yourself properly for a return to my side. I shall have another assignment for you when you return. Bellatrix stood and bowed and walked out backward from the audience chamber. As the door closed in front of her, she rose and leered at the waiting followers. I am to return to my rightful place at our Lord's side. I have remembered the slights and insults some of you have thrown at me. Striding away back to her bedroom, Bellatrix made a mental note of those that had cringed back at her remarks and began mentally listing her targets. It was decided to wait for Professor Lupin to come back before any further discussion happened. Dumbledore had opened up a disguised bookcase and levitated the pensieve stored within to the middle of his desk. Harry turned to look at Professor Runnels, who was deep in discussion with McGonagall and Narcissa. Harry was brought out of his guesses about the false Professor Moody when Sirius came up and threw an arm around Harry's shoulders. I suppose you have a lot of questions now. I'll try to answer if you want to ask me. Why aren't there Aurors here? Vika said there were some standing by if other Death Eaters showed up, like that QC transfer. There still are some in the castle if the need arises. Harry felt his pulse in his neck throb as he tried to control his rising frustration. Okay. Why exactly are we waiting then? Know your enemy. If the Aurors hauled him away, it might be days or weeks until we find out who it is and what he was doing here. For someone to overpower Mad Eye, here they must be pretty powerful sorcerers. We also need to find out where the missing Moody is. Harry saw the concern in his dad's eyes. Or if he's still alive. Sirius nodded sadly and Harry clenched his hands in anger at the never-ending plans of Tom Riddle and his followers. He was still silently stewing a few minutes later when Remus entered the office. Moody is even less friendly than normal. He wouldn't even let me come into his quarters. Said he had to set up his instruments and unpack. It's not Moody, came from both Vika and Professor Runnels. Vika made a graceful wave with her arm in his direction to let him continue and came over to stand by Harry and Sirius. Professor Runnels looked at the gathered people and blew out a breath. I suggest you all find a seat because this next bit is a little shocking. Dumbledore stared at Runnels for a few seconds and then waved his hands. Chairs appeared and Harry found the nearest free one to sit down in. Vika refused a seat and took a spot by the round window in the office. Runnels paced a few steps before coming to a halt. I delved into the imposter's mind when he was frozen and he is quite formidable in mental defenses. He was unaware, of course, that he was frozen in mid-speech. He is definitely not Alastor Moody. He's Barty Crouch. What? Impossible. The man would never take the dark mark. Junior. Runnels finished. There was about 4 seconds of silence and then the room erupted again. Everyone was talking at once until a very loud shrill whistle brought the various voices to a tumbling halt. Everyone turned to take a look at the source of the noise. Harry took the fingers out of his mouth as everyone stared at him. Sorry to be rude, but I've met Mr. Crouch a few times and nobody ever told me he had a son. Everyone looked at each other, but it was Dumbledore that spoke up. My apologies, Harry, but the matter of Barty Crouch Jr. would not have been discussed in any conversation with or about his father. It's a matter that's not discussed. Young Crouch was found out to be a Death Eater during all the trials that were held after the first conflict with Tom Riddle. He confessed his crimes under Veritaserum, one of which included helping Bellatrix Lestrange and the Lestrange brothers torture Mr. Longbottom's parents. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban without parole. So another escapee that the dorky lord arranged to get out, Harry said. Not quite, Harry, interrupted McGonagall. Barty Crouch Jr. supposedly died years ago while still in Azkaban. Well, that's a cover-up if ever I heard one, if what Professor Runnels learned was true. Harry would have to talk to Ginny, Hermione and Daphne about how that might have been accomplished. He suddenly remembered an attack in the Great Hall he had been accused of. So am I the only one that thinks this Crouch Jr. is either a metamorphagus or has an endless supply of polyjuice potion? That flask he has in his pocket might be it, Remus said thoughtfully. It is a possibility, but there's no way we can get it away from him, McGonagall said frowning. Harry smiled. Maybe we can't, but maybe someone else could. He has to sleep sometime. Vika. Vika nodded to the unasked question. I could probably slip in during the night or when he's teaching and take a look around without disturbing his wards. It's not like he could hurt me. Do be careful anyway if you attempt to do that, Dumbledore said. We don't want to cause him to be suspicious that we are on to him. I still don't understand why we're waiting to contact the Ministry of the Aurors. Harry said. He's a confirmed Death Eater and an escapee. And yes, he's been tried and convicted. Sirius, so the case is totally different from yours. Sirius shrugged. We still don't know what he's up to. Yes, I do, Runnels said. With your permission, Albus. At Dumbledore's nod, Runnels stepped up to the desk and raised his wand to his temple. Harry saw him pull a strand of a silvery substance seemingly out of his head and drop it into the pensieve. Runnels then retreated to an open chair and sat down. Once you see what I saw, you will probably go off and attack the man and not wait for the DMLE. Dumbledore had a worried look on his face as he touched the runes carved into the sides of the pensieve. Harry expected that he was setting it up in broadcast mode so that everyone in the office could see it. Harry leaned forward in his chair, anxious to see what had upset Runnels so much. The air over the pensieve flickered and then a scene appeared. A long corridor was flanked by a series of doors and the man escorting the Death Eater paused at one and motioned Crouch Jr. to come up beside him. If you listen closely, you can hear Bellatrix No Name tossing her supper inside. She's put up silencing wards, but Gindrick altered them so that anybody that would want to listen can. The young man escorting him smirked. The mighty and pompous Bellatrix has fallen from grace and now only serves as an incubator for the child Lord Voldemort has plans for. A fitting reward for dallying with Malfoy when they were both drunk. Barty shook his head. There was no time to gloat now. He had been summoned for an important assignment by none other than Lord Voldemort himself. We have no time to waste, Seneca. You know what the reward will be if our master thinks we dallied on purpose. The young man nodded and continued on through the corridor. The mansion was old and not very well maintained. Broken windows and open doors showed the areas of the place that weren't occupied. Seneca von Rosbescu led the way across some other rooms and through another hallway before he paused at one particular doorway. He is inside. Our master may be alone, but my guess is that my father or the vampire Thierry will be attending him. Whatever the task you are assigned, I would like to accompany you if the master allows it. Barty nodded and took a deep breath before Seneca opened the door. A blast of warm air escaped from the room and he walked through confidently. Looking around, Barty saw that young von Rosbescu had been correct. There were only two people he recognized. Seneca's father, Gindrick von Rosbescu, and the vampire Emile Thierry were the only ones attending Lord Voldemort. He must be occupying the chair that was front and center to the roaring fireplace. The heat in the room was uncomfortable, but neither the man nor the vampire seemed to be affected. Thierry bent over and whispered something, and a voice that Barty Jr. had been looking forward to for many years to hear spoke out. Come approach me, young Crouch. You are very important to my plans. Disregarding the impulse to apply cooling charms to himself, Barty approached the chair and then got on his knees to make a reverent bow. Keeping his head lowered, Barty crawled to the side of the chair. It is an honor and pleasure to be in your presence again, my lord. You may stand and look upon the reason I have summoned you for a specific dangerous task. Barty rose and looked into the chair and tried to control his natural reaction. What was in the chair was an obscene parody of a human child. It was blood red, even the eyes, and its head was larger than the scrawny neck should have been able to support. Its limbs were twisted and feeble-looking and seemed to spasm in uncontrolled contortions from time to time. You need not tell me how revolting this form is, Crouch. I know, and there are plans underway to stabilize this form until I may be resurrected into a proper body. Resurrected? This is your part of my plan, Couch. I need you to go to Hogwarts and take the place of that old fool Moody as the defense teacher. He is to teach the 7th and 4th year classes there. There are people in the ministry and school already in place there to help you along. Dumbledore and the others will never suspect that the great Alastor Moody will be my spy. I will do anything you command, Lord, but I am not sure that I am strong enough to overcome the X-Or by myself. You will have enough backup to overcome him, but you must keep him alive to continue the impersonation by way of Polyjuice Potion. A sufficient quantity has already been stolen from the Ministry of Magic and brewed here to keep you supplied until the winter break. You will return here at that time for further instructions. My specific duty, my lord. To enter Harry Potter into the international competition that is happening at Hogwarts this year. There is a powerful artifact that you will have to trick into choosing him as a competitor. Wouldn't it be simpler if I just killed him outright at the school and vanished under the guise of Moody investigating the accident? No. I need Potter alive, fool. I also need some time for this excuse for a body to stabilize and grow strong enough to undergo the ritual that will grant me a new magically constructed body. I will take my vengeance on that pathetic half-blood after I have used his very blood to get around the protections his parents gave him. I am sorry for my presumption, Lord. I will do as you say. Potter will be entered into the competition and delivered to you before the end of the school year. I chose you, Crouch, because of your devotion and your skill in the mental arts. You will have to take on the personality of Moody and convince Dumbledore and the rest of those professors that you are the real article. That is why you will keep Moody alive but near you. A 7-room trunk will be placed at your disposal for keeping Moody captive and a portable potions lab to brew the Polyjuice potion if you need to replenish your supply. I understand your instructions, Lord, and will not disappoint you. Do not fail me, Crouch. My retribution will be against you first instead of Potter. Thierry will tell you the rest of the plan. Take him and the Von Rosbescus to overcome Moody. We have spies at the Ministry that have told us where he is. Thank you for your trust in me, Lord Voldemort. Go then. You will be contacted once you have arrived at Hogwarts. Barty Crouch Jr. bowed away from Lord Voldemort and was followed out of the room by Emile Thierry. Rest and prepare yourself for the encounter, Crouch. It will be difficult to overcome the man without killing him. My master has planned well. We shall succeed and bring Harry Potter to his ruin. The scene above the pensieve dissolved and everyone stared at either Harry or Dumbledore with disbelief. Sirius was the first to react after all they had seen. He rose from the chair he was in and made his way toward the door. Harry intercepted him by grabbing his arm. Where are you going? To kill the bastard who wants to deliver you to Voldemort. I'm going to go get the rest of the Aurors to come with me. The real Mad Eye is probably in his quarters somewhere. Harry stared at the man who had adopted him with affection and a smile appeared on his face. No. But we will have to find a way to rescue Moody if he is in Crouch's quarters. Why, Harry? Asked McGonagall. Surely you can't be thinking of allowing this horrid plan to continue. I don't like it one bit, but there are other traitors in our midst if we can believe the memory we just got shown. I would rather watch the person in charge of this abduction than however many other spies that may be hiding as students or at the Ministry. I also trust the lot of you to help keep me safe throughout this year from whatever shape this latest plot ends up as. But Harry, I know Professor Lupin, I know. It's dangerous, but what year hasn't been for me and my family? It sounds, however, that Crouch Moody will be helping me if I do get in the tournament. Riddle's plan is to have me survive so he can defeat me personally. And nothing should happen until near the end of the school year. That's very unconventional thinking, Harry, said Narcissa. But as long as you're forewarned about it, you and your wives can get out of most situations. It's probably the marauder gene or two in me that wants to finally take the offensive against Riddle and kick his shiny red beeps. Runnels broke out in a chuckle. Don't get overconfident there. Maybe Riddle's taken on more than he can handle, Harry. Thank you, Professor Runnels. Unless anybody else objects too strenuously to me to start stalking Tom Riddle for a change, I have 2 or 3 requests that I hope you won't mind granting. Harry's requests had jaws dropping and sparked a lively debate that continued on for about 15 minutes. It was the fact that neither Sirius nor Dumbledore could find fault with Harry's logic that let the group proceed forward with Harry's requests. There was a lot of surprises and sense of discovery in the 3rd floor wing that held the new quarters for the few heads of houses. Both the Greengrass girls were impressed with their new rooms. It was quite like the Potter's hearth, although on a much smaller scale. 2 separate bedrooms with small study spaces included, a shared loo, and a small living area that held a couch, some work tables and a few easy chairs. While Astoria was getting Ginny's opinion on what to do to personalize the bigger spaces they now had, her sister and Hermione were lounging outside the doorway and discussing the major events that had already happened since they had arrived back at school. Do you believe that two Death Eaters tried to get into school and passed Dumbledore? Daphne asked. Nobody obviously thought that the dark mark could be detected. If it wasn't for Vika and our enhanced magical senses, it might have succeeded. I'm just glad you decided to get out of the Slytherin dorms with Tori. We'll still have to go there for meetings though. Narcissa has said she'll try to get everyone together every week or so to talk about what's going on in the house and around school. It still might be dangerous in the dungeons though. I have no idea of how many Slytherins are unmarked followers of oh right, Riddle. It might still be dangerous for Harry, Ginny and you. Especially now that the Triwizard tournament has been announced. It will be interesting having representatives from two other schools coming here and watching the competitions. Do you suppose Fleur Delacour will be coming with Beauxbaton's delegation? Hermione thought for a while before answering. I know she's old enough to qualify, but it would be a huge risk for her to enter. Not only is she the daughter of the French Minister of Magic, but she'd have to face all the stares and prejudice from the press and certain males around here about her Vila heritage. I never thought about that, but maybe she would be intrigued about proving herself as a capable witch in her own right over those two distinctive attributes. That's a good point. I think I still have her address around somewhere. I guess I could owl her and see if she's being allowed to try. Daphne nodded and then got a more thoughtful look on her face. I might as well warn you first, as I'll be telling Harry later. I won't be publicly announcing our engagement this year as it's not the right time. Harry's not ashamed of being your future husband. It's not that. I just don't Harry to worry more about me being a target, since there seems to be yet another plot of some kind developing. But there's orders here at the castle to haul that false Moody away. Just having the dark mark will have you being sentenced to Azkaban for 20 years. Yes, and we all know how well that's worked in the past with the Death Eaters or the rich families freeing up the prisoners on a semi-regular basis. The two were about to get into a heated discussion right there in the hallway, but they were suddenly stopped in their tracks by a mental voice. I can't leave you two alone for an hour, can I? Sorry, Harry. Have the Aurors hauled the Moody imposter away for questioning? I'll be there in a few minutes and tell you everything. Daphne, this shouldn't be anything Astoria needs to know. I don't want her getting upset about the Death Eaters being here. I think I understand. There's still time before curfew for her to go visit her ex-roommates down in the dorms for a bit. I'll send her down there without arousing her suspicions. I can always suggest that you and Harry want to snog for a bit alone. Ginny. Hermione giggled at the outraged face of her companion but threw her arms around Daphne's neck. It's a great excuse. Besides, there's more than a bit of truth in it. Daphne rolled her eyes and placed her hands on Hermione's waist. Don't force me to punish you for that remark. Or tickle you. You wouldn't. I would. I know the tickling charm as well as the next person. And nobody would blame a Slytherin for getting back at a Gryffindor. You're despicable. Thank you. Would you rather I mention that you might rather be spanked? Hermione's eyes flew up and down the corridor, wondering if there was anybody close by that might have heard that remark. She shook her head and then forcibly grabbed Daphne by the shoulders and pointed her to the door. Daphne winked at her and then moved to go inside. She had taken a few steps towards Astoria's bedroom and heard the door close behind her when she was attacked from the rear. Hermione jumped on Daphne's back and forced her down onto the couch and began tickling her. Ginny and Astoria came running when they heard the screams of laughter and watched the two girls mock wrestle for a minute or two before they gave up and started laughing and hugging each other. No more snide remarks in the hallway. I can agree to that, Nani. Fine. And dandy. Both girls laughed again. Both Ginny and Astoria were looking at the two girls as they sat together. It was Daphne that finally straightened out Jumper and asked her sister if she wanted to go down and visit her friends for a bit before curfew. I'm allowed? Astoria asked. Yes, I'm not your jailer, Tori. But, Kafi. The greengrass head elf popped into the room much to the surprise of Astoria. She came over to greet the little elf while Kafi was trying to bow to Daphne. Something I may do for you, Lady Daphne. Yes, Kafi, could you walk Astoria down to visit her friends in the Slytherin dorms and make sure she gets back before curfew? Tori is making up a list of things she wants brought from home to decorate her room and our new living room. I would be happy to do that. Do you have things you want brought from Trader's Roost also? Yes, but I may wait a day or two to decide. Also, I'd like the mail to the trader's roost brought here every other day. Before supper, but I'll have to get my schedule to see when I have free hours. I shall deliver the mail personally when you want it, Kefi said. Well, off the two of you go. Mind the clock, Tori. You don't need demerits the first night back. Astoria scowled at the mild rebuke. I'm not a first year anymore. Then get moving. You're wasting visiting time. Astoria nodded and turned toward the door before Ginny added with Adam. Astoria whirled around with her mouth open in protest, but Harry had just walked in the open door and picked her up from behind with a hug around her waist. Astoria screamed, kicked and struggled until Harry let her down and ruffled up her hair a bit. This is not fair, the young blonde protested. Let's go, Kefi. The two had almost gone through the doors when Astoria spun around to deliver one more comment. I'd better not see any hickeys when I get back. Harry held up his hand. I promise you won't see any hickeys on your sister Tori. I'll just put them where clothes normally cover them up. The young girl slammed the door so hard that it bounced back open and everyone inside could hear Astoria complaining to Kefi about the immature people she had to deal with. Harry just about fell over laughing at that, and then he was surrounded by three pretty girls that wanted to hug and key him. Harry took the hugs from his wives but pointed at the open doorway. Daphne nodded and went over to close and lock it from the inside. She came back over to give her fiancé a good smooch before the four sat down. So what happened? Hermione began. Is Moody long gone? What took so long? Harry held up a hand to stop the questioning. It's a little complicated. Let me tell you what happened after Ginny and Hermione left me in the corridor with Vika. For the next 20 minutes Harry related the events in the teacher's lounge and then the subsequent meeting in Dumbledore's office. The girls became more concerned, worried and angrier the longer Harry spoke. When he finally finished the narration of the pensive memory that Professor Runnels, or Snape, had gathered from Crouch Jr., the girls were ready to grab their wands and go treat their new Dada instructor to a fierce demonstration of every curse and hex the three knew. Harry smiled at the demonstration of protectiveness and love the three different girls showed but said nothing to calm them down. It was Ginny that first noticed Harry's calmness and pointed it out to the other girls. Daphne came back and sat down on the arm of the chair Harry sat in. It's too late already, isn't it? The Aurors have already hauled that slime away to the ministry, haven't they? Harry looked at the three faces staring at him and shook his head. The false Moody hasn't gone anywhere. All three girls' mouths dropped open in shock. The Death Eater was still around the school. Ginny was about to erupt in total anger when there came a soft knock on the door. The girls' heads all swung in that direction. The knock came again. You didn't invite Moody Crouch up here so we could take care of him personally, did you, Harry? No, Hermione. Then who's there? Daphne asked. That would probably Dumbledore. You might want to go and invite him in, Daph. So what he going to talk to us about? Ginny asked as Daphne reached the door. No talk. Something else. Harry answered. What then? I thought it would be fairly obvious. Dumbledore is here too. Obliviate us for. For the next 20 minutes Harry related the events in the teacher's lounge and then the subsequent meeting in Dumbledore's office. The girls became more concerned, worried and angrier the longer Harry spoke. When he finally finished the narration of the pensive memory that Professor Runnels, or Snape, had gathered from Crouch Jr., the girls were ready to grab their wands and go treat their new Dada instructor to a fierce demonstration of every curse and hex the three knew. Harry smiled at the demonstration of protectiveness and love the three different girls showed but said nothing to calm them down. It was Ginny that first noticed Harry's calmness and pointed it out to the other girls. Daphne came back and sat down on the arm of the chair Harry sat in. It's too late already, isn't it? The Aurors have already hauled that slime away to the ministry, haven't they? Harry looked at the three faces staring at him and shook his head. The false Moody hasn't gone anywhere. All three girls' mouths dropped open in shock. The Death Eater was still around the school. Ginny was about to erupt in total anger when there came a soft knock on the door. The girls' heads all swung in that direction. The knock came again. You didn't invite Moody Crouch up here so we could take care of him personally, did you, Harry? No, Hermione. Then who's there? Daphne asked. That would probably Dumbledore. You might want to go and invite him in, Daph. So what he going to talk to us about? Ginny asked as Daphne reached the door. No talk. Something else. Harry answered. What then? I thought it would be fairly obvious. Dumbledore is here too. Obliviatus 4. Closing parenthesis. What? Why? No way. Daphne had the door half opened and Dumbledore gently pushed past her to enter the room. I see you haven't really explained your idea properly, Harry. I've only been here a few moments, Headmaster. I didn't get around to explaining the temporary arrangement. How is obliviating us a temporary condition? Hermione asked. Dumbledore looked a little flustered for once in the face of the three upset ladies. Please calm down. It will not be an irrevocable process. Let's take a seat and I'll endeavor to explain what Harry was thinking of when he suggested this. Three sets of eyes suddenly were glaring at the young wizard with less than affectionate gazes. Harry suddenly gulped as he saw that the anger in their eyes overrode any curiosity that the three might have. Harry slowly backed up and sat down in the middle of the sofa. The main plan of Riddle is for Crouch Jr. to enter Harry into the competition for the Triwizard Cup and delivering him at some point to help resurrect a proper body for the Dark Lord. Harry said that, and we thought it was a horrible idea, Daphne said. Who knows what sorts of dangers he might face? Or how many Death Eaters he is going to have to face, Ginny exclaimed angrily. I personally thought so too, but Harry reminded us about the last prophecy that was forecast about him. Daphne's face tightened as she had been told what Professor Trelawney had said. Hermione and Ginny were visibly rattled as they remembered hearing about the horrible future their husband might be subjected to. Harry stood nervously before the glass orb and wiped a sweaty hand on his pants. He looked at Dumbledore but couldn't read any sign of what the wizard was thinking. He sensed rather than felt Hermione and Ginny come up beside him for support. The time seemed to stretch on until the tension in the room was something you could almost touch. There is nothing definite in the prophecy, Harry. They are subject to any number of interpretations, as Hermione would probably caution you. The orb works on a principle much like what you have seen in a pensieve. In this case, a memory from Madame Pomfrey is contained in the orb. There are only 4 people in the world that may access that specific memory stored there now. The person who made the prophecy, the person who heard the prophecy, and the ones the prophecy concerns. You are one of them. The other. Dumbledore let the sentence hang. Harry could only guess who the 4th person was, and he wasn't happy about it. He looked back to check on Hermione and Ginny. They were nervously holding hands but were reassuring him that they would still be right beside him no matter what the prophecy was. Harry reached out and laid his hand on the fragile-looking sphere. The orb lit up and Harry took a step back as Sybil Trelawney's voice filled the office. The converse one of the lion-hearted trine will soon become the 4th. The chosen one will be a witness and participant in the rebirth of the Dark One. In the place of family death and memories, the vileness shall be awoken by impostor and blood. Death and disasters will follow the Dark Lord because of the trickery. The converse one in the lion-hearted trine will soon become a 4th. Honestly, Harry, the case of the furious fugitives, chapter 37. Harry nodded as he felt his wives remember the event again. I remembered the second prophecy once I saw Crouch's memory. I'll bet the other one on the Hall of Prophecies is glowing again, which mean that is active too. But that means it's back to kill or be killed again, Ginny said with a little sob. Harry reached over and pulled Ginny into a little hug to help calm her down. After she settled down a bit, she returned to sitting close to her husband. Daphne held her free hand and tried to look encouraging even though she felt anything but. So explain what led to the wonderful idea of making us lose our memories of, what? Knowing that Professor Moody is really a convicted, publicly dead Death Eater named Barty Crouch Jr. Exactly, Hermione. Why? Came from the ladies gathered about the couch. Follow my reasoning. We get to stay ahead of the scheme for once. There's too many possibilities right now. The transfer students like Pusey who might not be marked but part of the plot, the questionable member of the current staff, and the other Hogwarts students who may be involved at some level. I don't even want to mention the students from the other schools who might be in on it. It would drive me crazy if I have to keep thinking about all the dangers that may be coming from so many different directions. I'd want to take care of the false Moody immediately, and that won't stop Riddle from dreaming something else up, something we won't know about. I don't want any of us caught investigating the false Moody now or who may be hanging around him either. If or when I get entered, I want to make my reaction totally normal. And yours. But, I didn't say everyone would be obliviated, just the four of us. Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Narcissa, Sev, Professor Runnels and Vika will be watching out for us. Watching Crouch and who exactly is contacting the false Dada teacher. I guess I can see this part, Harry. It's sneaky and very duplicitous. The person at the heart of the plot is monitored instead of Harry getting blindsided, a very Slytherin approach. Are we getting our memories back at some point? Daphne addressed the question to the headmaster. I believe after the first task is publicly announced. I agreed with Harry that you four need to be aware of all the possibilities to take him off the school grounds even if the attempted kidnapping is scheduled for the end of year. With your mental communications and bond magic it ought to keep Harry safe. At least until we figure out how we turn the tables on Riddle, Harry said with a hopeful tone. Sirius is off explaining everything to Minister Bones and Shackleford for their support and silence about the plan. Padfoot hopes the fact that we're going to be tracking down and maybe finishing Tom for good will outweigh Amelia's desire to solve the problem of Crouch Jr. immediately. But what about us? Ginny asked. We're going to notice that dark mark is on Crouch's arm the next time we see him. I'm sure that the headmaster has a reasonable explanation that will explain that to our satisfaction, Harry said with a smile. Is Felicia Hampton coming back to protect and torment Lord Potter some more, headmaster? Dumbledore smiled. I believe Auror Tonks is going to be among the squad of Aurors that will be providing additional security for the students and competitors during the school year. Good. My shins have received more than enough abuse from that emotional fangirl, Harry said. Vika appeared through the wall and walked over to where the group was gathered. She made a short bow towards Dumbledore before speaking. I found the real Alistair Moody. He was in a multi-compartment trunk in the quarters the false Moody has been assigned. He was a little disoriented for a bit and quite wants to curse Crouch Jr. right now. He's eating and being looked at by Madame Pomfrey right now. It would probably be best if you went and talked to him, sir. What's to stop Crouch from finding out he's gone, Vika? Daphne asked. There's a temporary notice me not spell on that trunk. I've also set a proximity charm on the trunk so that when Crouch begins to open the trunk the real Moody will be transported back to his original place. Hopefully Crouch be so overconfident that his quarters have been left alone he won't notice my subtle spellcraft. Oh, Harry thought. Have you told Mad Moody know about this plan? Yes, but he wasn't happy about it at all. Dumbledore frowned. We should get to the memory removal then so that I can go convince my old friend that it's a decent plan and will work out for the greater good if no other problems occur. Please apologize for me and my wives to him, will you, headmaster? I can have one of our house elves waiting on him hand and foot for his inconvenience if it matters. Harry, interrupted Hermione, should we ask the real Professor Moody to teach us instead of him just waiting around to be whisked back and forth from captivity? I mean after we get our memories back, of course. That sounded so weird to say. A very commendable idea, Lady Hermione, Dumbledore said. I shall ask him if he would consider the opportunity to get back at his attackers and Riddle. But shall we get rid of those memories now? Harry nodded and Hermione, Ginny and Daphne slowly agreed. For the next few minutes, Dumbledore instructed the quartet in the procedure for removing their specific memories. Harry was the first to raise his wand to his temple and withdraw a silvery bluish strand. He looked at it curiously for a second but then dropped it into one of the vials that Dumbledore had produced from one of the many pockets of his robes. Hermione, Ginny and lastly Daphne followed the procedure. Dumbledore held up the 4 vials and muttered some words that the foursome couldn't hear. There was a faint purple glow that encompassed the vials that spread back to the Potters and Daphne as Dumbledore stored the 4 vials away. Harry shook his head as if a little confused. The girls and he seemed to be trying to remember something. What were we just talking about again? Vika stepped forward to pat Harry on his shoulder. The headmaster was just starting to explain that Moody was captured once by Tom Riddle and was forcibly branded in an unsuccessful effort to turn him to the Death Eater's cause. He was left for dead but recovered. That kind of makes sense. I thought you had to voluntarily commit a number of atrocities to be able to take the dark mark, Daphne said. She looked at the others in the room who seemed a little shocked. I've overheard a thing or two hanging around in the Slytherin common rooms, you know. We'll have to have some discussions about that sort of knowledge, Daphne, Harry said. But that will have to occur without my participation, Dumbledore said. It is getting late and there are a few more stops I must make before retiring for the evening. Ladies, Lord Gryffindor, I must bid you farewell. Harry made a face at the Lord, but did stand up to join Daphne in walking Dumbledore and Vika to the door. Dumbledore wished them all good evening again and then he and Vika walked down the third-floor corridor towards the central staircase and a few other areas of the school. Daphne watched them pause at the top of the nearest staircase and talk to someone. The conversation continued on for a few seconds and then the headmaster and Vika disappeared down the stairs. Daphne smiled as she saw her sister appear in Dumbledore's former spot a few seconds later and Astoria was then hurrying towards their new quarters. The two Greengrass girls continued talking to the three Potters for about another half hour until Astoria started yawning. Harry went and tried picking her up to carry her into her bedroom but she slapped his hands and ran away giggling. Astoria swore a justified payback from her half-closed bedroom door. While the rest of Harry's girls were smiling at the exchange, Harry reached out with his magic and closed and locked Astoria's door. They all heard some pounding at the door from the inside but then Harry winked at Daphne and gathered her up in a hug. I thought she'd never leave, Harry said as Daphne squirmed a little closer in the embrace and gave Harry a nice long key. Harry broke off after a few seconds from the protests of the other girls. Harry turned to Key, Hermione while Ginny snuck in and peppered Daphne's face with a bunch of quick laughing Key's. We'll meet you next to the great doors in the morning sweetums. It would take a herd of hippogriffs to keep me away, Daphne answered. Another round of hugs were exchanged and the Potters left to return back to their hearth. Daphne returned and unlocked her sister's door and talked to Astoria for a few minutes about her old roommates. Daphne returned to her own bedroom and started changing into her night clothes. A soft knock on her door surprised her and she called out for her sister to enter. Daphne was surprised when it was Vika that slowly opened the door but she finished putting on a dressing gown. Did you forget something, Lady Hogwarts? It's Vika unless you'd rather I address you as Lady Greengrass all the time. I didn't want you to ever think I disrespect your position or power. Or your relationship with Harry. Vika titled her head sideways just a little bit. You are a wise person indeed to see something that confuses me on a daily basis. We all love Harry, Daphne said very plainly. Yes, of course. But you have it simpler than I do. Harry would like to understand your feelings if you could express them. I see he is confused a little in your presence at times. No more than I am. I have responsibilities to him, the founders, the school, the headmaster and the students. Personal feelings are a recent development of mine. Maybe we four ladies should meet talk about this. Hermione and Ginny were exceptionally patient and informative when I was forced into the relationship. Daphne floundered at hearing her own words. I didn't mean that like it sounded. Forced is such a terrible phrase but the Wills caught all the Potters and me by surprise. Vika nodded and reached out to grasp Daphne's hand. But I can tell you are happy about the arrangement now. Mostly. There are a few things I would change if I could. Vika nodded in understanding. Exactly the reason I came back to talk to you this evening. I have a small gift to give Harry and his gems. Thank you, Vika, but you don't have to get us anything. I know, but I thought the four of you have enough pressures, restrictions and disappointments in this public arena that's called Hogwarts. Vika led Daphne up to the wardrobe that sat on one side of the room adjacent to the one window in the room. Turn the top hook to the right, Daphne. At each end of the wardrobe there were two hangers to hang up robes, sweaters and other things. Daphne had noted before that the hangers were the shields of the four Hogwarts houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Vika was pointing to the upper crest on one end which was Gryffindor. She grasped the shield and turned it clockwise a quarter turn as Vika indicated. There was a solid click of a mechanical shift and the whole wardrobe pivoted away from the wall to expose a door-sized indent. Daphne looked at it and then back to Vika. The password now is Firebolt, but you can change it at any time. Go ahead. With her heart racing just a little bit, Daphne touched the panel and whispered, Firebolt. The panel slid down into the floor and revealed a set of 4 steps that led to a sloping ceiling with a lever set into it. Now would be a good time to ask them where they are. Really? At Vika's nod, Daphne lowered her shields and sent out a mental query. Have you all gone to bed yet? No, we're just sitting around talking ourselves down after an eventful day. Good. I wanted to wish you a good night and pleasant dreams. You too. Sorry you're not here. Miss you, sweetums. At Vika's nod, Daphne swung the lever down to hear another click. The ceiling swung up and Daphne took the last 2 steps that led into the threefold hearth. Harry and his wives were astonished to see the bottom flight of stairs to their living room swing up and their favorite blonde step a little hesitantly out of the darkness beneath it. Hermione whooped and ran to meet her girlfriend with a hug. Ginny and Harry were only a split second behind because the redhead had to get off of Harry's lap first. The four were suddenly talking and hugging and smiling at each other until there was the sound of applause coming from behind them. Vika was smiling at the four just before she was engulfed in a group hug of her own. This is an unofficial emergency evacuation point, but I won't say it exists to anyone. Harry, you are not allowed to come up from or go down to Daphne's quarters this way. I am not condoning certain activities, but I will allow the young lady to make her own decisions about her own interactions with you three. Ginny smiled up at the powerful presence. Are you still interested in watching certain activities, Vika? There were outraged shouts from Harry and Hermione at Ginny's brashness, and Vika noticed how quickly Daphne's cheeks turned red. She hurried to reassure the blonde. I would never impose on a private moment like that, Daphne. Thank you, Vika. Vika leaned down and whispered something in Daphne's ear, which caused the blonde to giggle and look at Harry with a raised eyebrow. Harry rolled his eyes as he could just imagine what the two were conspiring about. He did raise Vika's hand up and key the back of it softly. I appreciate what this means to Daphne, and I promise never to make that passageway a shortcut from the 3rd floor to the 7th. Or the reverse. Good. I trust you at your word, Harry. If you will excuse me, it's almost time for Mr. Allen and Miss Gale to start their first patrol as head boy and girl. I wanted to walk and talk with them a bit to get to know them better. Good night, everyone. With that, Vika faded out and the 4 students were left to their own thoughts. Hermione came over and threw an arm around Daphne's waist. You said something about wishing everyone good night, sweetums. Daphne turned and ed Hermione on the cheek, and then some more dotting occurred. It was the first day of classes, and Ginny and Harry weren't too surprised when a nervous and excited Hermione tried to sneak out of their bed just as daybreak started to lighten up the skies outside their window. Instead of letting the brunette pace, Fred and get totally wound up before they had to go down to breakfast to pick up their new schedules, Harry rose behind her and rummaged into his wife's dressers and threw their running clothes at them. But we have to go get our schedules this morning, Hermione protested. Take another look outside, Hermione, Ginny said, yawning as she reached for a pair of socks. It's too early to go down to the Great Hall. Even Hedwig has returned from hunting and is probably sleeping. Hermione checked her packed book bag one more time in an effort to find something that would get her out of a normal morning run. Giving up, she dropped the boundless bag on the floor and reached for some underwear. Harry came over with his trainers in hand and sat down to put them on. I know you're excited to get to the first day of classes again, but you know if you don't get rid of some of that excess worrying that you'll be a right state by the time the day's over. Hermione just stared at her husband like he had spoken a language which she didn't understand. Ginny was still pulling a sweatshirt on when she came and sat on the bed beside Hermione. If you're grumpy about going running this morning, I might not remind you that Harry promised both of us some nice shower fun if there's time when we get back from the morning exercise. Harry chuckled as Hermione sped up her dressing and began tugging on him to get him out of the hearth faster. Harry hurried to jog ahead of both his wives to try getting to their starting point first. Some days he was content to follow along behind them or for all three to run together, but today seemed to be the day that he played hare to their hounds. Harry took the first staircase down 2 steps at a time to force Ginny and Hermione to hurry to keep up with him. They passed 2 sixth-year prefects from Hufflepuff on the 2nd floor who were just finishing their rounds, and the girl, Constance Maguire, tried to get in Harry's way to slow him down. Harry laughed and zigged sideways around her to the dismay of Hermione and Ginny, who were calling out for Harry to slow down a bit. The 3 Potters disappeared down the corridor with the ongoing commentary from Harry amusing the Hufflepuffs. We should post a notice about rampaging Gryffindors running amok in the corridors, Matthew Branch said to his housemate. Give it a week or two and there will be a horde of runners from all four houses getting out early in the morning, Connie replied. At least last year they waited until they were outside before endangering each other. The two prefects made a note on their rounds journal with a request for Professor Sprout to inform Professor McGonagall about the questionable activities that the Potters were undertaking inside. 30 minutes later, the two Hufflepuff prefects were trying to get a quick, early kip in while Harry, Hermione and Ginny were catching their breath as they walked past the Gryffindor common room. Just as they passed it, however, Winnie shouted out, "Good morning," to them as Ron, Neville, Colin, Lavender and Pavarti came out with their own running outfits on. "I thought we were meeting at 6:30, Ron said. "Harry decided to be a bully and make us run early," Hermione said. "You're a cruel, sadistic husband, Mr. Potter. Torturing these pretty ladies like that before the first day of classes." "I don't think so, Neville. We've all had a few days off while getting ready to come back and we need to stay in shape. I did promise to wash their backs in the shower for the big imposition though." "Ew. That's way too much information for me," Ron said, wincing. "You three in the shower together. How am I supposed to get that mental image out of my head for the rest of the day? Pancakes, peeves, potions, Trelawney's predictions in divination." Ron's face got more and more confused at the shouted suggestions that came from his family and housemates. He finally threw his hands up in disgust and walked away, muttering about the wicked hours that some disturbed people kept. Harry and the others laughed and the rest of the non-Potter Gryffindors left for their morning jog after agreeing to meet up at breakfast. Harry, Ginny and Hermione were still chuckling about the encounter as they entered the hearth and headed for the shower. There was sufficient time for everyone to engage in a small water and tickling fight before Hermione reminded them of the approaching breakfast. After towels and drying charms were applied to everyone's satisfaction, the Potters got dressed and headed down to the Great Hall with a number of other Gryffindors that were headed that way. There was a slightly unusual sight that greeted everyone as they came down the grand staircase. There was a gathering of 20-30 people, mostly girls, in front the great doors. In the middle of that crowd were Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Harry was wondering what was going on, but an excited Marta Farrafort came running over to meet the Gryffindors near the bottom of the stairs. "I'm sorry, my brothers, and I missed you on the express, Harry. I would have probably found out the good news earlier." "Hello, Marta," Harry said. "What good news?" "That Daphne Greengrass has a great big shiny engagement ring that her fiancé gave her. All the girls have heard about it or seen it. She's over there showing the ring off." "Just a deflection of attention from you, Harry. I haven't said who I got the ring from other than my fiancé." Ginny took one look at Harry's face and pushed her way through the crowd with her spouses close behind her. Ginny reached out and took up Daphne's hand. "That's very pretty, Daphne. Somebody obviously cares a great deal about you." Harry was a few seconds behind his wife in speaking. "Not bad. I see you've picked up some impressive jewelry over the last couple of weeks. Family heirloom." "But of course. My fiancé wants nothing but the best for me," Daphne replied. "I hope he knows just how lucky a man he is, Miss Greengrass." Daphne raised one perfect eyebrow. "He'd be an idiot if he didn't, but I think I'm really the lucky one." There were murmurs from the surrounding crowd about the Slytherins' unexpected show of public emotion. Hermione took that small hush to ask a seemingly normal question. "So have you two set a date for the marriage yet?" The sudden silence caused both Tracy and Daphne to look around at all the inquisitive faces. "That is a work in process. There are some personal and family issues that have to be ironed out." Daphne's voice rose and drew colder. "Not that it's anyone else's business." Her glare quickly dispersed the crowd with only the Potters not entering the great room for breakfast. A small smile came to Daphne's face. "Does that satisfy your curiosity, Mr. Potter?" "Completely, Miss Greengrass. Thank you for the information. I do need to find a broom closet to pull you into, Jamie." Harry's blush and choked cough was covered up by the giggles from Hermione and Ginny. Harry rolled his eyes but held out his arms for his wives to grab. "I suspect we shall see each other in classes then, Daphne. If not sooner," Tracy loudly whispered as she pushed her friend toward the Slytherin table. Harry laughed and the three Potters entered together and found their usual seats. Breakfast was a noisy affair with classmates and friends doing the catching up they hadn't accomplished the night before. There was no cross-house seating this morning as the class schedules were being handed out by the heads of houses. Professor McGonagall was very diligent in her duties in handing out the Gryffindor schedules, but she pulled Harry aside for a private word as she made her way down the table. Professor Sinistra has been told that a few students may have an official reason to be late or absent from the fourth-year astronomy class this evening. Professor Hagrid expects you and your ladies to be at his hut after supper to go meet the centaurs. Miss Lovegood is being reminding of the meeting also. Will this be a problem? No, ma'am. Try not to get damaged or in too much trouble, Mr. Potter. Founders' heirs are not so easily found or replaced. I am always cautious, Professor McGonagall. If I don't see you before you all leave, good luck, Harry. Thank you, Minerva. Professor McGonagall dropped the privacy shield and continued on handing out the rest of the class schedules to her charges. Harry grabbed his book bag and joined the rest of the fourth-year Gryffindors in heading toward the History of Magic classroom. Professor Lupin took roll of the combined class of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors, then put down his roster. You may be happy to learn that the only discussion this class will have about the Goblin Wars will be in about a month, when we will have someone from Gringotts telling us about those conflicts from their point of view. Now, does anyone want to speculate on the link between the start of the Crusades and the increase in the number of wizards in medieval England? Miss Abbott. Ginny found an out-of-the-way closet to divert her husband into after the History of Magic class for a brief bit of snogging. While all three Potters had a break from classes until lunchtime, Harry took time to meet Daphne after her morning lesson with Professor Vectra. Harry had asked why Daphne was taking a special class with the arithmancy instructor, but she mysteriously said it was a special project and that she couldn't reveal it until springtime. Harry thought it was a bit odd but didn't intrude on Daphne's desire for privacy. Daphne rewarded Harry for his thoughtfulness with a brief visit to the broom closet next to Myrtle's old bathroom on the second floor. It took a few moments for Harry and the blonde to make themselves presentable again for lunch, but Ginny and Hermione met them and made a cursory check of their appearance before they entered the Great Hall. Lunch was followed by the first potions class of the semester. Again, it was the Slytherins and Gryffindors being instructed together, but Professor Narcissa Black only made them review their last year of work and gave a general outline of what potions they would be attempting for their fourth year. There was an hour left after potions before supper, and Harry was looking forward to dropping off his book bag and relaxing once he, his wives and Daphne returned to the hearth. Harry had barely sat down in one of the easy chairs when Hermione launched herself into his lap, saying that she was not going to be the only female in the school that Harry had given a ring to that hadn't received a good snogging that day. Ginny and Daphne were very happy to help Hermione carry Harry into the bedroom and remove his shoes and some of his clothes. The redhead and the blonde were giggling themselves silly when Harry's protests about being ganged up upon were silenced by the lips of the leggy brunette. While Harry was otherwise occupied, Ginny and Daphne returned to the living room and started reading their potions assignment and talking about their first day of classes. Although it was still a warm evening, the 5 students were wearing their light cloaks as they made their way down from the school to Hagrid's hut. Daphne was walking beside Luna and trying to get to know the third-year Ravenclaw better. "Do you and your father go away adventuring every summer?" Daphne asked. "It's something that's happened since my mother died," Luna replied a little flatly. "I'm so sorry I asked the question then. I never meant to remind you of your loss. It's okay. I've treasured the time my father has devoted to being with me over the summer holidays. It was nice having Ronald around with us this summer, although it took the 3 of us a while to get used to each other. But I thought Ron had spent some time with you and your father during other holidays." "He has, but this was the first time we all slept in the same sleeping bag together." "You and Ron spent your nights in the same sleeping bag?" asked a surprised Daphne. "With my father, of course. We only had one sleeping bag. But, did Harry give you that engagement ring out of one of his vaults, or did it come from yours?" The bee-owned stopped walking suddenly, totally thrown by the question that had crashed on what she had thought was a private and hidden issue. Daphne's shocked and confused look was still on her face when Harry knocked on the door to Hagrid's hut. The door was opened widely and Fang came bouncing out to knock Harry over and cover his face with big, slobbery licks. Ginny and Hermione were bent over laughing at Harry's predicament, and Daphne wasn't sure she had enough strength to pull the friendly dog off her fiancé. Harry's embarrassment was quickly resolved. Between Luna's shrill whistle and Hagrid yelling at his dog to get off him Fang, the big dog abandoned welcoming Harry. The Mastiff gave one last lick to Harry's messy head and then calmly walked back to sit down at Hagrid's side. Hermione reached down and gave Harry a hand up and helped straighten out his clothes. Ginny came up beside Harry and took a good look at him. "We've finally found it." "Found what?" Harry said suspiciously. "Something that makes your hair behave." Fang slobber. Harry bent over and whispered the aguamenti charm to have his wand spray a jet of water to wash off Fang's frothy greetings. Daphne applied a drying charm and Harry finished the quick wash by hurriedly wiping his head with a sleeve of his robes. Harry stuck his tongue out at the still laughing Ginny but then turned to greet Hagrid as did the ladies. "Good evening, Hagrid. Are you coming with us to wherever the centaurs are taking us?" "Good evening, Ari, Ladies Potter and Greengrass and Luna of course. You're going to the centaur village but Ronan asked to speak with just the 5 of you. Ought to be quite an outing. I've never been there myself but I've heard that it's quite a sight." Hagrid went back into his hut briefly and came back out with his huge crossbow strung over one shoulder and carrying an unlit torch. "We'd best be on our way. It's a little hike to where they're meeting you and you'd probably like to get back before morning." Hagrid headed out with Luna trying to match his stride as the half-giant took off down one of the nearby paths that lead into the Forbidden Forest. The path was wide enough for Ginny and Daphne to walk side by side with Harry and Hermione bringing up the rear. All 5 of the students had nervously drawn their wands once they had lost sight of Hogwarts and disappeared under the forest canopy. The group walked for about a half hour under Hagrid's steady pace and Harry had only smiled once when Luna had to skip and scamper as she tried to keep up with Hagrid's big strides. The shadows got longer and the sky dimmed as the 6 weaved their way through some of the less used paths in the forest. They finally came to a small clearing and Hagrid walked to the center of it and placed the torch on the ground. Harry came up beside the big person and tugged on his sleeve of his jacket. "Is this a rest stop?" Hagrid swung his head from side to side and put a finger to his lips. Harry took this as a sign for caution and turned and faced a part of the surrounding trees. The rest of the group also swung into defensive positions, listening for any noise in the underbrush and scanning for any movement. The silence stretched for some minutes and Harry had to concentrate on relaxing and not reacting to any sound that his mind might create. He mentally contacted his girls with a caution not to overreact as they were supposedly meeting friends or potential allies. Daphne was the one to inform the others that Luna had calmly sat down and was braiding something together out of the grass and flowers that covered parts of the clearing. It happened so suddenly that Harry had to shake his head to make sure that he wasn't imagining things. Harry thought he recognized Hedwig's call and was torn between worrying about the danger for her and a quick flush of affection for her loyalty in following them. 6 centaurs were suddenly standing across the edge of the clearing opposite from where their group had entered. Harry turned in surprise but lowered his wand and pointed it toward the ground as did the others. Hagrid lowered his crossbow and relaxed his stance. 2 centaurs advanced into the clearing and Harry recognized their faces in the dying light. One was Senat who had been pursued and injured by a group of acromantulas a month ago. Harry noticed he seemed totally healed up and was moving much better than the last time they had seen him. The other centaur was named Bane and he was the younger one's uncle. Harry could see that both were carrying bows and each had a quiver of arrows on their backs. "Good meeting, friend Hagrid. Was your path free and clear?" It was Bane. "Nary a sight or sound from the dire wolves or trolls." That answer from Hagrid got a panicked look from Ginny and Daphne although Luna only smiled and shyly waved at the pair of centaurs in front of them. Bane half turned in place and waved his bow forward to the rest of the centaurs. 3 advanced while 1 turned around to watch the forest. The centaurs joined Bane and Senat while Harry, his wives and Daphne lined up carefully next to Hagrid. Harry waited until the centaurs stopped moving and made a bow toward Bane who he assumed was the leader for this group. The rest of the girls echoed Harry's bow although Luna did a most graceful curtsy. "Good meeting, Bane. Thank you for your welcome into the Forbidden Forest this evening. We are honored to be invited. It is in the stars that this meeting would occur to both our betterment. Hagrid, thank you for escorting our distinguished guests this far. We will ensure that they return to safety and Hogwarts ourselves." Hagrid looked surprised that he had been dismissed so suddenly. He nodded at the group of centaurs and picked up the torch he had laid down. With a cautious nod at Harry and the others, Hagrid walked back the way he had come and disappeared back up the path. It was a minute or so before they group remaining in the clearing heard his passage through the forest fade away. Bane sighed at the silence and addressed Harry once again. I apologize, Lord and ladies, for my rough dismissal of your friend, but it is not known to us whether Hagrid is aware that you are Duke of Hogwarts and High Lord of all the lands herein. The 5 centaurs bowed deeply to Harry while his mind went into a spin about the knowledge these people had of him. Harry shook his head and made a formal bow back to the centaurs again. Let us disperse with these various titles and formalities. I would prefer to be just addressed as Harry in the presence of friends and neighbors. I would ask, however, to know the names of your people who have volunteered to escort us tonight. Bane nodded and turned and nodded to the 3 unnamed companions. Each stepped forward and spoke just a single name. Megorian. Brannick. Kahedra. A small shock went through the young students as they realized that the last person was not like the others. This Kahedra was a centauress, a female centaur. Harry had not paid much attention to her as the female had stayed hidden, partially obscured by Senat and Ronan. Kahedra had long silky dark brown hair that fell to her waist in curly folds. Unlike the males, Kahedra wore some clothing, or at least a sensible loose top that covered the evidence of her gender. She did also brandish the customary set of bows and arrows as the other centaurs, and Harry didn't doubt for a second that she was proficient with her weapon. Stepping forward another pace, Harry saw the easy smile that graced Kahedra's face. Welcome back to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, lunar child. I hope there will be time for the Ladies Potter, Lady Greengrass, and you to talk to some of the other females and children in our village. Hermione bowed her head momentarily to the female centaur in return. We would be honored to have that privilege, Kahedra, but as like our husband we would prefer to be called just Hermione, Ginny and Daphne. We hope this will encourage a manner of friendship and trust to be established between our 2 races. Well spoken, Hermione. I'm proud you're encouraging cooperation. Thanks, husband. Bane raised his free hand for attention. There will time for other niceties after we finish our travels. The last member of our team tonight is named Praetorius, and he will lead the way back to Haven Mist. Haven Mist. Yes, Lord. Harry. Haven Mist, the village of the centaurs in this place. Bane turned and made a gesture with his bow and then stepped off toward the side of the clearing. With little fanfare, he and Senat suddenly disappeared into the woods. Kahedra turned towards Praetorius, who had vanished into the wood down a barely seen path. Luna ran ahead to walk and talk quietly with the female centaur, and the 4 remaining humans paired up and walked following them. Megorian and Brannick seemed to remain behind as a sort of rear guard, although the students neither heard nor saw their passage. A bit of pixie light appeared after a few minutes and floated ahead of Harry and his friends and briefly illuminated the pathway they were traveling. It floated slowly over hills and down small valleys, showing the way across small streams and creeks as the company made their way deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Although Harry and the others could roughly estimate the passage of time, their sense of direction was screwed and confused by both the wandering way and a few magical wards that seemed to exist at certain places in the forest. There were 2 or 3 halts along the way to either listen to something loud and massive that was traveling close to them or to wait for presences only magically felt to wander away. All 3 girls crept closer to Harry for reassurance at these moments of heightened peril, but no real danger came lunging out of the surrounding forest to accost the party. Occasionally Bane and Senat reappeared from their flanking positions to reassure the humans that they were indeed being guarded carefully. It was about an hour and a half later when Harry and the others caught up again to Praetorius and Kahedra. They were standing on the crest of another hill, and Harry was slightly awestruck as he and the others first saw the scene laid out before them. They had arrived at Haven Mist. There were 2 or 3 halts along the way to either listen to something loud and massive that was traveling close to them or to wait for presences only magically felt to wander away. All 3 girls crept closer to Harry for reassurance at these moments of heightened peril, but no real danger came lunging out of the surrounding forest to accost the party. Occasionally Bane and Senat reappeared from their flanking positions to reassure the humans that they were indeed being guarded carefully. It was about an hour and a half later when Harry and the others caught up again to Praetorius and Kahedra. They were standing on the crest of another hill, and Harry was slightly awestruck as he and the others first saw the scene laid out before them. They had arrived at Haven Mist. Haven Mist was located in a small valley a little more than a half-mile across. Half the area was mostly covered from discovery from the air by a number of huge oak, maple, beech and everwood trees. Meadows and other cleared areas on the other side the valley were now being illuminated by the ever-present blue globes, and Harry could see in the gathering darkness that there were a number of unicorns underneath some of the globes and maybe some sheep higher up on the opposite slope. Harry couldn't swear to it, but he thought he saw the shape of a hippogriff with its wings spread for landing across the lit path that seemed to head to the opposite crest of the valley. A wide river flowed over a cleft in the rock ledges to the right of where the centaurs and humans stood. The river split about 100 yards from the base of the waterfall and flowed around a massive rocky island that was about 2,000 feet long and 150 yards wide, set up on a massive rock upcropping. It was on this island that the centaur village of Haven Mist was located. There were different-sized rock formations that seemed to get shorter and more interspersed with grass, open areas and well-worn pathways the further south on the island you went. The spray from the waterfall drifted over the north end of the island where the higher rock formations were, and sometimes the wind caught it to completely drift over the island. The lights around the village showed that there were both caves and wooden structures that were the homes or other constructed buildings for the centaurs. Spheres of pale blue light illuminated the trail below them, floated along the edge of the island where a few centaurs walked and along the few pathways that they could see. The floor of Haven Mist stood about 30 feet above the water, and two rope and wooden bridges seemed to the only way to cross and gain access to the village itself. Harry saw a pair of centaur guards stationed next to the bridge that their trail led to, and he saw a few other of their people standing guard on both the crest of the waterfall and in certain other high points on the island. Cahedra reached and brought out a previously unseen crystal horn that was attached to her quiver, raised it to her lips and blew a signal of one long and two short notes from the crest of the hill. The sound crossed the space they saw, and an increasing number of torches were lit up, and the humans saw a number of centaurs of various sizes begin to come out of their homes. The council will be ready to meet you by the time we cross the morning bridge and reach their chamber. Harry nodded at Bane's words, and the humans fell in behind a trio of centaurs as they descended into the small valley of their home. Megorian had come up from his rear guard position to walk amongst the Potters and their two friends. He began a running commentary of the scene they were walking through. The river was called the Kalisko and was fed by regular streams, but also a number of hot springs that kept the water warm throughout the cold Scottish winters and helped warm the island. The Kalisko River also was the source of a number of fish which were a year-round staple of the centaur diet. Hunting was a source of other food, but the centaurs grew a variety of herbs, grains and vegetables across the valley and in some of the deeper caves that retained a constant temperature through all 4 seasons. While it might seem like a rough life to the humans, Mangorian said that it had remained mostly unchanged across the centuries since the centaurs had first settled in this place. Hermione asked if their escort minded telling them a little about the centaur history, education and lives they led. Megorian stopped abruptly in the middle of the path to take a good look at the suddenly nervous girl. At another visit all that may be told to you, but the affairs of centaurs are usually a private matter. There is much to learn if you have the curiosity for it, but there are other, more pressing matters that need to be talked about this evening. My wife meant no offense in her inquisitiveness, Mangorian, Harry said. She, like the rest of us, only desires to know more about your people. Thank you for considering us equals then, Lord Harry. It is a rare and unusual stand for a human wizard. Cahedra had some back to stand next to Hermione. Do not worry about your curiosity, Hermione. It is a sign of intelligence, although we try to teach our young to temper that with some patience. It would be good if there would be time for you and your sister wives to talk with the females and children of our village. That would be a distinct and welcome honor, Hermione replied. The group had begun walking again and soon made the valley floor and started to cross toward the morning bridge on the east side of Haven Mist. There was a certain order and neatness to the areas they had traveled through since cresting the first view of the village, and Harry idly wondered how many decades or centuries that centaurs had been in the Forbidden Forest. Bane talked briefly to the guards at the bridge, and they bowed to Harry and the other humans as they passed their checkpoint. The bridge, Harry realized as he and the others crossed it, was built in such a way that it could be easily dropped into the river below and totally cut off the island from the bank. There was a curious procession that led the visitors and their escort toward the place where the council would receive them. Harry saw a number of centaurs of every age and coloring as they passed by the various caves and wooden structures. There also seemed to be different classes, sub-races, or types of centaurs, with everything from stocky, wide and tall centaurs that seemed draft-like in their origins all the way down to miniature centaurs that were only belt-high when fully grown. Small foals and fillies, were those the right terms? Harry wondered. Little taller than his chest, hung closely to their mother's sides or frolicked around in the excitement at the strangers passing by. Older centaurs looked on with suspicion, and Harry saw more than one spear or bow raised towards them. No one, however, made a move to intercept them, although a few of the younger male centaurs called out greetings to Senat or tried to engage the females in their group in some sort of conversation. Hermione, Ginny and Daphne either smiled or waved back, but Luna stopped once or twice to say hello, exchange names, and then catch up with the rest of the group. The few centaurs initially following them turned into a crowd of almost 50 by the time they came to one small pathway that led upwards. It seemed no different from the other paths that they had passed leading up to various levels of caves, but this one seemed a bit wider and more worn somehow. Here Bane paused for a few seconds to address both the humans and the crowd that had assembled. Harry Potter and his party will go forward to meet with the ruling council and will return and may talk to some of you before he returns to Hogwarts. Cahedra spoke up to Luna and Ginny. You two are welcome to come with me and talk to our healers and families about our different methods and lives if you so desire. Ginny's eyebrows rose as she mentally questioned her husband about being absent from the meeting. Harry thought for a few seconds about whether being together or separating would display more trust in their hosts. Deciding that Ginny would still be in some sort of contact with him and could watch out for Luna, Harry gave a brief nod, letting Ginny know she could make her own decision. She smiled, came up to give him a small key to the cheek, and told Cahedra that they would go with her. Harry watched as Ginny and Luna left with the centauress, with about half the females in the gathered crowd following or starting to talk to the two girls. Turning to Bane, Harry asked if he was to go first or his escort wanted to lead the way into the council chambers. Bane made a barely perceptible bow and turned to climb up the inclined path. The path wound up and around the hillside and eventually came to an open flat space. In the rock wall there was a narrow crack in the surface that was about 3 feet wide. Bane nodded and walked through the entrance. It was just wide and tall enough for one adult centaur to pass through with no room for others. Harry was almost to the entrance when he suddenly stepped sideways and bowed to his companions. Ladies first. Both Hermione and Daphne frowned and turned him and pushed him into the entrance first. So not the time for kidding around. Their council will want to talk to you first. Dukes before duchesses and all that formality. Sorry girls. Harry went through the passageway that was about 10 feet long and stepped slightly to one side once he came to the council chamber. It was a round cave about 30 feet across and lit up with more of those floating blue lights. There was another passageway directly across from them, but it was blocked off from sight by whom Harry assumed were the members of the council. Hermione and Ginny squeezed in besides Harry as two more centaurs, Megorian and an older male centaur that had graying hair and flanks, entered the chamber behind them. There were 5 other centaurs, or more precisely 4 centaurs and 1 centauress, that were in the council chamber before Harry entered. Unsure of who to address first, Harry took the initiative and took one step forward toward the center of the room so he could catch the eyes of all 7 of the centaurs. My family and I are honored and very pleased to be invited to come to Haven Mist. I suspect you already know who I am, but to erase any doubt, I am Harry Potter, Duke of Hogwarts, heir to the 4 founders and wizarding protector and guardian of the Forbidden Forest. One of my mates, Lady Hermione, is a Muggleborn witch, while the other lady behind me is my betrothed Lady Daphne Greengrass. Another wife, Lady Ginny, and a close friend, Luna Lovegood, are presently enjoying time with some other members of your village. The older centaur spoke up. We have already met and deemed Mistress Luna to be a friend to our centaur tribe. Your actions, Lord Potter, with the Griffins and your defense of our tribe member Senat a month ago have become known to every member of Haven Mist. My name is Cormac and I hold the position of Elder Advisor to the Governing Council. Welcome to Haven Mist. You have already met 2 other members of the council. The first is Bane, the leader of our defensive forces. Harry made a small bow of respect to the fierce-looking centaur as Cormac pointed to the other members in the council chambers. Next to me is Stelpos is in charge of the food raising and gathering section of our village as well as herdmaster for the animals of the forest that we are charged to protect. Our chief astronomer and healer is Usquas. A slimmer centaur with a shockingly familiar shade of red hair and tail stepped a pace forward. It is a pleasure to finally meet the family that is so important to our village's survival. Welcome again, Lord Hogwarts. I am not sure I understand your meaning, Usquas, but I am honored and glad to meet you and the others of the ruling council. I hope we can found a true friendship between the Centaur people and House Potter today and in other meetings we may have in the future. Bane nodded and pointed to the female centaur. Akmeltia is the tribe historian and is the chief instructor for our young. Their own interest guide their education, but everyone receives some instruction on all the various facets of our life. Harry nodded as he felt Hermione's and Daphne's interest pick up as they learned just a kernel of information about the Centaur's educational system. Although we do not practice magic as you humans call it, the individual most able to detect and use the powers of air, wind, water and living things is Salmidas. Harry had noticed during the introductions that there was one of the centaurs that had something other than the bow and quiver fastened over his shoulders. With a closer glance at what was hung so closely to Salmida's back, Harry thought he detected the equivalent of a magical staff, although he did not risk extending his magical senses toward it without invitation. The last of our band here is in charge of everything from protecting the littlest fawn in the forest to the future of our village. He is the one that has been following you most of the evening. Our leader is Megorian. Harry tried to compensate for the little shock he, Hermione and Daphne felt at those words. Megorian had said little to any of them on their journey through the forest and had not identified himself as the chief, or first stallion, Ginny. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Or any other title. He had only spoken with pride in explaining the scene and setting of Haven Mist when the humans had first seen it. If you are the one who ultimately issued the invitation for me and mine to visit Haven Mist, I thank you, Megorian. Is there a formal title that I should address the leader of the Centaur clan or tribe with? For formal occasions, it is Speaker or Shawsarp Megorian, but as I overheard earlier, there should be no need for such formalities from people that come together as friends and allies. I am only Speaker for a period of 5 years and then the members of our tribe elect a new leader. We shall relax the formalities within these chambers, but I am afraid that the rest of my people may address you by your title until they get to know you better. It was Hermione that spoke up then. I can understand the need for respect as we get acquainted, Speaker Megorian, but why did we not learn that you are the head of your wonderful people right off the back? I believe it was a little known human philosopher that once said, you can observe a lot just by watching. I had no doubts about the reports that have come to me about you and your spouses, but I deemed this meeting important enough that I wanted to form my own opinions. Trying not to sound worried, Harry asked the important question. And have you formed an opinion about us? Yes, I have, and it is a very favorable one. The movement of the stars and planets have forecast an important ally and friends that would come to help us in our great hour of need. Your witnessed friendship and alliance with the Griffins speaks of your integrity and power. While we are a totally different race from the usual intolerant humans, you have treated us with respect and equality and not looked down upon us as mere animals or underlings. For that the Centaur race thanks you and implores you to help save not only us but the Forbidden Forest from coming to ruin. This is most serious, Megorian. But I need to know more about this problem before I can even start to help you. Harry looked around carefully. Would it offend anyone if I and my mates sat down to listen to the ruling council? We had a long march here, and I will confess to human frailty that we need to be a little more comfortable to fully concentrate on what you wish to tell us. My apologies, Harry Potter, Megorian said. It has been many years since any human had cause to come and visit Haven Mist. At a nod from the speaker, Salmidas grasped his staff and cast a barely heard spell. A chair made up of tightly wound branches, moss, ivy and other fibers appeared beside each human. Harry bowed respectfully to Salmidas and carefully sat in the comfortable chair, although he tried to keep his eyes on Megorian. Hermione and Daphne pulled their chairs closer to Harry in a show of support and waited while Megorian looked around the council chambers to each of the other members before finally speaking. The crisis we face could be talked about by any of council members because it touches so much on each and every aspect of our lives. It was a little more than 50 years ago that our forebears first encountered a strange intruder into the mixture of creatures that live in our forest. We thought nothing of this at first because it was small and consumed little in the way of resources. We did not pay attention to the warning signs from the other creatures and the messages among the stars. In 10 years, this foreigner had somehow found a mate and began producing offspring in an alarming degree. It laid claim to an area of land after 20 years, and we began avoiding the area as it settled in and hunted. At 35 years from its discovery, we began guiding the herds of unicorns, hippogriffs, and other intelligent animals away from their area. It did no good as the expansion of their hunting and breeding grounds continued at a steady pace. 10 years ago, there was an explosion of their population that doubled their presence in the forest almost overnight. Another such explosion in their numbers may drive us from our homes, as we cannot battle their fierceness and their numbers with our bows and spears, or even our own brand of magic. The signs are there that another expansion may soon be upon us and endanger all the inhabitants of the forest. If it is not checked or the species eliminated, the forest itself may be overrun and die. Usquas took up the tale at that point. The stars paint a grim future for us. We may not even have time to defend our own homes if the signs and portents we have seen come to pass. Already we have had raids upon our hunting and farming parties. While we have been able to defend ourselves after a fashion, too many of our race have been torn apart by their limbs or died from their poisonous fangs. You are talking about the acromantulas, Harry said with an eerie feeling of disgust. We know you have met and dealt with some of those multi-legged abominations, but you have no concept of their true numbers and ferocity in expanding their territories and ridding the forest of all other living beings. They have no natural predators in this land. There were rumors over the years that some creature from Hogwarts came to wreak havoc and death upon their numbers, but no one has ever witnessed such a creature if it ever existed. Harry thought briefly about the basilisk that he had killed in the Chamber of Secrets and wondered if he should explore some of those tunnels that existed under Hogwarts to see if there was an exit or two that came up in the Forbidden Forest. It would be horrible if the dangerous creatures could find a way into Hogwarts. Your allies the Griffins certainly seem to have the ferocity, strength, and magic to deal with the multi-legged, but they have flown away and we cannot predict clearly if or when one or more of them might come back to Hogwarts. That is something I am uncertain of myself, Magorian, Harry said. They fly to their mating grounds in winter and return after their cubs can fly and defend themselves. The winter gives and takes from us an advantage then, Bane interjected. The abominations, as you call them, don't like the cold. Hermione asked a little intuitively. Their actions slow down or cease during cold, much in the way that the bears and raccoons hibernate. Some withdraw to the safety and warmth of deep caves while others spin thick cushions of webbing to protect them from the extremes of weather. Do you hunt them in the winter then? We do, Harry, but it a hazardous undertaking because of the weather conditions and the closeness to the warming caves have some abominations standing guard over their nests. They can make brief forays into the cold to attack, and unfortunately the fires that could destroy them can also cause them to become more active. Fires would also endanger the trees and wildlife that might still exist in their claimed areas. So we can't really burn them out, Harry commented while thinking of other alternatives. Where's a good fire-breathing dragon when you need one? Do you think Charlie could send some over if we promised them a good feeding? Magorian continued. While your friend Hagrid is interested in the fate of the life in the forest, he is also unfortunately a friend of the ancient Acromantula founder. Hagrid does not see the danger that Aragog and his descendants pose to everyone. Aragog. What type of a name is that? Daphne asked. So not important to the actual problem. Sorry, Hermione. I'll concentrate on listening and thinking about the giant spiders. Like Tori said. Ew. Have you thought about poisoning them? Hermione ventured. Cormac shook his head. Although we kill in self-defense and to feed ourselves, the idea of harming another living being is repugnant to us, although we are learning to make an exception of the many-legged. I'm afraid we do not have the resources to make enough poison to handle all of the horde of acromantulas, as you call them. They are primarily meat-eaters from what I know of them, Harry stated. Are there many sheep, wild or in your care, left in the forest? Magorian thought on this for a few moments before replying. There are. A sudden loud noise came through the passageway behind them, and the guard that had been stationed outside came quickly into the room. 3 long calls from the east. The wards have been passed and there are invaders headed our way. We haven't determined whether they are just a pack of wolves or something more sinister like trolls. Megorian and Bane rushed from the room and Harry, Hermione and Daphne had to move quickly to stay out of their way. The other members of the council quickly rushed after them and it was only a minute before the three humans were left with Cormorack. Can we help in any way? Harry asked the elder advisor. This chamber and the ones beyond it are the refuge for our young, sick and those unable of fight. You will be safe here until we determine the strength of the intrusion and our response to it. I must take up my post but there will be 2 guards at the entrance to help those taking shelter. Harry, Kahedra is leading me and Luna back to the council chambers along with a number of their young and a few pregnant and older centaurs. Help those you can to get here, Ginny. We're going to go out and join in defending Haven Mist once you and Luna get here. We're hurrying the best we can, love. Harry began to pace in nervous anticipation as the centaurs seeking shelter began entering the passageway. A handful of the youngsters came galloping in together and stopped in surprise when they saw the humans waiting there. Hermione said hello to a few of the females and one surprisingly shyly stepped up and the two began to talk. Harry and Daphne stood by the entrance and whispered words of encouragement and offers of assistance to those who entered and seemed a little lame or sore. It was a couple of minutes before Kahedra, Ginny and Luna came into the chamber. Harry was worried but smiled when he saw who they were helping. Ginny was carrying a very small foal wrapped up in a gray blanket while Luna had her arm around a smaller female centaur with very wobbly legs. She staggered to a sheltered area close to the entrance and laid down, leaning against the wall to prop her up somewhat. Ginny let the baby down and it wobbled its way toward its mother. Another rush of centaurs entered the chamber and began settling in or going on through the farther passageway to other caves. Ginny watched the mother and child centaur reunion and rushed up to get a hug from her husband as Luna sat down by the wall. The baby's name is Sylvae and is about 4 hours old. We had to go into one of the homes and get her and her mother, Nylas. She refused to let Kahedra send for Euskwas to attend her, so I had to use a little bond magic to help her to her feet. Harry looked over to Nylas, who was protectively holding her young and talking quietly to her. He walked over to where they and Luna were reclining and made a decision. Luna. Yes, Harry. Will you stay here to help guard the centaurs? Of course. Don't let yourself be hurt. I never try to get hurt, Luna. Harry was about to walk away when Luna surprisingly came up and swung him around by his wrist and put both her hands to the sides of his face. Try and remember what Bane told you about the cold. Please. How did you know what? Harry. Coming. Harry hurried to catch up with the 3 girls who were following Kahedra down the pathway and watching the crowd rushing toward the morning bridge. While the majority of the centaurs were heading for the east side of the island, they saw many running to other points along the perimeter. Cormorack led a party of 5 other male centaurs heading toward the opposite side of the island but stopped when he saw the humans. There are plenty already holding the morning bridge, Harry Potter, but we would certainly not turn you away from joining us guarding the evening byway. Although Harry certainly wanted to help in the coming battle if there was one, he trusted Cormorack's word that the morning bridge was defended adequately. He nodded and the 3 girls and he fell in beside the troop of centaurs. While the direct distance to the other bridge wasn't great, there was hardly a section of the pathway more than 25 feet long that was straight. It took about 5 minutes at a hurried pace to reach the evening byway over the river. The 2 normal guards had withdrawn to the island side of the bridge and had their bows notched and ready as they watched the opposite shore. 2 of the centaurs in Cormorack's party took stations about 20 yards away from the end of the bridge where they could provide covering or cross fire if an attack came from the west. Unlike the morning bridge, there were no big trees on the opposite bank of the Kalisko. Instead, there were tracts of gardens, grains, vegetables and flowers that were lit up by the low light of the blue globes. Harry stood by Cormorack as they and the others watched the area carefully. I suspect you think we have overreacted from a mere alarm, Cormorack finally said. I wouldn't think it was overreacting if someone's or something's tried attacking my home. The loss of a single centaur life is a tragedy, Lord Hogwarts. I agree, but that's way too long a title for this time and place, Cormorack. Please just call me Harry. As you wish. It is a good thing that you wanted to help us even if the threat is unknown now. Just as Cormorack finished saying that, A cry arose behind them from the area that Harry thought was the morning bridge. However curious he was about the encounter behind him, Harry kept his eyes scanning the opposite bank and the areas on the valley that were partially lit up in the darkness. It has begun, Cormorack said. Megorian should send word what the attack is and if they need any help. Harry, do you sense anything out in front of us magically? Shaking his head at Ginny, Harry tried extending his senses over the pastures and up the other sides of the valley. Other than the presences of the unicorns and sheep he had glimpsed earlier, Harry couldn't tell of anything that seemed out of place. He retracted his senses and waited. 3 or 4 minutes later, a centaur rushed to Cormorack's side. About a dozen abominations have approached the morning bridge, although Salmidas is saying that there are more concealed in the trees. One had swung across but was cut down by arrows and spears. They seem to be waiting to rush us. Cormorack nodded at the information and spoke to the messenger. Take Nestil and Veslam back with you. They are the 2 best archers that came with me. Tell Megorian that the evening byway is quiet with no reports from our patrols. The centaur whistled and gestured to the 2 that named, and the 3 rushed back towards the east side of the island. This is the second time the abominations have come so deeply. The first time there was a set of 4 small acromantulas that were all killed once they had passed the second set of wards. But they now know where Haven Mist is. But the question is whether all the abominations know, or is it just this foraging party that stumbled upon us and decided to attack? Harry saw Hermione bite her lip in concentration as she and the others had heard Cormorack's question. It was a question that he didn't know the answer to, but the wrong answer might lead to a future attack on Haven Mist in the long run. Harry hoped the battle on the east side was going well for the centaurs and that none of the acromantulas were escaping. Harry, would a Fidelius work here in this circumstance? Maybe Daphne, but Dumbledore would have to come and cast it. I have no idea if it would work on the acromantulas by themselves. Let's not forget that there are unicorns and others that come through here willingly on a regular basis. Any sort of debate on that particular subject between Harry and the others was cut off suddenly. A horn sounded. 3 long notes wavered in the air, and Harry seemed to think it came from the crest line of the west side of the valley. Another attack came from the centaur guard named Degrax. A diversion? Harry asked. Perhaps, came Cormorack's answer. Or is the attack on the morning bridge the real diversion? Daphne wondered aloud. Both Harry and a few of the centaurs swung toward the blonde with alarm on their faces. The horn sounded again. 2 long notes, but the third seemed to be cut off abruptly. Who's out of the west side of the valley, Cormorack? 2 centaurs are out on patrol while one other is watching. Oh, stars above, the flocks and the birthing pens. There are about 3 dozen unicorns, a herd of sheep, and 8 shelters for those that are due to give birth in the next couple of days. A scream came echoing down from the east side, and Harry crossed his mental fingers and hoped it wasn't the dying cry of a lone centaur. Harry looked at the 3 girls and made a decision. Daphne, come along with the centaurs if they are sending a rescue party out. Ginny, Hermione and I are going out there. Harry, we'll come right back if there aren't any acromantulas. I promise we'll come back for you if there is a fight. I can't allow that, Lord Potter. I'm sorry, Cormorack, but I don't think you can stop me from getting involved. We'll try to find out what's going on and help the people you still have out there. Ladies. Ginny and Hermione stepped up and each laid a hand on Harry's shoulders. Harry turned his head to blow Daphne a key, and pulled out both his wands as the girls pulled theirs. With barely a sound, the 3 disappeared. Cormorack sent a runner to Megorian to explain the situation, but then turned back to Daphne. He is reckless. Yes, but he will not stand by if he can help at all. Can we go at least to the other end of the bridge to make ready to follow them? Cormorack looked up into the long row of lights that followed the path up to the western crest of the valley and then back at the suddenly worried blonde human. Yes, but we shall not go further until reinforcements arrive. Daphne nodded but was the first to nudge aside Degrax to stalk over the bridge and gaze worriedly up the slope for her mates. Harry picked a point about 3/4 the way up to the crest but not underneath one of the blue lights. His reasoning was that it served no purpose to be an immediate target or to try to see into the darkness from a lighted position. Their transition took but a half a second and Harry landed on something that folded under him with a loud crunch and caused him to fall down. The girls were luckier in that respect and had defensively let his hands go upon reappearing. Ginny bent down and was going to help her husband up but was making a face at the foul odor that suddenly surrounded him. Harry was feeling around with his hands to find one of the wands he dropped and felt a warm running liquid flow over his hands. Fighting back a bad case of stomach heaving, Harry whispered, "Lumos," and immediately regretted that decision. What he had landed on was an acromantula roughly the size of a coffee table and had crushed its back carapace and driven it into the ground. Its eyes were still fixed and staring at Harry only a foot away from its head, and its mandibles were spasming frantically in its death struggles. Hermione cast a cutting curse and the head separated from the body and rolled downhill a few feet before it bled out and quit moving. "How many more of them are there?" Ginny asked, looking around a little frantically. "Only one way to find out," Harry said as he raised his wands. "Lumos Solarius Continere." Two flares shot out of the wands Harry held and flew to 500 feet up before exploding into a pair of blinding white lights that illuminated the hillside. Harry and his wives knew not to look and follow the flares, but others in the valley were stunned into immobility as the light flooded the slope. What the humans saw caused Harry to shiver in dread, but he headed at a run toward the structures he saw about 100 yards away from him. Ginny and Hermione were 2 steps behind him as headed for what they saw were probably the birthing pens. There were fences around the 8 structures and Harry saw 3 unicorns in one pen and a hippogriff inside one other. What may have been in the other enclosures was hidden by the shadows and the angles of the buildings. What else they saw was something out of Ron's worst nightmares. Scores if not hundreds of creeping acromantulas flowed in a living carpet toward the pens and the frantic unicorns and sheep that were fleeing down toward the river. Most were the size of the one Harry had accidentally crushed, but there were about a half dozen in various bigger sizes that could be leading the attack. Harry unfortunately saw one of the giant ones tear apart one of the centaurs who was either on patrol or tending the pens. The gruesome army had split into the 2 directions, with one half heading for the birthing pens and the other heading downslope to try and overtake the retreating unicorn and sheep herds. Harry only watched the scene for a half second before he made his decision. "Somebody go back for Daphne, as we need all the firepower we can get. Then you 3 try to help the unicorns out. I'll defend the pens here. Transport in and out. Cast and run. Don't get too close as they might spin webs at you. And please remember they can jump." Ginny and Hermione looked on as Harry started running toward the pens, shooting off spells as he ran and occasionally sending a light spell to blind some of the advancing creatures. "Let's keep an eye on him as we're moving about. Warn Harry if we're going to appear close to him." "All right, Hermione. I'm also going to try killing those bigger ones in case they might somehow be in charge of the others." "I love you too." Hermione vanished and came back 4 seconds later with Daphne at her side. The 3 disappeared and appeared in 2 different places along the path of the acromantulas that were heading down the hill. They stayed in one place for enough time to send 4 or 5 spells at the oncoming flow of the acromantulas. It attracted attention to them, but by the time the spiders had responded and moved toward them, the 3 girls had moved to a different place and attacked again. And so the battle began. The unicorns and sheep had reached the bottom of the hillside and split up, fleeing both ways along the wide trail that followed the river. Due to the actions of the girls, the acromantulas had lost the trail of the herds but were spreading out and slowing down as the bright lights overhead kept the hunters and the hunted in view of each other. Harry blasted apart the fence around the hippogriff pen. He wasn't sure if the creature inside was injured or was in any condition to fly away, but the split log fence was no type of barrier to keep the crawling acromantulas from overrunning the pen. Harry turned his attention back to defending the closest pen, which held 3 very frantic and scared unicorns. Harry felt more than heard the hippogriff scream out a challenge behind him, but he was too busy sending spells at the horde of spiders. Cutting and blasting spells were sent out to the first of the monsters, and while they stopped each one as the spells hit, the ones behind them just kept advancing and crawling over the dead, dying bodies of their foul brethren. 2 of the bigger acromantulas jumped over the front of the oncoming line, and Harry cast an impedimenta curse at the one to his right as the one to his left tried lining up and rushing him. Harry had barely time to react and cast an Incarcerus, immediately followed by a Defindo spell. The ropes caught 3 of the legs of the huge acromantula and tripped it just enough for the severing curse to cut through its torso. The big acromantula rolled over and half its body rolled down the hill, crushing a number of smaller crawlers. Returning his aim to the first Acromantula, who was shaking off the slowing curse, Harry was close enough to send a bombardo right into the middle of its head, causing it to explode in a spray of brains and blood. Harry had retreated a few steps and set up a shield spell around himself, as he didn't want any piece of the dangerous and venomous fangs hitting him as they had done previously in the Egyptian pyramid. Harry scanned the area around to see if any of the others had tried to flank him, and was surprised when 4 or 5 small, hassock-sized ones jumped at his shield but slid down the surface to congregate around his feet. They were clambering over each other in an attempt to get to him, and he had a close-up view of all their eyes, legs and mouths. He was almost about to scream in panic when 3 of 4 quick spells hit the collection and blasted the attackers away. Harry expanded his shield as he dropped it, only to hear Hermione's voice in his ear. "You told us to keep moving around. Take your own advice, Jamie." Harry felt a key to the back of his neck and then realized that Hermione had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. The advance of the Acromantulas continued though. Although the ones in the front had stopped with the deaths of the 2 giant abominations, the press of all the bodies still on the ground coming behind them propelled the whole line towards Harry and the 8 shelters. Facing the approaching mass of the 60 or more remaining monsters, Harry vanished and appeared on the back of the giant Acromantula he had slain last. He sent bursts of cutting and exploding curses at the little as infang-sized creatures that were flowing around the bigger bodies. That warranted enough attention to cause the Acromantulas to turn and head back towards him. Harry watched and waited nervously until the creatures began to climb up the carcass he was standing on, and then he transported himself back to a spot uphill of the holding pens. A set of more blasting spells disrupted the advance once again, and Harry started to see a bit of confusion appear in the direction the crush of spiders wanted to go. Some were retreating, some were heading down away from him, and some appeared frozen in either confusion, shock or fear. The sound of a rock tumbling behind him caused Harry to spin rapidly and bring his wand up to cast a blasting spell at whoever or whatever was trying to sneak up on him. He was shocked when his wrist was seized in a firm but powerful clutch. Harry stared directly into the eyes of a big hippogriff who had either landed or approached him silently while he was casting spells. Harry lowered his head fractionally but kept an eye on the sharp beak of the hippogriff. He didn't think there would be time to move or react if the fierce creature decided to clamp down and bite off part of his arm, but Harry was going to try that anyway if he had no other choice. Trying to blast the half-eagle would almost certainly be suicide. Wizard and hippogriff stared at each other for 3 impossibly long heartbeats, and then the golden eye blinked once, twice and then a third time, and Harry felt the beak open to release his arm. Harry had barely taken a deep breath in relief when the huge head nudged him gently aside. Harry was still in danger from the hippogriff, but it shook its head toward him and then raised up and screamed at the Acromantulas that were still alive. Harry ducked as the beast ran by him, its wings unfurled, and watched as it charged right into the midst of the remaining Acromantulas that had tried to attack the holding pens. Harry watched for an incredulous second, and then he was running in the hippogriff's wake as it kicked and bit and fought its way through the remaining attackers. Harry did the best he could of blasting away any of the Acromantulas that blindly decided to attack one of the fiercest creatures that lived in the forest. Razor-sharp talons, hoofs and a deadly fast beak weaved its way through the remaining force while Harry picked off those foul creatures by firing as many destructive spells as he could. Suddenly they broke through to the other side of the dispersing horde, and Harry saw that the remaining Acromantulas had given up and were retreating as fast as their many legs or leaps could carry them. Unfortunately, they were heading for the other mass of the force that had originally headed for the flocks and herds under the care of the centaurs. Ginny, Hermione, Daphne. Here. I'm with Ginny, Harry. I'm okay, Harry. They're not giving up or retreating, are they? No, and we're all getting a little tired from the continuous spell work. And dizzy from transporting around so quickly. I'll be right there. Maybe we can figure out how to use the bond magic to work a mass banishment on the rest. Hurry up, please. I really need your nice warm body to hold me up. Harry suddenly stopped moving at Ginny's last comment. Warm, cold. The Acromantulas can't stand the cold. That's why Luna had tried to make him remember Bane's account of their behavior. Hermione, there was a spell in McGonagall's old spell book that had to deal with a freezing charm. Maybe we can take them out that way or hold them from moving for a minute or two. I'm trying to remember it, Harry. Give me a second. Preparing to transport himself to Hermione's side, Harry's eyes opened wide as the hippogriff walked back up in front of him. Harry bowed again in thanking the creature for his help. In a really surreal moment, the hippogriff flared its wings, pivoted in place and looked back over its shoulder at him expectantly. Buckbeak. The hippogriff huffed out a coarse greeting and Harry vaulted to his back. 2 seconds later the hippogriff was in full stride and then they were airborne over the confused mass of acromantulas. Harry was surveying the scene from above as Hermione mentally supplied the correct spell and pronunciation to the freezing charm. Your best bet is to cast it with the wand that contains the Yeti hair, Harry. I'm glad the three of you are okay. Scared to death but okay. I know I'm going to have nightmares about this. How did you find Buckbeak? He found me, Jin. Here I go. Try casting your own spells at the ones that are scattered about. Pulling the bond magic to him, Harry felt the power rise within him until he felt he might be glowing with it. Conglaciana Hyperboleum Cosumatus. A bright blue spell issued from Harry's wand and spread over the center of the remaining acromantula masses. Where it hit the spiders slowed down and came to a sudden halt after a few seconds. As Harry and Buckbeak glided over and around the press of acromantulas, the beam captured and froze more and more of the monsters. Harry glanced up and saw that the girls were popping around the edges and taking care of individual crawlers that were now trying to get away. Buckbeak swung around and his wings beat as strongly as he turned and flew upslope to the top of the hill. Harry waited until the hippogriff turned to glide back downslope before he cast the spell again. 5 times they made this circuit and Harry saw less movement below them as he recast the freezing spell at the abominations. Using his knees and some shouts, Harry directed the hippogriff upslope to begin one last pass at the acromantulas that might be still moving. There were few of those as Harry recast the spell and directed it downward. There was a glittering field of white lumps across and down the hillside as the bodies of the acromantulas were covered by frost after they turned motionless. Buckbeak decided either that the job had been finished or its rider had become too weak to hang on much longer and came down to land close to where the 3 girls had finally appeared together. Although the hippogriff flared its wings to bleed off speed and land gently, the little shock threw Harry over one massive shoulder to fly through the air. Spells cast by all 3 girls caught Harry in midair and lowered him gently down to ground. Harry expected to hear just silence after the battle, but that was not what was happening. There was the sound of the 3 girls hurrying across the grass to where he lay and the sound of the hippogriff breathing as it returned to where he lay. Harry felt his body nudged gently by a golden beak and he reached up and stroked it carefully. Outstanding job, Buckbeak. You were brilliant. Harry closed his eyes as the massive head disappeared from sight to be replaced by those of 3 lovely young ladies. Are you okay, Harry? Asked the red-headed one very worriedly. Just a whole lot of tired again, Ginny. Please tell me we're done. We're done. In more ways than one, I would say, from looking at you. Thanks, Daphne. I know I can always rely on you to tell me the truth. Just then there came a loud creak and then another. Harry turned over and watched the battlefield where the bodies of the acromantulas lay. Creaks came faster and faster from the bodies on the hillside and then there was a period of silence. Harry slowly regained his feet with help from Hermione as the flares he had sent skyward many minutes before began flickering and dying. Harry looked around and heard voices approaching from Haven Mist. He took a deep breath as he saw a party of about 20 centaurs galloping directly them. Just before the approaching party slowed to a total halt, there was the sound of a crack from behind the human foursome. All 4 pivoted together, wands extended, to see something totally unexpected. Starting from the center swath of the field where Buckbeak and Harry had made their first pass, the bodies of the acromantulas were splitting open and falling apart. In most instances, the carapaces of the bodies split wide open and little puffs of steam escaped into the warm September night. Other acromantulas had heads falling off or legs breaking off and bodies tumbling within the death ground of the horrible creatures. They all seem to have died and are crumbling apart from the cold you gave them, Harry. You helped too, Daphne. You 3 did a great job containing the horde and keeping them from returning to the forest. The party of centaurs finally came to a halt behind the 3 witches and 1 wizard. Harry turned a little wearily and looked up to the very amazed look on the face of Megorian. It seems we have gained some important experience in meeting and dealing with the true numbers and huge ferocity of the Acromantulas. I believed the threat you faced before, but now we know how bad a calamity Haven Mist and the forest face. We were informed you were a great wizard, Harry Potter, but we had no idea of how courageous and powerful a magic wielder you truly are. To destroy such a gatherer force of abominations by yourself is truly amazing. I did not accomplish this by myself, Megorian. I had my 3 loves killing these creatures also. In addition, a prior acquaintance decided to help me and take some vengeance on the beasts himself. Harry and the others looked over to the side where Buckbeak was casually walking through the corpses and taking delight in smashing the dead Acromantulas by pouncing on them with his talons or kicking their remains. Megorian looked around and motioned for members of his party to spread out over the hillside. The blue orbs that had traveled with them flared a little brighter as the centaurs went hunting for any surviving Acromantulas. Stelpos has gone to check on the 3 pregnant unicorn mares and the injured hippogriff. Other parties have been sent out to gather up the scattered sheep flocks and unicorn herds. I think we are safe for the rest of the night from any other attacks. I certainly hope so. You'll get no argument about that from me, Jamie. Harry winked at Ginny and then turned as he heard his name being called out again. Luna threaded her way through the 4 or 5 remaining centaurs, and Harry was glad to see that she had been escorted up from the village by Kahedra. Luna rushed toward Harry first but was caught up in a hug from Ginny. I was positive you were okay, Harry, but I had to come and make sure. Harry laughed. Thank you for the reminder then, Luna. It probably saved all our lives. Well, I couldn't have my future brother-in-law going down with Acromantula poisoning again, or worse, could I? Ginny snickered and Harry moved over to give Luna a careful hug. She looked at him a little cautiously. You promise you won't tell Ron what's happened tonight? Of course not. He'd lose who knows how many nights of sleep just from the telling of this. Especially with his sisters and me taking on so many big ones. Harry turned to face Megorian. If you would like, we can try banishing this lot away. Salmidas took a step forward. After all you and your family have accomplished tonight, there is no need to expend yourself any further. We can relieve you of that duty, Harry. The only hazardous parts are the head and fangs, and we can make them disappear. The legs surprisingly can be ground up for fertilizer for our crops, and the bodies can be hauled to the edge of the forest for the scavengers of air and land. Some bodies will be taken down to the river for the catawampus. Luna jumped around excitedly. There is an actual catawampus in the river. May I please come back and try to get a picture of it? Daddy will be so excited. Hermione couldn't not ask. I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what exactly is a catawampus? A catawampus? Sorry, Hermione, it is not my place to tell you. These are your land speaker, Megorian. I applaud your curiosity, Luna, but I will explain for your friends. A catawampus is a very rare, very fierce freshwater scavenger. Imagine, if you can, a cross between a 2-headed bear and an octopus, and you will have a catawampus. Harry made a face as he tried to imagine a creature like that. Okay. I think I will pass on seeing that, but I'd like to ask permission for Luna to come back and see this creature and get a picture for her father's paper. She and all of you are welcome to come back to Haven Mist at any time you would like, and to bring any friends that might have some ideas about getting rid of the many-legged for good. Your actions tonight have probably delayed the next outbreak of these vermin and given all of us some much-needed time. Then we have found a way to fight them, at least out in the open. Now we need to figure how to root them out of their lairs. If you have no objections, I would like to bring Headmaster Dumbledore back with us the next time we visit to discuss other possible strategies. Megorian nodded. That is agreeable for the council. Dumbledore was the last human wizard to visit Haven Mist before today, and he was certainly sympathetic to our ways. Salmidas raised his staff and muttered a phrase that neither Harry nor any of the girls could hear. He then smiled down at the 5 humans. I have adjusted the wards so that you and your family may pass through. From what I have witnessed here tonight, I don't think you need to tire yourself out by walking between Haven Mist and Hogwarts. Thank you, Salmidas. No, thank you, Lord Harry. You and your family have saved Haven Mist tonight and given us much hope for all our futures. May you follow good paths until we see each other next. Farewell and good trails for you and all your people, Speaker Megorian. Harry took up the hands of Daphne and Hermione while Luna grabbed Hermione's other hand. Ginny attached herself to Luna's free hand and the five made a small bow toward Megorian and the other five centaurs that had remained to talk to the humans. The party suddenly disappeared and Megorian stared at the empty spot for a moment and then turned back to the job of checking the dead acromantulas. After walking Luna down to the Ravenclaw dorms, the four Potters and Daphne walked up to the third floor wing where Daphne's quarters were. Harry was prepared to give the blonde a hug and a key. Good night, but Hermione smiled and grabbed them both by the hand and led them in another direction. 20 minutes later, the four were soaking in a very hot bath in the threefold hearth. This had to be one of your best ideas, even Nani, Harry said as he tried stretching out and letting his tired and aching muscles relax in the hot water. I think she just made it because she knows how much you like watching our floaters, Jamie. Harry reached out and made a splash with his hand toward Daphne. If you were paying attention, Sweetums, you would have noticed that my eyes are totally closed and I'm in danger of just relaxing into sleep over here. It's medically dangerous to fall asleep in the bath, husband of mine. And we're not going to let you do that. Harry's eyes popped open as he heard three voices speaking together. Three very why and wet young ladies were approaching him, covered only in a few suds and some very threatening grins. While the Potters had the first part of Wednesday morning free and could sleep in a bit, Daphne Greengrass was woken up by her sister so that she could get to breakfast on time. And then on to her first history of magic class with Professor Lupin. Narcissa Black had done a wonderful job of merging the elder Greengrass's schedule with the Gryffindors and Potters, but there were still 2 or 3 classes Daphne had apart from them and with the rest of the Slytherins. Daphne had just about finished her breakfast when Harry and his wives entered the Great Hall. Waving at their friends still sitting at the Gryffindor table, the 3 Potters went over to the Slytherin one and sat down across from Daphne, Tracy and Draco. Late as usual, Potter, Draco said. Have trouble figuring out how to coordinate your robes with your shoes this morning? Sod off, Malfoy, Ginny said with a discreet wink. We don't have to go rushing off to classes first thing, so we ran a whole circuit round the lake first while you were still dreaming of nubile girls that wouldn't go out on a date with you. Tracy squinted at the chipper redhead but patted Draco's hand. Don't pay attention to her, Draco. She probably just realized she has to wake up to Potter's face every morning for the rest of her sorry life. Harry rolled his eyes at the exchange but tried to keep the grin from crossing his face. He enjoyed the bantering that went on for the sake of appearances at the Slytherin table, and he and Draco had already established a running wager of a canute for the best zinger between the two sides. Hermione thought it a bit childish, but Tracy and Ginny were already saving the accumulated winnings for spending on Hogsmeade weekends. So how are things in the Greengrass quarters? Getting settled into the new arrangement? Pretty good. We've brought some personal things over from Trader's Roost and I spend the evening catching up on the usual business correspondence. The only annoyance is that Astoria has already started asking that some of her ex-roommates have sleepovers. I think I'll grant her permission for the weekends as long as her homework gets done first. Not to change the subject of dealing of people sharing your space, Harry said with a sideways nod to Ginny, but we had a note slipped under our door first thing this morning. Rob is coming in after supper and would like to talk to us in Dumbledore's office about our plans for the school year. And our visit to Haven missed last night. Have you screwed something up already, Scarhead? Draco said with a happy smile. Harry mentally gave Daphne permission to tell the other two about their boring evening while he ignored the comment and sipped the cup of coffee that had appeared in front of him. Astoria stopped by to say good morning to the group before heading out to her charms class. She was openly friendly with Harry and his wives and didn't bother listening to the Slytherins that objected to her being around them. Daphne and her friends had risen and were getting ready to leave for classes when Hermione and Harry were hit in the back of their heads by a careless book bag. Harry swiveled around to see that Theodore Nott and a few fifth-year boys were talking as they passed by, and Harry wasn't sure who had done it or whether the contact had been intentional or not. I'll listen and see if Nott might have been done that deliberately, Harry. Sorry I can't key it and make it better for either of you. Maybe later. Under supervision, Sweetums. Harry's eyebrows rose just a little bit at Hermione's comment, but he watched Daphne as she left the Great Hall. She has just passed the doors and was out of people's sight when she did a complete turnaround and blew Harry and his wives a quick key, before continuing on between Tracy and Draco. Ginny reached out and whispered that she might deliver Daphne's message to her husband after breakfast. Harry reached under the table and tickled her side until she started laughing. The Slytherins left at the table hardly noticed as the threesome were frequent visitors. A tap on his shoulder caused Harry to stop, punishing his wife, and he turned to see an amused Professor Runnels watching him and then looking over at the Gryffindor table. "Did we lose our way to our usual breakfast spot, Mr. Potter?" "No, Professor. Aside from a few stated meals, the school rules say nothing about where people may sit. We were having breakfast with some of our acquaintances in Slytherin. Unfortunately, they had to leave for early classes." "Very well. 2 points for each of you for promoting inter-house cooperation and friendship." "Thank you, Professor Runnels." "Don't thank me yet, Lady Hermione. I come bearing a message for you. You and Lady Ginevra are required to attend a meeting with Madame Pomfrey Thursday morning, second session." "That's one of my assigned hours of instruction with Madame Pomfrey," Ginny said. "Be that as it may, all 6th and 7th year girls are mandated to be there as well as you two. I hold your seats for you if you arrive late for lunch." "That might be a little difficult, Mr. Potter. You are required to attend a meeting with the 6th and 7th year boys in the History of Magic classroom." "May I ask what these meetings are about?" Harry asked suspiciously. "You may ask, but I am not at liberty to discuss the subject of this meeting. You will have to attend to find out." All three were looking at each other confused. "I guess we will be there then, Professor." "Well, have a good morning, Lord and Ladies Potter." Saying that, Professor Runnels shouted out that the 6th year Ravenclaws were due for his class in a few minutes. Harry actually heard Runnels chuckle as he saw a few students gather up their books and rush for the doors and the potions classroom in the dungeon. What a great change from Snape's attitude last year, Harry thought. The rest of the day went rather smoothly. Although Professor Flitwick raised an eyebrow at one lone Slytherin attending classes with the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, he said nothing and continued on his lecture of summoning and banishing charms. Ginny earned a few house points for being the first to summon a large object, a full bookcase, across the classroom without spilling any of the books contained in it. Harry knew she had some experience with locomotor spells in dealing with injuries, mostly his, so he wasn't surprised. A combined 4th year class in arithmancy happened after lunch, and after the Slytherins headed off to their own class of charms with the Hufflepuffs, the Gryffindors who elected the option went on to divination with Professor Trelawney. Harry had passed Ron a sheet of dire consequences that morning so he could make some forecasts for the school year, and Ron said that most of were so improbable that at least one of them would have to happen and get him an O for his skill. Hermione had shaken her head but couldn't fault anyone for not treating that class with any sort of seriousness. The three Potters returned to their quarters to work on their reading and homework assignments before dinner, while Daphne went to the library to finish discussing her summer with Tracy. There were a few details that weren't discussed even under a privacy ward, and Daphne let Tracy guess about some of the intimate details she wouldn't indulge. Supper was a quiet affair in the Great Hall, and Harry and his wives waited outside of Dumbledore's office until Daphne could finally join them. Harry wondered what the various reactions would be to their accounting of the visit to Haven Mist. A shocked silence was the only response as the images from Harry's and Daphne's memories faded from the display over Dumbledore's pensieve. Ginny waited and counted the seconds before the assembled jaws were picked up from the floor and reactions started erupting from the various teachers and Dumbledore. "Are you lot totally deranged? Why did you even think exposing yourself to danger like that?" Sirius stood shouting once he had recovered his voice. "Are you sure that none of those spiders escaped to go back to their headquarters and led more Acromantulas back to Haven Mist?" Remus asked. "Did no one think of gathering up some of the Acromantula fangs for their venom?" Narcissa asked before being silenced by a glare from Daphne. "That was an ill-advised attack, Mr. Potter, and it's a wonder none of you were hurt or poisoned in all those various confrontations." Dumbledore waited for a few seconds after McGonagall's comment and then walked over to stand before Harry. He surprisingly offered up his hand to shake, and Harry was almost too surprised to reach out and grasp it. "A most excellent demonstration of resourcefulness and tactics, Lord Gryffindor. As much as I wish I could award you points for your and your ladies' efforts in defending Haven Mist and your new friends in the forest, it was much too vast an action to be counted as part of a simple house competition." When you would write to Speaker Megorian next, please thank him for the invitation and tell him that my staff and I are going to discuss the threat that the Acromantulas have become. Perhaps I may pay a visit to the Unspeakables at the Department of Mysteries, who might have some suggestions for us. Ginny raised her hand and asked an important question. What are we going to tell Hagrid? He's not going to understand this at all. I think, Lady Ginny, that you underestimate Hagrid's compassion for all those living beings in the forest. Once he understands what the many-legged have already destroyed, he won't object to the plan to return some balance to the system. The centaurs want all of them killed, Harry said soberly. Or perhaps removed, Professor Runnels suggested. Where and how would you suggest we transfer the problem of that magnitude to Professor? It's a mess for others if we could manage to send them all anywhere but to the middle of the ocean or the North Pole. Or an active volcano, Sirius muttered. No matter what we decide, Harry, you and your family are taking me along the next time you head for Haven Mist. There's no discussion about that. Add me to that party also, Remus said. Even if nothing else occurs, you should have some backup. Can we work on plans against the giant spiders first before we discuss traveling? Of course, Miss Greengrass. But I for one need to think about what you have shown us. I thank you all for coming tonight, and we all should get some rest before reviewing the situation. Perhaps a weekly meeting to discuss some strategy or ideas would be in order. That's an excellent idea, sir, but maybe the 4 students should leave and concentrate on getting some well-deserved rest. Everyone nodded agreement with Remus' question, and the 4 younger ones got up and headed for Dumbledore's door. Sirius followed after them after a few seconds and caught up to the foursome after they had passed Mrs. Gowdy's office. Harry. Stopping as he heard his father's voice, Harry was surprised as he was wrapped up in a hug. You shouldn't scare me and the others like that. It wasn't like we were intentionally summoned for battle or anything, Harry said a little feebly. I know, you're as bad as your father for getting into tight scrapes without any warning. Was that a compliment or complaint? Ginny asked as she wrapped an arm around Harry's waist. Sirius sighed. Just a fact of life, I suppose. At least Harry didn't go off by himself to save the world. Hey, I resent that. We have trained him better than that, Hermione said. And he knew how bad I would hex him if he didn't include me, Daphne declared. Ah, the lovely Lady Greengrass. Rumor has reached me that someone got an engagement ring over the summer. Daphne held out her hand for perusal, and Sirius clicked his heels together and bent over and keyed at the back of her hand. Congratulations then, and thank you for watching all of their backs. While Harry pays attention to watching all our fronts, Ginny quipped. I so did not need to hear that, Ginny. Such talk like that in a public place. I should take points for. Conduct unbecoming a member of the Wizengamot. Daphne suggested, batting her eyes. I really don't need this type of abuse. I'm leaving, Harry said and took off down the hallway. Sirius chuckled and received 3 hugs before the girls hurried after their wizard. Harry had laid in wait around the first corner, and Sirius watched him jump out and surprise the girls and heard them scream briefly. Their laughter echoed down the corridor, and Sirius smiled as he turned to go back to his office. When they got back to the threefold hearth, the 3 girls spread their homework out on one of the big tables, and Harry pulled out his charms book and started doing the assigned reading in one of the comfortable chairs. There was a little bit of joking around, and then the students bent to their tasks. For a long time there was only the sound of quills scratching on parchment and pages being turned. 20 minutes later, Hermione happened to glance up and see that Harry had let his charms book dangle a little in his hands and was just staring ahead with an occasional tear slipping down his cheek. Hermione quietly stood up and touched Ginny and Daphne's shoulders briefly as she passed them on her way to her husband. Harry was so far lost in his thoughts that it took almost a minute before he became aware that a sixlet of arms had slipped around him from 3 sides. Hermione was on his left, Daphne on his right, while Ginny was resting her head on his shoulder from behind as her arms went around him. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your homework. Homework isn't that important. You are. Harry struggled to force a grin on his face. Who are you and what have you done with the real Hermione Potter? What's the problem? To all 3 girls' surprise, Harry bent over as best he could with all 3 girls holding him and began sobbing. All three girls tried to snuggle in closer and reassure their man that they were there for him and that he wouldn't be alone for whatever it was that he was going through. It took a couple minutes for Harry to pull himself together enough to try and explain. I never asked the name of the centaur I saw torn apart by those things. I never thought about checking to see if I could have saved him or the other two that were supposed to be out on patrol. I should have looked for them first. Maybe I could have saved them. Maybe it was my fault that they died. Harry slipped back into crying again and he was gently rocked for a minute or two. He finally raised his head up to place small key to Hermione's and Daphne's cheeks and reached back to touch Ginny's face. Sorry. I thought I had a handle on all this. Until you saw the memories again in Dumbledore's office. Harry nodded at Ginny's whisper, but Daphne saw him squeeze his eyes tightly shut to try to keep more tears from leaking out. She wasn't sure what she could say to him right now, but luckily Hermione seemed to find something comforting to say. Harry, you made the decisions you made based on what you saw after we transported up the hillside. Maybe it was already too late for the centaur we saw and the others that might have been overrun. Just because you saw one die didn't mean that the others that were out there were also killed. Maybe they just ran out of the way. And I went and saved a hippogriff and some unicorns first, Harry said a little bitterly. If you hadn't chose to defend that hippogriff, maybe Buckbeak wouldn't have showed up to help you and attack the Acromantulas. There was certainly enough of those horrible things to run down the hillside and then down the path by the river to overrun Haven Mist. Harry's eyes were still glistening as he tried to make sense of the words in his ear. Maybe, I just hate it that I didn't pay attention to rescuing the centaurs. We got a little busy if memory serves me right. I'm not sure even you could have sensed the magical auras of the centaurs in all that mess. Especially if they might have been already dead. Harry sighed and hung his head again, and all three could feel that Harry was caught somewhere between self-loathing and despair. Daphne freed a hand to rub Harry's chest gently in a circular motion that she knew usually relaxed him. It's not too late to express your sorrow at the loss of the centaur you saw killed and inquire about those others on patrol. Harry looked puzzled for a second and Hermione continued. We could write a letter to Speaker Megorian about how we regret we didn't save him, her, however many more that were maybe injured or killed during the attack. And you can tell him what Dumbledore said about working on the problem. Do you think that would be okay? I think it would be something to do instead of just wallowing in regrets. Sorry, that's not how I wanted to say that, Harry. It's okay, Daphne. I know what you meant. I'm not very happy with myself when I can't stop thinking a particular way, and I know it affects you three to have put up with me when I'm being pathetic. You are not pathetic, Harry Potter. You're incredibly sensitive about unwarranted injuries and the loss of lives. If you say so. How about Daphne and I go work out a rough draft or a letter to send out and all four of us can sign it? Ginny, you're on cuddling duty till further notice. My pleasure. Jin. No tongue. Cud-dl-ing. Daphne warned with a smile. Harry let go a little chuckle as the three girls released him and Ginny came around the end of the couch to plop herself in Harry's lap. Hermione and Daphne gave him a quick key on the lips and headed back to the table. Ginny gave Harry a longer key, but then pulled his head down to her shoulder and began whispering quietly as Harry tried to relax. Hermione closed up her books and reference materials and pulled her chair over next to the blonde. I should have asked you about writing this letter instead of volunteering, you sweetums. I'm sorry. It's okay, Hermione. I don't mind a bit. I wasn't quite sure what I needed to do for Harry. I don't think I've seen him quite this upset before. He tends to take on the blame for everything even when the situation is or was totally out of his control. At least he didn't run away from us like he used to. And this was not a time for tickling or joking him out of it. Just getting him thinking about doing something else should be enough to get him back to normal. And a little TLC added to the mix, Daphne said as she looked over to where Harry and Ginny had their heads together and talking quietly. It took about a half hour for the two girls to pull together a letter they thought sounded like something Harry would say in expressing his condolences. Hermione had to stop once in the middle and hug Daphne as she suddenly realized some of the words and phrases Daphne was thinking of came right off the many letters and speeches that she had received after her parents were killed. When they called Harry and Ginny over to review the letter, he read through it and suggested one or two basic word or sentence changes. Daphne volunteered to rewrite the parchment and then Harry and all three girls signed it. Harry rolled it up and then sealed it with the Potter crest pressed into melted wax. He put it aside and then gave each girl a long hug and key, as way of thanks. If you three will excuse me for a few seconds, I have to make a necessary visit. But I'll be right back and we can get back to our homework. The three girls reluctantly went back to the table and settled back in. Hermione heard the click of the bedroom door opening and glanced up. She hurriedly looked back down and pretended to be engrossed in her work as a musical instrument floated out of their bedroom. Harry's mandolin came slowly to the table and then hovered by itself just behind Daphne's right shoulder. Ginny had noticed the mandolin and started swatting imaginary flies from around her head. Stupid insects. You would think that the cleaning spells in here would take care of that. Harry must have let a window open. Ooh, there goes a big fly, Daphne. Watch out. I think it landed in your hair. Daphne raised her head up and then looked around searching for whatever was flying around. Just as she raised her hand to check her hair, a sudden gust of wind completely disarranged her locks. She swung around in mock anger, suspecting Harry messing with her hairdo, but found her nose caught between two of the strings of the instrument. Harry was laughing as he walked up to the mandolin and gently plucked it from midair. And off Daphne's astonished face. That was supposed to be funny, Mr. Potter. Not exactly Miss Greengrass, but I wasn't the one to stick my nose into. You best not finish that thought. Harry threw his free arm across Daphne's shoulders. And here I was all set to respond to your challenge of a few nights ago. You did give me 48 hours to tell you what I really thought was your most attractive feature, right? However, if you want to just keep on doing homework, Harry started to walk away with the mandolin, but Daphne grabbed at his hand suddenly. Yes, I want to hear it. Really, I do. Okay. Harry kept a hold of Daphne's hand and led her over to one of the overstuffed chairs and asked her to sit down. Hermione and Ginny had big smiles on their faces as they followed and settled beside her on the arms of the chair. Harry smiled at the trio but bent down to key Daphne's cheek. You really had me confused asking me what the one thing I liked best about you. I thought I might mention that incredible mind that thinks of sneaky approaches that none of the rest of us could. Or how silky your hair is to touch right after you've washed it. Or, don't forget about that incredible rack, Ginny said as she bent and keyed Daphne's temple. Are those dimples that are in each cheek? Those delicious lower cheeks, Hermione quipped as Daphne reddened and slapped at the brunette. Yes, all those things and more. But to pick just one, and worse yet how to sing about that, gave me quite a dilemma. It's quite a selection to choose from, and I know each of my wives might have their own favorites in what makes you more than one of the most beautiful girls in the whole school. Har, quit it. You're making me blush. Also quite attractive for those of us that have had the rare pleasure of seeing the Ice Princess mask slip and see the real Daphne Greengrass. But none of those mentioned attributes was my choice. Sue. Harry responded to Daphne's plea by clapping his hands. One simple rhythm. Clap. 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 By the third time he did it, Ginny and Hermione had joined in measuring out the beat and were smiling. They and Daphne had no idea what Harry was about to do, but they were all looking forward to it. Letting a little Bond magic fill in the background music, Harry began to sing. Her hair is harvest gold, her lips sweet surprise. Her hands are never cold, Daphne's got such lovely eyes. She'll turn the tables on you, you won't have time to blink twice. Her stare is awful cold, Daphne's got amazing eyes. She'll scare you, when she glares at you. And you're not quite sure why she dares you. She's just gorgeous and she knows just what it takes to make the Potters blush. She got rarely seen standout thighs, Daphne's got knockout eyes. She'll never fake a smile, don't let her hear you sigh. She'll trick you with her wiles, Daphne's got deep blue eyes. She'll take a hex out on you, crush you like you were ice. You'll wonder how she plays so cold, Daphne's got wondrous eyes. She'll scare you, when she glares at you. And you're not quite sure why she dares you. She's just gorgeous and she knows just what it takes to make the Potters blush. All the boys think she's a spy, Daphne's got bewitching eyes. But then she loves us, 'cause she trusts us. All the better so she can join us. She's just gorgeous, and she knows just What it takes to make the Potters blush. Dot dot. Oh, she'll scare you, when she glares at you. And you're not quite sure why she dares you. She's just gorgeous and she knows just what it takes to make the Potters blush. All the boys think she's a spy. Daphne's got bewitching eyes, 1981 Betty Davis eyes, Weiss and DeShannon, Kim Carnes. Daphne had covered her face about halfway through the last chorus and it was very quiet when in the hearth when Harry's singing faded out. He knelt down in front of her and gently touched her knees. Daphne. Did I offend you? I didn't mean to. Daphne lowered her hands to cover Harry's and everyone was surprised to see tears freely running from what Harry had just spent a couple of minutes singing about. Harry held his breath waiting for his fiancée to say something. He really hoped she wasn't mad. You really like my eyes over everything else. They really are fantastic. Daphne looked first left and then right to receive nods from Ginny and Hermione. I really am sure I love all three of you very much. Thank you, Harry. That was truly amazing. Daphne smiled and then leapt on Harry, carrying him backwards. Ginny and Hermione whooped and cheered on the impromptu snog fest on the floor. It was just before curfew when the three Potters walked Daphne back to the third floor in her quarters. Astoria took one look at the slightly dazed look on her sister's face and then decided not to taunt her. Whatever, or whoever's, had made her that happy was certainly okay in her opinion. Daphne and Astoria met the Potters the next morning at the bottom of the great stairs, but that was about as far as they got. It was quickly apparent that Harry not going to enter the great hall under his own power for breakfast. The reason for that was that Fred and George had been waiting for him to appear and picked him up by his elbows and carried him rapidly into the room and deposited him at the middle of the Gryffindor table. Harry was warmly greeted by the Angelina, Katie and Alicia as Daphne, Ginny, and Hermione followed. Good news, Harry, Katie Bell said. We asked and Professor McGonagall said that we could hold practices for the Quidditch team, even if we didn't have any real games this year. She even suggested a squad of substitutes so that we could get some scrimmages in and get better prepared for next year. Harry had followed the excited bouncing dialogue from one person to the other and then shook his head. This is horrible. That we're going to get to practice? Angelina asked. Know that the twins have infected you all and now you're all talking like them. Laughter erupted from the rest of the Gryffindor table that had heard the conversation, but George and Fred were taking bows. So who's in charge of this effort? We never got to elect a captain. I guess that it's me, Katie said. Alicia and Angelica are supposed to keep Fred and George in check. Hey, came the dual response from the twins. We need to hold tryouts and figure out a second team. And a new keeper, Harry said. I've already booked the pitch for 3 hours Saturday morning. That should be enough time to straighten out the second team and find a new starting keeper. I'll post a notice on our house bulletin board over lunch so people can send for their brooms if they don't have them here yet. We have a certain appointment Saturday at 1, Harry. I know, Hermione. We'll leave in plenty of time to get to Diagon Alley. I'll send an owl to Minister Bones about our special request for that. Harry was finally allowed to go sit down and start eating breakfast. Word was spreading down the Gryffindor table about an opportunity to at least get up in the air and practice Quidditch, and Harry could already see the hopeful looks in everyone's eye. Harry was hoping that Katie wouldn't be too hard on the first years that couldn't play, but he suspected that everyone in Gryffindor Tower was going to be down watching the first practice. So Hermione, are you interested? Definitely not. I'm not going to try out if that's your question, Harry. You sure? I'll leave the dangerous activities to you and Ginny, as I'm assuming she's going out for a chaser position. Ginny nodded and Harry could almost see the redhead making evaluations about who would be in the substitute squad besides her. Ginny looked over at him and smiled. Maybe I'll try for Seeker. The one Gryffindor has just been incredibly lucky so far from what I've seen. Are you talking about the Quidditch pitch or the bedroom, Mrs. Potter? The sip of juice Ginny had just put in her mouth exploded all over the table and coated Harry's face. Harry calmly wiped it off with a napkin and then just stuck his tongue out at the red-faced girl across from him. Transfiguration class Thursday morning had gone well, and Professor McGonagall had hinted that the next steps for becoming an animagus were in the schedule for the 4th years. It was something that Harry and the others were looking forward to. At least they thought that they all might at least discover what their forms were this year if they didn't actually get to transform. After the class, Hermione and Ginny headed for the infirmary for their mandated meeting while Harry headed back to the History of Magic classroom. He had the luck, good or otherwise, of meeting up with the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan on the way there. They three older students were surprised that Harry was joining a mandated meeting for the two upper years. Now why has the illustrious Harry Potter been chosen to be included in this strictly upper class mandatory meeting? George finished for his brother. Maybe it's a lesson on protocol seeing as Lord Potter has to address everyone in the Wizengamot by their proper names, Cedric Diggory said laughingly as he joined the Gryffindors. Harry made a face as he remembered all the lessons that Neville's grandmother and others had taught to Hermione, Ginny and him. He thought maybe he could skive off on the lecture if he could convince the teacher that he already knew the subject matter. No, it's gotta be finances, how to deal with girlfriends wanting everything without going broke, Lee suggested with a laugh. Wooing and romancing your next wife. Fred nudged Harry and winked at him. Harry will be our shining example. Maybe he'll give the rest of us blokes some helpful tips. Harry laughed and made a rude gesture back to Fred. If you really want to hear all the details of what your sister and I do. Both twins gasped and shied away from their messy-haired brother-in-law. No, no and especially no. Other guys from all the four houses straggled into the History of Magic classroom and Harry was singled out for greetings by Sirius, Remus and Professor Runnels. Harry paused in the doorway and tried to decide if he really should enter or not. He'd seen that look before in Sirius' eyes and it boded nothing good. The twins pushed him through however and he took the first seat he came to. Ginny, Hermione, any idea yet about what these meetings are about? Yes, but we'll talk about it later. Much later. We're closing down our connection now, Harry. Harry wondered at the amount of humor and slight panic in Ginny's mental voice but then turned his attention back to the trio of professors at the front of the room. The classroom quieted down as the door slammed shut magically and Sirius looked up at the class. It is a requirement from the Ministry of Magic that the two older classes be taught about the subject we're going to discuss today. It's only taught every other year as to reduce the stress on both the students and the professors who really don't want to answer some questions. There was a general buzz of conversation among the boys and Harry had a sinking feeling for some reason. Sirius pointed his wand at the blackboard and the reason for the meeting appeared in 3 little letters. SEX. The wizards sitting down had a strong reaction to that word. Some laughed, some had curious or furious faces, some were just mortified. Harry had a little bit of everything but he noticed that he was far from the only one that was blushing. This is not a how to course, gentlemen, Remus shouted breaking through the general hubbub. The actual course is, and here he pointed his wand at the blackboard and 2 other words appeared, say, and contraception. Despite what you may think you know or don't know about the 2 topics we're going to discuss all the methods for not having any sudden and unwanted surprises, especially while you're a student, Professor Runnels finished. Both the magical and muggle means, Sirius said and got some outraged replies in return. It would behoove all of you to know the alternatives as some females you may meet in the future only know the muggle means. The married man among us might be persuaded to speak about his experiences. Quote. Harry slunk lower in his seat as all eyes in the classroom swung toward him. Only after the illustrious professors do. I am so getting you back for this, Dad. Or maybe I'll let the Mrs. Potters do it. The classroom rang out in laughter and Harry brought out some pens and paper to take notes. Maybe if he got really busy with that nobody would call on him or try to ask questions about his love life. Harry hoped the girls were having a much better time of it in the infirmary with Madame Pomfrey. He wasn't confident he would dare ask if Hermione or Ginny had to answer questions. Lunch in the Great Hall after the lecture was a very curious thing for those students who were the least bit observant. Most of the students in the lower classes had any idea why there was so much blushing amongst the 6th and 7th wizards and witches. It was also unusual that some of the upper-class boyfriends and girlfriends didn't sit together or have much to say to each other. Ginny's eyes were lit up in amusement when she saw Harry duck his face when she came up on him, but Hermione had some sympathy for her husband and at his cheek before sitting down at Harry's side. We'll discuss this after supper, Mr. Potter. If you don't mind, I've already considered getting one of those long-term potions to make my side a little less risky. I was going to ask Narcissa later if those had any negative side effects. Like loss of desire, stamina, volume, or change of taste. Gin. Harry banged his head on the table hoping he could knock himself out quickly. Most of the Gryffindor boys laughed as they had seen Harry do this a time or two before. The Gryffindor wizards that had attended the lecture gulped as they suddenly felt a whole bunch of sympathy for their married friend. Daphne had come over to sit with the three Potters, but Harry just couldn't look at her directly. He finally pushed his plate away to excuse himself and get out of the hall. As he was leaving, Harry whispered to Daphne that she really needed to have a small discussion with his wives before they all met back up the hearth later. Harry had a lot on his mind as he headed for the Dada classroom for a double class with the Slytherins. Harry was sitting in the middle of the classroom but looked up with a smile when his three girls came in. They took their usual places around him and Hermione leaned into his cheek quickly. All better now? Yes, I just didn't want to be the center of attention for that particular subject. Everybody kind of assumed I was already an expert and I got lots of strange looks. I so need to pay back Sirius, Remus and Runnels. Add Narcissa to that list too, Hermione said. She was in on Madame Pomfrey's lecture and asked us a few too many questions. I know we're going to be answering questions from some of the upper-level girls for a few weeks. Aren't there books or something we could send around to the 4 common rooms? Probably not without getting some demerits, Harry. We can't distribute something like that since there's a chance the first years might get a hold of it. Rats. Harry straightened back up as the rest of the Gryffindors and Slytherins filed into the room and took their seats. When all the chairs were occupied, the door to the room slammed shut. Harry looked around but he didn't see Professor Moody anywhere. Harry suddenly felt a little anxious but he couldn't pin his nervousness on any one thing. The room suddenly plunged into sudden and absolute darkness and voices were raised from almost every one of the students. Harry felt his senses flare. Down. Wands out and passive shields. Harry felt the three girls silently slip to the floor and separate without touching their neighbors. Correct that. Harry felt Ginny try to pull Ron out of his chair next to her. Ron, being Ron, quickly panicked at the touch of somebody out of the dark and lurched to his feet with a shout. A spell came out of the darkness and Harry winced as he heard it hit his friend. Ginny put a hand out to check her brother and Harry heard a quick sigh of relief. Seems to be just a stunner. He's not bleeding anywhere. Stay quiet until we figure this out. Wands lit up as the various students tried to disperse the darkness and see what was going on. Yells that came from individual students were met as quickly as the lit wands. Expelliarmus and Incarcerus spells as well as some other spells Harry didn't hear reached out from various places to take down majority of the students who were panicking more and more with every spell that came out of the darkness. Eventually there was silence in the classroom and the lights suddenly came back on. Harry blinked rapidly in the bright light and saw that there were only 7 students that weren't stunned, wandless, or tied up. Harry and his 3 girls were still lying in the middle of the room with wands pointed in 4 different directions. Draco and Tracy had overturned a bench and were huddled behind it waving their wands in different directions. Neville was the last person still awake and free as he had somehow got his back into the furthest corner and was waiting for a spell to come at him. God, you're a sorry lot, Harry grimaced as he heard Mad Eye declare from the front of the classroom. 2 points apiece for those that are still conscious and have a wand. Professor Moody waved his wand and cancelled the spells on the rest of the students and everybody slowly returned to their seats while staring daggers at the instructor. I've got 13. No 14 wands on my desk. You may claim them after class but you'll be writing 8 inches on why you lost them. My name is Alistair Moody and I'm here to try and instill enough survival skills into you children so that you might survive an encounter with a Death Eater or 2. As far as I can tell from reading the lessons plans for your first 3 years here, all of you had maybe one instructor that was competent enough to have you learn something important. Remus, muttered Harry. What's that, Mr. Potter? Moody roared. I said Professor Lupin was the only good instructor we've had. Sir. Don't waste my time and yours stating the obvious. The lot of you ought to pay attention to what the Potters and a few others did. Constant Vigilance. You never know how or when a Death Eater attack may come. But we're safe here at Hogwarts. Don't say stupid things you can't back up, Miss Brown. Lavender Brown, sir. Then explain to me, Miss Brown, how Mr. Malfoy, excuse me, Mr. Black, got attacked last year if these walls are so bloody good. There was a long silence. Right. Most of you lot have no clue about what Death Eaters are capable of. Spies, backstabbing, polyjuice, there is no limit to their fiendishness. Fiendishness? Is that word? Ginny. Not now. Moody slammed his walking stick on the desktop, startling everyone. Your innocence and your helplessness stops now. Dumbledore wants you taught how to defend yourselves. That's what I'm here for, and Merlin help you if you quit on me or don't give it your entire attention. It will be your lives down the road and you'll have nobody to blame but yourselves. Vika suddenly appeared behind the instructor and didn't look pleased. Moody was still staring at the students but raised his head a quarter of an inch. And what do you want, Lady Hogwarts? He can see out the back of his head. 4 demerits, Mr. Finnegan, and that's your last warning about speaking out in class. The next time will be a detention. Harry raised his hand and spoke after Moody acknowledged him. We don't really do that here anymore, Professor. My option, if I remember right, so there will be detentions for inappropriate conduct or failure to obey my rules. Do you understand this? Yes, sir. Most of the class was too intimidated to do anything else but answer Professor Moody. He glared at them for another 5 seconds before turning and looking at Vika. Do you have a message from Dumbledore then, lady? No. I just wanted to let you know that I'm also responsible for the safety of the students, so I shall be monitoring this class as well as the 7th year class you are instructing. Thank you, but I've already promised the headmaster that no permanent disfiguring spells would be cast in the classroom. Permanent disfiguring? He has to be joking. I don't think Mad Eye jokes. Ever. Moody wilted, slightly, under the glare that Vika gave him. Very well. We'll restrict these learners to spells that won't cost them more than a day in the infirmary. Vika frowned and then disappeared. Hopefully to go talk to Dumbledore, Harry thought. Moody spun around so suddenly that a few of the girls squeaked in alarm. He shook his head. I'll try to remember you're only 4th years and not accomplished magic wielders. That's enough startles for today, I suppose, but you had best be ready to start using those wands for real by the next class. Read the first 2 chapters in your defense books for homework. Dismissed except for you unarmed wandless wizards and witches. Line up here so I can learn your names. Harry was the last to gather up his book bag and start walking out to the door after the rest of the class left. A spell came hurtling at him and Harry raised a shield behind him without breaking stride. A booming laugh came from the ex-Auror in his wake. Nice touch, Mr. Potter. You just might survive this course after all. After the whacked-out day Thursday was, the Potters were glad to have a calm, relaxing Friday morning taking ancient runes. In the afternoon, they had their first training session of the year with Dumbledore. The significant difference this year is that Daphne was to be included. That pleased her no end. She was anxious to see what kind of place she would have besides her fiancé and near sister wives. Instead of actual training, Dumbledore conjured up some comfortable chairs in the storm room for a talk. Mostly it was a review of what had happened during the Battle of the Spiders, as Ginny was starting to call it, and what other strategies the 4 might have used in either diverting or quickly killing the rampaging horde. Harry was surprised at the alternatives Dumbledore suggested and even some of the more outlandish ideas each of the girls could come up with. Harry chuckled when Ginny suggested the dwarven bracelets and using them to either divert the river to wash the horde away or to call down lightning on the hillside. He wasn't chuckling when Dumbledore calmly said that it might have been an option if Harry had known how to use them. Harry wondered if he should take them out of the vault at Potter Mansion and try experimenting with them. The last topic of discussion that came up that afternoon was about the informal DA that Harry and the others had run through last year. While I have every confidence that Alastor and Sirius are effective teachers, I think instructions from someone their own age would be greeted more warmly from the students. But you already know a lot of defensive and offensive spells, Harry, and it seems that there already have been requests to restart those meetings with you. Something informative but a little less stressful than the method what my friend Alistair employs. Well, he'll think about, Headmaster, Daphne volunteered. Would Monday be okay for letting you know his final decision? That would be very timely indeed. I think that shall be all for the afternoon then. We'll meet back here next Friday at the same time. As Dumbledore and the four others rose, the conjured chairs disappeared. Harry watched the headmaster leave the room and then tried to glare at the three girls. Did you just volunteer me again? It's for your own good, you know, Hermione said. We'll all help. You know you want to, the redhead said as she slipped an arm around her husband's waist. There could be rewards given for superior performance. Harry cocked his head, playing he didn't understand what Daphne hinted at. Harry tried to maintain his stare but couldn't do it very long. He broke out laughing and the three girls came together with a hug for their wonderful wizard. The four were still chuckling as they passed other students on the way back to the hearth for Friday evening. Harry wondered if he could convince any of the three to polish his firebolt without getting hurt. Harry was still watching the Quidditch pitch as best he could as he walked backwards up the hill. As much as he and the others had to go change and head out for their appointment, he was still interested in watching the possible second team to see how they were doing. He was focused on the Flyers, so of course he tripped over backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Hermione rolled her eyes as she offered him a hand up, but Ginny was openly giggling and Daphne was pretending she didn't know Harry as she continued walking up to the school. Really, Harry, are you that much worried that one of those Gryffindors down there will replace you as Seeker? Harry shrugged as he answered Hermione. No, I think I'm not playing favorites when I say that Ginny was the best Flyer if she wants to be my replacement. No, I was kind of wondering how long it would be before our lovely Captain Katie just lost whatever patience she has in Hex McLagan into the ground. He is rather full of himself, isn't he? Daphne said as the Potters caught up to her. Imagine criticizing Katie about how she was holding tryouts before she was even done with the welcoming speech. I did think that was rather bad, but to start criticizing Fred and George for the way they held their beater bats was a bit extreme. I think the only way he's going to make the team is if he allows himself to be silenced before the match starts. Cormac McLagan, who was a year ahead of Harry and the others, wouldn't even stop complaining or offering advice during the 3-lap run around the pitch Katie had everyone do for a warm-up. That exercise alone had eliminated half of all the witches and wizards that had wanted to try out for the team. There had been some grumbling at Katie's decision, but that had stopped when Harry had flown over to the eliminated Gryffindors and invited everyone to join in their running in the morning before breakfast. Harry had raised some eyebrows when he said that conditioning wasn't just good for flying but for doing better in schoolwork and lasting longer in any duels that might happen in the future. The few who had been to a DA meeting or two smacked themselves as they hadn't heeded Harry's suggestions from the year before. Harry was surprised at the number of Gryffindors that had showed up and what position that they wanted to play. Marta Farrafort had walked down to the pitch between her brothers Cosmo and Lutharius, and Harry heard them joking around about her playing chaser against them someday. Neville had shown up with a new Comet 7 and wanted to try out for a beater position. Harry wondered at that for a bit, but Hermione had went over and spoke to Hannah Abbott about Neville trying out for such an aggressive position. Neville just came out and told me that he just wanted to whack the snot out of something every once in a while. His Grams laughed like crazy at that statement and went with us to Diagon Alley to get him a new broom. He was pretty sure he wouldn't make the team but figured it was just going to be mostly fun anyway. Harry had flown over to Neville after hearing that and wished him good luck with the tryout. Neville blushed and said maybe a little bit of teamwork might help his confidence a little. Harry said he wasn't the same shy boy he had met during first year and thought he might do well. Neville smiled at that and hurried over to join the other potential beaters that were hitting a bludger around with Fred and George. A few students had joined up with Harry in trying out for the seeker position, but only Colin Creevy seemed not to be lost in actually searching and finding the snitch once one had been released. Colin was among the dozen Gryffindors that had passed the flying and conditioning tests that Katie Bell had laid out, and it seemed that there would be at least another hour of flying in various combinations before Katie could get an idea of who would be selected for the second squad. Harry had really wanted to stay and see how their friends and housemates would do, but they had little time before their appointment in Diagon Alley. Astoria was nervously waiting for her sister and the three Potters in the living room of the hearth. While Ginny and Harry headed in for a quick shower and to change, Hermione sat down next to Astoria. "You don't look so good, Tori. Are you sure you want to come with us?" I am not letting Daphne face this without me. It might be a little messy. I certainly hope so. Tori. Don't Tori me. That slug of a witch tried killing Harry and she almost succeeded in killing you. I am going to enjoy watching a little goblin justice applied to her before we go to the ministry. Daphne walked over and hauled her sister up for a hug. Thank you for coming, but we won't become all emotional as we watch this. Understood. I'm not quite as good as you at the mask thing. And I'd really like to take my wand to her. No, we won't descend to her level. Even if she originally wanted to just get back at Harry, we will watch and commiserate later. I think Harry probably feels a little sorry for her in spite of everything. She was just too blind to see the truth of things. What truth? Hermione came over and joined the conversation. That Harry is more powerful than most other wizards and that the pureblood superiority agenda is nothing but a false political and social idea. I suppose you're right, but I'm certainly going to feel better at the end of the day knowing that she is going to be gone and will never return. We should go get changed, Tori. Dress robes have been laid out in the side bedroom here for us and we don't want to keep Hermione, Ginny and me waiting for long, came the deep voice from the master bedroom doorway. Everyone turned as they heard the voice of Rob Locksley float across the living room. Rob was dressed differently for this occasion from his usual colorful attire. Black leather pants and boots were topped by a dark gray doublet with shiny brass buttons. A wide silver belt was about his waist and the sword of Gryffindor was fastened across his back and was held in a translucent scabbard that was festooned with a few jewels of ruby, topaz, and white sapphires. A small patch showing the Gryffindor crest was affixed on the collar of Rob's shirt. Daphne gulped as the striking figure walked over and kissed her and then Astoria on their cheeks. Ladies, he said in his very deep baritone, I hope you don't mind, but I've already asked the headmaster for permission for us to head to Potter Manor after the visit to the ministry to try and recover our equilibrium and relax. Sounds excellent to me, Rob, Daphne said, nodding her head. Astoria suddenly started chuckling, and when Rob and Daphne turned, they saw what had generated her amusement. Hermione was leaning against the back of the couch and was fanning herself frantically with her two hands. Her cheeks were very flushed and there was a certain overwhelmed look in her eyes that bespoke of her inability to carry on an intelligent conversation. Hermione? Asked Rob a little anxiously. He was prevented from going to her side by Daphne, who leaned up to whisper a few words into his ear. Rob gasped just a little and then nodded his head knowingly. Been there, done that, he said softly as he retreated back into the bedroom. Ginny immediately exited from the same place and tut-tutted when she saw the state Hermione was in. Ginny went over to the couch and placed a hand to Hermione's cheek. Come on back, Nani. He stepped back into the bedroom. Bedroom. Yummy, came the whispered voice of the brunette. Suddenly Hermione's eyes regained their focus and she covered her face in sudden embarrassment. Did it again, didn't I? This was Harry's fault entirely, Ginny said with a smile. He didn't warn anybody what he decided to wear this afternoon. I almost started drooling when I saw him change into that outfit. We'll have to make him pay later. A very curious Astoria walked up to the two Mrs. Potters. If I'm not prying too much, what the bloody heck just happened? It was Daphne that provided the answer. I've seen it a few times, although Harry's usually the one that is temporarily gobsmacked. The best description I can make is that it's an affection surge. Sort of one of the only drawbacks to the bond magic that I've witnessed. Every so often, we kind of get carried away with our feelings of love and attraction to each other. Not to mention a little bit of good old-fashioned lust, Ginny tried quipping. Did so not need to hear that, Astoria said, frowning. I'm sorry, Hermione, came a familiar voice the other side of the bedroom door. It's okay, we really didn't lose much time. I'm better now. That's good, Rob said as he walked back through the door. He walked right over to hug Hermione and she just flowed into his embrace. She leaned back and then reached up to kiss his lips softly. You're forgiven for now. No more delicious surprises like that. But, yes, you're definitely going to be wearing those leather pants around here a lot more often. As long as I can maybe persuade my wives and fiancé to add a similar article of clothing to their wardrobes also. Or maybe a skirt instead. Okay. Just fine. You'll have to go with us when we go shopping. Ew. That's just too much information, sis. We're going to go change. Now. Daphne followed after her sister but winked back at Rob quite say.ily as she closed the door to one of the spare bedrooms. Ginny laughed and gave Hermione a half-hearted push toward their bedroom so she could change into her dress robes. She shrieked just a little bit when Rob surprised her by giving her a gentle slap on the bum to send her on her way. Love you, Nani. Love you too, husband. Instead of taking the flow to Diagon Alley, the party of 5 used a portkey to travel directly to Gringotts. They appeared in Griphook's office and only had to wait for a couple of minutes before the door opened and a number of very familiar people entered. Griphook, Rotkill and Ragnarok led the procession and Rob and his company bowed and greeted them as best they could in gobbledygook. Astoria couldn't make her throat wrap around the goblin language very well, but she gave the 3 the respect that Harry and her sister insisted on. Coming into the room next were Dumbledore, Sirius and Amelia Bones. Ginny watched all the handshaking and hugs but was baffled for a minute or two. Her puzzlement ended when she got a tap on her shoulder and spun around to see Harry wink at her and pick her up to spin her around. Put me down, you big doofus. Watch her, Gin. Is that any way to address your dear and beloved husband? Ginny lowered her head just a bit to whisper in Harry's ear. If you don't put me down this second, Tonks, I'll go around posting your first name on every bulletin board in Hogwarts. The person who looked like Harry chuffed once and then dropped the redhead a little suddenly. Some people have no appreciation of the things I have to do to maintain a proper cover. A heavy hand fell on Harry's shoulder. Rob looked down on the smaller wizard. We usually don't go around lifting each other off the ground much in public. Don't you remember, Harry, that there's a specific rule against that in the Hogwarts Code of Conduct? That old thing. You with all that heritage of the Marauders behind you. Where's the fun in that? Ixnay on the unfay Ari hey. Huh. Ginny was smiling. Rob was trying to warn you, Harry, that Sirius and the Minister of Magic are right behind you. I'm not going to look and have you laugh at me. I'm on to that old trick. Except when it's not a trick, Harry, a definite feminine voice said. Tonks, wearing Harry's face, Winston turned his head slowly to see Amelia and Sirius watching the interactions with big smiles on their faces. Harry, come give us a hug. Not waiting for the Metamorphagus to react, Sirius stepped forward and took Harry into a headlock and then rubbed his knuckles over the boy's messy locks. That might be little better looking now. What do you think, Amelia? I think whatever I say won't matter too much in the long run. Harry, I must compliment you on your dress robes. Did you have any trouble getting all those family patches in the right order? Luckily for me, somebody owled me a complete outfit a couple of days ago, so I didn't have to go down to the Hall of Records and try to muddle through that complicated mess. Amelia turned to Rob and raised an eyebrow. Which one of you thought of that detail? Rob pretended to think for a couple of seconds. I would probably guess that Lady Hermione thought of that, as there are probably going to be few photographers snapping away during the whole thing. Both Sirius and Amelia nodded in understanding, but Amelia linked her arm through Rob's arm and walked away to have a semi-private talk with her boyfriend's adopted son. So how have you been then, Harry? Rob, please. I don't suspect there's any listening charms around here, but you can't be too sure. All right, Rob. Are you going to be okay with what you have to do in a little while? It's not something I would have chosen to do as a 14-year-old. While I am personally about to lose my lunch every time I think about it, there's no way I can back out on my promise to the goblins. I also have to think of my responsibilities to Daphne and Astoria. If I don't follow through on defending them, others may want to take advantage, and then they're right back in the mess of Slytherin politics all over again. I wish you hadn't mentioned that word, Amelia said. Which one? Politics. Yes. I'll be so glad that I only have another week of handling this madhouse. Things were so much simpler when I was running the DMLE, the enemies were clearer and the choices didn't take so long. But you've done an excellent job from everything I've heard and what I've read in the papers. Yes, but Rob, I'm only a stopgap figurehead. The next minister can undo everything I've chosen to act on or continue to work for the betterment of all. You are not just a figurehead. I suppose there's no way anyone could convince you to stay on then. I know the best place for me to work from Lord Gryffindor, and it's not the minister's office. I'm not sure I could hold up under the responsibility. Sirius would rather have you home more often anyway, Rob said, grinning. Minister Bones slapped Rob's arm gently. Hush. But actually, me too. I hope we can make a joint announcement soon after the new minister is installed. About time, Rob said with a grin. Please come and cast your vote next week, Rob. It's very important you be there. I have a little surprise planned to keep Pious Thickness or any of the Death Eater supporters from taking over the minister's position. Since you ask so nicely, I'll even make sure Lady Slytherin attends and casts her vote also. An alarm went off on Amelia's watch and she looked at it and sighed. It's time to go. You never get used to proceedings like this. This event is especially fraught with danger as it has to take place in public. I hope nobody thinks about a rescue attempt. I'll make sure that she's taken care of before anyone gets close to those steps. The Minister of Magic looked up into Rob's tight face and nodded. I'm still sorry you have to do this. Rob nodded and watched as Minister Bones went over to have a last-minute talk with Dumbledore and Ragnarok. Rob tried to relax as the Greengrasses and the three Potters walked toward him. It was time for the rite of first retribution. There was a large crowd gathered in front of Gringotts for the occasion of a public punishment. The last such occurrences had taken place in the days following the disappearance of Lord Voldemort and the roundup of Death Eaters. That the goblins that ran Gringotts were in charge of a rarely heard rite against a human which caused a lot of interest. Goblin guards had been posted around the steps to Gringotts since early that morning and had restricted entry to those people that could produce a vault key or could provide other evidence of a legitimate need to make a financial exchange. The people who emerged from such a transaction had reported that there were nearly twice as many goblins guards inside the bank to prevent any attempt at disrupting normal banking. At noon, when the crowd had started gathering, 2 squads of Aurors had appeared from different directions and took up guard positions alongside and among the goblin guards. The Aurors refused to answer any questions that were shouted out to them by the members of the press or the general public. Precisely at 1 o'clock, the double doors of Gringotts opened and a murmur went through the crowd as people jostled and stood on tiptoes to get a better view of things. Stepping out together were the Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, and the leader of the Goblin Nation in England, Ragnarok. This was all most people knew from the general announcement that had been published in the Daily Prophet. That the 2 magical leaders would be appearing together to supervise the punishment of a pureblood witch that had committed such horrendous crimes against both races. Photographers from many papers were snapping photographs as fast as they could, and reporters were frantically writing or using dicta quills to catch every moment of the event. 2 steps behind Amelia and Ragnarok came Dumbledore and a goblin wizard that was later identified as Rotkill. They came to stand next to the magical leaders, although Dumbledore chose to stand next to Ragnarok while Rotkill stood next to Minister Bones. Most of the magical observers weren't quite sure if they should be uneasy if not at this order of this lineup. Coming out next from the large doors was Lord Gryffindor, who was flanked by 2 goblins dressed in fine robes. They moved to one side of the top step, and it was a group of wizards and witches who came out next was the subject of a lot of photographs. Harry Potter along with Daphne Greengrass came out side by side, followed by the 2 Mrs. Potters flanking Astoria Greengrass. These 5 stepped to the opposite side of Lord Gryffindor. The doors to Gringotts closed slowly. Harry looked around at the crowd and decided that most seemed to be mostly curious and not mad at the event that was about to happen. He let Hermione, Ginny and Daphne know that he had seen some of the Hogwarts professors standing back near the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. He also let Ginny know that Arthur and Molly were also present to watch the proceedings, though he was sure that they wouldn't come up closer to the steps than they already were. A few members of the Wizengamot were also noticed at various places amongst the people watching. Harry didn't personally see any of the lords that he associated with Death Eaters, but he kept one hand near his wand just in case. The wait seemed to take forever before the spectators were rewarded for their patience. It was Minister Bones who spoke out first. I am not going to bore you with the details of why we are gathered here today. The fact that we are here is the result of a historic bit of cooperation by the leaders of the Goblin Nation and the Ministry of Magic. A resolution to a potential conflict that could have led to a heightening of tensions between us and maybe a war. All because of an individual that committed crimes against both our customs and established laws. For the crime of attempted assassination against the head of an ancient and noble house, the unprovoked attack on the head of another, and attempted line theft, Dolores Jane Pettigrew Umbridge has been sentenced by the Wizengamot to have her wand snapped and to be cast through the veil. First, however, she will face punishments for her crimes against the goblins, Ragnarok continued. For fraud, impersonation of a depositor, attempted thievery, and assault on the heads of 2 ancient and noble families, this witch is subject to the right of first retribution. The cooperation of Minister Bones and the British Ministry of Magic has been essential in assuring that goblin rights in this matter have not been ignored. There was a period of silence when Griphook finished his speech. Dumbledore raised his wand. Let the prisoner be brought forward. The 3 humans and 1 goblin at the edge of the top step to Gringotts turned and moved aside. As the doors to Gringotts were opened again, a quartet of goblin guards brought forth a wheeled dolly with a figure bound up on an iron chair. Dolores Umbridge had an obvious silencing charm put upon her as her mouth was moving, but no sounds came from the frantically moving mouth. She was sitting down, clad in a basic orange dress that contrasted markedly against Umbridge's preference for pink. Her arms were outstretched and bound to an iron crossbeam that ran across the top of the prisoner's chair, and her feet were bared. She struggled against the ropes and bracelets that confined her, and those closest to the scene could see that she had rubbed her wrists and ankles raw in an effort to free herself. There were a large roar of boos and catcalls that erupted at the first sight of Umbridge, and also few others that protested the fact that the goblins were going to punish the witch. Dumbledore waited patiently for the noise to settle. Before we begin the punishments, it has been decided to give the prisoner one last chance to express her remorse for her crimes and to apologize to her victims and the Goblin Nation for her actions. Only the sounds of the breeze flapping the various flags and banners of the shops in Diagon Alley disturbed the absolute silence that fell after Dumbledore's proclamation. Everyone wanted to hear what the convicted person had to say for herself. Some wondered if she would beg for her life or promise anything to escape her fate. Others thought the humiliation of her crimes would just reduce her to silence or tears. Very few expected that words that came out of her mouth once the silencing charm had been removed. How dare you? I am a pureblood witch of impeccable breeding and standing, and this has been a total miscarriage of justice. How dare you people let these animals touch or confine me for the legitimate actions against a half-breed like Potter? I will not apologize to a person such as him. A person that does not even deserve a wand. He cannot be your savior. He hasn't the right or the standing to even exist. Lord Voldemort will eventually return and punish all the half-breeds and mudbloods. I shall laugh over all your graves. I am of the right in this, and Minister Fudge will punish you all for the humiliation you have shown me. Release me. I demand you release me at once. Umbridge's words were obliterated by the deluge of voices that protested her thoughts and actions and her lack of any type of remorse. She was too distraught to notice that some of the shouts were informing her that ex-Minister Fudge was currently in prison facing a trial and sentencing himself. Ginny told her husband that she was afraid for a half-second that the crowd would rush the steps and take their own vengeance on the defiant witch. The raised wands of the Aurors and the brandished pikes of the goblin guards kept that from happening. Minister Bones stepped forward once more and used a sonorous charm to address the crowd. There are 3 separate punishments on Umbridge that the goblins have settled on for the right of first retribution. Umbridge's continued ranting was ended as Dumbledore waved his wand and reapplied the silencing charms. Ragnarok took a step forward and the chair and Umbridge rotated to face him. As leader of the Goblin Nation, I declare myself the first collector against this criminal. As Umbridge looked on wide-eyed, Ragnarok made a gesture that forced her mouth wide open. Her eyes bugged out as she grew more frantic. Rotkilde then handed Ragnarok a vicious instrument that no one had even seen outside the confines of Gringotts. At first glance it looked like a set of common loppers that most gardeners used for trimming bushes or trees. That similarity disappeared once everyone had taken a good look at it. It was made out of some hard cold metal, rusted over with layers of something that only that very few recognized as blood. The blades of the tool were not curved blades for snipping but sharp, shiny, opposing triangular teeth laid out like ravenous evil rake blades. Ragnarok spread open the handles of this vile thing to separate the teeth a bit and then lowered it into Umbridge's mouth. Daphne and Astoria tightened their grips on each other's hands as Ragnarok brought the handles together rapidly. He brought the device back out of her mouth with Umbridge's tongue in its grip. Ragnarok held the instrument high and then banished the tool and Umbridge's tongue from sight. Despite Astoria Greengrass pledged to the contrary, her mouth opened in horror and she turned and buried her face in her sister's shoulder. The two Mrs. Potters squeezed their eyes shut for a moment or two and then seemed to gather their resolve and just clutched each other's hands a little tighter. As Ragnarok stepped away from Umbridge, Dumbledore stepped forward to stem the rush of blood that bubbled from Umbridge's mouth and whispered an enervate spell to wake her up from the faint she had gone under. Dumbledore stepped back and sadly shook his head at what had happened so far. A second goblin stepped forward and pulled a long sharp knife from his belt. My name is Hardfang and I am the account manager for the Greengrass family. Its head was viciously attacked by this criminal and I declare myself second collector against her. Hardfang stepped up beside the quivering witch and the people closest saw him say some words to her, although they could not determine what they might have been. He reached with one hand to grab something and the blade flashed high in his other hand and descended. His first hand and the blade ascended again and Daphne and Ginny tried very hard not to throw up as the goblin briefly held up Umbridge's ear for all to see before making the blade and the ear disappear from sight. Hardfang turned away and bowed to the two Greengrass ladies before walking back into the bank. Everyone was stunned at the action and wondered what the third punishment against Umbridge could possibly be. While everyone in the mob was expecting another goblin to step forward and declare themselves, it was somebody entirely different that came to the edge of Gringotts' steps and spoke. My name is Rob Locksley, Lord Gryffindor. I am the guardian of the two Greengrass sisters, an ally and a friend to Lord Harry Potter, who also has been the target of this witch and her family. I declare myself the third collector against this criminal. Lord Gryffindor reached over his shoulder to draw the blade he held there, and there was a murmur that ran through the crowd as everyone saw the famous blade he wielded. Rob looked at the magic sword for a long time and then looked at Umbridge. Everyone saw his shake his head and step over to speak to the Potters and Greengrass girls. What are you doing, Rob? The five looked up at him anxiously as Rob spoke quietly. I just can't force myself to use Godric's sword like this. On that. With my permission, ladies, and, Harry, I would like you to hold this sword aloft as a symbol of the Founder's heritage and favor. Rob waited until all five had a hand on the pommel of the sword before he raised it straight up and left it in their hands. He walked back to stand before Umbridge and her eyes were wide open in shock and fear. Rob looked back at the five people he favored with holding the sword of Gryffindor. What's he going to use now, Hermione? I have no idea, Daphne. Maybe he'll borrow one of the goblins' halberds. Rob raised his hands up and three of the girls felt some of the bond magic being drawn on as Rob created something out of nothing. The people in the crowd were whispering to each other and then grew silent as something dangerous looking formed in his hands. There were shouts and questions from the crowd as a 3.5 gleaming curved blade appeared in Lord Gryffindor's hands. It had no pommel but a set of 3 padded handholds with spiked guards along the interior curve of the blade. Rob Locksley brought it down to examine the edge of the blade and then spun it around once in the air to check its balance. He so did not just do that. Hermione. Tell you later, Gin. I can't believe he remembered. Rob Locksley seemed to be testing out the weight of the blade, but he suddenly spun around and used both hands to bring it down on his objective. The end of the crossbeam and Dolores Umbridge's hand were suddenly separated from the chair as the blade continued downward and became buried in the marble floor. Rob wrenched the blade back up and then pressed its side to the stump of Umbridge's wrist, sealing off the blood loss. He walked back over to where Ragnarok stood and went down to one knee. To the shock and amazement of all and delight of the many photographers, Rob Locksley offered up the blade he had just conjured up to the leader of the Goblin Nation. Ragnarok accepted it with a look of shocked disbelief on his face. Lord Gryffindor then calmly rose and went back to the group of 5 standing on the other side of the stage and retrieved the sword of Gryffindor. When he placed the sword back in its scabbard without looking, a cheer ran up from the crowd, but Rob frowned and hung his head. Umbridge was wheeled away by the same 4 goblin guards that brought her out, and the remaining wizards, witches, goblins and leaders on the top step disappeared back into Gringotts. The massive doors closed with a boom and a small sign appeared in midair that stated that business at Gringotts would resume normal operations in an hour. Inside the goblin establishment, there was a separation of the various parties. Minister Bones, Dumbledore, the again silenced Umbridge and a half-dozen Aurors headed back to the Ministry of Magic. Rotkil and Ragnarok headed for the leader's office until it was time to go to the ministry and watch the second part of today's punishment. Griphook led Rob and the others of his party to his office and shut the door behind them. He stood guard outside to make sure that nobody disturbed the wizard and witches within. A hug from Sirius greeted the first person into the room. Rob went back to being Harry and collapsed in a nearby chair before reverting back to Harry. On the other side of the room, Harry turned back into a heart-faced young woman with pink hair who leaned wearily into a somber Remus Lupin. A few seconds later Astoria Greengrass was pulled into their conversation. Harry looked completely drained as he looked up into the faces of his wives and Daphne. None of the three looked very well and Harry tried rising to give his seat up to at least one of them. All three reached out and held him down gently. Can we just go home now? I feel sick to my stomach. Probably not any more than the rest of us, Harry. I'm sorry I wasn't faster. I tried to make my part as clean and quick as I could. It's okay. Nobody is complaining about what you did or how you did it. Although I'd like to talk about that one decision when we finally get home, said Hermione with the ghost of a smile. Harry looked around and saw that Tonks was currently hugging a distraught Astoria who had finally had a mini collapse after all she had seen. Sirius and Remus looked carefully at Harry and he nodded to them before they left the room to go to the ministry. Daphne had seen where Astoria and Tonks were standing and shook her head. Before I go over and comfort Tori, I'm going to do one important thing. What's that? Asked Harry carefully. Daphne pushed Harry back upright in the chair with one hand and then sat on his knee. Hug and key. My fiancé. Which she then did. And tell him I'm proud of him and happy to be a part of his wonderful family. She gave Harry another long hug and then stood up shaking her robes out. Your turn, ladies. Let's not get him too discombobulated before we get to the ministry. As much as I'd like to reward Harry further, I have my young sister's impressionable eyes to consider. Harry watched as Daphne headed for her sister and then he couldn't see anything as both Hermione and Ginny stepped close to hug him and release the emotions they had been holding in. Harry held them close for a couple of minutes and then the three of them were busy wiping off the traces of the tears that they all had been shedding. Tonks hated to intrude on the quiet times the two families were using, but the time for the second part of Umbridge's punishment was approaching. Harry knocked on the door and Griphook handed him a portkey that would take them all to the Ministry of Magic. The portkey carried them to a quiet corner of the atrium and Harry decided to take Astoria's arm and escort her to the check-in point. Tonks went back to check into the Auror headquarters and the remaining 5 were given bright red and white striped badges that said Level 9. When they passed the check-in point, their badges were scrutinized by another Auror before he let them on the elevator. The party of 5 was met by another Auror as they departed the elevators and were escorted through to a circular room that Harry had experienced once before. The room spun around enough to almost throw Daphne off her feet, but luckily for her Hermione had been holding her hand and kept her upright. The room that opened up to them was a room they had all been told was the Death Chamber. It was a huge squared stone room about 20 feet deep and lined with a number of polished rock benches that rose from the floor. The stairs downward were steep, but Harry and the others' eyes became drawn to the raised stone's dais that occupied a great deal of the center of the chamber. An ancient, crumbling stone archway, supported by 2 small vertical pillars, was at the top of this platform. The archway between the pillars was hung with a tattered black curtain which fluttered even though there was no movement of air in the colder than expected place. Harry's magical senses flared at the amount of magic, both dark and unknown, that was present in the Death Chamber. Harry halted his descent to the bottom of the steps and his head swiveled once to stare at the curtain for a few seconds. Do you hear that? What? Harry, everybody is staring at us. I thought I heard. What? They're gone now. It was whispers. Voices. Harry received a gentle nudge and shook his head. He would have to explain what he thought he heard later. Already the memory of the haunted and faint voices was fading away in his mind. Although they were the last to arrive, the time for the execution of the sentence had not yet arrived. Harry took a place along the second step of the stone benches with his wives and Daphne and Astoria. They sat right behind Sirius, Remus, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Dumbledore was standing a few feet from the bottom of the dais with Rotkil and Ragnarok. Dolores Umbridge was still sitting bound in her chair, but her handless arm had been bound up in a sling fastened around her neck. Harry was surprised she was still conscious, but she was still glaring at everybody around her. Minister Bones had the head of the DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour, by her side, as well as a number of other Aurors. A small chime sounded from somewhere and Minister Bones started to speak. In accordance with the judgment and sentence of the Wizengamot, Dolores Umbridge had been sentenced to be cast into the Vale. She has already been given the opportunity to speak and offer up an apology or at least some remorse for her actions, but chose not to do so. That right has been severed. Rufus Scrimgeour walked before the seated figure and waited until she glared up at him. He raised his hands and everyone saw the wand he held between his hands. He snapped it in half and silently dropped it at her feet. Guards. Umbridge was wheeled over to the steps leading to the Vale and her bonds were banished away. An Auror Harry wasn't familiar with helped Umbridge to stand, and the other Aurors in the detail moved closer. Umbridge pushed away the guard who had helped her up with her good arm and then slapped the face of the next one who approached her. She took a wobbly step forward and then went down to one knee. The guard approached her again, but she waved them back and began the 13-step climb to the top of the dais. Halfway up she stumbled again, and it was Ginny that turned and sought some solace in clutching Harry tighter. Umbridge paused for about 5 seconds before regaining her feet and then began the slow, careful climb again. There was a number of red rivulets of blood that had begun bleeding again from the side of her head and her wrist, but she ignored them as she gained the level of the curtain. She looked around with a sinister smile, looking down on the other observers in the chamber. She took 3 steps toward the curtain and then turned around again. Shaking her head at everyone, Dolores Jane's Pettigrew, Umbridge gave everyone a final gesture of her defiance. It was a definite Muggle 2-finger salute she flashed at everyone before calmly walking through the curtain and disappearing. Harry and almost everyone around them let go with a gasp or sigh of relief. The execution was over. The 2 goblins bowed to Minister Bones and silently vanished from the death chamber. Everyone else exited the room, leaving the metal chair and the 2 pieces of Umbridge's wand untouched and hopefully forgotten. A few hours later, the Potters and Greengrasses were still recovering from the experiences of the day in the gazebo atop Potter Mansion. There had been numerous attempts to start a conversation about school or vacation or Quidditch, but nobody seemed to be willing to talk about anything. All were consumed with the rite of retribution and the surprising behavior of Umbridge in the death chamber. Supper had been barely touched and the sunset was fast approaching, sending shadows across the little valley and across the faces of Harry and the 5 females. Harry finally cleared his throat and spoke up. "I'm really glad this day is almost over and we can start a new one tomorrow. Think we could find some bumper cars somewhere to run around in tomorrow?" Ginny asked. "What are bumper cars?" Astoria asked. "A Muggle idea of safe mayhem," Hermione said. She explained how the little play cars were designed to run into other little cars in a somewhat safe environment. "Why would Muggles invent something like that? It sounds barbaric and horrible. Just for that, Miss Greengrass, you are going to have to experience them for your own self." "Harry. And maybe some cotton candy too," Ginny said with a smile. "Cotton. Ew," said the smaller blonde. "Well, we seem to have a plan for tomorrow afternoon then." "Why the afternoon? Why not the morning? I am planning on getting a lot of sleep tonight to make up for the emotional exhaustion I'm having now," Harry said. Astoria shook her head. "I'm very sure I'm not going to get a wink of sleep tonight. All I see when I close my eyes is all that blood and that, whatever it was that Ragnarok used." Harry nodded, but Ginny moved over to sit next to Astoria. "If you'd like, Tori, I'll come and keep you company tonight. We can snuggle and talk about boys and wedding plans." "Oh, not that again," Daphne said with a laugh. "Yes, that again, or have you forgotten there's 2 more weddings Harry has to go through?" Harry rolled his eyes but could see the discussion was starting to get everyone out of a bad mood. Astoria came over and sat on Harry's knee. "Is it really okay if Ginny doesn't stay in bed with you tonight? I don't own Ginny. If she offered, I'm not going to order her differently. Our marriage doesn't work like that. All Harry and the rest of us are interested in is just snuggling up with somebody and feeling safe and protected tonight," Hermione said with a smile. "In case you haven't noticed it yet, Tori, Hermione and I have already adopted you as our younger sister," Ginny said with a smile. I figure it's time we started getting closer. Astoria looked wondrously at both girls who nodded at her, and Harry saw a happy tear come to her eye. And I'll be replacing Ginny in snuggling. Just snuggling, mind you, with Harry. If you don't mind, Tori. Astoria smiled at her sister. Well, as long as everyone is wearing their pajamas. Tops for me and bottoms for Harry, Daphne said with a wink at her fiancé. No, no. I don't need a mental image like that. Would you rather I wore the top and your sister wore the bottoms then, Tori? Astoria jumped from her chair with a screech, and everyone followed her in, attacking and tickling the only male on the roof. It was about 10 minutes before the tickle and pillow fight subsided and everyone laid back trying to catch their breath. I needed that, Hermione said. Me too, came the echoes from the others. Harry reached into the nearby cooler and brought out a number of cold waters for everyone to drink. You still have to tell us what Hermione got all outraged at this afternoon, Daphne said. What? That weapon you produced. Oh, that. You can blame Hermione's father Tony for that, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at Hermione, who seemed caught between outrage and giggling. This is not my fault. Well, it kind of is. Remember when you, Hermione and Dee went shopping for the clothes Dee wanted to get for their trip? I wisely chose to stay at home with your dad, and there wasn't any good football matches that day, so we had an afternoon marathon of watching one of his favorite sci-fi television shows. And the show was about the adventures of the crew of a spaceship traveling around in the 24th century. Lots of exotic locales, lots of weird incidents and accidents. Sort of like your life, Harry. Hush, Jin. Anyway, one of the alien races had a very militaristic attitude, and hand-to-hand combat was part of its culture. I just borrowed one of their weapons. This was just a Muggle fantasy for television, Daphne speculated. And what you did was so against the Prime Directive, Harry, Hermione said between giggles. Yes, and I hope everyone that was there would think that was just a goblin creation I used. So if anybody catches on and starts to blame Lord Gryffindor for increasing the scope of the Goblin Armory, you can honestly just say it was a figment of Muggle imagination. Harry, what was that weapon's name, just in case anybody asks? It actually sounds like a goblin name for a weapon, Tori. It's called a batleth. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.